Memento is tagged in to join the party. Picks up first, picks up second. Is he gonna live? I think so.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2017 EULCS Spring Split. It's do or die here in Berlin as we bring you the last week of cross-group play. Tonight, the bottom four teams are battling for survival. Early today, we saw Vitality and Giants taking to the stage, getting ready for their showdown to find security here, and some cosplayers as well. Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel Dracos, and joining me at the analyst desk. Huh?
We also cosplayers.
We are also cosplayers. Yes. We're cosplaying qualified analysts. I'm Daniel Dracos.
I like that.
This is Martin DeFischer. Welcome, yes, everyone.
And this is Doom's week because these teams, they gotta win, man. It's now or never.
I mean, it absolutely is. Let's take a chance then to look at the standings. Groups A and B, it is the last week of cross-groups play. When we look at it, you can see the top is still the top, the bottom is still the bottom, but now that we're more than halfway through the split, yes, those bottom teams have to be scared.
Yeah, and these bottom teams, you know, they're not really getting wins anywhere else but when they play each other. Last time Giants won, it was against ROCCAT. Last time Vitality won, it was against Origen, funny enough. They have not beaten the top 6 teams, so we're looking at them now this week when they play each other, especially today when we have some very, very interesting matchups.
Well, it is a 4-day week this week, so let's take a chance to look at the entire schedule throughout the rest of this. So as you mentioned, bottom teams fighting each other. We're going to see that a lot through the course of the week, but we also have some top matchups. Misfits versus H2K going to be exciting. G2 versus Splice. Splice not quite as top as they once were, but still interesting to see.
Oh, so very interesting. I like the fact that we have the top 6 teams against each other and the bottom 4 against each other. Again, it's very different matchups, but they all mean a lot. Like, a lot of teams are fighting for positioning around playoffs, and then the other teams are fighting to survive and keep their spot in the LCS.
Well, it's interesting how hard it's been for the bottom teams this time around. I feel like we always have 1 or 2 bottom teams, but never has it been, I think, this bad. Only 2 series wins across all 4 of our bottom teams is kind of a grim place for them to be at this stage.
It's crazy. Like, again, they lost 26 series. You highlighted the 2 they won. And again, it's shown how one-sided it's been. And this is why it's important to get that breath of life by, like, getting that 1 victory, because we know these teams are not going to win a whole lot of games, so 1 or 2 wins this week can basically mean you're out of the promotion tournament.
Which is all too crucial. Well, let's take a chance then to look at today's schedule, focusing on our first matchup, which is going to be, of course, Vitality versus Giants. Now, this is an interesting one for me. Once again, battle of the bottom teams, but Vitality look like they've been kind of improving here over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I feel like there's 2 reasons we kind of feel like they've been improving. One against G2, they had like a fairly good early to mid game where they were actually staying somewhat even against them, but then they would sadly like lose after. And then I also feel like it's kind of based around the names on Vitality. Like you hear Cabo Shot, Steelback, Nuke Duck, and you don't think to yourself, oh yeah, relegation team. No, you kind of go like, yeah, these guys, you know, pretty good names, big names in Europe. They should not be fighting with some of these other teams down here, but sadly,
yeah,
we
when
can't
you
say
look
the
at the
player.
performance, I mean, the names may be big, but the players do not look comfortable right now. They do not look good.
They're surviving on the name at the moment.
Not where you want to be. Maybe today is a chance for them to build it back up, but this is a good time for us to look at the mid lane matchup. Nuke Duck coming in once again, Vitality sticking to the same roster, now facing down across from Knight. I mean, what are your thoughts on Nuke Duck right now in this team, in this lineup? Well,
I've seen Nuke Duck get some flack from the community, and I think it's not really deserved. I don't think he's the guy you should target if you want to criticize anyone on Vitality, because he's one of the most important members. Like, not only does he deal like the highest amount of damage on his team, which is obviously an important thing right now, he's also consistently doing well or fine in the laning phase. He doesn't really fall behind at all in these games. And most importantly, he's a shot caller. Like, he's actually a very important vocal member on this team. He's always been that kind of player since Season 3 when I used to play against him, and he was really hard to deal with. So it's weird in the sense that GBM is not being used at all, because when they had GBM, he was very proactive. He forced a lot of plays. You know, you can swap him in after you may be going down 0-1 in a series. But Nuke Duck is just kind of the consistent rock on Vitality, and that's why they can't really swap him out.
And it's interesting, too, because on the opposite side, the consistent rock for Giants last split was Max Floor and Knight. And while they do have another great jungler on their team in Memento, a guy who's kind of surprised us over the course of his appearances in the LCS, Knight is down and out recently. And really, I feel like it's all on Memento now.
And I think that's why Memento has to play this very selfish style where he becomes the carry. Like, he becomes the guy who you kind of rely on to win you games. And it's not as a ganking jungler specifically. It's more like this very skirmish heavy, you know, Graves and Kha'Zix are two big picks for him. You can see in the stat here on the screen, you know, like, while there's a high kill participation, there's also a really high damage percent for a jungler. He's the jungler who deals the most, like, has the highest damage percent out of all junglers in EULCS. Obviously, also because some of the other members on his team is not doing a whole lot. But it's a very different style if you look at Joko, who's very like, I need to snowball my lanes. I need to snowball my carries. Joko is very active in the early game. He's part of the most first spots in the LCS. Sadly, his carries have not really picked it up. But it's fun to see, like, you have like one guy who's like, yeah, I'm going to enable my carries, the big names on my team, and then you have the other guy in Memento who's like, no, I need to enable myself. I need to be the guy who wins this game for my team.
Okay, so we've already talked a little bit about, you know, Joko needing to enable someone. We brought up Nuke Duck earlier. Is that who we want to see Joko ganking for, Joko setting up for success? Where does he need to give his attention to make sure that Vitality can find a win here?
Because Nuke Duck does not really fall behind in lane, you do not need to play around him. Cabo Shot on a carry in a Renekton meta, or Steelback getting, you know, a few ganks early on, get an early tower, and then he becomes the carry in team fights. That, in my opinion, is the way to go for Vitality, because you know Nuke Duck is going to be fine against Knight. Knight has not been performing too well, even though he's the rookie of the split of last year. So I want to see Cabo Shot on a carry. I want to see Joko around him at first, get him rolling, and then set up Steelback for success. And if you're Giants, you got to obviously prevent that. And one of the ways to do it is Flaxis up in that top lane. Needs to show that a new name is currently as good as an old big name like Cabo Shot. Flaxis plays a lot of different champions. Give him a last pick and see if he can counterpick Cabo Shot and maybe shut him down.
Well, I'm curious here, at the end of the day, what does this victory really mean for either side? What are we looking at when it comes to stakes?
I mean, it means everything. You know, there is one, the confidence, the fact that you break a losing streak for both teams. Also the fact that the team underneath you is sitting on 0 wins. So by you obviously getting another win now, you kind of get a bit of a buffer. 2 wins now between you and these like ROCCAT or Origen teams. And that can be important when it comes to just avoiding relegation, because I think all 4 teams are not necessarily looking at playoffs. For now, it's just save your behind and then see if you can maybe aim for playoffs later on.
All right, well, it's an explosive week, and we want to hear from you. Let us know who out of the bottom 4 teams is going to stay safe in the EULCS and why. Tweet at LO Esports using the hashtag EULCS. Who's going to get it? Why? Maybe what players are going to carry it home for them? We'll see who fights harder to keep themselves safe here in the EULCS as we send it over to the caster desk for Game 1 between Giants and Vitality.
Thank you very much, Dracos, and hello, all you esports extraordinaires out there. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics, and of course, joining me here on the cast desk is none other than James Stress O'Leary, and I think we are all very excited for this one.
We're ready to go, Devin. Let's run it through the rosters.
Let's not waste any time. Absolutely. In the blue corner, it is going to be Vitality, which means up in the top lane, we have Cabo Shard. In the jungle, it is Joko. Mid laner is Nuke Duck, ADC Steelback, their support AOD, and Coach Irian.
Some Cabo Shard fans in the audience, clearly, but we'll see if there are any fans for the team in the red corner. It is Giants. In the top lane, it is Flaxish. In the jungle is Memento. Mid lane is Knight. AD carry is HQ support Hustlin, and that coach is Lozak.
Yes, indeed. Both these teams only sitting on one measly win here in week number 7, as they said and stressed on the desk. These guys both need it. They need it bad. It's going to be a big best of 3.
It is. It really is for these two teams. And I think it's very interesting what Deficio was talking about, not necessarily needing to play around Nuke Duck for Vitality, whereas for Giants, we've got a lot of questions over, well, who have they been playing around? Because it's very rare that you can successfully play around a jungler being a carry, but Giants have tried to make that work for them. We'll see how that is affected in the draft. You have to anticipate picks like Graves are going to be out of the way for Memento. He's not getting his hands on that.
Yeah, it's kind of a clear-cut path for Vitality to try and take away some of the powerful picks, and we'll see if that happens as we load up here into picks and bans. A lot of experience on this Vitality side, as they mentioned, though, not always panning out for them.
No, it doesn't normally. We are on 7.4 still. 7.5 is on the live servers.
LeBlanc is
so that
still
means
ban-worthy.
LeBlanc is still ban-worthy, the most banned champion currently in the world. 72 bans already racked up. That makes at least 73. And off the table goes an early focused jungler for ganking, which is not the style that Deficio was talking about all the time for Memento. So with Elise off the table, expecting to see Graves' priority go up in, strength and value again.
And that Varus is banned away as well, starting to hit the AD carry pool as to be expected. We didn't talk about it, but the Jace ban also had come through for Vitality, and they will follow up with the Zyra. So hitting the bot lane pretty hard now.
And it's very interesting with that Elise ban. Memento hasn't shown it on the LCS yet, but you have to feel like Vitality, they've played a lot of Rengar as well. So if they are trying to push Memento back onto something like a Graves that requires a little more farming time, maybe Joko's going to try and go for some of the early game presence that we saw in the series against G2, but now surely you've got to go Graves first. It's either Graves or Jhin have that very high first pick priority.
Who do you trust? But it looks like it actually ends up being the support. They lock in the Malzahar for AOD. He had been hit pretty hard in the ban pool last time we saw him.
If I'm Giants right now, though, I'm kind of picking up Jhin Graves as my first rotation.
All right.
There is a lot of other picks available when you look down the lineup if you wanted something for the top lane, if you want to take away or take a safe Maokai for Flaxish, but this is very early on. You wouldn't want to do that in the draft.
Yeah, Jhin makes a lot of sense. It's going to get locked in, shifts over Memento's way. We'll see if he does take that Graves. Put a lot of stock in that jungler. No reason to change now.
I like the Malzahar as a possibility for AOD. He was good roaming out on the map, getting vision, looking for engages and picks. So maybe this is the kind of jungler that support that they want to assist Joko with in the jungle. And this isn't an odd rotation, but also makes sense given the priorities in top lane. This is also Hustlin. This is a flexible Nautilus. They always pick Nautilus as a melee support if it is available, and Hustlin feels like he wants to play it. So it's not too bad for Giants. They're trying to maintain some pace.
Yeah, we'll see. Also seen Cabo Shard play a couple on that one, so it could be that bit of a takeaway. But the Renekton is locked in on that last rotation for them. They'd also already taken the Ashe. No-brainer when you've got the Jhin taken away in the Varus band.
The thing here with the Renekton lock-in means if they do end up putting Nautilus into the top lane, Nautilus will struggle in the early game up against this Renekton. So I like it out of Vitality. You've got good engage already out of your bottom lane combo. And of course, they had to pick up the Ashe. Otherwise, with Jhin locked in already, that AD carry pool would get pinched pretty hard.
So, top lane is actually the choice for Giants. They lock in the Shen, which means we will be seeing the Nautilus go down to the bottom side. This is a chance for Vitality to pinch out that jungle pool.
Yeah, we are going deeper into jungle pools from both teams, though, when you look at it. That Nautilus going to that support role. And at this point, you've got to look at the likes of Graves, Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, still available. Will both teams pinch jungle, or will it be everything left available? You've also, of course, got the mid lane is still available with the Syndra, the likes of that still up.
The Olaf ban has been a Joko special here in the European LCS.
Very true.
Yeah, hasn't netted them all that many wins, but it definitely is a comfortable champion. This time he'll have to go a little deeper into it. So far, that is what Giants have focused on. Vitality bans back to them.
Yeah, Vitality may look to ban away like the likes of Oriana, Syndra here if they want to put pressure on tonight. NukeDuck throughout history has played a lot of different champions. We've seen the Talia out of him a couple of times. That is a bit more of an LCK special. We see it every couple of games or series in LCK. Don't see it a whole lot over here in Europe, but NukeDuck has that as an option if something like an Oriana was picked by Giants.
Yeah, NukeDuck has a pretty big champion pool. He's not the only one, though. We've seen Knight play quite a large number of champions this split. He pulled out the Talon pretty famously. Didn't work last week, but damn, it didn't look too bad either.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's that kind of pick where up against the stronger teams probably wasn't going to win the game on its own, unfortunately.
No. It's nice creativity, though. I like to see it. Always some fun parkour off of that champion, but we'll see what both these mid laners have in their pockets. The Ryze and the Cassiopeia have been taken away. Vitality have one more ban. Do they throw it the way of the jungle, or do we see more mid bans come through?
The thing is, for Giants at this point, they're kind of heavily stacked in AD. I mean, if they'd have taken the Graves here, that would have been another AD threat and would have forced them to bring at least some extra magic damage, of course, from their mid laner. That's not exactly too hard.
Yeah. Well, what do we expect to see then in the jungle? I mean, tanky champion wouldn't do when you already have a big support and a big top laner.
Memento, if he wants to go something like a Lee Sin, he hasn't played it a whole lot, or a Kha'Zix, you force Vitality back onto the likes of the Rek'Sai, is what we've seen a lot out of Joko. Ivan has been banned, not banned, nerfed a lot. That's a Gragas.
All right.
That's a Jungle Gragas.
We got Jungle Gragas back.
We have seen a couple of games of Jungle Gragas in the last week or so.
Yeah, gone full circle. There had been played a little bit up in the top as, you know, a counter to something like the Camille. Something came out of the LMS we saw at IEM as well, and then that last Oriana lock-in. That's a pretty big ball delivery system on Vitality's side. Let's see what Giants answer with in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's a pretty well-rounded composition out of Vitality, although I am a little worried about Gragas. With regards to the mid lanes, with regards to the jungle. So with mid lane Ahri locked in now, this is the kind of pick that we want to see presence out of Knight with, where he can potentially carry a game if he can get this assassin going. You've got it paired with a Shen, you've got a Kha'Zix alongside as well. Interesting. I like the setups that we've got here. Vitality opting for something a little different out of the jungle with that Gragas. Of course, we saw that over in the LPL earlier this week.
And it does fit the styles they talked about on the desk. Joko trying to facilitate his carries potentially up in the top lane if they can get Cabochard rolling, maybe making trips down and bottom. I think NukeDuck should be fine in the mid, but for Giants side, Memento, he's on a carry himself, and he's also going to be able to deliver Flaxish. That submarine Kha'Zix sleeve can be pretty deadly.
Yeah, it can be very, very deadly. I'm loving this return of Jungle Gragas. Everywhere we're seeing an LPL, LCK, we saw it over in the
It's got a little bit of AP, nice and tanky as well. Oh yeah, no, it definitely gives a lot, and it's nice to see Gragas back in that role. As long as he doesn't get picked every game, because that was another time.
Splice will be happy.
Oh yeah.
Splice will be very, very happy.
Well, we're going to have to wait a while before we see that one. Right now, it's all about Vitality. It's all about Giants. Somebody's going to walk away with a big win on the board, but this all starts right here, right now. Who's it going to be? Vitality, Giants trying to climb out in this relegation-bound scrap. Who will it be? We'll find out as we get up onto the Rift. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's load into Summoner's Rift for game number 1 of this best of 3. Some explosive composition, some well-rounded ones we saw from Vitality on Giants' side as well. If they can get rolling early, they can definitely get some work done. Let's see it.
Vitality have got so many engaged tools. You look at this, you got like the Flash Malzahar, you got Ash Arrow, you got the Gragas ult. They just want to fight. That's what Vitality want to do, which is so far apart from what we've seen out of Vitality in previous weeks. I like the change.
Oh, it's great. You've got to try something, especially when you're only sitting at 1 win, 6 losses, down in the bottom of the standings. You need to make a change, and for Vitality, if this is the pick and ban that's going to bring them back, it's going to be good looking. I'm excited to see Cabochard on this Renekton. It's definitely his style of champion. Let's see if he can get back to that old dominating carry style we saw in years past. Knights just want to play some games, man.
Knight, he's playing games in the game.
Whoa.
I heard you like games. So, Vitality, they're going to defend with Orianna against any kind of play onto the Raptors. You can see that's what Giants were doing on the top side. That's why there's so many people stacked up, is because if somebody from Vitality crosses through, if it's only a Joko or a Cabochard like on their own, or 2 or 3 people, then Giants can actually get the engage off, try and get a sense of summon a spell advantage early on, but neither team actually goes to that aggressive play onto the Raptors this early on.
Now it looks like it will be non-aggression for the time being. A lot of wards covering Giants' side of the map, trying to make sure that they don't get spotted on the invades, but Vitality, as you said, weren't interested in doing it. So things start off as per usual. Raptors picked up from Memento, a little slight assist from Knight as he gets back into lane, just on schedule with Nuke Duck. Let's see where the focus ends up being in this early game. I'm looking at Memento for sure.
And you can see it's a different start on the bottom side, though. Joko not starting on Raptors, actually starts on Red himself. Of course, when you have level 2 on Gragas, now you have a little faster clear. You have the Barrel Atlas, you have Body Slam. I'm going to double check that that is what Joko has gone for. Actually starting with W and Q, doesn't take the Body Slam yet. We'll have that in time. Yeah, a little bit quicker clear, but there's always one interesting thing you can do on Gragas, so I guess while we're tracking Joko through. Once you hit level 3, attacking things like Gromp and Blue are all about interrupting the minion camp auto attack animation, because you reset it and actually save yourself about the cycle of 2 auto attacks, and it helps you clear through the jungle just that bit faster. But you can see Joko only now onto his blue buff is still level 2, so hasn't got that early level 3 pathing like Memento has. You can see this, he's looking for Nuke Duck, can't quite get into mid lane yet. Can they land a charm from Knight?
Nuke Duck steps forward, insta flash, and there's the hop, the damage, the charm is going to connect, even though he's able to cleanse it out. Knight follows through for first blood.
Well worked first blood. Memento off that early level 3, gets himself that red buff, gets into the lane, charm lands out of Knight, and he even saved his flash. Of course, that was Knight having Ignite, utilizing this Ahri, gets the cleanse early from Nuke Duck and still gets the kill.
That's exactly what Knight wanted to do early on. He got the kill picked up for himself. Memento with a huge heaping helping of damage early on. It's going to give Joko a chance to play some wards throughout the jungle, but there's no camps for him to steal back.
Exactly, and this is the difficulty now that Joko has, because you see Memento come in with only red buff and you've just finished Gromp and blue buff on the top side. Joko doesn't have too many options aside from go to Krugs and then head towards the top lane if you can dive Flaxish, but it's so difficult early on without a body slam flash connecting into a Renekton combo. It's tough to get that kill. Not impossible, but nevertheless, the benefit has gone massively over to Giants in this early game. So
let's take a look at it again, yeah.
Yeah, you can see Memento off level 3 and just jumps. Gets Nuke Duck, cleanse early into the Ignite.
Tip of the charm, too. All he needed was an extra second. Knight tanking a couple of turret shots, but he still was able to make the play. That could be the big start for Giants, what they need. Now remember, go back a little bit. Knight is our outstanding rookie of the EULCS 2016 Summer Split. Hasn't been living up to that expectation lately, but this could be the start of something here. Nuke Duck could be in some trouble.
Yeah, Nuke Duck a little behind it there. The interesting thing for junglers perhaps that are watching this, wondering where Memento got that level 3 from, because he'd only done 2 camps, actually got level 3 from the Rift Scuttler. So he went over from Raptors, red, Rift Scuttler mid, got level 3, is able to get a kill. So important pathing from Memento very early on. You can see, however, the wards have gone down from Joko in the jungle when he was on that invade, but the same has happened. Memento has put wards all around that lower side jungle too. So exchanging jungle priority. Cabochard wants to try and punish Knight since he has no flash.
Might do it, but Memento was there as well. Cabochard had gone on a big roam. It gives Flax just some time up in the top to eke back that farm that he had been losing out to Cabochard in that matchup. But Memento is still on the seafood train.
The thing is, there was a big wave stacked up underneath Flaxish when you look at the red minions, so Cabochard won't lose too much experience for roaming out of lane. The farm game is an okay one, but if Cabochard had been able to capitalize on that flashless Ahri, maybe try and beat Flaxish to 6 and then shove him back out, maybe they could have done something to prevent this Shen's level 6, but it is very, very difficult to do that.
Yeah, Cabochard's going to need all he can get to keep on pushing through, because he's allowed Flaxish to catch back up on farm now. This Renekton really wants to dominate in the laning phase. If he's not going to be able to do it, he's not going to be super useful come the later stages of the game. And Giants, you know, they've got some powerful scaling of their own.
Yeah, they've got decent scaling. It's a little bit more snowball reliant. Ahri, if you don't get kills, kind of falls off The same kind of thing with the Kazakhs. If you're not getting kills consistently, there is a point in the game where it becomes a lot more difficult to have impact. So for Giants, it's a good start early on. 1 kill. It's not so much that you can just go, they won the game already, Pyra. That's it. The game's done.
That would be a real quick, decisive one for
now,
sure.
This is Cabochard sending a message to Flaxish. And the message is, if you ever TP out of your lane, I am already 6. I've come back into lane with my items. I don't have TP. I'm not going to follow you, but I am going to take your turret. So Flaxish has to be careful if there's an engage on bot side.
Yeah, and Giants, they're a team that honestly no stranger to losing a lot of turrets. We looked into it earlier in the week, and they're the team that really does give up the most towers anywhere in the LCS. 15 minutes, they just have such a poor ratio of control. They're not the most objective-focused team. They are a little bit better at fighting.
They are, when you look at the towers specifically, a lot of the time Giants are taking Dragon as an objective rather than towers. We have seen a strong focus on towers in recent weeks on the most recent patches, where you're trying to make sure you can get tower first blood ever since it was introduced. So a long history now of towers being theoretically more important than dragons.
Well, regardless of what they prioritize, Giants definitely have their sights set in the bottom jungle here. Vitality, look at everybody focusing on this mid lane. They're definitely trying to throw their weight around. Up in the top, Steelback, he'd swapped up with AOD. They're going to try for a fast push.
And this is the problem here, is Vitality utilizing that TP, shove it out with Cabochard. They avoid the level 6 point of Shen. There's no real way to utilize that. So it's another game where Giants are behind on the tower play, but they will have their ability to take the dragon from it. Joko's now level 6, so any engagements that do happen will happen quickly and theoretically should be in Vitality's favor with the amount of engage. Look at how much faster that tower has gone down.
Slow reaction from Giants. It prompts Vitality to get all the gold back that they had lost on First Blood. They're going to keep pushing top. It's only Flaxish here. You can see the dual lane running to defend, but there's still going to be chip damage on this turret.
Flaxish has to be careful. Look, you've got Ash Arrow has not been skilled, but it's available, and they got Gragas ult.
Oh, they have a lot now. Flaxish has to be super careful if he wants to go in for the taunt. He gets a double one, and in comes Knight. The charm lands. They found Cabochard. He's going to have to flash away. Dominance on. Giants wanted to take that fight, and they only just finished turret down bottom side.
And Vitality getting Cabochard out of there with a flash. Actually didn't use any of their engage tools there. They didn't want to fight under the tower. They didn't have the read on exactly where Memento was. You can see his focus back on that dragon. This is what we've been talking about, is Memento is so focused on, like, okay, we gave away a tower, let's just make sure we get whatever we can for it, which can work out well. This is an early Ocean Drake, so it's nice for clearing waves and denying engages when you're trying to heal up in between failed engages from Vitality. I don't think Vitality are going to fail too many, if I'm being honest, with this amount of crowd control.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot. I mean, there's a little bit of anti-synergy when you think about it if they don't layer the Oriana Shockwave with the Gragas barrel in the right way, but that's a whole nother story execution-wise. And, well, close to 10 minutes into this game right now. The gold is pretty fairly even because we have seen towers traded. Giants can definitely look for more extended engages with that Ocean Drake now in their pockets. There will be another one spawning the next time it hits the rift.
And I like the vision control coming out for Vitality on the top side. That triangle of control wards just giving a lot of safety over to Cabochard, making sure that they can keep themselves safe, pushing out with that Renekton early on. It does mean they concede bot side vision control for themselves, but it's not too punishing. AOD and Steelback aren't really going to push too far up in that lane anyway. Nah,
They're just taking themselves some krugs while it's all happening. So the lane's kind of settled back, but obviously you can push a lot further in this bottom side of your Giants, vice versa if you're Vitality up top. Although, Cabochard does have to watch out. Flaxish was coming around to meet him. Even though they have some spheres of control in that jungle, you can already see it being chipped away as Flaxish was able to clear away one of those control wards, place one of his own, and try.
So for this point of the game, we're looking at it. Haven't really had a Shen ultimate come out. Nothing in the way of any fights coming through for Giants and their likes. Of course, it was all from that swap up to the top side from Vitality, making sure that they could take the objectives. But Joko, this is going to be a fight.
Face checks right into it. Knight comes right out of the woodwork. They get the big kill, even though Joko threw the barrel. It was a smidgen too late. In goes Memento as Knight was tagging his way in. Curtain call, shooting, and that's the orb. It's Hiku that picks up the finisher.
Oh, Giants looking more active in the early game here, trying to capitalize on areas like the Gragas, like the Oriana, that just right now aren't particularly strong, and they're going to convert it into a tower kill now as well. Better start out of Giants.
Decisive.
We haven't seen so much out of them in recent weeks, but this has been better out of Memento Knight, and that one was hustling on this Nautilus. We know he loves the Nautilus. He's played it so many times over the last year of being in LCS.
They just waited and baited, and Joko, he walked right into the trap, so Giants get themselves another couple of kills, or another kill, I should say, right on the board after the fact they got another and finished off the tower. So, big advantage for these guys. Let's see what Vitality can do to answer back. There's a lot of vision that Vitality can look to clear out here, but they have to be careful in that face checking. Joko, pretty much their tankiest member, and he's also gone for a much more AP-centric build.
Yeah, opting towards the Runic Echoes, trying to get a little bit more wave clear rather than that Cinder Hulk style. Not sure it's all that necessary when you've got like Malzahar, Oriana, Gragas. Although we've only just started to see Gragas come back into the meta, so it's I guess it's not the worst of all things, but at the same time, it's like you're going to be quite squishy the longer this goes on.
Yeah. Might not be the best for Vitality. Maybe they're banking on the fact that they've got Cabo Shard with Oriana shields, and now it looks like Vitality are sending quite a few members down towards this bottom side to try and finish off the tower. Flaxwitch is still there. They should have enough oomph to finish it, but Giants are looking to answer with an inner of their own.
Yeah, and Giants, they're pulling away now. They're really kind of afraid. They're looking for topside, and they're trying to get 2 towers out of this rather than just the one, because they've pushed out mid, tried to fake aggression onto the mid tower, and that pulled up Malzahar and Gragas, but they're pushing too slowly to get anything else. You can see this tower is only just dropping low, so everybody else from Giants has dropped back. They're looking to just head back and itemize a little bit.
That's just a lot of tower trading altogether. Knight will let the wave evaporate, finishes it off, and gets himself all the gold on top of it. He's going to keep on not pushing. Thought he was going to keep going. Was wondering why, but it turns out not to be the case. So everybody backs, they get to spend some items. Giants definitely have a bigger purse at the moment, and a lot of that gold is on Knight. So it seems like the game plan of trying to snowball him ahead is so far working. Is it enough, though?
Well, I mean, if Knight picks up another couple of kills, you can see he's already 1,300 gold ahead. It's the 1,400 gold that's in his pocket right now. He needs to go back and spend it. But honestly, like, the whole map is going at least decently in Giants' favor. They've had themselves a lead in the bottom lane, and top lane's not doing too badly. When you're Shen into Renekton and you're even on CS, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I guess it can't be too bad for them. And Giants, their game plan always has been try to make a lot of plays happen in the early game, but it tends to not work out all that often for this team. This time, it definitely is a little bit different. 3 kills on the board already, and compare that to the fact that Vitality haven't gotten anything back. Giants are usually the ones that are dying a lot more. Yeah,
Giants normally a whole lot less successful, more deaths overall. Joko, this was one of the deaths that came out for Vitality this time. A little bit of a reversal of fortune to what we were expecting. And then easy pickings under the tower for that kill.
Yeah, unfortunate for Nukeduck that both times he's run in a lot of trouble. He burned both his summoners and didn't actually get out alive. And we'll take a look one more time at that early game matchup just to illustrate more of what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. You can see the first line is kills of 15 for both teams, so fairly similar. Second one is deaths. Couldn't be too much more different at that point. Ranks.
This is not a rank you want to be up at the top of.
Yeah, exactly. Second is second worst. Second most deaths at 15. You can see this is a reversal of fortune. And the important thing is that despite Vitality typically being in an okay spot with kills and deaths, they're generally behind as well. So both teams have been struggling early game. We did see Vitality last week hold G2 even, but they haven't been able to replicate that in this game. Giants ahead, and we're about to cross that 15-minute mark. A lot better out of the Giants squad this time around.
And there were a lot of questions we had for Giants coming into today because while we saw a little growth from Vitality, we just didn't see that out of Giants when they played off against Splice. Joko throwing the big barrel out, but it ends up being Memento who's able to grab the next dragon. The third that'll be on the map will, of course, be that Mountain Drake, a very heavy contest one. But it is nice to see Giants definitely stepping up in this game against Vitality, especially where it counts.
And a lot of it is the fact that Memento had that early game impact much better than Joko. It's one of the problems of Gragas is you're waiting until 6. You can have some investment in a lane if you look to body slam flash, but he just wasn't going for the plays. Joko hasn't really had too much impact in this game. A couple of ults here, trying to steal away a dragon, but it's not exactly a successful early game out of Vitality.
No, but it looks like they might be looking, more later towards the game. This is a team that has had some slow starts, and this is more proactivity out of them than we had seen in previous weeks. Last week, of course, was different. The story with G2 keeping uneven, But before that, it really was just seeing Vitality lose almost every game very slowly. This time we can see them trying to make those plays. But I feel like a lot of it's done to be on Nuke Duck for sure, and Oriana Shockwave can make or break a game.
It can, and we have to keep an eye on Nuke Duck as this game is going, because right now Knight is kind of bullying him around a lot of the time in this game. One other player I want to keep our eyes on is Flaxish. I think he's not exactly had the cleanest or safest of splits, very often found on his own and killed. But that's why I actually like the Shen for him. You get a pick that can have impact in making cross-map plays where you're ulting in and saving a teammate, getting a taunt and can survive through. I like that as a pick for Flaxish. We'll see how he utilizes that Stand United Joko. Almost getting caught out again, but you can see Giants just pushing as far as they can in this bot lane, whereas Flaxish getting pushed in the top lane. Nuke Duck doesn't really care about him right now.
Oh, well, there's the taunt. He's got a command protect. He's all right with it, and even though the waves are going to go down, Giants still trying to answer down on the bottom. It seems like Nuke Duck is getting a lot more done just on his own, and with Flaxish going away, he's going to have the pick of it.
And this is a very unorthodox move out of Vitality when you look at just Oriana in a bubble. Normally, this is not what you want to do. Oriana sits in the mid lane and clears. Now they want to go on Knight, maybe.
Oh, man, and Joko was able to dash out of his charm the last second, but Giants still answer. Okay, it all evens out once again. But I do want to go back to your point about Flaxish, because, yeah, he may have had a bit of a rocky start, but I think it's pretty easy to forget that this guy is still pretty new here in Europe. We'll see, checking on that. His hustling is caught. Is that enough to get the damage out? Here comes the Shen Shield. Memento hopping in. They find AOD. The taunt doesn't land, and he's in a plethora of Vitality members. Curtain Call all spent by HQ. Not enough to take anyone down.
Yeah, there's just too much health right now on Huston. You can see that despite the Nether Grasp being used by AOD, nobody else put damage down, and Huston hardly even had to burn through his shield and stayed alive. Vitality saving so many of their engage tools in a lot of these skirmishes and fights because they don't feel confident that they can commit to kills. And I mean, they're at 0 kills in this game, so Vitality aren't even trying to look for them and aren't even getting anything from the map. So Vitality is somewhat regressing back, but I do like that play the Nuke Duck made onto the top tower. Is an important way of equalizing what Giants were doing bottom lane.
Yeah, they're definitely getting objectives for themselves. The question is, will they be able to come up big enough in fights, or will Giants keep extending the gold lead? It has been a slow climb, in all honesty, because even though we're 18.5 minutes into the game, the gold advantage is really only a little more than 2,000 in Giants' favor, a lot of that being on Knight.
And keep in mind that a lot of this gold lead has now been absorbed by the QSS that sits in Knight's inventory. Now, there's a lot of contentious arguments about whether having a QSS to deny usage of things like Nether Grasp in the first place, so you'd never even ult the Ahri, that in itself is worth the value. And certainly, yes, that is true, but with engaged tools like this, Knight wants to keep himself careful.
Let's see what happens. Hustlin's the one that absorbs the Ash Arrow this time around. He has to burn his flash, and Joko sends the big barrel. But the cast time now means that the cask doesn't land when he wants it.
And the other side of it is Knight's combat stats are not where you would expect somebody this far ahead of his mid laner to be. He's on that one item with a few other little bits. It just means that if ever he gets hit by that arrow, the Nether Grasp, he gets out. And that should be enough for Knight to just play safely in his mind. He can play as he wants to on this Ahri.
Yeah, it's a good investment for him, but still conservative buy, which means he won't have quite as much power. And maybe Giants, they need to be a bit ballsier about their pickups if they want to snowball off of Knight. As we get closer to that 20-minute mark, Baron and Asher's about to hit the rift. Giants are busy clearing and securing vision. They have a lot of wards behind them, though. Vitality have some sight on this Giants jungle, and Giants are looking to do the same to them.
Yeah, and Cabochard, if he can get a TP in, he's looking to recall to try and regroup, but if he can get a TP in, find somebody like HQ on the back line. This time it's Huston taking a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, a lot of damage from those Voidlings. Oh, and he's out. Able to pop his way back up. Meanwhile, Cabochard's going to get stopped by the Deadly Flourish, but he has Dominus on. And he had Burn Flash as well, presumably to get out of harm's way. So the top laner from Vitality is going to have a little trouble if they want to try and make a contest here. Pings on Baron for Vitality just to see if Giants were potentially rushing it. Don't think they have the power to do it just yet.
Neither team has full control, really, of the Baron pit. And that's really a struggling point now because Although Baron is live, that Drake coming up in 30 seconds, the Mountain Drake is going to be a higher point of contention for both of these teams. Of course, Vitality, when you look at their ways of starting a fight, theoretically you'd think, okay, we can try and force a fight on Giants if they're out of position around Dragon, but up until this point, the 2 Dragons that Giants have taken have been fairly clean. It's been all about Memento taking them while the rest of the team is doing something elsewhere on the map.
Some critical items picked up. Nukeduck, he had completed the Zhonya's Hourglass. His components only for Knight on that side, so they don't have that big difference to make it happen. Talked about Cabochard at the start of this game and what Bully potentially had on this Renekton. We haven't seen as much of it because it all sort of changed when he left lane to try and make a play on mid that didn't pan out. So as a result, honestly, Flaxus has been able to keep pace with him.
Yeah, and then Vitality took their bottom lane up to the top side. We haven't had a laning phase. There's a Shockwave.
Okay, Command Protect is out. Giants realize they might need to get out of dodge right now. This might provide the opening for Vitality to take the Drake.
Yeah, it'll be enough to start the Drake. It's enough of a small fight. They want to get mid tower down first by the looks of it. You can see Vitality, they have Ash Arrow, they have the Gragas Cask available. Hikyu's going to open up his ult behind the tower if they go on this.
There's the charm, they lands on Steelback and they're able to take him down. Knight gets the final shot as Hustlin had pulled him in. Giants going for a big collapse as Vitality lose their bottom lane. Cabochard gets stunned up once again. Knight, he's taken low, but he keeps on playing it out and Hustlin gets a kill for himself. Giants look to turn on Baron.
Steelback gets taken down, Flash is available, his ult was available, AOD's ult is at least now up. We'll have to take another look at that to see exactly on what caught Steelback out, but Giants, with what looks like the perfect engage again, up against all of the odds, they just got chunked down by Shockwave. Joko gets caught over the wall.
Nearly finishing him off. He has to burn his flash. Nukeduck going around, gets hustling. Baron's helping out here. He goes golden. That's shutdown goal, but Hikyu answers right back onto Joko. Giants will clean up, but the Baron stays alive.
Good denial of the Baron by Vitality. It's still become a bit of a scrappy game now as Giants, they took the first half of that fight. Vitality finally getting some kills on the board, but it has not been clean. This was the start of the fight. It's the charm under the tower that catches Steelback out. Knight has been looking more like his summer split form than he has all year long. Another flash charm came out from Knight and it was enough to take him down. So Steelback didn't have too many options to get out of that charm, and Giants punish him very heavily.
Yeah, and he's usually the guy that's building second item QSS, so maybe he should have this time around.
Hey, sometimes he builds first item. Never forget, first item QSS Varus.
I was trying to, in all honesty. Giants on their side should be able to grab themselves another dragon. All right, that's enough flame for me for one day. They got a nice lead, though, for themselves. Giants, it may not have been all the cleanest, but they definitely came up big. They'll grab themselves a Drake. Cabochard has not been able to get a whole lot done. He was just a big, beefy front line in that last fight, and he eventually got taken out without dishing a kill. Giants in the driver's seat for game one.
And Giants, you couldn't have got much better kill spread on their team. 3 kills on Knight, 3 kills on Hikyu. They're the carries. That's what they wanted. And we talked about how Memento was trying to be the carry for the team. Well, they're playing with a different style here. And it's working out a lot better for them, at least against teams the strength of Vitality, who this game so far have not really looked like the form they were against G2.
Yeah. Giants side is honestly the most impressive thing is that we see not only that kill distribution, but the fact that they're playing very safe. Every time Hikyu opens up a curtain call, he's well in the back. They're using their front line, hustling. Once again, he absorbs the arrow.
Yeah.
He's just fine. Look at how tanky this guy is. Knight has the execution potential. Memento, even though he's not necessarily the primary carry, he still has that threat. He hasn't died this game, and he's been a part of almost every kill the Giants have had.
Yeah, and Vitality looking for some kills themselves. Joko just hiding around the corner. But I think the important thing to keep in mind is, like, while this game, you know, it's not SKT, KT, I mean, it's not even like G2 Misfits, that kind of level, but still, like, Giants are making improvements on what we've seen in previous weeks. And that's a lot of what, when we look at a team, like, what's interesting to look at them? Why should we be watching Giants? And this actually is now giving us a good reason, because we came into this week thinking, okay, last week against Splice looked so rough, they didn't really do anything. Well, now they've actually found a bit of a different style. They've come in with this Ahri, it's looking better for Knight. They're trying new things, and it looks like a much more comfortable Giants.
It looks a lot more like the Giants that we expect to see kind of growing and getting better. We hadn't seen a huge amount of change from them over the course of this split, but we know that Giants are a slow-growing team. Throughout their history, in fact, they've always started the year, they look a little weak, they tend to fall into the promotion tournament, and then in the summer, we see a surge from this team. Whether or not they make roster changes is a whole nother story, but it really looked like things were going to fall in the same pattern. But now, this is something that Giants, if they can take this all the way to the end, they can start to build off.
Giants, when Knight is playing well, are a fun team to watch.
It's a bold statement, but a true one.
Giants, when they're not playing and snowballing Knight, not so fun. Joko jumping right in.
He's got... keep doing it. Whoa. Shockwave. Oh, they flash over. AOD gets CQ, and the Ash Arrow is going to hit him in the face. This time, Cabochard looking to get the execution. Good. There's a shutdown for the Croc. Hustling Memento, all taken low. Triple kill. The bolts from the Hurricane keep on flying as Steelback will find some more. Knight gets Joko on the back half, but it's a 4-for-1 Vitality trade, just as we're praising the Giants.
Yeah, just as we're giving Giants a little bit of kudos at this point, AOD. They find the fight. It looked like Joko was out on his own. AOD gets on to Hiku, gets the Nether Grasp down, prevents so much of the damage. The carries get forced away. And Vitality, they don't have a smite, but they should be able to get this Baron pretty easily.
No contest unless Knight wants to go in completely. Geronimo going to be way too late for that to happen. Vitality will secure the Baron with just 2 members left standing. Last shot, it goes the way of Cabochard. Knight hanging out in this jungle to see if he can snag any camps back. Let's take a look at that again.
So it's Flaxish is in the bottom lane. We know he's got both teleport and his ult. AOD flash over the wall into the arrow. This time Steelback in complete safety in the backline. Knight only manages to get damage down onto Joko, which is enough for a kill, but it's only 1 kill. This is one of the problems of Ahri, is unless this fight goes long enough that you have that second charm coming out, the second rotation of damage, you're just not doing as much as the rest of the Rift when you look at what Vitality have to offer.
Yeah, and it's nice to see Cabochard playing the big front line. He didn't manage to bully the lanes, but he still stepped up. When we talk about Renekton, there's usually a timer hanging over the head of a champion like that, but it's not quite ticked just yet, so he's making some big plays. He has the Titanic Hydra, so he can side wave push, but he's been a big fighter, and that netted them not only a big one, but a Baron to boot.
So the Baron buff evens up the game between these two, and that means Vitality still have a bunch of towers they can take. This mid-outer is still there, which, you know, a couple of waves whittle it down from the mid lane. As Vitality, it's not going to be an easy push for them unless they can force Knight back. But
AOD is playing with some confidence, though, now. It's nice to see him on a more comfortable type of meta support champion.
Yeah, he was playing the Lulu a little last week.
Nami before that.
Nami, yeah, as well. AOD seems to have settled onto this Vitality roster, and Cabochard settling himself into the bot lane. This time Steelback getting caught out.
He sends the Ash Arrow, stops up Knight for just a second. In comes Flaxish. The bowl's delivered. They find the damage onto Memento, but it's not enough to take him down. Flaxish gonna taunt away after the redemption came through. Knight a little bit low, and battered and bruised are Vitality and Giants.
And here's where the reset on those 2 Ocean Drakes comes in handy. Giants are gonna back away, concede the first tower, but they'll be ready for a second fight if it comes to it. Vitality don't have a lot of their engaged tools left. Giants, okay, they don't either, but if they're healthier, generally that'll be enough to at least stem the bleeding on some of these towers. But you can see Hassan and Hiku not quite enough on their own. They need Knight alongside them.
Joko was zoning out his counterpart. Not enough to finish the tower off, but Vitality gets some serious chip damage. Let's see if they can get away from the counter engage. He's flanking around the side now. He gets the taunt flash onto Steelback. Can they delete him before the fight is over? Giants taking a lot of chunk damage on the return, but Hiku at the end gets the kill.
Cabochard was pushing bottom lane. Giants only have got the 1 kill from it so far, so it's not enough to outweigh the inhibitor, or at least the inhibitor tower going down. Cabochard wants to continue this push. They can at least see all of Giants recalling now, so Cabochard will be able to empowered recall his way out. Does not get the inhibitor, but it is enough to get the tower.
Vitality played the objective game while Giants play for the fight. And Vitality were the ones that came up ahead. However, there's another Mountain Drake on the horizon here. Let's come full circle. Giants should be able to pick that one up as everyone had backed away. So they're going to have all the dragons this game. Talk about dragon control.
2 oceans, 2 mountains. I mean, you can heal up, push tower, heal up, take a Baron, heal up. Just go between different objectives, which is interesting because Giants haven't been playing the objective game as much at all outside of Dragons. You can see they're behind on towers because of that Baron buff, but it is still better out of Giants. Vitality do lead this game and have done for the last few minutes though. But it's all about those the stats hidden in the dragons right now that you don't see on your screen. That compensates for a lot of that gold lead that Vitality have.
True, but Giants definitely had a lot bigger control of this game to start things off, and it was very easy to see, but you know, they kind of let it go. Lost sight of some of the objectives. Vitality picking up the big fight in the Baron buff. We have seen these mistakes, but what's impressive is how well these teams have been able to punish each other over it.
Yeah, it's there's been a lot of opportunities to punish as well, right? They've caught Steelback a couple of times. Heq got caught. Now, keep in mind, Heq doesn't have Edge of Night in this game. He's been playing with Ghostblade Infinity Edge Rapid Fire Cannon. Of course, we're on 7.4, so it's not the full gutting of Edge of Night as an item, but certainly has been nerfed.
Just a little bit. See when we move on to the next patch if that gets built even less and less, but at the moment, still in vogue as Memento and Joko fight it out for this red buff. Who wins the smite fight? It's Memento. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, Memento gets it, loses some of his health though.
Now they're gonna lose the tower too.
Yeah, loses the tower. Baron buff has run out for Vitality. You can see Cabo still trying to push on the bot lane. Maybe has overstayed.
He's gonna have to burn his flash to get out of danger.
But he's got a Guardian Angel. So if he does overstay slightly, it does buy a lot of time for Vitality on the rest of the map.
Yeah, a lot of vision here still for both teams. A lot of it inside of the Giants jungle though, because Vitality owns so much of this map here. Let's see if they can get out of town alive. Nuke gets a two-man shockwave, but he gets locked up in the final shot of the curtain call. Takes him down to 0. That's another pickup for Heq. He's having a banner game.
Memento, clearly not all that trusting in Heq right there. Heq fires off the 4th shot. You see Kha'Zix's flash on them, try and take the kill away.
I wanted it, nah, it's okay.
I don't think that was all that necessary.
Well, you know, he does like to carry a game or two, but it's nice for Memento that Giants have got this Ahri and this Jhin relatively fed. I mean, you just take a look at some of the item differences, even with that QSS, you know, sitting on the death cap on top of the Zhonya's and the Melanomicon for Knight. He has Ignite. Like, he has a lot of potential to just completely delete somebody on this map. Maybe not Cabo Shard, but surely anyone else.
Yeah, he's got to try and find somebody. Joko's probably a little too tanky to take out on his own there in one rotation. It would take a little longer, but Vitality right now have backed themselves away. That Baron is coming up in 1 minute now, and you can see Giants putting the priority down on vision control. This is better Baron control that we've seen out of Giants, almost all split. Look at how many wards through the top side jungle.
Ooh, Shockwave burned right before Baron goes down just to try and clear the wave. They lost the tower anyways.
Cabo's causing trouble still in the bot lane though, so Giants can't, in good conscience, start that Baron or anything because Caboshard is pushing Flaxish in the entire game long.
And Flaxish won't be able to get in reliably to these fights, even if he wants to give up the inhibitor because he can get stopped by the Renekton.
Yeah, he can. Giants, you can see, lost control on this game just before 30 minutes. That was that big fight that resulted in the Baron going over towards Vitality.
But the dragon stress, they've got a lot of dragons.
They have. We'll see if they figured out how to train them, because here comes Joko and AOD.
They knock Hustling in, but he's got a Shen Shield on. Redemption coming through, and AOD gets blown up by Memento. Curtain call opened here. As Caboshard looks to go in, it's going to be a flash away from Heq, and Caboshard is not nearly tanky enough as GA gets popped right away. Croc's coming back up, but it'll be a few more moments as Flaxish tanking up the front line. Is it going to be enough as they dance around this mid lane? The winner will turn his head on turn this game on its head, but all the same, it's going to be a back away for both teams.
Dragons will kick in for Giants, denying Vitality's ability to actually do anything, but with an even gold game, there's not too much to separate these two teams in that engage. 1 for 1.
Oh boy, Knight gets bopped by the Shockwave. He's going to have to flash. An auto is enough for Nuke to finish the kill.
Oh, everybody used everything.
That's a long death timer right now.
That is Knight. Level 17, as is Flaxish. Of course, Caboshard's already level 18 over on the other side. He spent so much time out in the side lane. All that experience has gone over. That's why he took quite a while to kill in that fight. We're getting laid on in this one. Vitality want to go. Joko.
Body slam, flash in. He finds Flaxish and Heq. In comes Hustling. They're right under tower, but Vitality, they just don't care. They keep fighting it out. The minions have now arrived. Hustling getting chunked. The rest of the team is not there. Memento, he's just had to back, and they're going to lose themselves an inhib tower. Vitality charging down the mid lane.
And this is the problem, is Vitality have the Orianna, they have the engage tools, they have the later game team lineup, and Giants, they haven't been able to snowball Ari as much in recent times. Memento has been behind for a fair amount of the game. When you look at it, his damage in comparison to Vitality's. So Vitality have reached the point where the snowball from Giants is kind of stopped.
Yeah, hasn't been enough to push them forward, and they've lost out on that gold game. Unfortunately for them, the Dragons just haven't been there enough for them. Let's take a look as Joko goes right on in as EQ and Flaxish were caught out of position.
Yeah, Body Slam Flash didn't even need the cask to come through as EQ gets run down, as does Hustlin. Not tanky enough anymore. Early game, we saw him tanking up a lot in the fights, but Vitality have basically opened this game one and said, nope, this is our base. 2 inhibitors are down, and they want to get that Baron as well. Giants are going to have to concede it somewhat quickly.
Still throwing their weight that way to try and force a fight. See if they can capitalize before the super minions arrive inside their base. Vitality realize they have the power position right now, but maybe this could change. The charm's gonna land, but Joko's going nowhere right now. EQ opens up the curtains in the back. He lands a couple shots, but the Ash Arrow stops him short. Few ultimates burn now. Neither team wants to re-engage.
Yeah, and at this point, Vitality, this is their benefit because bot lane is stacking up a big wave. Mid lane, while it has been pushed back out by Giants, remember, that's a super minion wave coming through now, so Giants can only push it out so quickly. They want to go for Elder, though, because Vitality are on the other side. It's an Elder for Baron trade here, and Vitality will be the benefactors of that Baron buff. With 2 inhibs already down, all they've got to do is get themselves around the base and try and push out those last remaining turrets. The only thing they can't do is choose a fight.
Oh, it's going to go just a little bit too late, but they still secured it. That ends up being that trade. It is Baron for a critical Elder Dragon for Giants, but can they get back and defend in time? They need to rush back to base.
So Giants now, not only do they have the Baron, the Dragon empowerment on their team fight potential, remember that now enhances all 4 of these Drakes. The regen from Ocean, the objective pushing from the mountains, but you can see Vitality have had no focus on the Dragons. They wanted Baron for themselves. Hustlin wants to go in on this.
They got the Shen Shield once again. EQ and AOD duking it out, but that support, that doesn't have that much damage as EQ gets a crit shot. Now it's a 5v4. A big taunt from Flaxish. Can they turn it around? The Baron empowerment's not looking like enough, but the shockwave is huge from Nukeduck. All the same, Vitality health bars are melting right here. Memento getting a hop, a skip, a leap, a jump, and an ace for Giants.
With 50 seconds on most of these death timers, all Giants can do is clear the minions in their base. They don't have any waves pushing. There's no Baron to take. It's a good fight to reset the game, and this is how it all started off. You saw Nukeduck having to pop his Zhonya's very early on. Then they blast away Hustlin from the fight, and AOD, although he got damage down onto Hikyu, ends up dying, and Hikyu survived through it. Nobody from Vitality could follow him, and some of the damage came out, but right now, Giants, this was the empowered Dragon team fighting prowess that they had. This is what you don't want to do against Elder Drake, is fight them while you've got that Baron buff, because now Vitality have had that buff cleaned away, and Giants have basically pushed a big reset button on this game. We are still even, though.
Yeah, it's 38 minutes, though. A big fight could definitely turn it on its head one more time. Giants, they'd already had shambles for a base, and, well, they'll get a chance to build it back up now. The Elder Dragon trade definitely coming out in their favor as they were able to take the fight. A crucial redemption as well. Honestly kept them alive throughout that shockwave damage.
Yeah, that shockwave came through, and Nukeduck, everybody's going to say this with every shockwave now. Thanks again, Faker. Nukeduck was not quite Faker on that one.
I don't think you can totally blame him for that. It's a pretty high bar to live up to, let's be honest.
I know, right? And that's the problem, is now that he's had like one of the best shockwaves, it's him and then like Pharrell and Lord from like 2013. Those are like, I'm not putting them on the same pedestal. Please, people will clip that.
Oh, dude, you're already in trouble. You're screwed.
If we're talking only shockwaves, there's the 3000 ELO, and then there's the 3-time world champion
ELO
shockwave, which is like on another tier to itself.
Well, trying to get out of harm's way. And
yeah,
I'm not got nothing to follow this up. Trying to get out of harm's way. I'm ejecting on that one. The important thing for Giants, though, is they have ways to get out of the CC that Vitality can bring because they have the 3 QSSs. It's kind of multiplied while we've been talking about all the other things here. But the damage threat is still real from these Giants members because Memento has already gotten pretty big as well. So you have to be really careful, Vitality engaging into this team as we saw last time around.
Gotta be careful on those engages. Absolutely, and Hiku has had a good game, actually. Although he's been caught once or twice by AOD, that's kind of the nature of playing up against Malzahar support.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken a few arrows to the face as well.
He has. Oh,
and NukeDuck has taken quite a lot of shots. Hustlin's taken that one. There's a big shockwave, but Knight still takes down NukeDuck. They look for Steelback in the back. They grab him, and in comes Cabo Shard. Knight goes golden. Nowhere for the Croc to go, and he is going down. GA popped. Giants 5 members strong, and Cabo's not going to live through this as Knight was heading off Joko at the pass. Big pickup now for Giants.
Giants have turned this game again. This game has gone back and forth between Vitality and Giants, and now with no objectives to take and 3 members down for Vitality. Giants want to continue this fight.
Let's see if Memento can get another kill. No, he just chases Joko away. It's just him and AOD, and AOD's the only one anywhere near the base right now. This is going to be a big swing for Giants as they shove forward to try and claim some inhibitors of their own.
Giants have done a good job finding NukeDuck a couple of times, done a good job avoiding a lot of the crowd control and engages that Vitality have. Giants just want to continue to push. Remember, 2 Mountain Drakes.
They have a lot of pushing power, and even though Joko and AOD were there to stop them, that's one Nexus turret down. They might be a little bit low, but they still find AOD. A few seconds till NukeDuck comes back up. It's all Nexus, though, and Giants, it looks like they're about to do it. No, they're dropping low. One more shot is all they need. Giants with a game. That was tense.
Close. That was close. You can see even Giants are like, uh-oh. Careful.
We've seen some Vitality at Nexus holds in the past, not lately, but you always got to think about it at the end, though. Giants, that snowball was stopped. It looked like it was Vitality's game, but holy hell, did that fight turn around.
Yeah, Giants finding a good fight a handful of times. NukeDuck getting caught out. Steelback in 4 crucial moments of this game was either charmed by Knight, caught by, Flaxish or Hustlin, and Giants just punishing Vitality for a couple of select moments and taking down a game 1 win.
I mean, it was vice versa for Vitality, too. They managed to find the moments that they could claw their way back into the game to stop the snowball and to get a lot of advantages for themselves. That Baron was a big thing, but man, this was a brawl of a game, in all honesty. A lot of kills traded back and forth.
It was, but you can see the Giants, they were caught out way less. I mean, 4 members of Giants only finished this game with 2 deaths in what was like a 40-minute game.
It was great positioning. You had to look at Hiku every single time he opened up the curtains. There was 2 people right in front of him to tank anything that came his way.
Yeah, what I would say about that is I don't know that it was great positioning, but what I would say is that
give me a B+.
Giants at least could. I lost track of where I was going. Giants could punish when Vitality, like NukeDuck, stepped forward and they were able to like grab him with a hook, that type of thing.
Hustlin looked really, really comfortable. I want to give him a lot of credit that time.
He did.
Nautilus, in all honesty, worked out really well for them. But for a closer look at Giants winning game number 1, we're going to head it over to the analyst desk.
Well, now at the Telestrator, but thank you very much, Pyra. Exciting first game for sure, but we want to take a chance immediately to look at picks and bans and look at the composition. So we're set up 2 very different compositions, 2 very different goals here, Deficio.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons this game was actually very exciting, because Giants, they want to play 1-3-1 split push. They want to snowball early game, and then you see Vitality on the other side. They want to play like super slow and steady. They want to just have like this team fighting calm with a ton of engages, big tanks with the Gragas jungle in the front. And we got to see both teams actually succeed at different things in the game. But sadly, in the end for Vitality, obviously Giants do.
Yeah, well, let's take a chance now to look at our first replay. We'll bring it up now. This is kind of where the snowball in the early game started up for Giants. We look at it, of course, really aggressive play coming in for Giants, but what can NukeDuck really do here?
Well, the problem for NukeDuck is he's not expecting the very early gank coming in, so he doesn't have a ward in his side brushes, and that's why he has to stand in the middle of the lane. So as soon as the gank happens, Memento jumps in over the wall. NukeDuck couldn't stand to either side. Normally what will happen, like 3 minutes, is you ward your side brush, either one as a mid laner, and you play to that side, because that's where you have your vision. So if the enemy jungler comes from the other side, you have enough time to kind of step out, flash away. When you have to stand in the middle and the jungler can just jump the wall and get to you, well, then suddenly you can't get out because the other guy can also flash after you, which is exactly what happened. And this was a perfect start for Giants.
Well, but at the end of the day, that wasn't, I feel like, the really big breaking point, right? He got a Sapphire Crystal, he's still going even in lane. The Ahri having that wasn't the big deal, but when we look at our second replay, when we bring this up, this is where things really went wrong for Vitality in the early game. Deficio, You were harping on this one during the game. Why don't you break it down?
Well, this is where I think we can also use a little drawing tool here, because it's very interesting how the communication between lanes is just not good enough if you look at like Vitality. So this move here is HiQ and Hostin leaving the bottom lane in full vision. They leave it. And now when we pause this replay here with Vitality vision, what we have to notice is, obviously we saw Giants bot lane move. So we know they're like around here right now. The vision for Joko is basically 0 when you look at the river. His bot lane should have communicated. The guys have left the bottom side. They can either have gone back to base or walk up towards mid lane. There's even a ward right there to spot if they're coming. So Joko knows they can only really be here, taking like a path that looks somewhat like this in towards the mid lane. He thinks he can place a ward in this little brush just in time, but it's such a greedy play and unnecessary. So once we now roll the clip, we're gonna notice how Joko walks into obviously 2 guys who's sitting there just catching him. And these are the kind of plays we see from bottom teams quite a few times, where the communication between lanes is just not good enough. And then suddenly you think you can just sneak in that little ward out of vision and boom, you get punished. This results in Nukeduck dying. Mid tower went down as well. 3K goal lead for Giants, and suddenly their comp was succeeding.
But despite the mistakes coming from Vitality, when we bring up replay number 3, we can see that Giants make a few mistakes of their own. So both team comps, you know, kind of setting up, looking for their win opportunities. Yeah. Vitality do end up finding theirs in the mid game. So let's take a look at replay 3. Let's take a look at how exactly this kind of all went wrong for Giants in the mid game.
I feel like this is revenge if you are Vitality, because this time around, if we look at this, we have Cabo Shot down here. We all the way up there, yeah, you can click him for him. We got Knight and we have Nukeduck. So Nukeduck has now left his side lane. He's not going to try and hold it, because if you are Vitality, you want to fight. You want to, you know, force disengage. So we have Capuchat moving this way down. Obviously, if you can draw over there, we get the Oriana moving down as well. And then you have these 3 guys in the mid lane who wants to engage up here at the moment. And this is perfect. And this is where now Giants and their communication breaks down, because Knight should call that no one is in his lane. So you need to be careful. Oriana can roam. Shen should also be calling. Renekton is moving. Watch out, guys. But now that we roll the clip, you're going to see how Giants are actually opting into this fight. Look at Hostlin. He walks in, and this despite having 2 guys from Vitality leaving side lanes. So now when the fight breaks out, once again, if you can click on Ari up there, Knight is really far away.
Yep.
A lot of engage on the side of Vitality, and there's an 80 carry right there. This guy went for full damage, had no QSS. So what's gonna happen is, obviously, once we clear this one, we're gonna see our good friend AOD. He's gonna look at this guy and say, okay, I'm gonna go for him. He's gonna call for Cabochard to join him, and also Steelback is gonna fire an arrow on this guy. And when there's no QSS, you're not gonna survive. And when your main damage dealer is gone, once you roll the clip, you're gonna see there's no Ari right here, full engage, flash ulti onto HiQ, arrow, Capo shot, this 80 carry is gone, and then the fight is over, and this resulted in a Baron, and Vitality were back in the game.
And this is where we thought Vitality would just win the game, but unfortunately the game goes so late, the game comes down to one final fight. We look at that fight now, we'll just roll through it as normal and kind of talk over it, because this is it. When you get to late in the game, it doesn't matter if both teams are relatively even. If you lose a fight,
and when
you get caught out.
Sadly, the guy we actually said were the most consistent member, the kind of the rock on Vitality, got caught a few times. This was the most crucial moment of the game, where he obviously gets caught. He ends up dying very early on, and Vitality, where before we saw them kind of get the proper engage in, they moved in before Knight was there. This time around, it was them getting caught out. Giants execute really, really well. I think this is a game where you can be very negative and say, ooh, there were some mistakes from both teams, but I also think we have to be very positive in how teams were succeeding at different stages. Early on, Giants were setting up really good picks to get an early advantage. Then Vitality set up really good team fights and actually managed to win these fights and take a Baron and force multiple engages later on. And then in the end, Knight, of course, with the big outplay. I think he was fantastic in this game, on this hour here, and he really set up his team to succeed.
All right, well, good things coming in from both teams overall. See how they adapt as we get ready for Game 2. We're going to take a quick break to stretch our wings, but when we come back, we'll have Game 2 between Giants and Vitality.
Can they land a charm from Knight?
Duck steps forward, insta flash, and there's the hop, the damage, the charm is going to connect, even though he's able to cleanse it out. Was a smidgen too late. In goes Memento as Knight was tagging his way in. Curtain call, shooting, and that's the orb. It's HiQ that picks up the finisher. Nukeduck going around, gets hustling. Baron's helping out here. He goes golden. That's shutdown goal, but HiQ answers right back onto Joko. Giants will clean up, but the Baron stays alive. Shockwave. Oh, they flash over. AOD gets HiQ, and the Ash Arrow is going to hit him in the face. This time, Cabochard
looking to get the execution. There's a shutdown for the Croc. Hustle Memento, all taken low. Triple kill. The bolts from the Hurricane.
Gone down. We're fine.
We know what to do between hips, guys.
What? Yeah, we go straight up.
I don't wreck his option, by the way, but we go
Vitality health bars are melting right here. Memento getting a hop, a skip, a leap, a jump, and an ace for Giants. Giants, it looks like they're about to do it. No, they're dropping low. One more shot is all they need. Giants with a game. Welcome back to the European LCS, where Meep and Stress are both pretty excited for this game number 2 between Vitality and Giants. It's about to get underway, and spoiler alert, Giants, they picked blue side for game 2.
Well, I'll chime in on that one and give you my opinion, because Giants on blue side, I mean, red side looked good for them, but I think now having the flexibility, you can pressure out that Jhin pick again, maybe get it for Hiku. Maybe Memento will look for that Graves.
He doesn't look very pressured himself.
No, he's like relaxing. He's like, hey, we got to win. So another one win will give them obviously that series win in this best of 3, which would make a couple of teams happy. Origen would be happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big thing to think about. The teams that are going to be playing up next, ROCCAT, Origen, watching this game with bated breath for sure. But we'll find out what happens in game number 2. We're loading up into picks and bans. Last time around, it was definitely an execution a matter of that anyways. What determined the game. Let's see if the picks and bans have a bit more weight this time around.
Yeah,
Giants on blue side.
We saw some funnier stuff. Well, not funny. It wasn't that hilarious. But we saw Gragas in the jungle for Vitality in the last game, so showing us another thing. Camille was not banned in the last game.
Nor picked.
Nor picked, which we didn't pick up on in the last game. But anyway,
we had a lot to talk about.
There was lots to talk about. It was a Renekton that Cabochard wanted in the last game.
Well, no Camille this time around. And no Varus once again. It's banned by Vitality. This time, instead of Giants as it was the last time around. Ban goes back Giants' way. Do they focus the jungle for Joko? Last time they banned the Olaf against him.
Yeah, we'll see whether the Rengar comes out again from Giants. Ooh.
Ah, the chin ban, okay.
So LeBlanc's going to come out from Vitality as a ban, you have to imagine. Again, we're on 7.4.
Don't go too far back,
yeah.
But either way, LeBlanc is still very broken. And in the always picked way, not the never picked way, still on this patch. So it's a second ban. We wait for it. We can't expect that LeBlanc, and there it is.
There you go. The easy prediction on that one. So Giants Rengar, will it be the next ban? We've seen Vitality play it a whole bunch.
We have.
They banned it in the first game. Where else does that
time.
leave us? The Elise Vitality banned away from Giants in the previous game, and Jace is still up and available.
You have to think that would be a pretty hefty pick. Vitality, they focused a support pick up their first time around. They got AOD on that Malzahar pick. There's the Jace banned by Giants. What are Vitality going to answer with for their last? They get rid of the Graves?
That's a good question, because at this point, you're basically saying, okay, well, Memento, you haven't played the Rengar. Do we worry about it? I don't think you do.
They played a pretty mean Kha'Zix. It actually is the Shen that they're more worried about, so that's what they ban away. Flaxish won't get his hands on it once again.
Right, and we were talking about how good of a pick that kind of suits Flaxish, and Giants used it, you know, decently well in the last game. So Giants now, is it an AD carry like an Ashe that comes out first, or at least in the first phase of the draft? Because now, with that Jhin band, with that Varus band, they're almost in kind of the B tier of AD carries, which means Vitality, at this point, now likely to pick up Rengar for themselves if they want it, could get Cabochard that Rengar, the Renekton again.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for Cabochard, a lot of options for Joko in the jungle too, without too many bans, or without any bans really focused on that side. Let's see what they take as the timer ticks away. It's likely going to be that Malzahar once again for AOD.
Now that's interesting, because this time the Zyra hasn't been banned away. I still think Malzahar works fine even up against Zyra. It's not that big of an issue. And AOD was finding Kiku in a bunch of the fights. The one that I was going to say analyst asked, but that Dracos and Deficio broke down with the play with all the crowd control going over. This time they don't have the Ashe Arrow alongside.
No, and as the AD carries kind of fall down a little bit, if they're thinking about this, it's an early lock-in. They could do it on the next rotation, but they take the Ezreal now.
I'm not a big fan of taking this. I mean, they have to pick an AD carry here, otherwise it's getting taken away. But if you're going to pick Ezreal and you steal back, and we've seen you play Caitlyn and Sivir before, all three of them are not getting banned out. Pick one. I mean, I know you want to play Ezreal, you want to play back against Ashe, but Caitlyn is the only one that kind of does particularly badly against Ashe. Like, Sivir's not too bad. But
yeah.
Interesting. Not a big fan of that Ezreal pickup, but we'll see whether Steelback can carry on it.
We got Giants locking in the Karma for Hustlin, and Hover here for Knight, something he has played already here in Europe this split, the Zillion. Let's see if he opts for it one more time. This is going to be a speedy team if they take it.
And if they take the Zillion, it also basically says to Vitality, well, don't pick your Syndra, don't pick anything else. But Giants are going to take away another pick from Vitality.
It was all a bait for the Crocodile. That one's locked in blind for Flaxish.
It's a good blind pick, though. Renekton, typically, unless Cabochard's going to play something like a Gnar, doesn't have too many picks to go up against it. We know Cabo's played Gnar in days gone by. I wonder... He hasn't really played too many picks that are particularly good up against that Renekton, but this is a force of a pick. Otherwise, Giants would ban it out and just kind of not care about that. So suddenly, Flaxish finds himself in a difficult mid-game portion of this game.
Yeah, that could be a big one for Vitality, but still scratching heads on their choice to pick the Ezreal up so early as we enter the second phase of bans. No junglers picked for either team, and that means Elise will be first on the chopping block.
Yeah, well, Vitality will have first pick of whatever jungler they want now, so just taking away the rest of them from Giants, basically saying, ban junglers too, otherwise we're going to get a strong one. And of course, Graves, Rengar still up, Kha'Zix still available. We know both of these junglers have played things like the Ivan, like the Rek'Sai coming through as well.
Well, it ends up being a mid lane focus for Giants. They opt to ban the Rise out. Back over to Vitality on their side. See if they continue the jungle bans.
I think
what else would they be going for?
The thing for Vitality here is if they don't pick some sense of an earlier mid laner, Gnar does need some time against Renekton, some time being kind of, you know, post 15 minutes, Gnar just crushes that matchup.
Quite literally in some cases.
Yeah.
The Lee Sin is what they choose to ban out as well. So we'll see what Vitality are planning in the jungle. Would not be surprised to see more damage once again coming through with something like possibly the Rengar or the Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Giants, they have an option to pick that one up too. Memento did not look shabby on that Kha'Zix pick.
I wonder whether Vitality is just going to blind pick Ori to start phase 2.
Could happen. Ah, there's your Rengar ban.
So right now it's a trade of Kha'Zix for Graves.
Okay.
Depends on which team wants it. We've seen, I think, both out of both junglers. I would be surprised if they hadn't. Yeah, Joko and Memento have played both. So Vitality waiting on Nukeduck for the last pick here. Will they pick something like a Talia to supplement this? Something where they can start looking towards bottom lane, looking towards top, and try and get one of these side lanes going a little faster.
Heck, another Nukeduck special. Well, for Giants' side, they're definitely toying with the idea of the Kha'Zix. It would make a lot of sense. Once again, Memento had such a big play on it. They have such a big chase you down lineup on this Giant squad right now. I don't know how else to describe it in all honesty.
There's another pick that Nukeduck's played in years gone by in the Azir that we may see. Like with this setup, especially now that you've got Giants struggling outside of an Ashe arrow to look for an engage, that Ahri, it is a bit of a tricky matchup for Azir, but he can sit further back. Nukeduck has the Orianna as well as another pick that can be used as a team fight deterrent. Both of those picks have that kind of imposing threat.
Well,
I wonder what Vitality
I mean, it's a good ball delivery system with the Gnar as well. Even Graves can do that to some degree. I think this makes a lot of sense for Vitality. They lock it in, so we get the same mid lane matchup, but we have swapped a few other things around. Memento's still on that Kha'Zix, but we now have Graves available for Joko. Let's see what he's able to do in the early game. Obviously, he's going to want to get himself up to level 6 before he has the biggest of impacts.
Oh, Vitality, you've picked basically 3 early game losing lanes. Like, Gnar can do well early and does basically bully around Renekton, but if Flaxish and Memento go top lane, Slice, Ruthless Predator, Kha'Zix jumps in, kills Mini Gnar.
Yeah, if there isn't a Mega Gnar to contend with, I think Kabushar's going to have to be real careful with this Rage Bar.
So Vitality are playing a risky game here, basically banking on Kabushard to push Flaxish in the early game and try and contend with him, but once Frozen Mallet's built, goodbye Renekton effect in that side lane.
Yeah, if they can hold out. I mean, that definitely have a pretty scary mid and late stage of the game. You've got an Ezreal, you've got an Orianna, you've got Graves. There's a lot of power the longer this game goes on.
However, if you get a kill with a Gnar, with a Graves, and you push into a tower, you take it very quickly. So Giants still have to be careful of these Graves plays early on. The lanes for Giants, while theoretically are in the advantage early game, of course, it's all about that execution. Giants had the better execution in the last game, though.
Well, let's see if they can do it again. Giants are 1 game up in this series. We want to know from you guys at home if you think they can do it again. Hashtag GIA win at LOL Esports, and you know, hashtag VIT win if you think we're going to be going to a game number 3. We'll find out as these teams get ready to lay it all on the Rift. We're loading up for game 2. I hope it's another brawl stress. We could be in for a good one.
We got ourselves a Gnar, we've got ourselves a Renekton. It's going to be a bit of a brawl at least.
In the
Looking
top lane.
forward to it.
Oh yeah, let's find out how it all goes. Same mid lane matchup, but that one got explosive real quick. Question is, Memento, is he going to be hanging around once again in that mid lane, trying to get Knight ahead on the kills? He's gone for a different summoner spell choice this time around.
Yeah, this time opting for that exhaust. Of course, against Graves, against if you can catch out before a Shockwave coming through or a Gnar jumping into your lane. Of course, Knight trying to play more safely. I mean, also kill threat isn't exactly a thing unless you're getting ganked level 2. And I think Nukeduck might play around that this time.
We'll see if he learns his lesson, that's for sure. He had some trouble last time, burning his summoners, still dying, but it was close. It really did come down to just a close couple of plays between these teams, and I think that was what was really interesting to see.
Got him!
Yep, force that back.
Steal that, getting that first Q of the game.
Sending a message.
Of course, both the AD carries can just get that Doran's start. Does mean that that Kiku, if he gets harassed by AOD at all, can end up on the worst end of this. Difficult to land harass down onto an Ezreal.
Oh yeah, very squishy, but very, very slippery.
Same thing again, though, out of both teams, or at least similar things when you're looking at the starts to the game. This time, Memento and Joko starting on Raptors, but both teams were defending against it. We're 2 weeks in now on these Raptor starts and Raptor invades, and both teams very aware of things.
Definitely very aware of things. And it's something I know you wanted to talk about too, the way that teams have been focusing so heavily, not on their own Raptors, but also on opposing Raptors.
Right.
Why is it so important to be trying to deny that?
So in the early game, especially the second spawn of Raptors, the third spawn, the small Raptors themselves are actually worth significantly more experience than the large Raptor in the camp. Like, it's 175 experience for all 5 of those small Raptors. That's a quarter of a level on a jungler, at least up until level 6. So if you deny that from the enemy, suddenly they get pushed further behind. And for a jungler like Graves, for Joko, who is trying to get to level 6, trying to get that burst potential, suddenly you slow him down, you push him a minute or so later if you can continuously steal. And now Memento wants to fight.
Oh no, isolation damage and first blood with a blue buff assist for Memento. That's the start of something.
Red buff into ganking the, well, finding the enemy jungler, soloing them down. Memento can't have a much better start than that. That's the second game in a row that on level 3, Memento has gone aggressive and found a kill.
And he's found it a lot earlier than Joko was able to find level 3 himself. So you can see that importance right there. When you can't gank the lane, you just gank the jungler.
And this is the importance of these lanes for Giants, with the safety of pushing bot, the safety of pushing mid. Nobody's coming to help Joko in the jungle there. Nobody can make that transition. And suddenly, Joko ends up dying. Can't survive through. Great start from Memento. You can see he's double the level now.
Yeah, he's going to have a great time.
It's level 4 to level 2, but still.
You are technically correct, though. That's the best
kind of correct.
All right, Joko's going to have to make a trip into enemy territory to try and grab something back, but he's pinged out here. Let's see if he can get it in time.
The problem is,
Flagstish
comes across faster now than Cabo does. Vitality actually realistically shouldn't have expended so much in this play. This can backfire again.
Oh, the flash charm, and Joko eats it in the face. It's another kill. This time it goes the way of Flagstish.
This has gone from bad to worse for Vitality. This is the opposite of what happened in the last series against G2 for Joko, where he made good plays early game. This time, he overreacts, tries to compensate for it, doesn't recognize that Renekton is basically under his tower, can come out through the jungle faster than Cabochard can. And Knight was already there too. Giants really punishing Joko in this game. Joko is still level 2.
Yeah, that is rough. Let's take a look at him trying to take the blue buff away right into a croc.
Yep, gets the Ruthless Predator, charm lands, Joko taken down, no chance. And he's only just level 3.
And you're talking about them having losing lanes everywhere but the top, and that's only after level 6. Uh-oh, we've seen this before. There's a horror movie. Joko throws the smoke screen down. There's a flash. Memento decides he doesn't even need it.
Yeah, Joko had held his flash because the last couple of ganks he had ended up behind, and there you can now see Memento's going to take away even more experience. You saw Joko scratching his head on the player camera, wondering what he's got to do to get some of his jungle.
That's all about them Raptors, and Memento's eating them all up. He is getting real big, real fast. Level 3 to level 5, the jungle pressure is going to be so huge, and now Giants, they're pushing in the bottom side. Top is holding even. Memento's taking a trip up there, though. He's going to be on Krugs first.
Yeah, Memento's just going to take everything away. There are no camps for Joko that are alive. Like, he's got no option. He can't even get anything like Rift Scuttler on the bottom side. He's just running around. Rift Scuttler finally spawns for him. Can't actually do anything other than that. Hopefully his Gromp just spawns now. So yeah, he's getting that second spawn finally kicking in.
Yeah, that's a nightmare scenario. This is about the point I think most players would use the word doomed. Let's see if we can get a little bit more back from himself. But let's take a break from the doom and gloom as well, because up in the top, it looks like Giants are looking to make another play. It's Cabochard has to burn his flash, followed by Flagstish. And there's that mini-Gnar taken out by the Crocodile.
Oh, and you punish the Graves in the jungle so much that he's on bottom side trying to clear out. You can see him on a ward, and Cabochard with this Gnar was pushing up still, and there's the impact that you can have. I mean, Renekton punishes lanes so incredibly easily early game. This is a strength still. Despite being in a bad matchup, you bring the jungler up once, slice, flash, Ruthless Predator, everything connects, Cabochard dies, and again Giants are continuing this lead.
We saw the same scoreline last time around. It was a different way it happened, but all the same, it's 2 kills up in the top. That's a carry top laner who wants to get ahead early, now has the opportunity to do it. We've seen the bottom lane pushing in. Honestly, the quietest place has been the mid lane.
Yeah, it has, mainly because every time something's happened, the mid laners have either come out of lane or just been securing vision around it. You can see Memento continuing the I'm going to take all of Joker's jungle. 2-level advantage still.
Yeah, that's getting to be a big bug.
Already has his evolved claws.
Oh, it's going to be so hard for not just Joko, but the rest of the team to deal with. Back into the mid lane, it has been even on that farm. Lost chapters of pieces. And you see how it went in the last time around. Knight definitely had the better of it, and he's pretty happy this time, too.
Yeah, he is happy. You can see Nukeduck generally normally doesn't have a lot of jungle proximity. I'm being told that it's actually 14.7.
That makes more sense.
I was going to say, in line with what we'd heard coming into this, 14.7 is normally Joko's Nukeduck's jungle proximity.
Jungle proximity may be closer than it appears sometimes around. Giants get themselves the first dragon on the map. Once again, starting to look like a formula for these guys, but it's all been about Memento, taking away buffs, taking away camps. Joko just can't even take a break.
Yeah, blue buff's gonna go. I wonder whether Knight will drift out of lane and take the small raptors away. It's something Perks did up against Vitality a couple of times. This time Joko actually will get the 3rd spawn on that raptor camp.
Oh man, we're looking like we're transitioning into a dive here. No, they're just gonna back away for now. But they force Steel back in AOD to honestly respond. Memento gets a bite taken out of his health bar, but he's gonna be able to hop away to safety. Pushing in the bottom lane, even in the mid lane. And honestly, 2 kills on that Renekton to start things off. It makes a lot harder for Cabochard to do a whole lot.
Cabochard is on that phage, though, is getting closer and closer to the point where he can take full control of the lane. Despite 2 kills early on Flaxish, this is a very difficult lane to basically put Nah out of the game. Almost never happens.
So where are Vitality going to go from here? I mean, they have scaling in the late stages of the game, but I mean, this snowball for Giants is a lot stronger than we saw in Game 1.
Well, what Vitality have to do is exactly what we saw them do in Game 1, which is start taking smarter fights, where they're catching out the carries, maybe a Nukeduck or a Steelback. Sorry, a Hiku or a Knight early on.
Can't catch your own members, yeah.
No, I know, right? But Giants are making that even more difficult. Last game, remember, Vitality swapped up into the top side, and they were the ones taking first tower. This time it's Giants with this Ashe, the Karma that's pushing in, this Ezreal that was picked early on in the draft.
And that just shows you how far ahead Giants really are, because they are the team that typically doesn't take the first tower as effectively. They get Dragon, they trade for it, but they usually aren't the ones on the up and up. This time, it's been turned, and now AOD, the flash forced out of him as the Ashe arrow follows after Nukeduck is able to sidestep. Giants still owning this map, a lot of it on the bottom side, but they're still keeping pace everywhere else.
And Vitality from that draft have put themselves in a very difficult position. We would not expect too much out of mid and bot early on either. So you can see Giants, good lead bot lane. Mid lane is roughly even. Haven't really had that snowball that Knight had off that level 2 kill in the last game.
That was risky, as you mentioned. It's hard to pull off the kind of composition, and you know, applause to Vitality for trying to make something happen, but the execution has always been the issue for these guys.
And now Giants are going to punish Cabo. Going to move up with their bot lane under this tower. You can see Flaxish. They will only have 1 wave of minions. It is a cannon wave that's going to come under, so should be able to at least get damage down, but Cabo has to back himself away. Vitality are on the complete back foot of this play. They don't have any real options other than pushing bot lane, which, if Joko sticks around to do, loses more of his jungle. So his option right now is either assist on the tower push or try and get himself some experience, but there's not a lot of jungle for him to take anyway.
Looks like they might even be focusing on taking not just this one tower, but another one after the fact. We're only 10 minutes into this game. How big can they open the gold lead right now? 3 members of Vitality sitting on the bottom side, but Giants, they have all the vision up top.
Yeah.
And they have a minion wave to keep working with.
Yeah, and this is how they transition it, is because you look at the Ash Arrow cooldown. It's coming up soon.
Wow, Flaxish. He goes right in. He's got the dominance on.
He actually cleared it.
He's saved the tower. This is great now for Giants.
For long enough, the Giants shove out top. Now they're looking for mid tower. That's where they're going. Ash Arrow is available if you can get it. Nukeduck's going to have to do something. He's almost out of mana himself.
Oh boy,
Nukeduck's in trouble.
He pulls in the minions with the shockwave, goes forward, but in comes Memento and hustling around the side. They pick it up, and a few minions still standing strong means there's going to be damage on that mid tower. Cabo Shard dueling in the bottom side with Flaxish, but Giants, they are all over this play. They're going to knock down the tower. What a gold lead for them. 5,000 at 11 minutes.
Didn't even need the Ash Arrow, and Vitality have had to bring Joko down with his ult as well if he ends up popping it here, because Flaxish has just cleared the minions underneath Cabo Shard. He hasn't taken the trades because he knows all he had to do was delay the push. One tower in exchange for top and mid is massively in favor of Giants.
Not to mention a kill onto Nukeduck, and he knew he was dead. Exhaust was on him, and no use in flashing at this point.
He was trying to just cut the minions out, and just couldn't quite get it with that shockwave. A lot of people say, wow, he missed Knight. Knight didn't flash or anything like that. Well, Nukeduck was just trying to make sure the tower didn't die. He already knew he was dead. That's why Nukeduck didn't flash, didn't use anything himself. Just trying to slow down Giants, but to no effect.
That was the change of pace from last time when Nukeduck got ganked a couple of times, burned his summoners every time, and still went down, giving Knight a couple of kills. This time the kills have all been in jungle and top lane, Flaxish and Memento. There's a lot of carry options here, so even though Knight hasn't gotten as much gold as he might have liked, Giants are still running with this game, and there's no sign of them stopping.
No sign of them stopping. I mean, this is what happens when you pick Ezreal Orianna.
And they picked Ezreal in the first rotation, too.
And a farming jungler.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, he's had trouble farming, to be honest.
Exactly. That's a problem. It's been a drought for Joko. There's no real way of him getting into his jungle safely.
This has just been such a big difference from what we expected coming into today. Giants looked like the team that were stagnating. We hadn't seen a lot of impressive play out of them. In their Splice series, it pretty much, the coolest thing we saw was a talent pick. But now, they are just going all out here. And Vitality, their growth, it seems like it's pretty much been eliminated. At least Joko can still dodge an arrow.
Yeah, he's been spending time with Patches O'Houlihan at that point, trying to keep himself alive. Giants will take down the Infernal. This game is just going from strength to strength for them.
Yeah, they're getting themselves a lot. This time, RNG just smiles upon them with an Infernal Drake to top up on top of their... I'm trying to like go all out with that one. With the Cloud Drake as well. I used too many words in that sentence, Stress. You caught me.
Say, like, Cloud Drake's not the exciting one.
Nah, but it's faster. That's one of the reasons they've been able to rotate out here. And Knight, he's not going to step too far forward. This is Giants territory, or Vitality territory, with all of the vision covering, but the river, and then up towards the top side, Giants are really pushing in once again. Last time we saw them open a big gold lead, but it evaporated when they made a couple of mistakes. This time they have a bigger buffer to work with.
Much bigger buffer on this one. Giants are in a good spot for this game.
Yeah, if they can close this one out 2-0, that is a big momentum boost, because you're going in up against, some of the teams that are also right down there with you towards the bottom of the standings. You've got you've got Origen coming up next. The week after that, you've got ROCCAT. Giants, if they can get a 2-0 here, that's such a big confidence booster for them to get out of the relegation zone.
Yeah, exactly. And Giants have already got a series win over ROCCAT, so you have to feel like, depending on how ROCCAT look against Origen today, maybe things aren't too bad for Giants.
No, maybe not. I mean, we're starting to see Knight kind of show some glimmers of that big carry player we saw before. I mean, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but, it's nice to see some adaptations, some changes. Memento, he likes to carry, but he knows that if someone else is doing it, okay, we'll let that happen. And then Flaxish is honestly rocking on this Renekton.
Yeah, very true. Flaxish has been looking better in this game, roaming down from top.
And he's up against Cabo Shard. Like, that's the big thing. We talked about the big names on this Vitality squad. Your Cabo Shards, your Nukeducks, your Steelbacks. Giants, by comparison, are a very young squad with not a lot of known names. and they're coming up huge individually and as a team.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think. You've got Flaxish as a rookie. This is his 19th game on the big stage only, and the same can be said for HeatQ.
Yeah.
And they've both had stellar series so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot better out of them. We got to be careful that HeatQ doesn't throw an arrow down mid.
Well, he
There's
did,
the
but
cleanse.
NukeDuck was able to cleanse out of it. That's a nice trade, though.
You talk about big names. It's very interesting how the European LCS is managing with their bottom tier teams, because like you look over at NALCS, Liquid this week make massive roster changes, bringing in huge big name players. Well, our big name players, not quite to the same degree, they're in some of these bottom tier teams like Steelback, Nuke, Cabo have been around for so long. People have talked about them being, you know, potentially at one point in their career top 3 in all of these roles, and they're just not living up to it. And teams aren't making big moves on this, but Flaxish may be caught under the tower.
In goes Cabochard. The ball was on him, and the shockwave didn't connect where they wanted it to. Meanwhile, they are able to sink a charm into him, but that Narbar is almost filled out. He's able to toss a boulder their way. All the same, Giants, they are not done with this tower just yet. Flaxish might be, though.
Oh, Knight wants to come around the back of this.
The Orbit Deception. Vitality, you're not deceived.
They're not, but Giants are going to back away. Speaking of Liquid, this is like the dream match for them. Both teams are fourth. At the end of the game, both teams will still be fourth.
Oh, I know where you're going with that. Hey, there's 2 fourths because you're in 2 different groups, so
it's
okay.
great. That's why we love
Wow.
Europe. They're tied for fourth. It's perfect. It's great.
Not after today. Somebody's got to come out on top. It's looking like
because
Giants for now.
They'll still both be fourth at the end
I wanted
of the
to
day.
move on from this. Gotta just drop it. Oh, man. I mean, in all honesty, it might be that there's a still fairly sizable gap between these teams in the bottom 4 and everybody else in the European LCS.
Oh, yeah,
but you think about it, if Giants win this, in 2-0 especially, they're only 2 series behind Fnatic. There is time yet for that to change.
Oh, there's time for an arrow to come through as well from HeatQ.
Right into Joko's face. This guy cannot catch a break this game, and AOD's forced to flash away. Exhaust on him, and he is going nowhere. Memento with his 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, Giants, it's too early to be looking at anything like a Baron. They've already taken Rift Herald. Dragon's not for 2 minutes. They'll just continue taking away the jungle. They have the pacing on this game so quickly that Giants should somehow be punishing Vitality more, but there's just actually not the objectives available for them to do it.
Yeah, it's a good problem to run into when you've literally taken everything on the map that you can't get any more when you make a big play like this. We'll see it again as it was arrow into claws into certain death for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, Joko thought that because there was a control ward there, they had spotted out that ward, it was denying the vision that no one would have caught him, but unfortunately, Giants have so much vision that they knew exactly where Graves was. Pick him off. Graves nearly has just over half the CS of Memento right now.
Yeah, it's such a gulf in gold right now, and you can see everything advantage-wise Giants' way. Not just the gold, 6 kills. They've got the dragons. There's going to be another Infernal coming up in a minute. Giants have all the map control in the world too. They've got time to work with.
Yeah, Giants are looking a lot more convincing in this game. And it hasn't been on Knight's shoulders, which, not to say he hasn't done much, but
he hasn't had to.
Different to what we've expected out of Giants, right? You've come to expect, generally, Knight carries or almost Giants lose, but it's been a lot better this series.
At least they're in a comfortable position, though, because they've given Memento the tools to be a carry for the 2nd time in the series, and this time, he's the one that's gotten the kills funneled into him. He's been able to do the most work in terms of not just cleanup, but also damage, as we just saw.
Yeah.
And the Kha'Zix, if he gets those kills early on, can definitely make a lot of big plays. He's been everywhere he's needed to, and Memento is honestly shining.
Didn't even need him funneled into him to begin this one.
Yeah, he was
walked into Joko's jungle and goes, "Oh, you're doing blue buff." Hey.
Not anymore.
Yeah, my blue buff, my jungle, my
And
Grom.
now they're Dragon as well.
Yeah. Frozen Malice being completed for Cabo, but the fact of the matter is, Flaxish has never been 1 versus 1 against him for quite some time.
Yeah,
you
it's
can
been
see
a bit late.
Flaxish pushes up the lane, moves out of the lane, moves towards mid, and tries to take away some more experience from Joko. Raptor's a lot less impactful 20 minutes into a game. Still denying experience, but
Anything they can do.
175 isn't so much anymore.
I mean, they chip so much away from you. You can just see it in the difference in items. I mean, there's a whole QSS and serrated Dirk difference between Memento and Joko at the moment, the latter of which honestly just hasn't even been able to get himself any lethality built up. The Ezreal's still stacking on his tier, still sitting on the Sheen. Honestly, the closest you can see is maybe in that mid lane, but that's about it. And NukeDuck hasn't had too much to do so far this game.
And Steelback actually has a habit, speaking about his tier of getting it late. He did this last week against G2, and he did it in this game as well. Starts Sheen first on Ezreal, delays the tier until second back, which can be a lot later in the laning phase. A lot of it is to do with trading in lane, trying to just maximize damage rather than getting to that spike later. So it does hold him back. He's only just past 400 stacks right now on that tier. It will stack up fairly quickly. I mean, he's Ezreal, so...
But those are the micro decisions, right? Those are the things that in the moment they may not make, or the build path decisions, they may not make the biggest impact, but if they lose the game because they can't get up to the level they need in time, maybe that's part of it.
Steelback is one of the most divergent players on builds. We were joking in game 1 about, haha, QSS first Varus, you know, it doesn't really do too much damage for Steelback.
But he likes to play it later in the game, and he has been known as kind of a kill cleanup guy. We were seeing Hikyu filling that role a lot more this last game. I mean, he was also earning quite a lot of those kills. Steelback, he's going to have, honestly, a hell of a mess to clean up if this game keeps going the way it is.
I realized I shouldn't have bent over to pick up my pen while...
Yeah, you seem like you were straining there.
I know, right? It's the weight of this game on my shoulders.
It's on somebody's shoulders. Giants, they're not feeling it too heavy at the moment.
It's on Mementos, for now, at least. He's done a good job so far.
Yeah, well, and they have, you know, honestly, they have some late game insurance here because Memento will still be relevant the later the game goes. The Ash Arrows are still going to be pretty impactful if they can land exactly where they need them to. And they have 2 Infernal Drakes to work with.
Yeah, whereas Vitality, AOD, he's staring across the rift at a tank, a support, and 3 QSSs.
Who do I nether grasp? So the answer is no one.
It's fairly difficult for him to decide on who he goes for. Cabo now has some sense of dominance. You can see him pushing up bot lane, is going to recall out. No teleport wards really available for him. There's one in the back of Baron Pit, but Giants aren't there. And apart from that, slim pickings on making a teleport play work out.
Yeah, but this seems like it's throwback Vitality. We need to see them try to make a play. Yes, they're down so far behind. Maybe they need to wait a little while before that happens, but we've seen them slowly lose the game before, and Cabochard jumps right into a charm. No Narbar.
No magic resist either for Cabo this early on. He's been up against a Renekton and a Kha'Zix, so Cabo's not really too concerned about MR, but you can see in Mininar how painful it is.
That is an Ahri even on 1.5 items. Building towards the Zanya's Hourglass. Seeker's Arm Guard completed for Knight. Comparably, Nuke Duck is only sitting on the Haunting guys. See, finally, Steelback completes his Frozen Fist, Iceborne Gauntlet to get himself a little bit of slowdown, but you know, maybe they've got some soft CC. They really need damage at the moment, and they just don't have enough. Giants moving as 4 down to the bottom side. Cabochard's building that Narbar up. He's going to chase them away.
Difficult for Giants to push, though.
It is. This is buying Vitality time.
You can see Orianna can clear waves effectively. Cabochard has decent wave clear up until he hits Meganar. But Giants, without firing off the Ash Arrow, can't reliably push a tower. And the difficulty is if you fight into that Orianna, if you fight into that Gnar and you make one mistake, suddenly you kind of get punished very quickly.
We're seeing Giants really learn that lesson, though, because at this time, in the last game, they had already made a couple of mistakes that got punished by Vitality, that got the game back on track. This time, they have held their gold lead. They might not be pushing it forward at a big pace anymore, but at 24 minutes, you're sitting on 7,000, 8,000 gold in the lead, 2 Infernal Drakes and a Cloud to top it off, and you've got 4 towers and map pressure all around. Honestly, you can just wait and bait.
Yeah, Giants can play the vision game around Baron right now, but the problem is with mid-inners still standing, Vitality can at least venture into the jungle and ward, as they're doing now, control the vision throughout at least the shallow areas. So Vitality can't move right up to the Baron safely, but they get enough wards down just to know that any bait is happening, and then they
gotta hope there's no Ash Arrow and then Memento jumping out at your face again. Joko, I think he's definitely a little gun shy.
And Vitality also opting for 3 blue trinkets.
Yeah?
Just so they can continually check Baron Pit. They're doing it now? No. They're doing it now? No. Now?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. You've only got 1 available. They definitely want to hit those item spikes before they feel more comfortable fighting, but at 25 minutes, you know, they really just need a lot of time. Still, the game could definitely turn around if we can get a big Orianna ball where we need it to be. You can see Knight is not keen on letting that happen. He's splitting their attention, pushing a wave of minions up top, and now Giants go to clear out the back of the pit once again.
Giants have either completely changed their play style or there's imposters on stage. They normally average, 16 deaths a game. And
yeah, they give up so many.
Completely different.
They give up so many on average, but Vitality, they've just not been able to fight the same way, and I think we've seen this one a few times before. Ooh. Ash Arrow lands onto Joko, Knight goes in, there's the charm, and the Shockwave connects a moment too late. Memento is gonna eke it out, getting himself a kill, his 4th of the game. QSSs for days on this Giant squad. They are getting caught by nothing. And let's see if they go for the Baron without a smite on Vitality's side.
4th place, 4 QSSs to sign, 4 kills on Memento. 4 sides on the track? No.
You've been reading way too many conspiracy theories, yeah. Stress. All right, we got to pause. We need to take a break from that.
Yeah, we'll stop. Nukeduck is seemingly the one just thinking, wow, my Shockwave didn't do anything.
It really didn't look like it. I mean, you need a lot more time to get up to the point where you're going to do a lot more damage. Unfortunately for Vitality, they've fallen so far down into the gold hole.
I'm pretty sure
it's going to be hard to climb out.
I'm pretty sure Memento's Edge of Night was running before it came through some of the damage, at least. But we will get an update.
Got confirmed. Was Nukeduck. Had to restart the client really quick. He'll get back in just a minute or two. So hopefully there's no big login queue. Been seeing a few of those lately.
Too soon. Too soon. It's always like this one guy in front of you. You have to wait 1 minute.
Yeah, for some reason they can log in like about 1,000 people in like a second, but then the one guy takes forever.
So, as we are on 7.4, the last week is 7.4. 7.5 that you're all playing on live will be joining us next week, likely. There's a lot of fun stuff on that, but we've still seeing adaptation throughout picks and bans here in the EULCS, at least. We've seen a couple of games of Ari now on 7.4.
We've seen also, Knight's been kind of the forerunner of all this innovation because he played the Talon last week, which was really impressive to see. And maybe he's not always the big carry, like we were saying, but he's still kind of putting opponents on their toes. And this is the kind of thing you need when you're down in the standings to surprise your opponents and take a win off of them. And
Knight's been looking a lot better this series, at least. I mean, he hasn't got any kills to speak of in this game, but he's been landing the charms, been setting fights up, damage coming out. Like, everything has been going Giant's way. I mean, it's fairly straightforward when you kill the jungler 1 versus 1, as Memento and Joko did early on, for Giants to continue that kind of snowball. But
and they have different carry potential, right? When you draft yourself 3 potentially carrying champions, you have an Ari, you have a Kha'Zix, you have the Renekton. If one of them gets fed, okay, congratulations, you're doing a great job. And this time, Memento's been gobbling up those kills.
Yeah, he certainly has. 4 kills on Memento, 4 deaths on Joko. CSI, the crime scene.
It's not much else to see. It's pretty obvious. Hey, there's a big outline of a bug right here. Memento has been pretty impressive, not just in this series, but I would say even on a struggling Giants team, even when he was playing on ROCCAT towards the end of last split, it's easy to forget that this guy has hardly played 30 games in the European LCS. And, among a lot of young players here on this team, he's still there with all of them. We've heard his story. We talked to him about how, it took him a lot of tries to get onto this high stage, and in all honesty, he shows week in and week out that he's earned it.
Yeah, and we saw him in Challenger previously, and we've seen him, a couple of other spots on his route to the LCS, but certainly has found at least a decent position for himself on Giants.
Kind of funny how they swapped around. Giants and ROCCAT had exchanged junglers effectively.
I know, right?
Maxlore goes over there. It still gets me every time I'm about to do like an interview with one. Like, oh, wow, who plays for what team again? it takes me, because they even start with the same letter.
Yeah, they do.
They played very differently this split.
Letters are hard, but it's even harder when somebody walks into your jungle early on. We want to take another look at that early start with a kill onto Graves. I mean, this wasn't early, this was later on in the game. So this is just what we saw happen. So Memento, we'll find out how much damage that Shockwave did. So Memento jumps in, still has shields from Karma. Wasn't the Edge of Night at all. And just pick Graves off the map. No chance to flash, no chance to like ult himself out, shimmy around.
Yeah, the distance did a lot more after the backside, but there just wasn't enough damage there overall because there wasn't any way to layer it. Joko got deleted before the rest of Vitality could really respond, and that's been the problem, is the burst damage now from Memento has become a huge issue. And
not only that, this man on your screen has struggled to get out of his lane. Cabo has not exactly been able to TP out. Flaxish has been pushing his lane. Of course, Flaxish got 2 kills early on. Joko doesn't seem phased.
Yeah, he can still inspire a crowd for sure. Joko doesn't seem phased either. I know this Vitality team still dead serious though. For the most part, you can see it on Nuke Duck's face as well. It's difficult right now because you're not only down one game in what should be one of your more winnable matches. You had momentum to build on, and it seems like in the wake of this last week where they put up a fight against G2, that's all but gone.
Yes, it has, and so much of this. In this draft, I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, you pick Ezreal early, great. Don't pick something late for mid-game and a farming jungler. And then they go ahead and pick Graves Ori as their second phase. And you look at it and you're like, you're planning on losing every side of the map early on.
That's rough.
Just really frustrating to watch teams do this because, like, we've seen the evolution of the draft. We've seen teams do it well. There's been enough games worldwide where you're like, okay, we're going to win lanes, we're going to push in with the jungle Graves, and we're going to take over the game.
And it's not the only time we've seen Vitality just honestly not execute in their own strategy, because they came into the split pretty hyped. We were talking about them being able to flex GBM. Well, guess what? We only saw that happen once, and Nuke Duck played support, and it honestly looked pretty good. But we haven't seen that happen again. They have the option to do it in the middle of a series. Maybe they think they need Nuke Duck, but we even spoke to him a few weeks back, and he said, it was so great to have GBM in the team. We felt like we were lacking some of that shot calling, and he's a very vocal player, so I was able to take the support role and talk a little bit more about that. And all that kind of went away. They sort of went back and focused on just playing it this way, and we saw a little bit of impressiveness out of them, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if this does end up going to Game 3, whether they bring GBM in. But for now, we're actually going to send it over to Dracos and Deficio to give us a little bit more insight on this one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to start by taking a look at the team compositions built here. And for those of you just joining us, it's very similar to what we saw coming out in Game 1.
Once again, Giants kind of focusing early game, some snowball potential, especially with Ari, but also Renekton this time around, where on the side of Vitality, it's kind of the same, where it's like very late game focused, Orianna for Nuke Duck, Ezreal down the bottom lane, and I think it's a clear choice from Vitality to say, you know what, we don't think Giants is going to beat us hard enough in the early game, that we will just fall too far behind and we can then play late game. This game, however, Giants not only destroyed them in the first part of the game, they also then continued to snowball it.
Well, let's take a look at some of the early jungle pathing that we saw come out. Let's take a look at exactly how Memento was able to find a lot of those early leads. Here you have zoomed out Summoner's Rift. Deficio, take us through this one. Let's break it down.
Well, we're back again here. So I want to look at what we can see in the map at the moment. So this is the key thing about why they can find Joko. So you see at 148, this means the camp has been up for about 8-9 seconds. You see all Vitality members in lane. And the most important one up here is Caboshot. He joins in a little bit late, but not late enough to prevent him from having done anything really on the map. So now Giants, they know, okay, Joko started on his own on the Raptor camp, and he didn't get any leash, so it's going to take him longer to clear it, and he's going to take more damage. And what's going to happen is Joko is going to do Raptor camp on Graves, into red buff, and then into blue buff. This is a very traditional path to take. You want to start with Raptors to give the most experience. You're an AoE jungler as well, so get them down early, and then path over and get your blue buff after. So what Memento will end up doing is he starts down on his Raptor camp for the same reason, does his red buff, but then he doesn't go over to blue because he knows I can find Joko without a leash, so he's going to be fairly low as well. And he then goes to Rift Scuttler, and then he paths all the way up here to find him near this blue buff. And it was even also scouted by Hikyu with Ashe with the Hawk shot. So this was really good pathing from Memento, and it all starts with that early game information that, okay, this jungler is not getting a leash, and we're expecting Graves to start on top side and then path towards blue after.
Well, I'm curious now, I mean, when you have to adjust when you're Joko, is this something that you anticipate? Is this something you play around? Is this as simple as Nuke Duck giving a leash, or how much does that 1 or 2 seconds difference make? Does he just need to go somewhere else?
No, the pathing is okay, but what you normally would want to do then is you want to walk down and place like a safe ward around this area here. So in case Kha'Zix shows up, you spot him, because what's key for Kha'Zix is he needs to kill the Rift Scuttler to get level 3 if he's only doing Raptor and red buff. So you will see the Rift Scuttler die, and you would see it spawn in this river here as well with this ward. And then you can say, okay, Kha'Zix is nearby. If I'm low on blue buff, I need to just back away and play it safe. But Joko didn't place his ward. He just kind of started the blue buff. Nuke Duck had already warded up here on the top side as well, because he thought maybe Kha'Zix would path to blue buff and could gank him from that side. And that's why, again, there's no protection, there's no vision. And then it's really good pathing from Memento, even made Lulex proud on Twitter. And that says a lot, because he's the pathing god in Europe.
All right, well, let's take a chance then to run through some of those early plays to show exactly how this advantage was built up for Memento, because once again, it's not just this play. The plays keep on coming. This is the one we talked about. This is a setup we talked about. Joko caught out, knocked down, but it just keeps happening from here. Memento keeps finding these opportunities and just dominates the jungle.
Exactly. So this is a great start. So Joko tries to get something back. So he goes to the enemy blue buff, but instantly the lanes collapse. Joko does not flash away here when Flaxus actually goes for him, so he dies again, delays him even more. Memento obviously is like, yeah, you know what? You need your Raptors, so I'm going to wait here. Forces him back again and to use Flash, steals his Raptors, can take his own Raptors.
And the big thing to point out there is it's level 5 to level 3 at this point. There's no way that Graves is fighting that cause.
And this bad boy then goes top lane, kills Caboshard, gets level 6 as well. At this point, Joko is level 3. Just left the base again, and you taken away his jungle, you kill his top lane, you take his wife. Everything is just in favor of Memento at this point, and we said early on, before the game started, Memento is the man to look at when you look at Giants, because not only will he be able to carry, he can also shut down the enemy.
All right, now we talked about Joko setting up lanes. That hasn't happened. But what we saw in game 1 was that Vitality were still able to find a way back in, despite Giants snowballing in the early game. Now, this is a much bigger snowball for sure, but if we pull it late enough, I mean, Vitality do still feel like they have that late game win condition of having a superior team fighting comp.
Yeah, but again, your late game win condition, how much does it mean if you're down 10k gold? Because then while you have good scaling, you're an item behind most of the time. You can have the 3-item power spike Orianna, but if she's sitting on 3 items when Ari has 4, I will take the 4-item Ari above her, despite her obviously being a better late game champion for team fighting. So it is really difficult right now. What Giants have done extremely well in this game was just like vision control, constantly creating picks. They have the Ash Arrow this time around to start fights. They didn't have that in the last game. And honestly, they have not given Vitality any chance back into the game, but it is just fun to see how we have a team focusing early game, which is Giants, and a team focusing late game, which is Vitality. And 2 games in a row, Giants got early advantages because of good plays and because Vitality were playing very greedy. And now we just have to see if Vitality can actually claw it back in this late game. I don't think so. It looks really, really difficult, but Giants need to also show they can really cleanly end the game.
I mean, it does look much cleaner than Giants from what we expected, but of course we are still in a bit of a delay. However, we're going to toss it back over to the caster desk to give some more context on the issue and hopefully get back into game.
Thanks for breaking it down so far, guys. We know the status of the game, and just to catch you all up on what's been going on, while you've all been talking and listening, we've been investigating the nature of what's been happening in the game. It is a visual bug. Still looking to see exactly if it gives a competitive edge to either of the teams, but we're hoping to get it resolved pretty soon. In the meantime, though, status of the game is still a very tense moment because Vitality way on the back foot. They've got to find something, otherwise they're at risk of just being closed out.
Yes, I mean, this game has been a very visible bug in their jungle for the entire... That was a bad joke. Please don't laugh at that.
I couldn't help it. That was a really bad reaction, too. I mean, I'll give you a golf clap for it.
I mean...
There he is.
So, yeah, this game so far, you saw the analyst desk duo, the dynamic duo breaking it down. Important to note how those early game plays have rippled throughout the game. They were talking a lot about how can Vitality bring it back? They're in a deeper hole this game than they were in the first one. And the first game, they had all of those engage tools. They had the Ash Arrow, the Gragas jungle, you name it. They were trying to start fights. But Memento's amped up for this one.
Yeah, Giants, it seemed they really just kind of turned the pressure up from the previous game where there were a lot of mistakes after they'd taken the lead. Vitality had fired back, but this time around, they've gone more into full retreat. This is the stuff we criticized Vitality from throughout the split. It wasn't showing in the G2 series. It wasn't showing in the first game of this series either. But that's not great. When you get backed into a corner, that's when you want to start fighting like mad. You don't want to start conceding those objectives.
So a win here for Giants in this series puts them on step 1 of catching Fnatic.
It's still a long path away.
It's a long path.
You're still 2 series away from making it happen, but it is closer than you might think. And obviously, it's a little closer than it would be if Vitality get the series because Splice have a game advantage over what Fnatic currently have.
Right.
And we have seen Fnatic struggling for a while. I mean, if the trend continues, if Giants can get back up to speed, you look at who they've got the next couple of weeks. We talked about they have Origen in the same week.
Then
they've got ROCCAT after that. They've got G2 afterwards, and that's going to be a hard one. But then in week 9,
against Fnatic. So there is the possibility if Fnatic aren't getting wins at the same time that Giants are, we might come into that week 9 with a tied Giants-Fnatic setup.
Wouldn't that be an insane turn of events, considering this has been a split where we've had very few changes
Yeah.
in the way the orders of the teams have been overall, as I guess Giants want to keep their mechanics for something else sharp. Instead, they're just playing with rocks and paper.
An easy win.
Easy.
Paper covers rock.
Well, that time around at
I
least.
mean, what would a Giants win here mean for Vitality? And not just Vitality, though. Origen. Because that's the team everybody's talking about still to win a game. Well, Origen with Peke look like a different Origen, don't they?
That's true.
Last week. And so Origen ROCCAT comes up after this series concludes. So if this is the final game in this series and Vitality do not get a win here, then Origen winning today ties the two.
Yeah, now that would be honestly something crazy. Vitality would still have a head-to-head over them because they did 2-0 Origen for their first win, but...
Then we go back to intergroup play, and we have to see Vitality Origen again.
Makes it a lot more interesting that time around. But obviously, it's a lot of what-ifs, and we have to see how the rest of this series will play out. But it's big, big implications because you are in this bottom four. You do not want to leave this week without getting even one win. Everything that's come so close, Vitality, they easily could have gotten that one, but they just made more mistakes than Giants did in game one. And this time around, they've been on such a downhill trend. Like, we talked about motivation and momentum building up for a team like Giants. The opposite can easily be true for Vitality if they go out 0-2.
Yeah, and without a hero run against one of the top 6 teams for any one of these bottom 4, this week is basically the time where you lock 4th place because there's so many matchups that are just down at the bottom of the table that if you get 2 wins, you almost certainly are home free and theoretically safe for Summer Split.
And speaking of 4th place, you know, you talked a little bit about Liquid last time around, and yeah,
wow,
I'm going all the way back to
me
it.
For that.
Yeah, of course, but I'm going to give it right back to you because they did make a big change. NA teams in general, like going across that side of the pond, they seem to kind of smell danger a lot more than we do here in Europe. We haven't seen huge changes. The roster locks happened.
Yeah, well, and yeah, they locked. At least this week, when you look at the teams that made a couple of movements that made headlines, weren't the same as Double Lift going to Liquid, right? But then
I mean, Origen got that Peke guy. I heard he's pretty good.
Yeah, they got that Valerian 80 carry as well. I mean, the other side of things is that this is going to sound weird, but there's not many like big name legacy European players to have just gone to the free agent pool.
Well, it's because they're all in NA.
That one, exactly. I was going to say that's all because they've been taken by NA. But you know, the days gone by where you look at like Forgiven coming in at the end of last split. I mean, okay, you look at that. I mean, there's the meme of Kasing still being a support that's a free agent that doesn't take up a import slot or whatever you want to call it, that meme going around. Like, there are a handful of players that are there, but this isn't the likes of, like, Liquid subbing in Double Lift with,
no, I mean, that's
4 weeks to go.
That's, like, one of the craziest things that we've seen, honestly, I think, across all the major regions in this 2017 season. But that's the big thing for Europe. We've long leaned on these big names that have been stars in the past, and this is where that starts to dim, and you have to start looking for new stars amongst those. And for this Giants team, I think a big part of it is going to be that man in the jungle. Memento, he's not showing up huge every series, but this time around, he's a monster.
And let's look at the teams over the last year that did that. G2 got almost brand new talent, aside from the likes of Kikis, almost brand new talent, and Mythi alongside very good, like, support staff, team infrastructure, coaching, everything. You name it.
Look what happened. They dominated domestically.
Yeah, domestically, absolutely dominant. Like, they're undefeated in a series here in Europe in the EULCS for a year. Misfits this year look great. Like, their support staff is completely, you know, in line with that top of the table. Splice for Summer Split had improved. A lot of this fresh new talent came through, mixed in with experience, and it works out very well.
Yeah, I think they've definitely found a better balance because you look at, going back to Misfits, they had brought in Kakao, who was struggling in China's secondary league, in the LSPL. He comes to Europe. He looks like a completely new jungler all over again, and part of that has to be the way they've slotted in with the support staff on the team. You look at what H2K have done with their bottom lane. They're Korean imports of kind of known provenance now because Nuclear and Che had names in Korea, unlike some of the crop we had last year.
And then we focus it back in on Vitality. The 3 big names that we talked about, Cabochard, Nukeduck, Steelback. Like, these are guys that, you know, in days gone by, Nukeduck, Steelback, finals, you name it, they've been there. They've had the successes in Europe, but not recently No real accolades to speak of recently, and it's just not been working for Vitality. Whatever it is they need to fix, there's not a lot of time left to do it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because you do come into week 7, and if you don't get a win on the first day, the pressure just continues to mount. It's got to be so difficult. And, you know, we've spoken to some of these coaches of some of these losing teams that, oh, okay, the attitude, you know, the players are motivated. We heard from Grabs last time around. You have to think on the Vitality side, if they're staying cool, calm, and collected, that'd be one thing. But in all honesty, it's so easy to panic in these kind of moments.
Yeah, it is. Hasn't really worked out too well for ROCCAT.
No, that's very true. We'll see. We've got that coming later on in the day. So
that's a hype one.
Keeping you guys going just in case you were still unaware.
Somebody's
still investigating.
Win.
Somebody's definitely going to win. Giants are 1-0 up in this series, but we're still investigating the visual bug to see if it gives a competitive advantage over to either team.
And that's the thing now, right? At this point, we're looking to kind of finalize this series, and we move on to Origen ROCCAT, and you're like, okay. If the team from the other group manages to succeed, whoever loses this series, okay, we're safe for another week. They didn't gain a point on us. We didn't tie up. We're not both 4th spot. So for Vitality, where their back's against the wall, they're like, come on, Origen. Come on, Peke. Have the best series of your life. I just want player cameras.
Yeah.
For like
the doom
team
zooms,
that's
right?
watching that. Like,
that'd be nice to get it back. All right, so Giants are going to head back in just a minute. But so it is really, really rough when you're looking at this because Vitality, they just have so much that they have to claw back in this particular game.
Yep.
And if they had like one game in hand, if they had gotten game number 1, which was very close in all honesty, or if they'd even taken it to game 3, at least they could say, all right, well, we had something to work with. But when your best performance is in the game you just lost, and now you're down so far, I mean, I don't know how much you can honestly even think about how you're going to get back into this game.
It's just all about the basics at this point. You've got to go back to warding, trying to at least control areas of vision.
Stop the Baron going down.
Stop the bleeding.
Stop the towers.
Anything that you can, just focus on where you have benefits, like the team fighting, the ability to catch with a shockwave. We've seen it.
Yeah.
From Nukeduck a couple of times.
And the later the game goes,
we've also seen him get caught out.
It's true, we have. I mean, we've seen like some honestly big plays from some of these champions when you get into the later stages of the game. The Orion is definitely going to be key, but Vitality, they need to buy that time.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and send it over to the AD one more time. Take it away, guys. We're ping-ponging it to you.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Unfortunately, I'm not here with great news. We have an update from the officials on stage. The players are experiencing a visual bug that is causing Oriana's ball to be invisible on Oriana. And because this prevents Giants from tracking the ball, it presents an unfair advantage to their opponents, and therefore officials will be remaking the game with new picks and bans. So the teams now have a chance to quickly regroup, plan for a new draft. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it will be Game 2 between Giants and Vitality. Thank you for sticking with us. Welcome back to the EULCS, where we are about to get into a remake for Game 2 between Giants and Vitality. And as an update, due to the visual bug associated with Oriana, she will be disabled for the rest of the day. That is only this series and the following series versus ROCCAT and Origen. Presumably there will be investigations and hopefully something as we come to the next series.
Naughty Oriana. Don't want that.
All right, Martin.
We don't want that. That's all I got to add right here. I didn't get to say anything before when you were tossing to the break.
Yeah, for the serious, super serious ruling. All right, well, unfortunately, this is the remake, and we're at the point where you got to imagine both teams feeling pretty frustrated.
Oh, it sucks, yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk about that a little bit. I mean, when you're Giants, when you built this colossal lead in the early game, how do you come back focused on a remade game?
Well, I think coming back focused is probably not the hard thing here, especially if you are Giants, simply because you've been doing so well in the early stages of the game. Like, you're angry right now because you were winning this game and you were playing really well. But at the same time, you can also say, like, you've done it twice now. Like, you can do it a third time. If it's the same kind of draft, you know, where they get the early game, they get Ari for someone like Knight, Memento can track Joko, they can do exactly the same. But obviously, again, for them, it is a super tough situation. I think, though, as a player, you know, we're not in a been sitting there for multiple hours. Like, this was Game 2 technically, so I think focus will be fine. It's more if they can actually keep like the mood under control. And if stuff starts going wrong, you know, in the next game they start losing early, it might hurt them even more because they were so close in the last one.
Most of the time in remakes, I'd say, like, do we expect the draft to be the same, as they do have the option technically to run a new draft? But with Oriana taken off the table, that's no longer the case.
Yep.
Do you think Vitality is going to take anything away from Giants, try to mitigate a lot of the early advantages that they managed to find themselves? What is the strategy adjustment for Vitality not to lose out so heavily in the early game?
Yeah, obviously Vitality can focus more on early game picks. They drafted like Oriana Ezreal in this one, like very slow. Obviously, with two different carries right there. One of them could be take the Ari away from someone like Knight. It's a good pick. Obviously, it can do, it can survive almost any matchup. And at level 7, you can start just kind of out-pushing a lot of different champions. So it's a fine enough pick to take early if you want to steal it away from Giants. Now, they've shown a lot of success on it. But I think you need to lock down, like, at least an equal strong 2v2 dual lane. Like, they've been struggling in the bottom lane, Steelback and AOD. They've been falling behind. And I think that is like really the key for Giants is Hiku actually has been doing pretty well. And when he gets an advantage, you know, Knight and Nuke goes even, and you know Memento is kind of out-junking Joko, then suddenly there's advantage, like two major places for Giants in the early game. And they use that to kind of get these big advantage, get early towers, and then move around the map.
Interesting, interesting. So moving forward, I mean, what do you do to adjust that draft to set up that bot lane? There we have seen a lot of priority coming in on the Malzahar pick. It has offered certain strengths. Obviously not so much in that previous game where Giants were so far ahead that everyone got to buy QSS, but should Malzahar still remain a priority pick here, or can you afford to give up to something that's going to push you out like a Karma here on the bottom side of the map?
Well, the problem with the last pick and ban phase was that we had Jhin and Varus banned, and that often means an Ashe first pick. Even on your Twitter, there's a good prediction out there about the Ashe first pick. And then what happens is picking Malzahar then gets really tough because Ashe is really good against Malzahar. Specifically, like very long range, she can break his passive very easy. So you don't want to not pick Malzahar because then they get Malzahar and Ashe, which is insanely strong. But you also don't really want to, you know, play him because he's against Ashe. So I think when you see like a Jhin second ban, you got to remove Malzahar yourself on red side as a ban, so they don't get it, and you can pick Karma, because then you can go like Karma, Ezreal, and Ezreal when he can actually have when he has a pushing support like Karma, can actually do well in lane. That was a problem in this last pick and ban phase, was they kind of got forced into picking Malzahar and then Ezreal, which is not the greatest 2v2 combo in itself. You don't have enough pushing priority over other supports like Karma that was picked on the other side, so you just automatically get pushed in and lose the lane very quickly. And that was something Giants used effectively in this game here. So I think there's definitely things you can change. I just wonder if you are Vitality and if all the success you have had in scrims this week has been focused around the late game, you know, then you don't want to change. You don't want to change it now. You're going to be like, no, this has worked for us. Last game, yes, we fell a little bit behind, but we came back. This game, we fell further behind. We made some mistakes. We fell really far behind. Let's fix these mistakes, draft late game again, and then beat Giants there. That might just be the strategy for Vitality because that's what's been working for them in scrims during the week. And then we can't sit here and tell them to pick for early game.
I mean, that's definitely fair. I think the thing that kind of surprised me is that them giving up an early advantage in game one didn't cost them too much as they moved into the late game. It was those individual mistakes that cost them the game in the end. So when you're Vitality, you just say, hey, it's okay if we give up a couple kills. It's okay if we give up a tower. As long as we don't let this snowball out of control, we can fall behind?
I mean, that's the big question, the tough question, as a team and as a coach is, did we fall really far behind in game two because of composition or because we made some big mistakes we normally wouldn't make? Because in game one, as you said, they only fell behind like 2,000 gold and they could then kind of claw their way back in with the better late game comp. That is like the tough question to answer, because sometimes you're also so stuck in your ways, you're so stubborn, being like, no. Late game is what's working for us. That's what we gotta play. Stick to that style. And then after the series is over, you look back and you go like, damn, actually this was really bad. We couldn't really handle the pressure. We didn't know how to stop the engages. Memento was, just running wild, killing people left and right. So I think now they've had a chance to reset. I think we're gonna see more early game, just because game two was a huge warning for them, being like, this is gonna happen again. Like, you're gonna lose early game, and this time around, Giants is gonna snowball it like they did in game two, and they can do exactly the same thing in this remade game and then beat Vitality.
I mean, well, we can't really beat around the bush here. This is a huge boon for Vitality, who were down so much gold to run into this situation. They get another chance here to come back to try to find an advantage. When you're Memento, I mean, you find that early opening based on a single mistake. You're not going to find that again, right? There's no way he can find another huge opening, or is there a way you can get another setup?
I mean, the thing for him, this was just really smart jungle play. Like, he knew where Graves would start. He knew roughly when Graves would be at the blue buff due to again no leash or anything, and he expected him to be there. And the good thing was, if Joko wasn't at that blue buff, then he could just take a blue buff for free and steal it away from him. So it's kind of a win-win for Memento, and I think he can do it again. Like, Memento is a better jungler. That's the thing. Memento's a guy we highlight on Giants again and again and again because he's the best jungler. If you look at these bottom four teams, he's by far, in my opinion, the best jungler among those four. And that's why he's able to get this advantage.
Well, at the end of the day, players are ready. They have confirmed that everything is set up. So all the speculation can now be thrown away. Let's send it over to the casters. Players are standing by for picks and bans. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Dracos, and welcome back, everybody. Thanks for your patience so far as we look to resolve the issue. We are in that full remake. So, good news is we get a game 3 guaranteed. A third game, rather.
Wow, that's the route we're taking on that.
So that's where I'm going.
It's a remade game. New picks and bans. Oriana disabled for the rest of the day.
This changes things.
Vitality with a big sigh of relief after being very far down. Of course, that Oriana visual bug was pretty significant for both teams.
Yep, Giants in a big lead are going to have to try and do it again. But all things reset. The slate is wiped clean. As we enter picks and bans, once again, Giants on the blue side. So far, no differences. It's the Camille band.
Well, Giants really have no reason to differ too much. They banned Camille, Jhin, Jace in the game that has now become a remake. Vitality with the LeBlanc ban first, although that is standard. I wonder whether this shows some sense of divergence, that they're not going to pressure at that Varus Jhin trade that we've been seeing a lot. And you can see Giants have to react to that as well. It's Jace is the second ban rather than the Jhin, because they don't want to ban Jhin if Varus is banned. This is Vitality.
There we go.
Trying to at least toy with Giants a little, changing up, but it is the same bans. There you go, Giants with the Jhin lockout, which means the last one will be Shen if Vitality are playing it as the same as the remake.
Slightly different order, but otherwise all the same, and that would mean the first pick Ashe for Giants. They have little reason to diverge, as you said. Vitality, the interesting questions come from them. What will they do this time around? Because they drafted a lot of losing lanes, and we saw them lose early on in that game, but it's actually a Malzahar ban.
By Vitality here, so obviously not wanting Giants. I mean, Giants can first pick Ashe again if they want. This actually is shutting out Vitality's strategy more than anything. Vitality is the one that's played it twice, but with Rengar up. Is that what Giants...
They
haven't seen Memento play Rengar yet.
Seen Kha'Zix a couple of times, but yeah, okay. Well, when bugs happen, you take the knife cat.
Too soon. Too soon. Vitality get the opportunity to pick the Ashe here if they want it for stealback, which would then put Giants on the decision of whether they would want to take something like an Ezreal, a Caitlyn, a Sivir.
It's no brainer for Vitality.
HiQ has only showed us Varus, Ashe, Jhin, and one game of misfortune. We'll see what it is he ends up going for. Sivir with the Rengar turns out
Be very
pretty
deadly.
good. So Vitality, will they look for Graves here? Will it be a support pick like a Karma or a Zyra coming out from AOD?
Yeah, not a lot of jungles banned away, but as you said, the Shen was up. And there it goes. So Cabo Shard will be on the tank this time around. They've got some protection on their side.
Flaxish could look to Rumble here. We have seen a game out of Flaxish on that Rumble. It was not exactly a successful game, but not many of Giants' games have been, but still a matchup that you can
Up until
play.
today.
Up until today. That Ashe, of course, being locked in is straightforward. That's the other one that you can pick if you want the lane.
Take the Renekton. You know you're not going to get the Gnar matchup into it this time around. Flaxish will be happy on that. They've got a lot of early game power. Let's see what else they lock in on the side of Giants. Still no AD carry from this team.
So if they don't pick AD carry here for Giants,
they could also take another type of carry.
They could if they take a bot lane marksman, whatever word you want to use for it here. Otherwise, they're going to all get banned out.
All right, so they lock into Caitlyn. This makes sense. This makes a lot of sense. In fact, it's a solid laner, right? It can kind of toe-to-toe with that Ashe.
Ashe can actually end up winning trades depending on how the volley pans out. But certainly a lane that we've seen kind of throughout the last year or two. Depends heavily on the supports. If you pair something like a Nami with the Caitlyn, lane dominance, Lulu does a similar thing. You can dominate the laning phase.
Well, that Ashe is paired now with the Karma, so some speed boosts on Vitality side, some shields on Vitality side make it hard for the Giants dual lane. This could already be a very different game.
So Vitality, will they look to ban supports here? Yeah, banning out Hustlin's Nautilus already. Giants can look to ban junglers if they want to take away the Lee Sin, the Olaf that we have seen banned out a couple of times.
Yep. Joko, one of his favorites. Not going to get to play it this time around. Ball's back in Vitality's court.
Will it be the Cassiopeia ban coming out from Vitality? They banned it in both games so far. No, continuing on the support focus. I do like that. But
focusing
AOD,
on hustling.
Yeah, AOD on this Karma. I want to kind of watch how he goes throughout this game. It's only the fourth, I guess, fifth game we're seeing from him now.
Another one doesn't count. Doesn't matter. It's all new, all reset. There's another jungler bandit. That's the Kha'Zix now, so that won't be an option in this game. It's Rengar on Giants side. What is Joko going to pick up? Do they take this for this rotation?
I mean, if they pick Graves here and save their mid laner, I think that's probably the most straightforward thing they're going to get.
Or, we saw the Gragas before.
Yeah, and this is similar basis to game one where you have the Ashe Arrow, now you have Gragas. It's not so bad with Ashe and Karma because you know that you can push out. Top lane is basically a Renekton lane, so good luck winning that early for Vitality, but Cabo already knows that going into this matchup.
Back over to Giants to see if they're going to pick up for their last two. They need a support, they need a mid. They've been focusing, hovering on this Nami.
And if Knight doesn't have access to his Oriana now, because it is banned for the rest of the day, this would normally be what he'd pick up here, I would imagine, alongside the Rengar. I don't know, would it be the Syndra?
Could be the Origen, but the Rise is up too, and there it goes.
The Rise is up. Okay.
Are you surprised?
I mean, I shouldn't be. Since it has been banned out in both games before. Will it be the Talia? I keep saying it out of Nuke Duck. I do want to see it once or twice again with Split. Well, I like seeing Talia.
Definitely a fun champion, especially if you're a fan of all those visuals, but the Cassiopeia was left up and out, so we get that matchup once again, a classic one in the mid lane between Nuke Duck and Knight.
Again, Vitality going back to game one style now. Lots of
I mean, they played a lot better
control.
in game one.
They did. They had better fights in game one, at least around some of the objectives. But there was that once or twice that Nuke Duck got caught out. Steelback getting caught in fights, flashing in a straight line, getting hit by Jhin.
See if it pans out differently for them this time. Vitality, one game down. We're looking to be closed out in that last game. And they get themselves a second chance here and a different composition to go toe-to-toe with Giants Gaming. Let's see if they can come out ahead this time around. It looks like there's a lot of power on both sides, some scaling. I mean, last game we went real late. Let's see if we get it again.
Vitality have got to be feeling a lot more confident coming out of this draft. I actually prefer this to their game two draft. Giants a little bit later on the bottom half of the map, but you've got Caitlyn, Nami, for some sense of lane dominance. Ryze, of course, can control one side lane while Renekton controls the other, so this might be a lot closer a game. It's going to depend on that jungle pathing early. You saw Deficio breaking down that information level 1. We'll have to keep our eyes on that.
Joko will definitely be keeping his eyes out for Memento, though. That was a rough one before the remake all happened. Memento on this Rengar is going to try to make some big plays happen as well, but we might be waiting until 6 for it. We'll see what happens. Giants on the edge, looking to knock out Vitality and claim a big victory here in this all-important week to avoid relegation. Vitality trying to stay alive for the second time. We get into game now. Giants, Vitality, who takes it? Let's find out.
As we get onto the Rift, Giants, can they repeat game 2 again?
That's always a tall order. Giants, they definitely looked like the better team. Game 1, there was a lot of back and forth. They got the snowball, and then they got shut out, only to turn it right back around again. Game 2, they were on par for an avalanche. But Vitality, they've got a chance here. Let's see if they take it.
Vitality, they know their bot lane in trades might get a little battered and bruised by this Caitlyn and the Nami. You can see AOD.
Yeah, elected for the coin start.
Elected for coin. Now, one of those things is that obviously you get a lot of passive gold coming from it. Allows you to move very quickly as well, ward come back and all that kind of thing. Wonder whether it'll actually build fully into the talisman.
Yeah, have to keep track of it throughout the game. I mean, they've already got a Karma speed boost from Inspire. They can get an extra one on top of it. And this is a team that their team fights are definitely not going to be too shabby. Once we get into the later stages of the game, that Cassiopeia carries a lot of power. The Shen can be delivered into the fights. And, you know, we've seen what this jungle Gragas once again can do. For Giants' side, they have a lot of damage as well. Starting out with those Raptors. Cabochard helping out Joko. It's jungle buddy system all the way around with Memento and Knight on the opposite side.
Rengar against the Raptors can clear him, but does end up dropping a little lower than somebody like a Gragas will off the first one. You can see that Memento's already got his level 2. Joko just gets it, now heading up to red. Will it be the same thing for Joko? Will he ward? There is already a ward in the river.
Will somebody ward? The answer is definitely yes. CQ and Hustlin, we'll see as they trade down on the bottom side. They have wards spotting each other in their own brushes. Hustlin's been the one who's been taking the most poke, but HQ has got a headshot loaded up. Looking for steal back with it as the trades continue. There it goes.
It's a very different lane now. Giants have themselves the sustain advantage in bot lane. You can see Memento has not gone aggressive through the jungle. Has in fact opted for his own Krugs.
Yeah, that doesn't always work, right? Joko's gonna have a much safer blue buff take this time around, even though the ward's expired in the river. Much better game.
So he's going Krugs into recall and then heading up through his topside jungle, so much less aggressive. You can see Joko didn't actually place a ward in the river, but has dragged his camp further away. Trying to make sure he doesn't get caught out this time.
He's playing it safe. You learn, you really only make mistakes like that once, it seems. Back in the bottom lane, Hustlin he's taken pretty low, but the Nami sustain's not something you can really underestimate. But let's keep an eye on Memento here. He's on his wolf camp, but he was pinging, or somebody was pinging rather, up towards Riverside. Don't think Cabochard's in a whole lot of danger this time around. Not only is he on Shen, but he's pushed in, so would not be surprised if Giants select not for a dive.
Yeah, they were pinging around the Rift Scuttler outside the Baron Pit, so we'll see whether that's where Memento goes next. Nami hasn't exactly had the most successful return.
2 of those games were AOD. But yeah, Nami has definitely been one of the champions that has had a lot more trouble because it has been a pick when supports have just been banned out so heavily, right?
Yeah, that's very true. You've seen a lot of Nami into Jhin as well because the way that you can push the Jhin out of his ultimate, so it's not necessarily a comment so much on Nami's success as to more of why we've seen Nami picked more often. Joko's slower on the recall here, so with Giants coming top lane, Memento's just going to walk right in. Cabo so low!
He gets the taunt, and that's first blood. Flax is just tanking tower shots. Memento Oh, he only had to show a couple of seconds of presence. That's a big pickup for Giants top laner to start things off.
Yeah, and Cabo had been trading so heavily with Flagsish by the looks of things that he was just low in lane. You can see how far ahead Flagsish was. Now you put a kill on top of that. It's a Renekton lane top side. I mean, Giants going to try and utilize Flagsish once again.
Yeah, that's teleport burn now. Cabochard still on level 4. If Flagsish gets 6, this is a chance for Giants to open up and make a big play. Maybe on the bottom side, if they can get a flank TP, we might see a party down there. But Memento already focusing top side. AOD low on mana, still punishing Hustlin. EQ not deterred here as he's able to go toe-to-toe with Steelback. This has been the even lane, of course. Mid lane's been very quiet, but that might change as well because you can see Memento hovering around.
And Giants just pushing forward in the lane, trying to get a trade on, trying to equalize some of the push pressure that's coming
forward
of Ashe and Karma. Nuktuk is forward.
He's got 5 too.
He's got Joko on the bottom side here, so it's fairly safe. Yeah. Memento did recall. Stealing away those Raptors.
Yeah, this time it's time for Joko to get some revenge, get the Raptor steal off himself. Hustlin's actually moving up here. He's going to spot them on the ward. Gets the plant out. And Joko's going to have to spend his smite. Doesn't get all the Raptors, all but one, in fact.
Yeah, just slowing down the next respawn. Of course, Raptors does have a long respawn cooldown. So it's difficult to continuously camp them like you used to in seasons gone by.
This is a nice change for Vitality, though. They're getting inside the jungle of Giants early on and placing some deep vision. They haven't spotted Memento, but they know now that he's arrived.
Yeah, here's the use of that coin. You built up a lot in lane. You can roam out a little bit, come back, and it's all right. Less reliant on that harass, but AOD is going to return back down.
Yeah, no trouble for them either.
Steelback's level 5 now. When he hits that level 6 mark, will we see them go aggressive?
So when we start to open things up, see how different this game can be. Vitality kind of got a new lease on life with it, and you know, when your back is against the wall, looks like they're playing it out very cautiously, but I guess that's kind of what you have to do. Cabochard already gave up that first blood, and he's going to have to give up a lot more farm if he doesn't want to lose any more kills. Cloud Dragon on the map this time around, so it's not a race for the Drake. Still, slim lead built up for Giants. I say slim, it's about 1,000.
It's a decent lead for now. Giants with their farm advantage topside, and the kill they got already. Joko's been spotted on his way in. There's a flash coming out.
Oh, and the heal.
And
wow. He just had to walk down there, and they burned both the ADC summoners.
Yeah, all of that was because AOD in lane flashed, and I would imagine put W down onto Hikyu. Didn't want to get caught out by that root, then get body slam flashed, but of course that was just off screen on the bottom side.
Yeah, Hikyu and Hustlin forced a little under tower, so 2 summoners traded for 1 with the jungler's assistance. Joko's getting his counter jungle on, but the same's being done by Memento up towards topside. It looks like he might be focused in bullying, but wait, there's going to be more as Joko's caught on a bubble. Red buff assisting. Meanwhile, in mid, Knight gets grounded.
Level 6 topside from Memento. Ooh. Memento's coming in.
He's in Viz, and Cabochard's got to know something is up. The taunts on, but the slice. Flagsish. Oh, the flash! And now it's Flagsish who's tanking too much damage. Dominus is on, otherwise he'd be a dead man. And Joko's looking to come down bottom, throws the barrel.
He's only level 5. He's only level 5 for now, but remember there's no summoners on Hikyu, so if he connects with a body slam flash, it might be enough, and that's why Hikyu and Hustlin are giving a lot of respect over on this bottom side to Vitality.
Nuktuk was looking to make a play as well. Ends up being no kills traded, but Vitality, they get a lot of pressure on this bottom turret. Down below half health as Hustlin and Hikyu come back to finish the minion wave.
It was well played by Cabo in that 1 versus 2. Recognized Rengar was coming, obviously then when Rengar's under tower, you know he's there.
Taunt away, flash juke, yeah, that was nicely done.
So he also held the taunt until some of the initial damage had been blocked by the Twilight Shroud, then jumps out, flashes back under tower. Nice little play.
Yeah.
Get to see those glimpses of Cabo, where in splits gone by, we were rating him among the top laners.
Yeah, we talk about his carry potential, but it was also just general mechanical outplays. I mean, this is the guy that was doing all sorts of flashy stuff. We saw him play the Lucian top lane when it was in fashion to play Graves up top. He's like, okay, I've got a better AD carry than you do. But he also just generally did well on these champions. It's nice to see him capturing a little bit of that back. especially in a matchup that you're going to have a hard time with no matter what.
And then other people tried playing the Lucian. Here's
Didn't work so well.
Huni. Not
Huni
the greatest.
tried a lot of stuff.
He's doing great now, so
oh, yeah, good for him.
Nobody even is remembering those Lucian games.
I'm impressed that they got Huni to play tanks, in all honesty. That's still taking me for a spin.
I mean, let's be honest, if SK Telecom come to any player and say, we want you to play for us, but you've only got to play like this, I think most players are just like, give me the pen, where's the pen? Just let me sign the pen. Like, Season 4 World Champions, yeah. Let's go. Not Season 4. I was going to say fourth
pretty much
World
every other season. But
exactly,
yes.
I picked the wrong one.
It's okay. It's been a long series already, Stress. I think he could be forgiven. Meanwhile, Knight tanked an ultimate out of Nuke Duck, but as he got cleansed out after the fact, he was able to get away from harm. And now Memento finding it hard to contest. Knight's a little bit low here. He's only got flash. In comes Gragas, and Knight gets blown to bits by Joko.
Easy play on mid lane. This is the problem that we've seen up until this week for Knight. We've been saying he's been picked off a whole lot. Knight hasn't looked as really solid as we saw in Summer Split, and this is an unfortunate turn of events for him now. He's on this rise that has been banned away from him, and now he's getting focused out by Vitality. Vitality are going to try and come down to the bottom lane. They do still have that explosive cask available. They didn't use it to kill Knight.
Oh, Joko, AOD, steal back all here, and now
they don't
Giants,
even need
have
to
to
use
know.
anything.
There's a teleport flank, though. Hold on a minute. Giants hold the phone. Out of the brushes is coming a Croc, but that's going to be a flash. Cabochard has the shield on. They can turn this one around. Joko is found by Memento. And he gives him some claws. Sunk in. No tower taken, but it's a kill for Giants, and now they've all arrived down bottom.
Vitality did not use the Ash Arrow, but used a lot of summoners to get themselves out. And actually, Giants hold the turret. If Giants can get somebody up to the top lane quickly, they can take that tower down and actually get tower first blood themselves. That's what they're doing on the map. You can see, look, Hikyu's going up there. There was a ping on the bottom tower from Vitality, trying to race for that tower first blood.
That's a good old Swippy swap, and Vitality, they're still sending their duo down to the bottom. It's going to be a race now for this. Nuke Duck clearing away minions in the mid, but man, this is tense.
That Cloud Drake would have gone so well if one team had got it by now.
Ah, the most important Drake in the early game was actually the Cloud.
It's like watching, sports day, egg and spoon race. He was trying to push up, carrying that.
Yeah, but this is the pressure now. Giants are looking to make it happen, but you can already see Vitality are closer to getting this tower down bottom,
Vitality.
and they only need a stiff breeze to knock it over.
Yeah, Vitality.
Can they do it?
They're gonna get it. Vitality are gonna get it on the bot side. Hikyu couldn't push up fast enough.
Oh, there it goes. Tower first blood. Vitality have the gold advantage despite being down kills, so they win the race.
Who even needs the Olympics? We got this. We got the foot race to first tower blood.
That's definitely an exciting event.
That was riveting.
Knight gets nailed by the arrow. In goes Nuke Duck. No, this is slow. The Realm Warp. Is he going to make it out? I don't think so. You can't trust in the portal every time. And Knight goes down again.
Yeah, Vitality. This is a much better early game. They are still slightly behind because of some of the advantages that were built up from that first blood from the top lane as well. But Vitality, you consider that the first run of game 2, they were so far behind. What was it, 5,000 gold?
It was a massive
10
disadvantage.
minutes.
This has been such a relief for this team to get back on their feet, to be 13 minutes into this game and honestly 500 gold behind. When you also get first tower blood, that's nothing. Joko's honestly not been set far back. He plays on this Gragas now, and he hasn't been invaded nearly as much. He's been matching pace with Memento.
Yeah.
And it's just great to try and build off of this. For Giants' side, they're trying to recapture it a little bit, but you're not going to be able to snowball this game nearly as effectively. They may want to play it for the late game. They've got a Ryze, they've got a Caitlyn. If this game goes 35 minutes plus, that's going to be a lot of power to contend with.
Memento and Knight are no ultimate right now. They were pinging on Nuke Duck in the bottom lane, but his tower does still stand behind him, so yeah, it's not an easy pickoff. And Vitality still a little under pressure here. You can see that Nuke Duck's having a lot better game than than the first game. Nuke Duck did catch a couple of big shockwaves, but hasn't been quite so successful. Actually, he's going to aggro the dragon, just checking.
Not something Vitality have focused on a lot. Just about every dragon in this entire series, remakes or not, have gone Giants' way. Let's see if that continues. There's a lot of deep wards here, though, for Vitality in the Giants jungle. They placed them some time ago, especially that control ward down there, and it just hasn't been spotted by Giants. It's meant that they have more or less a good idea of when Giants are down on that side of the map, pinging in the mid, actually, and now they're clearing out vision around the Dragon Pit itself.
I want to see more of this Memento and Knight squad, where they're just going around, jumping people, getting the Rengar ultimate down.
Seems like they might have run out of steam, too. I mean, that's something you don't often consider. Like, when you're that far ahead and then the remake does happen, how much does that really get into the minds of the players that were on the up and up?
I mean, especially, you look at the lead Memento had, specifically. It was, I mean, he was basically arms crossed, like, this game's done, I set this up, everything is going our way. And then the remake happens.
Can't quite always rely on getting the big snowball. He did get a big kill for himself, and he made some plays up towards the top side, but the second time around, Cabochard said, that's not going to happen. And they were able to really stop it. Here comes the Ash Arrow. Didn't follow it quite in time. There was a flash away from Hustlin.
Yep. Looks like just managed to avoid it, but Memento has been farming up a storm in this game. 111 CS to 48.
That's true. Joko just hasn't been able to do the same. But what Vitality are able to get now is they forced Giants to push and defend against their tower push. They get themselves a dragon. Can they live? Here comes the Shen Shield. Wave is dodged by Nuke Duck. He just surfs around it. Now Hustlin might be caught. The bubble. Oh, Joko's going to go over. They're going to grab a kill off of this one. It goes the way of Steelback, his second of the game. And now Vitality are looking to push mid for good.
Hustlin couldn't get out in time. Flaxish couldn't get into the fight in time. And now Vitality are pushing onto this mid tower. A complete turn of fortunes, a twist of fate in this series. Oh, Flaxish!
He goes in. It's Cabochard. They take down Knight. It's Steelback on his third kill now. He's getting a whole lot of gold in his pocket, and they're going to get themselves a tower in the mid. Vitality, how much better can you get?
Vitality now have the lead on this game. They've been doing a lot better around objectives this game, rushing down that first tower in the race. They've really focused Knight out. We've talked about before how Nuke Duck does well in his lane on his own, but now that they've brought Joko into the mid lane a couple of times, the rest of the team with him, Steelback has been firing off those arrows and catching people out. Giants are struggling with Knight on this rise.
They're having some trouble. Vitality seems to be finding all the pressure points that they can press on Giant's side, and they're even managing to get some oft-lost objectives. That dragon they took, that was the first they've gotten in 6 games, and that is honestly quite impressive in one way. Let's take a look at this play again, though.
That is impressive. But Knight was grounded, can't get off the miasma. And Vitality take the kill, take the tower, and take the lead.
Pressure advantage to them. They have vision down in the bottom side. Nuke Duck is getting his split push on. Cabochard, he can just taunt away and stay alive here. Vitality, they have all the chances to keep on extending this out. Okay, that was pretty cool.
I don't think it was all that intended out of Memento, but he jumps back.
Blast cones are a really fun mechanic.
Until you misclick and kill the team.
Yeah.
It's,
yeah, I've tilted a few solo queue teammates for sure.
And me.
Yes. That was deliberate, though.
Yeah, I know, right? That's,
but Memento has some fun for himself. He just rides the bounce and gets himself the ward vision cleared up. Still, they haven't gotten every vision cleared away. Vitality have eyes on a lot of sides of the map, but you can see the Giants are not lacking for it either. They have quite a lot in the top side of Vitality's jungle. 2 minutes until Baron Nashor's going to hit the Rift, and you know, in game 1, it was a big thing for Giants. It was a big thing for Vitality, too. That was how they started to turn their game around. Wouldn't expect it to be any different here.
Yeah, and Giants, you can see from the control wards bot side, they're trying to eliminate the chances of Joko sneaking around into that mid lane whenever they're on the defensive standpoint, trying to catch any kind of pathways that Vitality will use to get behind either mid or bot tower.
Memento wants to go hunting. Looking for a new pair of snakeskin boots, it looks like. Let's see if they can bait him away. Nuke Duck is spotted. Memento has not moved. He's backing away.
Yeah, he's just hanging around. Didn't really feel confident. They didn't have full vision on where everybody was. But you can see Joko and AOD now. As this 2-man squad Joker didn't have flash.
There's the wave. Joko's still on. Here's the Realm Warp. Ash Arrow is not going to connect, but it won't matter. Hustlin is isolated from the team. Knights around the wall trying to answer back, but it's not enough. Even with Gromp's help, Vitality are still able to clean up Giants there, and now Nukeduck's pushing top.
Hustlin didn't read the play in time. Knight was like, come on, take the portal out. It's over the wall. You can get it, right? And Hustlin's like, oh, I'm late. I'm late to the portal.
Should have hustled a little harder. Unfortunately, Vitality, they're going to grab themselves that last outer. They're looking great right now on this map. It's 20 minutes in, and they're building the advantages up. It's 2,500 for them.
Yeah, they have a real good advantage for themselves. The only thing for Giants that truly is going their way is Flaxish over in that side lane has pushed out Cabo, but Cabo's getting to a point where he doesn't really have to worry too much as we are about to cross that 20-minute mark. Vitality are waiting.
We've seen such a marked shift in how these teams have chosen to make plays.
Yeah.
Giants have been gun-shy this game.
I think the problem is you can't excuse Giants' mentality of, okay, well, I guess we did it in the remade game, like we can punish them, but the opportunities haven't necessarily presented themselves in this game. You can't really take away how much of a lead Giants had and how that's got to play into mentality to now have to go back into the game that you thought you'd already won. You thought this series was done, the seal was on it, you had your 2-0, you're moving on, and now you've got to play in another game with a different draft, with a different play style. It's got to be tough for Giants.
Yep. Despair, thy name is Oriana. Giants are still going to be able to grab themselves a turret, but they've got to contend with that snake up in the top lane. Knight's moving there, hustling himself to get in position. Still, Vitality making moves around the map, focusing on those objectives. We'll see how big a lead they can build for themselves. Last time, Giants were able to punish a couple of overextensions, and Vitality just weren't able to fight nearly as well as they thought.
I think, if anything, we're kind of learning from at least this game in comparison to the last two is that Giants with a slower scaling mid laner just don't look like the same team at all. They look exploitable by a team like Vitality, who can move into the mid lane. They catch Hustlin.
Speaking of moving right into the mid, it was pretty easy. Cabochard just came a little bit late to wave goodbye, and there's a Cloud Drake now 10 seconds away. Vitality could easily sweep that one up.
Oh, Cabo.
It's hard for Giants to really get involved. Hustlin has had a rough game himself.
Yeah, it has not been the most straightforward game for Hustlin. I mean, when you look at what Hustlin's been playing, obviously in the last game played the Karma, this time the Nami. Game 1, the Nautilus. That's where he looks really solid. On that signature Nautilus pick, maybe we can see him go back to that.
Well, and even if they lose this game, obviously Giants, they'd still have a third one to play out. There's still time for them to reset. But even with the disappointment, you have to honestly shake that off and come back into it. That's what separates good teams from bad teams in a lot of ways. And Giants right now, they're not exhibiting the willingness to fight that we saw out of them in both of the games we saw so far. Obviously, you're down a little bit of gold, but how much does the draft really dictate that, Stress?
I think the draft in this one's dictated quite a lot, specifically with Knight and how he's now playing a slower paced champion than Inari. I think it's difficult to kind of look at things and say, hey, you gotta shake it off. Like, it happens, right? Like, I think at this level, we see teams with differing support staffs, right? Where we know teams like G2 have been very vocal about having, wellness coaches and that side of things. And we haven't heard Giants talk so much about that. We've not seen a glimpse into that side of the support staff. So I actually would be interested to know how shaking off that feeling actually goes when you were so crushingly far ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up. And Giants as an organization have not been, in all honesty, the most vocal about any of their plans. It's a team that has been in the LCS for a long time, but they've had a history of kind of almost alternating results. We talked about it, that they kind of come in and they end up right on the edge of promotion tournament, if not just outside of it, and then they end up making playoffs, usually to one and done status. But they've shifted their teams and their rosters quite a lot. And this is a team that is still trying to find an identity. A couple years on in the LCS, Memento is going to throw the Bola strike out onto Steelback, but Joko was there for the defense. They've caught him in a Bola and a Rune prison, but Nukeduck now is around the side. This is a hectic fight here. Knight's going to have to burn a couple of summoners. The wave comes in, Cabochard around from the flank, and now the TP's coming in for that Crocodile. What can Flaxish do? Nothing. He's exhausted, turns back onto Nukeduck. This is a fight on multiple fronts. AOD hustling both low, but Nukeduck gets Flaxish, and now Knight's on the portal. It's gone canceled, and he's got nowhere to go. Vitality get 2.
Vitality get 2. They have got this lead already, and Giants were stretching to try and get mid tower. You saw Memento pop the ultimate, trying to just put the fear in Vitality, but it didn't work. Vitality know that they had the lead. Vitality know that Giants right now are struggling. 0-4-0 for Knight. Nothing on the board for Hikyu on this Caitlyn. He's still too weak to fight, and that's the Baron going to Vitality. This is a complete turnaround from the last game.
Might be able to fight it once again.
Yeah.
Backed away, okay. Memento is still just sniffing that one out. But yeah, Vitality get themselves Baron on 5. Cabo stops his back, but it's only going to delay right now. Yeah,
it's only delaying. I mean, top lane was pushed out as well. That tower's already taken of the inner, so now Vitality are looking to just push through. They've got Shen with TP, Stand United, they got everything. Nukeduck will clear out one side wave and come across, but look, Joko starts the fight. He looks way more comfortable on this Gragas than he did in the last game. Of course, this game he didn't die at level 2, but Giants trying anything they can. AOD trying to fight with Hustle and everything. Here going in the way of Vitality, taunts Knight off the portal, and Vitality just turned for the Baron, and at this point, you have to look at it and say, okay, now Vitality are in the position where they've basically won this game. Like, they've got the Baron buff, they've got a split pusher, they should be able to take at least the inner towers and continue to force these fights. They've got Ashe, they've got Gragas, they've got all of these good tools.
The question now becomes, can they close it out? Can they keep themselves from, honestly getting got by this Renekton, by this Rengar? They've got the Baron buff on. Where are they going to spend it? It's Cabo Shard up in the top side. Safest push for him. Oh, you got to dodge. There was a death trap being set up. There's a clutch ward, though, by AOD. Vitality stacking bottom side. So are Giants. Now they're going to try to move around to the mid and force them back. Let's see if Hikyu can hold here.
So yeah, Hikyu set up a line of traps. The problem is if that dive comes, somebody's coming around the back of that tower, and the traps won't stop that. For now, though, Giants are going to defend at the bot towers. Somebody has to address the fact that Cabo is pushing in a cannon wave. If Giants can actually engage here... Ooh, nope.
Spending 2 ultimates. Memento went through all the hunt. Hustlin sent the tidal wave out, but nobody's gone back for Cabo Shard here. Vitality are playing this out the pace they want. Memento is going to be able to get out of the Ashe Arrow, takes the Blast Cone Express, but now the tower's going down up top.
Yeah, they just go back to bot lane with the next wave of minions, give them the Baron buff, and push them into the tower. Giants committed 2 people to this fight, which means they're going to lose the inner tower. Shen will push the next wave up, and unless Giants respond in the bottom lane, Vitality are likely to push at least one of these inhibitor towers down. Now the traps come out. It's only 3 out of Hikyu.
Still a minute left on this Baron buff, and they're going to be able to knock down the inhibitor tower. They're still sieging on this bottom, even though Giants are stacking strong. But it feels like damned if you do, damned if you don't here, Stress.
Full trap line out. This makes it very difficult for Vitality to push up. Ashe's range is barely to the bottom of those steps. So to actually step forward and attack that tower is near impossible for Vitality. You risk the engage coming from Giants onto a trap target. That's why Vitality have to move as soon as those traps are gone from mid. Now they move to the mid inner tower and push that one down. Everything's going Vitality's way. They want to go on Cabo.
Cabo's a little bit low here, but he's still pretty tanky. They knock down another turret. He buys time. He has Flash, he has Taunt available to him. Hustlin's taken low. In goes Memento, but there's no backup. He gets barreled and knocked away, and Steel back shoots an arrow right into the back of his head. That's going to be an inhibitor tower now, and a teleport in from Cabo Shard as he back to base. Vitality are looking to close this one out. Let's see if they can do it. Joko has got the Shen shield. He went from teleport to stand united, and that's exactly what Vitality are doing here. 2 members down, the wave's coming out, but it might be Giants that are waving goodbye to this game. A double kill for AOD, and Vitality are on the Giants base.
Yeah, Giants only have Hustle and Memento still down. This is going to be the game going over to Vitality. It's a significantly different remade game, and Vitality will even up the series.
1-1 will be the scoreboard. We'll be going to game number 3. Vitality, what a turnaround, and they will take victory.
It looked better for Vitality this game.
That's an understatement.
This saving grace for them. They get a different draft, they get a good setup with crowd control, and realistically, you've got to feel for Giants. After how big of a lead they had, now they end up in a tied series, 1 game away But Giants, this is where we were talking about regrouping. This is where they have to. It's do or die on this one now for both teams.
It all comes down to a single game now to decide who is going to be in a much safer position. It's a big week for both teams. We've talked about it endlessly, but with all the bottom 4 teams facing off against each other, this is where you start to build the momentum. Vitality have got a chance here, and Giants, they're gonna have to find some answers.
The sigh of relief after that one game out of Vitality has to be, you know,
Sweat rolling down for sure. I mean, this is big.
Immense moment of relief for Vitality.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Hard to state it in any other way. They look basically beaten by Giants already. So.
Yeah, and Vitality really closed that one out when they knew they had the lead. That's the important thing. So I'm really impressed that they were able to put it away once they knew they were in a good position to do so.
Yeah, and Vitality, you know, their early game worked out better. They got the engages throughout the mid game and just pushed Giants back into their base.
Yeah, that's the story. We're one game apiece here in this series between Giants and Vitality. We're going to send it over one more time to the analyst desk for a closer look at Game 2.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Of course, this game, similar to the remade game before, it does start off on a positive note from Giants, and it seems like, Deficio, you're right, it's not just small pathing advantages that Memento finds, it's also just consistent ganks in the early game.
Yeah, again, Memento, in my opinion, showing how good he is as a jungler, getting early advantage. The replay, obviously, it's just him going top lane, getting almost probably the easiest first blood of his life, walking in, killing Cabochard. And generally, like, watching him as a player is just really fun because, again, good pathing, he's not afraid to make plays, and when he gets an advantage, he's really good at using it. Sadly for him in this game here, the rest of Giants weren't able to kind of work with him to kind of snowball this advantage, and Vitality ended up getting, you know, small leads here and there that kind of snowballed into a bigger lead.
Yeah, we saw a lot more, I feel like, consistency in decision-making coming in from Vitality, a lot more coordination around the fights that they wanted to choose. Specifically, when we look at the mid lane, we did see that one instance of a fight, or that one instance of a dive, rather, where they knew that they had the damage, they knew that they could take down the opposition, and they just pulled the trigger.
I mean, they already got a kill on Hustling here, set around the dragon, and then kind of instant engage on Tonight. Really good setup from them, and at this point here, you know, when Giants is already falling behind, we can't really fault them for what happens next. It's a very tough situation to be in after that remake, when they obviously were doing so well in the game before. You start losing the new game, and then suddenly everything kind of cracks for you as a team. And so I don't want to sit here and blame them for kind of losing really hard in this game at all. I think just Vitality kind of realized they had the advantage. The Gragas didn't get punished early game. This is the first time Vitality didn't get destroyed in the early game, and they managed to get some more fights later on as well.
Yeah, outplaying in the macro decision-making when they weren't at that massive deficit. Now, coming into Game 3, your Giants, it's the same question I asked you at the start of this remake. How do you stay focused? Because this just gets harder and harder with every game, it seems like.
Oh, yeah, it definitely gets harder and harder. Like, this is where a lot of it falls down to the coach, to the manager, to the players around, or to the guys around the players who is sitting backstage and can kind of be like, let's try and reset everyone. Just reset. Come on, we beat them game 1. We did well as well in the next one. So like full reset, honestly, for them. Try and get that early game advantage in the draft and use it. You really set up Memento so he can be the big star who gets you ahead. And then I think Giants can still take the next game.
Okay, at the end of the day, who do you think has the edge here from what we've seen in the first 2 games now? Who's going to walk away with the series?
I think Giants is going to get a full reset, and I think Giants is going to go in and have a better early game. And then I think it's going to be one of those like really back and forth games, but I think Giants is going to grab it.
All right, well, at the end of the day, maybe not the road we expected to come into a Game 3, but we will have a Game 3 nonetheless. But that's going to be right after the break. It's going to be one more game to close this one out. See who will come out on top, Giants or Vitality. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Here comes Gragas, and Knight gets blown to bits by Joko. On to Nukeduck. This is a fight on multiple fronts. AOD hustling both low, but Nukeduck gets Flaxish, and now Knight's on the portal. It's gone canceled, and he's got nowhere to go.
1-1 will be the scoreboard. We'll be going to game number 3. Vitality, what a turnaround, and they will take victory. Welcome back once again to the European LCS 2017 Spring Split. We are in game number 3 between Giants and Vitality. And oh baby, this has come down to the wire.
Yeah, basically game number 4.
3.5, whatever.
Which is actually not a laughing matter. But anyway, right. Game that we just saw, Vitality, looked way better than the previous game and game 1. I mean, Vitality snowballing their lead very effectively, utilizing this Ashe and the Gragas for engages, setting up plays on mid lane, and really punishing Giants for picking something like a Rise from the mid lane, which Knight needed time. It's not quite the same as the Ahri we saw from games 1 and 2.
Yeah, and it was also impressive that despite how he seemed to be falling behind pretty heavily in farm early on, Joko was still able to have a pretty big impact. And when it got into that team fight stage, in the skirmish stage, in all honesty, it was massive for him, and we just didn't see the same thing out of Memento.
Yeah, we didn't. Memento obviously was all over the jungle
in the top lane too.
The original game 2, and in game 1, Memento was doing well. That was the first time we've seen Memento on Rengar, and while I don't think it was the pick itself that was the problem, it didn't look as comfortable as previous games that we've seen from Memento. You know,
yeah,
the game where he was playing on the Kha'Zix, or yeah, he played it in game 1 as well.
And he had the option to pick it this time around, so I'm wondering if they'll do that again. We talked about how important the draft really was to dictate the pace at which the teams were going to play. And I think that, you know, after it's a long time. This is where you start to think, okay, do we want to like try to focus early? Vitality, they had more success on an earlier focus this time around, and maybe they'll do it again.
Yeah, you see the players are just returning to the stage. They were afforded, you know, obviously a little extra time to get us towards game 3, as it will be the 4th champion select. So this time around, I don't want to see Giants looking for that. I'm actually going to hold this while headsets aren't on.
Oh,
so
yeah. Wait.
We'll come back to that when we're in pick and bans.
Yes, don't reveal anything, for sure.
That wouldn't be good.
No, definitely not. But, you know, it's hard. This is a long series. You really want to get these points on the board because these are the most likely you're going to be able to do it. We keep touching on it, but it's so important because this week and next, you have all of the bottom 4 teams. They face off against each other. You want to build on that momentum. All you need to do is take victory in one game. Take one Nexus now, and you get yourself that much better positioned in the standings.
Yeah, it's easier said than done on that standpoint.
As we've seen.
I mean, so we look at it. Now that the players are all seated, they are all, you know, away from my discussions. Don't want to see the Rise in pick and ban. I don't want to see that because I just feel like it was too slow for Giants out of the gates. Whether it's the Ahri, whether it's something else that we've seen out of Knight, pick that. Maybe get yourself the Kha'Zix again for Memento. And that was really the basis. Like, Flaxish looked comfortable in both games 1 and 2. Didn't really look like he was under too much threat a lot of the time from Cabo. Apart from that Renekton into Nah matchup, at least at the beginning.
For Vitality, they will be on the red side this game. If I heard correctly, it sounded like they chose that one. We'll confirm it up in a moment. But if you're electing that, you want to try to get yourself some power picks early on. It seems to always be the case. If you can leave some things open, see if they've got anything left in that bag of tricks for the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, this is the week to bring everything out. Doom's week, as Divicio has been tweeting all day.
It's definitely the big week to do it. You can't hold anything back. We're week 7 of the European LCS. It's the last week of cross-group play. You get some chance now to come back and play the teams in your own group. That's when it really matters at the end of the day for all those standings. And I just got confirmation. It was Vitality that selected red side for game 3.
Okay, Vitality selecting red side, which would be in line with the last game where they gave away the Rengar, took the Ashe, the Shen for themselves. And as we're getting closer to the draft, let's find out. Let's find out what happens.
A lot of questions
in pick and ban number 4. Let's get it going.
Wipe everything off the board. It's all down to just one game between Giants and Vitality. And let's see what they lock in.
Okay, we're into pick and ban phase. Previous games have been Giants on blue side banning Camille, Jace, Jhin. Vitality on red side last game was LeBlanc, Varus, Malzahar. Are we sticking to the same thing?
Let's see if they opt for the ain't broke, don't fix it. The LeBlanc's banned away. Still no brainer. Once again, we are on patch 7.4. So LeBlanc still busted in the good way.
And Oriana is still disabled for the rest of today. She will not feature in this final match between Giants nor Vitality, nor in the match between Origen and ROCCAT, which is coming after the conclusion of this series. This is the final game between Giants and Vitality, and now Rengar is off the field as well. Wasn't a strong pick for Memento, but it has been a strong pick for Vitality, and it is no longer available.
Yep, and that Varus once again is banned. Yep, I think we can predict what's coming afterwards. So Giants have a little bit of time, but they actually banned the Shen instead. Oh,
they're first picking Jhin for Hiku. This is what they did earlier on when they were on red side in game 1 of this series, and now with Nautilus banned away, there's no flex possibility for Giants with that Nautilus. That's what also happened in game 1. So Giants, is it a first pick here on Jhin? Flexish always hovers Yasuo, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that one. The only time I would really worry about a Yasuo pick maybe coming through if it's like Exile or something, but the Jace was left open, so it's locked.
Always forget about Jace. So we've seen a lot of Jace out of the mid lane. This does supplement some of what we were talking about with Knight. Now he has a bit more of a lane bully when you look at the amount of damage he can output, and the play style is different to Arise. Vitality, so Jace, Jhin, likely. Malzahar maybe as the combo with it.
Something that AOD definitely preferred. They got it for him in game 1. It was so hotly contested for them that they actually locked it in right off the bat, but now they get it once again. Will they take the Jhin to pair with it?
If Steelback does take this, he's played 7 games. This makes another game on top of that. 16, 4, and 24 is his kill stat coming today on Jhin. This has been one of the safer picks for Steelback. So now where's the response? Giants, the Kha'Zix is available if they want it in this rotation. It's worked well for Memento. It would likely force Joko onto that Graves in the first rotation before Giants start pinching that pool.
But they locked the Ziggs in now.
They hovered it in the last champion select, but now with Jace in the mid lane, this supplements some of their damage coming from AD. So Giants showing us something different for this team specifically. We've seen a lot of Ziggs bot lane over the last few months.
Okay, still some time on the board. Do they pick up their jungler now? Kha'Zix up and available for Memento. 7 seconds. Clock is ticking. They're really letting it go down to the wire here, and it's going to be the Renekton lock-in.
So showing basically all of their cards for the solo lanes, for their bot lane as well.
That's a lot of pushing power.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. You've got a Renekton to basically dominate top lane unless Vitality get Gnar here. If Vitality get Gnar, they can survive through, but they're looking for a jungle pick here. Taking the Gragas, denying Giants the ability of banning out the jungle pool. Now it's Vitality that will turn to the jungle. Kha'Zix likely will get taken off the table.
Okay, it's the Elise to start things off. They have one more,
the
though.
Elise, yeah. That's likely the 2 that we will see banned away. Giants can ban out mid laners, ban out top laners. Gnar surely has to feature in this ban phase for Giants.
You would think for sure if they want to give the Renekton a stronger matchup, the potential to not lose out post level 6. Let's see what Flaxish can do with it once again.
We also could see the Gragas. I'm not expecting this. We could see the flex up to top lane. Into Renekton, not a good matchup.
Yeah.
Nuke doesn't get his Zed. Days
unfortunate
of the past, the Nuke would play Zed, Season 3.
There's a lot of history for this guy in the mid lane for Vitality. I mean, we've talked about how far away it has been for him, but definitely has some flashy plays in his book. Karma's banned away now by Vitality. That's their last, so they have left open the Kha'Zix.
With a Kha'Zix left open, it's likely what Giants are going to take. Now that Elise, obviously banning that away to take away some more AP threat. Giants, of course, relying heavily on AD so far. If they take a Graves or a Kha'Zix, pushes them further into the territory where everybody on the other side just builds Ninja Tabis and goes, okay, we're fine.
League of Tabis, you never miss it. Okay, so Gnar is banned away now, as expected. It goes back to Vitality. What are they going to take? Are they looking for that top lane? Always liking Nuke to pick the last mid laner.
Yeah, what do they? The Shen is not available. Gnar is not available. Not a lot of matchups left into Renekton that do particularly well.
They do. It's a rise for Nuke now.
Also, I hate to say it, it's not a good matchup, but it can also flex top. So Vitality are in a situation where they can play their last card and everything becomes clear.
Giant side, looking potentially for an all-AP bottom lane.
Yeah, well, that would be pushing power completely.
Oh, yeah.
And again, they need to round out some more magic damage so that they can take the Kha'Zix or the Graves.
Would not have a tank on that lineup. The Renekton be the closest thing if they end up going for a carry jungler. But Vitality, last ones to them. They've already taken their mid, so the top laner is going to be the last choice. But Giants is still ticking for them. Let's see what they take in the mid lane. Or in the jungle, rather.
9 seconds left.
It's a great.
Yep, makes sense. Again, pushing power. Push, push, push. Everything on Giants is all they want to do. Early game push. Get every type of lead they can. Joko maybe taking the Gragas. Will it be the Olaf? You could put it top lane as well.
No, we don't actually know what's going to go where, but I think the Olaf up top might be the Cabochard special.
Now we get the old switcheroo. Where's it going?
Still some time, right?
Yeah, 20 seconds is the time in which they have to swap around. Cabochard's summoner, well, both summoners actually. No Ghost, but of course Ghost got nerfed, so it's no longer the...
run at you as fast as you can.
Now, Olaf does have significant early game damage, but look at this composition out of Vitality. It's a lot spread out compared to what we saw in the last one. They have the engage potential coming from Joko. Steelback is sat on the back line, and as we pass 20 seconds, Cabochard is the one taking Olaf in the top lane. It is Gragas in the jungle. Vitality up against a push power team from Giants.
Yeah, Giants are going to have a whole hell of a lot of siege. We'll see if they're able to push it in early enough, or will Vitality be able to answer on back? I mean, they've got some late game power too. The Rise did not work that well for Knight, but in the hands of NukeDuck, maybe that's a different story. 1-1, all evened up. It is all in the line. The winner takes the points, the loser goes home. The momentum is built here. This is where it all begins. So one more time, if you think Giants are going to walk away with it, hashtag GIA win on Twitter. Of course, if you think Vitality are going to be the 2-1 winners, it is hashtag VIT win. Let's hear it for Giants and Vitality. Game 3 coming up.
As we've loaded into the Rift, or at least we're on the loading screen. I remember the summoners don't swap over until we head into game, so it is Ghost on Olaf. I was going to say, even with the nerf, wouldn't be an Olaf without it. You got to run at people. It's not 7.5 Olaf, where people are running around with all sorts of new keystones. Heard everything about Stonebreakers, is it?
Yeah, Stoneborn, I believe.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I know there was some of that.
Same patches, we got a new gargoyle, but I mean, that's not coming just yet. Yeah.
Next week we get that.
We're not living in the future.
7.4. Pushing towers. Everything is focused on that for Giants. Oh, spicy.
We've got ourselves a very hot dragon that's going to be hitting the Rift too, so I expect to see that contesting coming down there. Line of scrimmage start, no risk. Nobody wants to be the one to make the first mistake in game 3. There's no trickery for either Giants or Vitality to start things off. No deep invades, no nothing.
Neither team has really been focused on that. Last week, we saw the first step on Raptor starts, grouping up, going in aggressively. Now we're seeing the evolution of this, warding early around the Raptor entrance, denying any kind of push potential. You can see Hustlin and Hiku have now established a ward in the bot lane, seen Steelback and AOD. This gives information over. Deficio did that beautiful analysis of early game vision, what it means. You can see now that you can infer bot lane aren't giving any kind of pull. I mean, you wouldn't expect Joko to start anywhere other than Raptors, but you have a pretty good idea that's happening.
Yep, traded on both sides. Cabochard once again buddying up with Joko. Knight doing the same thing for Memento on his side. And now we are into the laning phase.
Interesting. Flaxish even came down. I don't know whether he's trying to fake that he gave a pull on top side to allow Memento to go aggressive. Yes, he did. Oh, look at what Memento is doing. That was brilliant. Okay, so getting the ward in bot side, Flaxish fakes an pull on the top side jungle, and now Memento goes instantly into the blue buff because he knows Gragas is starting up on the top side of the map, going red into blue, because that's what Joko has done every game so far. Memento reading this very, very well.
Nice adaptation. Joko's actually going to be taking a trip himself, it looks like, into the Giants jungle.
But it doesn't pay off.
So it might not work out for him, but he is busy with the Scuttle Crab right now. We'll see if it works out. We'll keep an eye on it. And now Hustlin, has to burn his flash away as he was exhausted up. AOD, that's a lot of chunk damage on him between the plants and the bombs. Joko's not gone into the Giants jungle just yet.
He hasn't yet. There was just a ping, like a careful ping onto Flaxish, I think, because Cabochard was going so aggressive early on. You can see Flaxish now wards the blue, just to make sure that Joko hasn't gone there.
boy, this could be spicy as we get going. Steelback taken a little bit low by HeQ and Hustlin. Once again, it's Plants and Voidlings. We're playing with a whole lot of minions down on that bottom side. Nukeduck is even going deep into the Giants jungle to get himself another ward. Missing ping, Knight knows that there is no one in this lane with him right now.
And a lot of people would be looking at this and say, how is Joko only level 2 after doing the same camps that Memento did earlier and got level 3? Well, Cabo took one minion to get that level advantage in the top lane, and that's what he punished Flaxish with to push him out. That's why Joko's level 2. That's why he didn't come mid for any kind of play at level 3. And you can see that ward that Flaxish put down to secure the blue buff means that Giants are in no threat under this early game of Memento losing out on his jungle.
Yeah, Joko didn't get himself a blue buff either, and now Memento can easily freely move up and get that free buff off. Joko is not going to get enough, and he'll be put back.
I like it. I like the start out of Giants. It's been a little bit more about mind games and just faking some of the information they're giving over.
Yep. Long series. This is where the fatigue can sometimes set in, and teams can sometimes make mistakes, even in the early game, but it was all just knowing what Joko was going to do time and again. And Memento was able to punish it. He doesn't even have to take his blue just yet. Leisurely strolls as he clears out the scrying plant just to make sure that there's nobody coming for him. Flaxish up top. He's not been winning the farm game just yet, but there's still time for this Croc to rock.
It's difficult to face off against an Olaf. Levels 1 and 2, he has quite a lot of damage and a lot of ways of sustaining against you.
Yeah, he's got the corrupting potion as well. Joko's up top now. It's going to be hard for them to try to make a play like they were trying in previous games. HeQ and Hustlin are actually going on a roam.
Where are they going? Are they going just a vision? Get that plant. Yeah, control ward placed by HeQ. That was the one he had purchased. Again, trying to just spot out where Joko was going. Again, denying any kind of invade on second Raptors because Memento knew that they couldn't get there in time. Again, 175 experience for just the small Raptors, a quarter of a level at this point. Memento needs to maintain this level advantage against Joko and just bully him around the jungle.
Yeah, small advantages build up to big ones. That's the game plan. Giants looking to close this out. It's still a very even early game. Both teams playing it out very, very conservatively, but little edges here. Memento really getting the ball rolling, and a lot of vision invested around this Dragon Pit as Memento continues to push deeper into Vitality territory to get it.
Yeah, oh, they're going to spot each other finally. Memento will get the escape over the wall. They knew that Memento is there now, so bot lane can play safer. Does check for a bush ward in that tri-bush, but there was nothing there.
Oh, yes, indeed.
No real way of clearing it.
No way to really get it.
That's a difficult one to do early on.
It's okay. I know you're asking for a lot, but sometimes it happens. Steelback gets stopped up and takes a little bit more damage. Junglers look like they're going to find each other here. Smoke screen thrown down. The Memento's defending his territory.
It's good damage early on, and you can see how difficult it can be for AOD to play aggressively in the bottom lane. Every time you move forward, you get
oh boy,
rooted down. Joko's
got flash. Yeah, Nukeduck, he's going to have to come to the rescue, though. Nukeduck is pushed up pretty far. Memento is looking to see if he wants to go in. There's the Ghost on. He does dodge away from the Shock Blast. And yeah, you got to look at how this game panned out in Game 2. It was so much more different than Game 1, honestly, for Memento.
Yeah, you can see the JP there is the amount of time spent around their team. So Joko just trying to get it there aggressively, being around their team early on.
Yeah, he was losing out a little bit on the farm game, but it didn't really matter. He was still making big plays, and a big part of why Vitality were able to take that game too. Memento, though, this time is just all up in his territory.
And that's kind of the nature of Gragas, right? Is like, okay, you're trying to get to 6, but you don't have a particularly strong early game. You kind of have to concede anytime you see an early game jungler, and you're like, okay, you take my jungle, I'm just gonna try and get what I can.
Still have utility when the team fights come up, and that is what Vitality are gonna be banking on here. Skullcrab Vision for Vitality is close to expiring, but Memento has already passed it. Forward positioning. Joko coming in once again to try and throw some wards down, clear out the vision, but he's gonna run right into Hustlin and Memento. Throws the barrel, covers his escape.
And you can see how this push power out of Giants is working in the bot lane. Hustlin has the time to come up out of the lane, get the honey fruit, come back down to the bottom lane. Now has full mana again, everything's great. But every time Steelback and AOD push forward, they get rooted down, take a lot of damage, and there's not a lot they can do about that.
Yeah, trying to make fast moves. Steelback picks up very quick Swifty boots just to make sure he's able to dodge out some of the damage of EQ on those double Dorans is still dishing out.
Yep. There's Steelback known for more defensive buys. That's to try and get away from any of these aggressive plays. It's fairly straightforward on Jhin. You do pick up Swiftness boots anyway. We'll see whether Steelback picks up Edge of Night as this game goes further. We saw Hiku in the first game not pick it up at all.
He's still doing a lot of damage, in all honesty.
But it's difficult to play around the bot side now for Vitality. Look at the amount of wards that are there for Giants. 2 control wards, a third one if you include the one in their own jungle, plus 2 wards that are now expiring up past the Gromp. And Giants just had full vision control. They knew there was no real way of Joko getting anywhere near that bot lane, and they could just continue to push.
Yeah, wait for a moment when you can maybe take a skirmish, get yourself the dragon and tower. That seems to be the Giants' game plan this entire series, to be honest. And they were able to execute quite well in game number 1 to great effect. The Infernal Drake, all important, but yet to see a tower fall because Giants are slowly pressing their advantage. They actually aren't ahead in the gold game. It is really just about dead even. But not for lack of trying, making moves around, and it has been much more mind game focused than trying to make the big flashy plays in this early game.
Yeah, it's even been mind gamed between the own members of the teams. Joko accidentally taking away the blue buff from Nukeduck. We saw it just a few moments ago. On the first pass through blue buff, you can see he's wearing it proudly.
Hey man, Gragas needs regen too.
It's not October, but at this point, Joko doesn't mind. It's Oktoberfest somewhere.
Definitely the case. Hiku and Hustlin still keeping the vision game on, still keeping the push going. AOD and Steelback are going to keep getting pushed back, but they haven't lost too much farm. It's been nice. Steelback has been able to hold his own, and you know, you have a Ziggs lane with Zyra. You want to push really hard. Giants, they've not been able to get it done just yet. They're calling for Memento to help them. They've
done a good job, at least, of pushing it out, trying to get any sort of presence on the bot side, converting it into vision control, but without any fight early on, it's not going to translate into taking the tower. But now that you can see the dragon's been started, AOD actually blasts himself right into the line of fire.
Oh, he's got to be praising his spell shield, and now he gets another grasp on the barrel, knocks him Memento. That's first blood, well executed by Vitality as they pick up the Giants jungler.
That was exactly what Vitality wanted. AOD going aggressive, knew that he just needed to catch out Memento because the distance between Memento and the rest of his team was too significant. Vitality upset everything the Giants have tried to do on the bottom side. Now they get to clear out the vision.
Yeah, all the plans for Giants, they come undone in that moment as Vitality get themselves a small gold lead off the back of it, make sure that Giants can't make any sneaky moves around the Dragon Pit. This is great news for them. Stymieing Giant strategy.
But now Giants, now that they've seen, I believe they saw Joko cross a ward. Perhaps they didn't see it for sure, but they will
Still pushing.
As he's pushing, yeah, they didn't actually see him. I thought they may have spotted him as he crossed over through mid, but he stops on the control ward. Giants just trying to get any damage they can done with that Ziggs push, the short fuse passive. Try and get the satchel charge and blow it up.
This hasn't happened. Nukeduck is going to get his ghost on, though. Smokescreen covers Memento. He's got a collateral, but Nukeduck is marathoned out of there.
Yeah, and from what should be a pushing team comp early on, one mistake out of Memento and the rest of Giants is enough to slow so much of their aggression. You could see that, like, Hustlin was trying to get the lockdown, but Vitality just reacted in plenty of time. Look at mid lane, though. Here comes Cabo.
Oh, nice. He stopped up. Nukeduck really low, though, and here comes Cabo, as you said, around the side. They're looking to chase him down. Knight has a flash, and they decide it's not worth to keep chasing. Now Memento could be in some trouble.
Oh, Cask is available for Joko.
Doesn't use it this time around. Thought Memento might be able to dodge away. No summoners burn. Just a couple of chase attempts. Vitality tried to throw their weight around, but Giants were wary.
Vitality didn't convert that into a dragon, though, off that first engage. Joko's not even going to start it up this time. Doesn't feel confident without getting a kill. Knows Memento is still around. And look how low Steelback is.
Look how low the tower is.
His ultimate is only just available. Now he's going to throw it out. This is for wave clear.
Looking for Hustlin. Not going to go the way they wanted it. Hiku, with the help of Memento, just blows up Joko, and in mid lane, Nukeduck, he's going to kill himself on tonight.
Looked like miscommunication out of Vitality. I think Steelback was only wanting to ult to clear the wave so that Ziggs wouldn't push up and just press W on the tower, but Joko was caught out along the side, didn't have his flash available, ends up dying, and from Vitality having a good play before, Giants come out with one in the mid lane, one through that bot river, and they were able to come out somewhat ahead, but it wasn't actually a good play from mid lane. You can see it was Vitality making the play mid on Knight, who just walked into Nukeduck.
Yep, just enough, man. Oh, and the flash. Oh, that feels bad, man, when you flash right after the auto follows you.
So 1-for-1 on the kill trades overall, but Vitality losing out on the bottom tower trade. You can see, look, how far Hiku is ahead in this matchup. And Flaxish is trying to play the game of avoid Cabo for as much of this game as he possibly can.
Flaxish just wants to push when there's not a Viking in his lane, but unfortunately there hasn't been a whole lot of chance for that to happen. Vitality did get a lot of vision around this Dragon Pit, so it won't be an easy take for Giants anymore. But as you said, they lost out on the first tower, and that's really making the gold difference.
And now you move this Ziggs into a different lane, you poke down Nukeduck, try and get him away from the tower. Couple of waves of minions should be enough. Oh, Memento.
Okay, he's caught up, tanking tower shots. Ooh, the flourish, he has to flash it.
Yep, has to flash away Memento. Has been playing on the edge of this game. Up against it a lot, and ends up kind of playing riskily. Didn't pick up a kill,
that's
but
Memento. He
yeah,
likes to live dangerously, and we saw it really paying out for him in game number 1. Not so much in game 2, but we'll see if it comes to bear here. Joko, he's been able to find something, despite the fact that he was 3-buffed. It hasn't really affected him too much in this game. And Vitality, they're just trying to hold here. Giants are starting to get rolling with this Ziggs push comp.
And if they can get more towers, it would be similar to the game that was remade by the amount of just sheer brute force potential they have.
Not the biggest lead, though, this time around. We're only 14 minutes in.
Yeah.
Haven't been a lot of dragons taken because everyone's been placing so much vision around here. It's been so contested. It really has been a game of wards, and now Joko is caught up. There's the plants, there's the bomb. Joko flashes, Mega Inferno comes up, but Memento is grasped by AOD. Ooh. Memento's staying alive, though, with Knight's help.
Joko's health is low enough that it's completely covered by the mastery.
Oh, wow, that's something else. Here comes the curtain call, though. Memento, Knight's going to have to tank for him. That's 1, that's 2, and that's going to be it.
Now gets the cancel on it. Steal back. Runs into mid lane to clear it out. Now Nukeduck goes back down to the bottom lane. Finally, we're going to actually see a trade between Cabo and Flaxish, and you can see Cabo Shard ends up winning that one. Ninja Tabi is Phage for both of them with a Kindle Gem alongside.
That was over quick.
Yeah.
It's definitely been a slower starting game. Both teams really playing, honestly, more conservatively than I might have thought. But Memento, you know, he had a really great start to this one by really setting Joko behind, but it didn't pan out into too much. And Vitality, they may be down about 800 gold, but it hasn't meant that much because they're getting close to finding themselves a tower. Joko has a lot of vision in this bottom side. They can definitely throw their weight around now, and Giants are going to have to react.
Joko's certainly been throwing his weight around with these compositions built around Engage. This time the Ashe isn't so much there for Vitality, but still this Gragas coming back into the meta. Teams that utilize an Engage tool from the jungler are going to do very well if they can get their hands on Gragas and get through the early game. Satchel Charge comes out.
That's your win condition right there.
Down goes the tower. Welcome to Ziggs bot lane.
Well, Ziggs in every lane at this point. They've still got some more minions to work with, so they're going to keep on firing. Steal back a little low, and AOD is going to have to get the silence out on the minions. Meanwhile, Nukeduck will be able to trade eventually down to the bottom, but Rise, not the same level of pushing power.
Without much AP right now, he's just like kind of throwing very small auto attacks. And that tower...
He needs some time to stack. I mean,
this
is what we talked about last game, too.
Later's when Rise autos the tower and just like 4-shots it.
or an enemy champion.
Yeah, that's less about the autos, that's more about
full rotation.
Full rotation, yeah.
Yeah, so still this dragon stands. Will we see a fight over it? Because neither team has been keen to really try and rush it down, waiting for more damage. Nukeduck is actually waiting and baiting here, but Knight is not going to fall for it. Memento's here too. Everybody's coming to the Dragon Party, it looks like, though. Pings now for Vitality as Steelback starts it up.
Yeah, we'll see whether Vitality can actually secure this. They've cleared out a lot of vision, but there are a couple of wards that still litter the jungle. As Giants want to come in aggressive to deny the attempt on Infernal.
Vitality look like they're getting cold feet here. Gonna back off. Will they let it reset? No, they're keeping on it here. Giants, they're actually making moves for the mid. They might sacrifice this dragon. A little slowly, a little unsure, but they do ping it out now. Vitality get themselves the Infernal Drake. Knight's the first one in position. Do they have enough push to make it happen? Here comes the Realm Warp.
Yeah, Vitality are going to try and close in now
the curtain
on
call.
Giants.
Okay, they get the Stranglethorns, but Cabo Shard is around the backside. He throws an axe, but Giants try to turn on him. They knock Memento. What a cask, and they take him down. Nukeduck with the finisher. Cabo Shard Ragnarocking towards Knight. Acceleration gates there, but Cabo don't care. They lock him down. They look down Flaxish as well. Knight's going down to 0. Cabo Shard with the kill. Vitality get 2 and save their tower.
Vitality pick up the Infernal Drake and instantly turn around with a team fight win as well. And this Vitality is looking so much better than the one from before, but Steelback.
Oh, okay, it was almost going to be perfect, but Steelback Gets caught out by Flax's return kill for Giants.
Good response out of Giants to take out Jin, stop any kind of tower push. They have a lot of wave clear here in their team comp, but Vitality are going to try and push top side through. They should be able to get that. There's a big minion wave stacked up there, and nobody from Giants can react in time. And now they have a gold lead. It's ever so slight. It's basically an even game, but Vitality, remember, there's that Infernal Drake along the side.
Yeah. 18 minutes into the game now, Vitality, they even this one up. It's 2 towers to 2. That Dragon is really the biggest difference for Vitality here. Surprising Giants gave this one away, but look at Vitality's reaction.
Yeah, Vitality, watch Joko just catch Hustlin mid-dash here. Beautiful. Catches him. Memento taken out, and the rest of the team will fall. And as you said, that Dragon is helping out so much. Actually, you know, a significantly later Infernal Drake than we normally see here in Europe. About 10 minutes is the time at which Infernal's taken if it is the first Dragon in the game.
It was a slow start for sure. And
look at that damage that came from it. Yeah, that was just built into Champions anyway. It's only 8%, but
yeah. I mean, Joko was just doing the most of it to start things off because he knocked Memento into the team. It was a nice play from Vitality overall. Saw them stepping up big, but dead even on the gold game, dead even on the towers. Just that Dragon making the big difference, and map control split.
Yep, map control. Look at those control wards.
There are a lot of Giants control wards, though.
One of them just got replaced because somebody placed one. I'm not sure who exactly it was, but it got moved over towards Baron. This is all about maintaining mid tower. Welcome to anybody that didn't watch League of Legends in seasons 3 or 4, where Ziggs would just sit mid. And you just wave clear.
Yeah, and you can do it again, except, you know, the AD carry is the one that picks him.
Prolly and Jezz are just watching this game like, yes, this is the perfect League of Legends. Ziggs sits mid, wave clears for 50 minutes. Beautiful game. Best game.
That's just a great visual, in all honesty. Vitality, they've been able to stop the Ziggs push, but they haven't been able to break through it. They've had to work on those side lanes. Importantly, though, NukeDuck has gotten 2 of the kills in some of the ensuing fights. That's really important gold for him right now, and it's been 2 deaths for Knight, who, honestly, in game 1, we give him such massive props, and it just wasn't the same in game 2 because of so much pressure that Vitality applied. Not so much this game, but he's still been set behind because there has been enough jungle focus from Joko.
Yeah, there has been. And Joko has looked better the longer this series has gone on, I guess.
That's the direction you want to go, right?
I mean, I also would like him to start out looking good. Like, that's... You don't want to go, well, game 1's always rough for us. And we'll make up for it in the last games. But certainly for Vitality, Joko looks a lot more confident on this Gragas, despite having a weaker early game. Just gives him engage potential. The solidarity to just be able to go aggressive into fights, body slam, flash, cask, get somebody and take him off.
Yeah. Joko, we talked a lot about Memento this series, but honestly, Joko's story is not too dissimilar. In playing, we saw him on Millennium in the Challenger scene. He played a couple of games for Unicorns of Love. He had his taste on the big stage, but he's still a very new player as well.
Yeah, he made his name on Rek'Sai with the rest of Millennium, who this split in Challenger didn't do so great. A lot of the former Millennium players find themselves in the LCS now. Hans Samo was on that lineup for a while. Interesting how Challenger has panned out. Of course, Challenger ties into this game as well, because obviously these teams are around the bottom of the table fighting to see who gets out of those relegation spots. Both of these teams only have 1 series win up until this series.
And that's the important thing, because, you know, oftentimes when the LCS teams were honestly still looking a whole league apart from their challenger counterparts, it's not necessarily the case. You've got Schalke waiting in the wings, and you do not want to face off against them, as Cabochard is showing Flash doesn't want to face off against him, but Hikyu with a bait and switch Inferno Bomb. Oh, baby.
Takes out Cabo. Cabo got locked down. Ragnarok looked like it had run out before that Ruthless Predator came through, and Cabo locked under the tower.
It's never a 1v1, is it, Stress?
Not when there's a Ziggs.
Yeah. Globals.
You thought he could only clear mid. Ha-ha!
He can also clear top laners.
Yeah, clear everything else.
Yeah, it's 3rd kill of the game, though, for Hikyu. He does have a lot of damage. I mean, he's got the Melonomicon, he's got a Leandries. Knight's not doing too shabby, despite being set farther behind. This time's still going to be a while before he works his way up past the 1 item and some change threshold. Let's see, they get the tower, courtesy of the satchel charge, dodging one, dodging two. The curtain call, Memento gets tagged by the third. And the last one he's okay with.
No explosive cask means even if Joker was to body slam in, he doesn't have a follow-up. So no real engage potential.
Yeah. This is a good, I mean, honestly, this has been a real good series out of
Yeah.
Hikyu. Like, we gave him so much praise in game one for great positioning on the Jhin, for playing exactly what he needed to, but the Ziggs has also done it a lot. And considering Hikyu was honestly not a name a lot of people had really been considering coming into this split, it's good to see.
Yeah, certainly among the bottom of the table, Hikyu looks like a standout AD carry. It took a long time for Europe to adopt this Ziggs bot lane meta. We saw a handful of games.
We're not early adopters in a lot of things here.
No, we you know, we like
your
our
Nintendo Switch,
method,
but you know.
But, a handful of teams played it early on, and now we're starting to see teams actually add it to the playbook. Even in Challenger, we started seeing it. And you know, LCK, NA were playing it in the early weeks, and there was that extra versatility of allowing more Jace play and more AD-focused play in other lanes. So I'm enjoying seeing it now, and Hikyu seems to really be taking to it. It's not the most intense of play styles. You basically push a wave and then press W twice.
Ah, but if you can execute, that's really not a big problem. And now you can see Giants are trying to make more plays elsewhere on the map. Memento tagged a little low, flashes away from the body slam, but Joko's still on top of him. Barrels are there. The cast knocks him into the wall. He's going to dash away, but Knight is left for dead. Nukeduck's going to chase him down. Joko has to flash out of the Stranglethorns, but Cabochard's coming right at you, and he takes an axe to Memento.
And at this point, Giants don't have too much. Oh, if Joker gets caught.
Ooh!
At the second game, the second time in this game, Joko gets hit by the Mega Inferno Bomb, but does not die.
Man, that was the fastest
So
truffle
close.
shuffle I've ever seen. Getting out of there real fast. Knight and Memento were unfortunately not so lucky. It's 3-6 now on the kill board. Very even gold game. I feel like a broken record. I'm saying it so many times. But what's this? Vitality.
They know they don't have a smite for Giants for another 10 seconds. It's a bait for now.
Don't
Just
make it
trying
front
to
of him
catch
either.
anyone.
Oh,
Oh,
flashing
Hustlin'.
forward, Hustlin'. That's the one they catch. And Nukeduck with a kill. AOD still on the front. Nukeduck looking to chase more down. Hikyu's having to flash away. Realm Warp for Nukeduck. Looking to cut off Hikyu, and he puts him in Rune Prison and puts him back to base.
And the mid tower is now vulnerable if Vitality want it, or are they going for the Baron? Memento is alive.
Nukeduck's gone real far forward. Oh boy,
Good
that's
flash.
careful. He has to burn that flash. He had the ghost already on. That's dominance, but will it be enough? Cabochard runs in, and once again, takes him out.
Vitality back-to-back fights, and they lost no one in the makings of it. Now Vitality mid-tower is down. The Ziggs was not there to defend. And now Vitality have cracked open that defensive structure the Giants had been bastioning behind this entire game long.
Oh, yes, they did. Now Baron becomes a very scary possibility. If you're Giants, you need to watch that side of the map very carefully. Vitality have already placed forward positioning wards inside the jungle. Exits to the river on the Giants side of the map. Let's take a look at that fight again. Hustlin' just steps too far forward.
Yep. Well, the vision was all in favor of Vitality. It was all a bait. And they were trying to get any wards they could down. Good position on that Realm Warp from Nukeduck. Cuts off Hikyu. No way of him clearing out. Hikyu couldn't even kill the minions before it was time.
I mean, not much you can do there.
Life to expire.
He burned both his summoners, and then Vitality threw everything in the kitchen sink at him. The Realm Warp to cut him off from his own tower, and easy peasy does it at that point. 2,000 gold advantage plus some change for Vitality. They have the Infernal, they have the Mountain Drake. They are looking to make it a Baron as well. Giants are stacking on the top side, though. They're not going to let this one go easy.
Ever since that Game 2 remake, Vitality have had a very focused game plan on Knight in the mid lane. Putting him behind as much as possible, just pushing him down, whereas Nukeduck has been the benefactor of so much of this attention. 4-0-3 on the board, and Vitality were down and out in that remade game. Giants had an 8K lead. So many dragons, and Vitality have been able to stabilize off the remake and have been able to really put the pressure on Knight, and Giants have not been the same without it.
Yeah, it's been hard. They had a pretty good pushing strategy, but just like in game number 1, Vitality have been able to punish them for overextending a couple of times, going a little too deep into that enemy territory. And now it has been the Vision war of attrition all throughout this mid and into the late game. We're 28 minutes on the clock right now, and it's so tense. So important to get a win on the board here because of what points mean at this stage in the game when you are in the bottom 4.
And the difficulty that Giants have is you can see Knight's already losing out these trades because of how far behind he is. I mean, unless Knight can get a lot of extra damage, Flaxish, his impact is going to be minimal the later this game goes. Cabo has already shown that he can out-trade him in the side lanes. Joko's a better engage tool than Giants really have. They have decent counter-engage from Hustlin, but there's no real way of Giants starting a fight, save from a TP flank out from Flaxish.
Oh yeah, this has been oh so difficult. And honestly, you just got to look at the difference in golden items, especially in that mid lane, to tell the story of this game, because Nukeduck has just had so much more to work with. Completed Seraph's Embrace. Look at the difference. That's 3,000 gold making up the difference. That is just massive right now. And
yep.
Knight's had so much trouble to really deal with. Joker's been all up in his face. Cabochard's been, honestly, once he survived early on, been running the table.
Yeah, Cabo's been pretty much in control. You have to think about, again, we've got to look at the other teams. The other teams at the bottom of the table, how is this impacting them? Will ROCCAT, this has been almost a gift with Vitality if they can close this out. Origen, this has put so much pressure now back on them if Vitality close this series. It looked so certain that Vitality were going to get 2-0'd. Origen would be able to close that gap with a win over ROCCAT. And everything has turned around.
Everything has shifted for sure. Slightest of margins tip things in the favor. Vitality, though, they don't have this game locked up completely yet. They need to be able to stop the pushback from this Ziggs, from all the wave clear they have between it and Knight, everything, and they cannot afford to let themselves get caught out before they can overwhelm.
And game 1 was the same. Vitality had turned the game back around off a fight. They went into a Baron. They were able to stabilize Vitality. You know, they looked like they were taking the Baron for Elder trade. All they had to do was take their time, wait for the Elder to expire, and then look for the tower push.
Had to
they
think they'd learn.
chose the fight. It backfired on Vitality, and Giants closed the game. Vitality have the lead again. It is not over. It's only a small lead, but they have the Rise, they have the Jhin, they have the engage tools.
Giants are going to need one hell of a wombo combo.
Yeah, they're going to need a good fight to come through, where Flaxish finds his way into the backline and takes out Nukeduck, which is a difficult ask, but a TP flank would do it. There's no real wards available for him right now. Vitality have done a good job of clearing them out.
And Vitality, they're not going to overstep anything, not trying for the Baron when everyone at Giants is up and around, but Nukeduck pressuring on the top lane. The wave pretty even in the bottom side. Giants are going to have to react. They're going to send the Renekton.
Yeah, well, I mean, Giants can actually stall this game out. Provided Renekton can wave clear against the Rise, Ziggs, Jace, Graves, Zyra can wave clear
a lot
all day. So we might be in for a long one. Did you know, Pyra? I'm going to curse it. But maybe I uncursed it by saying it.
I can't wait to hear what you're going to say.
There have been no 50-minute games so far in the EULCS this split. I hope we're all in for the long one.
I suppose we start the timer. We got 18 and some change to go before we hit that mark. This is where we start getting into the buy and sell ZZ Rot territory.
50 minutes. 50 minutes, yes. But we're a long way away.
Yeah, we're still some
so
time.
far.
I mean, you got to check in with what they got in items too, because if that gets a lot longer, Giants are going to actually be able to kind of equalize on some of that gold because it won't matter. But that's all pure speculation right now, right? At the moment, it seems like their best bet is definitely on the Ziggs. He's got the Luden's Echo completed, up in the top. Flaxish has just not had the same amount of gold income because he's still only sitting on the Hydra and the Black Cleaver. He's not actually that tanky just yet.
Yeah, he's not tanky enough to deal with a lot of what Vitality have to offer. Vitality also haven't used this opportunity to look for Drake control, because as soon as they do, Baron is just a way more influential objective here. It's only a Cloud Drake, which is the roadblock of Drakes on the road to Elder, because we've gone Infernal Mountain. Everyone's like, come on, give me another Infernal Mountain. We know they're in this game. Cloud. as Drake 3, and everyone goes, oh,
The roadblock
I guess
Drake.
we'll leave it. Well, I mean, Elder's like due up.
I mean, it's great.
Minutes,
It's great for Giants because if you don't have the map control, like, all right, well, they can't get Elder. Oh
hey, no! Nuke Duck's finally like, I'm just gonna drive right through it.
That was like a laundry list. Like, take Cloud Drake.
Yeah, somebody at some point will get that.
All right, so they have themselves a little bit more speed boost now. And, well, I think it might be September before we finish because they've got Earth, Wind, and Fire on their side. I don't get to do it that often.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
I go for it 100% of the time.
Unfortunately, I don't have one to follow up.
That's okay.
It was fine.
I'm sure you'll remember. All right, we're 33 minutes into this.
That was
one.
the easy one. I was trying not to use that one. I've used that before.
Oh, I know. It's okay. You got time. You got time.
So,
I think this will go late, in all honesty, because
really?
Vitality are not trying to push it out. They're playing it safer.
They are playing it safer, but they're also struggling against this heavy wave clear. You can see how much damage Nuke Duck has had in this game. And Cabo has had good damage. But without Vitality making a play, making a dive onto one of these static wave clearers, then Vitality can't really push anything.
No, but if they're able to grab all the neutral objectives on the map, that could definitely change things. Obviously, it's going to be a while before Elder, but I want to see them put more vision investing around this Baron side, see if they can pressure Giants out of their hidey holes.
Well, they've tried. The problem is when you're playing against like a Jace, it's kind of difficult to have people face check because they just fire a shock blast in, and then if it hits something, you go, okay, I guess we don't go there. Also, Giants have done a decent job of, you know, putting down wards. The fact that the inner towers remain, this is a fairly rare situation where all 3 inner towers for both teams stand at 35 minutes into the game. In fact, sorry, not all 3. As it is the top tower
juked out by the top outer.
Yeah, I know.
That's pretty rare that stays around.
But the important part of it is the fact that you can't get deep vision. You can't actually go like right up to the base walls and start putting some wards in those bushes around. You can only get that first row of vision, so theoretically, Giants can still walk into their jungle and be okay. These areas that Memento and Knight are in right now are safe. They're fine, because there's enough defensive structures for Giants to move around behind, and that's why Vitality is struggling to set up any kind of a bait, because Giants get to go into their own jungle.
Yeah, and you can see this way this game has really honestly swung back and forth. It has been slimmer on the gold margins, but it's swinging even more, because Nuke Duck, well, no one was there. He gets to grab himself a tower.
Yeah, he's going to continue that push.
Oh, wait a minute.
Joko.
He gets a little ahead of himself. They had Memento. Not dead to rights, but definitely locked up for just a second by the Flourish. Nuke Duck is still pushing bottom side. It's drawn Knight.
And Knight can't actually deal with Nuke Duck in the 1v1 if the fight starts. Now that he's under tower, that's okay, but look at how Vitality move now. Now they know they've got somebody under tower without a teleport. Giants can't quite react instantly to the Baron, so it's all about controlling that area.
A lot of ping for help here. Vitality, they want this. They want to be able to secure it, but the vision comes first. Get themselves a Scuttle Crab. Nuke Duck still clearing, still trying to cow Giants inside of their ring of control.
It's all a bait. You know what it was? Nuke Duck took the Cloud Drake so you could be like, right, in 6 minutes, we're going to get Elder Drake. And that's going to be it. Now comes the curtain call.
One-shot tank, the second misses, a third, and then the fourth. Flaxish is able to shrug it off. That's one ultimate burned here for the Vitality side. It's actually Giants feeling confident enough to push up. That's a big shock blast. Mega Inferno, steal back, can't flash out in time, but he will make it out alive.
Makes it out, keeps his life, and all that's going to do is allow Giants to regain control of some of their jungle now. It's not going to result in a Baron being started, or at least it shouldn't do.
Have to be happy if you're Giants that you've been able to force Vitality back time and time again, but wherever there are holes, wherever there are leaks, Vitality, they're looking to push in on that Nuke Duck in the mid, but there's no minion wave. He's outrunning them.
Yeah. Nuke Duck, that Cloud Drake, that's what it is.
It's the problem, isn't it?
No, it's the fact that Giants just pushed the wave all the way up. It's a slow one. We're up to 37 minutes.
Hey, man, you keep that timer going.
I know, we're getting there. We're looking for a record-breaking game for the spring split for EULCS.
Ah, there we go. We've had a couple records broken already.
The records are going to be broken in the next series.
Ah, there we go.
7.
Yes.
Of course, a lot of people are actually waiting to tune in for ROCCAT
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty exciting game just by virtue of it's an important thing for a relegation scrap. But both these teams have managed to find a couple of game wins and a series win apiece.
But it's very rare we have winless teams in the EULCS.
And they're watching this game with bated breath.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people interested to see how Peke is going to do on Origen. That will be coming up at the conclusion of this series.
Oh yeah, definitely an exciting game. Exciting series.
Which might be another 30 minutes at the rate this game's going.
You know, who knows?
Memento.
Anything can happen. Memento has got Edge of Night on. He's stepping forward. I mean, you can see now that Giants, as they've been stalling out, the gold lead means less and less right now. The Dragons are somewhat important, right? But as they close that gold gap and as the game gets longer, they're getting themselves towards the 6-item mark, and it just means less and less for Vitality's lead that they amassed early on.
And we were asking, would Steelback get an Edge of Night? Yes, he does.
Eventually.
You can see Lozak keeping his eye on this game, of course.
It's been a long series.
It has been, and
it's hard to grind it out at the end.
As a coach, you don't have any influence over this moment in the game now. Like, this is all on your players. Everything that you can do is before this game, and just like the players, he would have thought, okay, game 2, everything was done. Like, the draft was done, we punished Vitality.
Speaking of punishing.
Suddenly 2 more games have to come out of the playbook from the coaching staff of Giants. So all around, it has been a difficult series for the Giants team and support staff. Here comes the Elder Drake start. Now Mega Inferno Bomb and collateral damage are available.
They can definitely guess
Vitality
this is happening.
Pull back.
They are going to peel
They're
away.
buying time for Nuke Duck.
Nuke Duck's on the tower. He's got it. Just trying to find a moment where they can push their way in. That is the 5th tower now for Vitality. They're slowly pushing in to crack this one open, but Nuke Duck might go down. He's got no summoners. He's shut down by the Hammer of Night. That's huge for Giants here.
Night cleanses through. Now Giants want to go. Just the traps are enough to slow Giants out. Nuke Duck, did he overcommit for that tower? We didn't catch most of the 1v1.
Oh man, tense moment here. Giants, there were pings on the Elder Dragon, but they don't go for it. Flaxish tanking up all the Jin traps, the Deadly Flourish, everything. No minion wave to speak of just yet. It's coming right on back, but 5 members strong are Giants right now. Baron has not gone in 40 minutes of this game. Are Giants about to change that? Are they going to force the issue?
It's because nobody has opened up the opportunity to do so, and this is a risky one. There is no mid laner for Vitality.
They're going Elder.
Vitality are going to commit to Elder and just put Cabo up there? Okay.
This is going over. Giants, there's no contest possible. They leave Memento alone with Heat Q to just finish the job. They're going to try and contest the Elder Drake. Giants have a chance to swing this one huge.
So this is the opposite of game 1, where Vitality took the Baron. When Giants, Vitality have to pull away. They reset completely. Oh, Vitality try to take the Elder Drake. They're still looking for it.
Nuke Duck's not with them.
They look all sorts of on different pages.
This is going low, though. Can they get the Smite Steal? Memento, can he get it there in time? He's got to get over the pit. He goes for it. Let's see who gets this one. It's taken by Joko, and now this is the chance to take the fight. They've got the Elder. They've got a double kill for Steelback. Vitality finding a massive fight. EQ Flaxish running for their lives. They're the only members left standing. That's an axe, and Flaxish is going to be the final casualty. Vitality will take everything away. Teleport canceled. He's got 3 members on him. You've got to think this has got to be it. Vitality are going to take the series.
A heartbreaking moment for Giants. They thought they'd done it, getting themselves the Baron buff, but it's been cleared off everybody but Flaxish. Long death timers still stand. Vitality, it looked like they were down and out. They've turned the series around. They've got the Elder Drake. They have Infernal, Mountain, and Cloud, and only Flaxish and Hustlin stand between them and a series win.
That is going to be 1 Nexus Tower. That's going to be 2 in just a few more shots. That's all they need. They get the Drake. They get the Nexus. They're going to get this one. Vitality 2-1 on the series. And what a reversal from game 1. From a game 2 that nearly ended for them. A remake at 25, and they turn it around. 2 games, taking victory, and a big sigh of relief for this Vitality team.
That is an understatement, Pyra. A sigh of relief.
But a different kind of sigh for Giants.
Yeah, Giants, game 1 and 2, all over Vitality for the most part. I don't think we've seen Giants have quite as good an early game as in that initial game 2. But Vitality, with the cards that were dealt in games 3, well, game 2 remake and game 3, Vitality came out looking like a different team with different drafts and took control of the final 2 games.
We covered everything, support staff, coaches, how you adapt in pick and bans, how you deal with that type of situation. But Vitality, in the end, proved true to their name. They had a lot of life in them still when we thought they were knocked dead.
Yeah. Vitality, an important win, puts the pressure onto Origen now at the bottom of the table, who will face ROCCAT coming up next.
ROCCAT got to be pretty happy.
Really makes things tough over in Group B right now.
It was the closer of the groups for sure.
Vitality now sit on 2 series wins. They own the win over Origen. They now own a win over Giants.
What a
Not
long
without
series,
controversy.
Man. Oh yeah, I mean it's definitely tough. It's hard, but at the end of the day, I mean, what a long series, and for the players to be able to grind it out. That was a 42-minute finish in game 3. Holy moly, man! That takes a lot of mental fortitude. Yeah,
that game from Vitality, the turnaround, the way they played it. I guess you got to give them a fair amount of credit for that, for Vitality, for coming back with different drafts.
And it was the opposite of that final moment in game 1 when, honestly, Vitality, they were the ones who pushed too far forward and Giants just aced them. Yeah, and we're seeing the danger of taking fights into Elder Drake. That's the problem. And the thing is, Vitality, it looked like they got pushed back off the Elder. They managed to complete it. Giants couldn't quite get anything in time. And, you know, Giants end up losing their Baron buff. Like, Baron buff in that trade is better if you don't fight. If you don't take any trade against somebody with Elder, Baron will come out ahead for the most part. But they take a trade. And they had the chance.
They try and fight for the Elder, and it comes up badly. Vitality, 2-1 on the day. And what a hell of a series it was. But for more on it, Quickshot, he's standing by with the owner and manager of Team Vitality.
Thank you very much, guys. Good cast on the day, and I am joined here by Fabian, the owner of Vitality. First of all, congratulations on the win, but it is a bittersweet victory. I do have to ask about Game 2, and I want to start with what happened with the referees approaching you with regards to the bug, you know, the offer to remake or the offer to continue playing?
Yeah, the story is quite easy. Like, we played, and we had bug with Oriana ball. Then, like, Nuke Duck instantly paused the game. And, yeah, we cannot play anymore because, like, the bug was really game-breaking. At this moment, like, yeah, I don't know what to say because, yeah, it's so, I don't know, so sad for Giants because they did so well. And, I don't know, I feel a bit ashamed for this. But, like, we cannot, like, play anymore because it was really game-breaking. And as we saw it, like, in game 1, you never know, like, what is going on with League of Legends. So even, like, their advantage was quite high, like, even almost, like, almost done. Like, we still have the chance, and, like, Nuke cannot play. So, yeah, I don't know what to say, like, except apologize to Giants and Giants fans.
Thank you very much. That does mean a lot. And, I mean, just to confirm, final decision to accept the remake, it was the bug and it was the impact that it had in your team.
Yeah, we truly, like, we cannot see the ball at all. So how can you play Oriana without the ball? So I don't know. Like, yeah, it's not the way we want to win, obviously. And, like, yeah, I feel bad. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. It's a difficult situation for absolutely everybody involved. At the end of the day, you did manage to bounce back from the regame. We are done here on the Caster Couch, so we can head up to the analyst desk to break down how Vitality won game number 3.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. We're actually going to take a step back from breaking down the series, as it's had a lot of ups and downs. And we're going to instead look at some of the players that stood out the most to us over the course of the series. And we're going to start with one on the side of Vitality. And for us, that is Nuke Duck. Now, admittedly, in the last few minutes of that game, he did die alone in the side lane with no summoner spells, which does make it difficult to praise him. But for the most part in this series, he was a solid force overall.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Nuke Duck is, in many ways, like a frustrating player to look at right now because we know how good he can be and, like, he's a smart player. But then he makes some of these mistakes. You know, game 1, he got caught out a few times. But then, you know, in the last 2 games here, he really, like, came into his own. He played extremely well. Last game here on Rise, he was the man setting up the kills. He was a huge carry that kind of led Vitality towards a victory. So I think he's such a, like, he splits the waters. I can understand why people are saying he's not performing too well, and I can understand why people are saying he's doing his job on Vitality right now. I think it's actually hard to kind of say if he's consistent or not, but I think in the last 2 games here, he played well.
Yeah, of course, the Rise play is still very good to build that early advantage, even if we saw a few hiccups. Does, in the end, win player of the series. But then on the opposite side, of course, Giants put up a very, very good fight, and one that we didn't necessarily expect from the organization coming into this week. And a man who really made that happen was HeQ. Take a chance to look at his stats. HeQ, this is not a player that we had kind of on our map at all, if I'm honest. We just thought, okay, he's a bottom team's 80 carry. Sometimes he does his job, but obviously not great enough. But in this series, he did insanely well.
Insanely well. Game 1 was fantastic from him, together with Memento and Knight. And then here in the last game on the Ziggs, you know, great early game from him. He sets up some really, really good fights and like tower sieges as well for Giants. And because this guy is like very much not on the radar, he's a rookie, he's a young player. I think it's really interesting to kind of follow his growth. And I feel like he's gotten more into his own during the split. I'm kind of seeing like a Copy situation a year ago on Splice, where Copy was not the man we talked about on Splice at all. He didn't really show too much, but then started getting better and better and more consistent. I think HeQ is doing a little bit of the same right here. Him and Hustlin is actually, like, in some ways, like an underrated bot lane. I'm not saying they are among the best in Europe, but they can definitely hold their own, and we saw that in this series here. They didn't have any issues playing against Steelback and AOD at all. So I think it's interesting to follow the Giants bot lane, and it's definitely becoming more of a positive sign on the team.
Yeah, track how they progress over the rest of this week. Of course, they've got more games coming up, but we have one winner on the books. But next, 2 teams who have yet to chalk up a win this split will go head-to-head. One will leave finally a winner. We'll get into Game 1 between Origen and ROCCAT when we return.
The Giants try to turn on him. They knock Memento. What a cast! And they take him down. Nuke with the finisher.
Nice, keep going.
It's Cabochard. They show Flash doesn't want to face off against him, but HeQ with the bait and switch Inferno Bomb. I'm going.
Go on that lane.
No, he's right. Go for Rice. Go. You got him, man. You got him. I'm coming. I don't see.
I'll push us in and then rotate somewhere, but we should just wait for him.
Go.
That is going to be 1 Nexus Tower. That's going to be 2 and just a few more shots. That's all they need. They get the Drake. They get the Nexus. They're going to get this one. Vitality 2-1 on the series.
Welcome back to our coverage of the EULCS 2017 Spring Split. Now, Origen brought in ex-Peke to play against Misfits. Did not work out, but can he save the day versus ROCCAT today? Stress.
Can he? Is that the question?
That's the question. Let's go.
Pege swoops in. I honestly believe he can from the improvements that we've seen out of Origen last week. They actually looked like they had a leader and a shot caller. And okay, a lot of people are saying, okay, Peke died as much as Hiva did. But you look at how the team played, it was so much more different.
So now you've got more different.
Hey, after that series, my words have gone.
All right, we're going to cut you some slack there. But you're right. We saw great teleport plays around the bottom side, the team all playing together overall. And it feels like with a strong shot caller, Origen is not quite the bottom tier team that they've made themselves out to be so far. Now, but looking at the team and the statements that have come out, Peke is coming in middle of the season. He's here to save the day, but this doesn't feel like a long-term plan for Origen, and they've said it's not a long-term plan.
Yeah.
It hasn't really matched up, I don't think.
Not a long-term plan now, not a long-term plan last split, not a long-term plan at any point that Peke has come in on the Origen thing. But, I mean, if you have to use the same short-term solution again and again and again, there's clearly like some problem that needs like major treatment to it, right? But Origen, I think their focus shouldn't be on fixing big problems right now. It needs to be on just maintaining their position and trying to get to that 4th spot, staying in the LCS and look for a summer better performance.
Yeah, a chance to maybe revamp the team as a whole, improve some of the macro strategy, some of the individual skill. We'll see how that works as the team develops. But of course, they are going up against ROCCAT. Now, last week we did get the chance, or Trevor got the chance rather, to speak with Grabs, talk to him a little bit about the team, a little bit about the coaching mentality. I mean, has that improved your faith in ROCCAT? What were your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't mind saying, hey, we're going to stick to our bases, stick to the basics, stick to what we know. But it hasn't been working for ROCCAT yet. And if it doesn't work in game 1 or, you know, this series at all against Origen, you have to reassess that. You have to look at things and say, hey, the last time we won was week 8 of Summer Split. Last time they won a series. So I honestly feel like ROCCAT need to try something. I hope that they've improved their game plans coming into this week. Try something new, because what you've been doing up until this point hasn't worked. Why do you think it's going to work again today?
All right, well, as we get closer to the series, as the players start to get ready, I want to know from you, who's going to come out on this series and why? Is there anyone that has an edge here overall, and what's the thought behind it?
Okay, I think it's going to be 2-1. So Origen will take a game. I think Origen will take 2 games. And I actually think Origen with Peke at the helm. Peke is going to be running down the street with a golden ticket in his hand. Somebody needs to call Willy Wonka because the 6th one found its way into the chocolate bars. And Origen, I actually think, can just about make it to that 4th spot over this week. I think with Peke at the helm, they might just be able to sneak it and get to a safe spot.
Well, we will see how they handle it. Here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we're on the rain-slick precipice of relegation. 2 teams standing, going a mano. One, the challenger roster, reported in the prime time, now held together by little more than dreams and the determination of its lesser parts. The other, a ragtag group of fallen stars and future hopefuls who have yet to find a victory on this LCS stage. Both teams have faced relegation before and may yet face it again. But in this match, one team must emerge victorious. It's time for ROCCAT versus Origen. Quick shot, Deficio, take it away.
God damn, son, that was awesome, Dracos. Nailed it. I'm Quickshot.
Impressive.
He's Deficio. And we're about to jump into R1C versus 1G. And I say R1C versus 1C.
That lame joke again?
Because one of these teams will pick up 1 series win for the first time in the Spring Splits.
Yeah, exactly.
You give me
Everyone
the
is
noise.
hyped. No, honestly, everyone is hyped about this, you know, on Reddit, Twitter, everything, you know, people in here as well. We are hyped about this series because, as you just said, you know, 1 team will win that, you know, the first series, and it's important. Come on, confidence, you know, break a losing streak. Origen already broke one of them, and that's not exactly the kind of losing streaks you want to, you know,
going
break.
the direction they don't want to. Anyways, Deficio, let's take a look at who's fighting for their EULCS lives. In the blue corner, in the blue outfits, in the blue caps, it's ROCCAT. Foxy in the top lane, Maxlaw in the jungle, Betsy mid lane, Hyun in ADC, What did they support, and their coach Grabs.
ROCCAT kept every single member so far. Origen, though, on the other side, have, of course, made a change right now. Top lane is still Sartorius. Wisdom is still the jungle. Nehun mid lane taps AD carry, and Peke the support. 2nd week running, Leduc behind him as the coach. And I think, you know, Peke last week. It was an improvement.
Well, it couldn't get much worse. So
it couldn't
yes,
get much worse.
Yes,
I mean,
agree.
of course, if you're already standing at the bottom of the mountain, you can't get further down.
Against Misfits, the second or third best team in Europe, they had a decent early game, right? 50 minutes Wisdom, successful ganks in multiple lanes, good TP coordination with Sartorius in the bottom lane. Xpeke, can he 1v9? Does he have the macro ability to control a team?
If he has the macro ability, then he does not need to 1v9, and that's the key thing for him. He's playing support. You can't win the game on your own as a support, but if he can guide the rest of the team towards a victory, then suddenly that's a massive positive for Origen, because Hiva was obviously not the big leader, not the big captain on the team. Otherwise, they wouldn't have replaced him. So getting Pecker is going to be an upgrade in that sense. Like, this is a guy with 7 years of experience. It's not often he's playing for relegation, but he did do it last split, so he's been in this situation before.
It's not often. It's becoming a trend now. Maybe.
It is now becoming a trend. This guy too.
But it's a situation where Peke put himself and his organization into, right? Like, this is a composition and a set of players that Origen as a org got together. They put their players together. They're fairly outspoken, one of the last teams to announce their roster.
Yeah.
And look, expectations were not going to be high. Okay, you know, there's a group of players that do not have a great pedigree, a great success rate behind them.
Oh, it's challenger players, most of them. Like EUCS players, Sartorius, Taps. We saw him last year again in EUCS. And obviously, when you pick some of those players, you can't expect them to go in and become a top team in Europe. So it is survival for Origen, but it's the same story for ROCCAT. And I think with ROCCAT, we talked a little bit about this before, you know, there were more expectations. A certain analyst I know, a smart guy, good-looking guy as well, named Deficio, he actually had them predicted, you know, slightly above the other bottom teams. But in this situation here, you know, maybe he was wrong. Maybe he was wrong.
Oh, maybe.
Just a maybe. We'll see after this series.
Not willing to actually admit you were wrong just yet, but we'll see what happens later. Ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the Rift. It is still patch 7.4, as you can see at the top of your screen, and due to the bug in the previous series, Oriana will be disabled for this one. League officials will still investigate their champion for the remainder of the weekend. Deficio, no big surprises here. When we look at bans thus far, Varus off the table, Camille, Shen, Malzahar, these are all very powerful, very prominent picks in the European LCS meta.
It is, and there's still a few of the standard first picks. A Jhin is up there, a Rengar, a Jace. We see all three actually picked pretty often. I do like the Jhin first pick a lot. When Varus is banned away, he's just the strongest remaining AD carry, but there are good answers as well. So there's nothing game-changing open here that ROCCAT can grab as a first pick, and it often means we're going to get a fairly even pick and ban phase, because now Origen, again, the traditional pick here is Jhin, and then into like your preferred jungler. If you want a Graves, then you go Jhin Graves. You want a Kha'Zix, you go Jhin Kha'Zix. That is a very standard setup, at least.
All right, so Jace locked
Screw
in
standard
for ROCCAT first pick. We've actually not seen that Jace in ROCCAT's hand, so that'll be a first time. Graves jungle, no surprise, but the Ezreal, Tabs ran that last week with Xpeke a couple times, and they seemed relatively comfortable.
So here's what happens very often in League of Legends. Each region has their own little meta. Like, a lot of them share a lot of picks, but they all have their own little small things they do. In LCK, they started playing Ezreal a lot. Bang, obviously, in the Telecom Wars, picked it very early on, very often. He said this pick is super strong. And then what tends to happen is then every other team in the world are kind of like, huh, well, if Bang is playing it and Deft is playing it too right now, then I guess Ezreal is probably one of the strongest AD carries, and boom! Everyone plays Ezreal now, and Origen will pick it early on. So, hey, this is very standard in that sense.
Tabs was playing it last week as well.
Taps equals Bang is what Trevor just said right there.
No. You said that. Hyonin, however, wants to go out with the Bang. He's got himself Ziggs. We're seeing a little bit more, you know. This is a ADC pick that has been flirted with relatively often.
I mean, so Varus is perm banned, so he's not an AD carry anymore. He doesn't exist in the meta. Ziggs is really good because when you pick something like Jace early, you get a lot of physical damage. It's going to be one of your solo laners, most likely mid lane. Ziggs then makes up for that lack of AP you get. It's also why we sometimes see like Zyra support with the Ziggs to get even more AP from the bottom lane. Gragas being locked in. Top lane Gragas shown blind, which is interesting. There is definitely nothing that tells us Jace will be a top laner at the moment. Gragas is obviously one of the newer picks to the top lane.
Yeah.
I don't think it's insanely strong. Like, I think it's fine, but I don't think it's like blind pick, early pick worthy. In this case, I think you can literally just pick Nautilus against it if you're ROCCAT, and you're like, great, we just have, you know, tank v tank, but our Nautilus has a much easier time engaging a fight, where on Gragas you actually need skills.
Yeah, make sure you land those plays, and for anybody that watches EU Challenger, White Knight's top lane Gragas was phenomenal.
He had skills.
Very excited to see how PSG and White Knight perform in the semi-finals, either this week, no, 2 weeks away. And of course, looking at the bans, Foxy's not going to get his hands on that Rumble. We were talking a lot about Foxy coming into this game and looking at how he's going to perform, what he's going to play on.
Good scouting by Origen here.
And his best game this split was on a Rumble.
Yeah.
Obviously, with Gragas top, 2 of those carries taken away. Syndra Rise on the other side, and Pekka going for the Karma locked in now.
Just give me Nautilus for Foxy up in the top lane, unless he wants to get pretty cray-cray and go for Maokai instead, but I don't think it's necessary. Nautilus is more than fine in this situation. A lot of physical damage on Origen's side. Obviously haven't shown the mid laner yet, so no huge surprise here. And ROCCAT got a blind pick mid, and they got to find their answer. Oh well, they have the Jace who can go mid, obviously, and be the blind pick. This is the Zyra we mentioned to get more AP from the bottom lane. Does enable having another physical damage champion right now when you have Jace, Lee Sin, and then you have AP from the bottom lane.
Well, no tank yet. So ROCCAT, they either go hard mode and put a carry type champion top, or they go slightly easier mode.
I still like Nautilus.
Put the tank top.
Oh.
Is this one of your favorite champions being locked in right now? Swain, what do you think?
Ooh, I mean,
Into Gragas?
I heard a lot about Swain being used in like these tank matchups, but they're just baiting us, man. They're playing with my heart here. Grabs, he knows my weakness. I didn't want to get excited because it was just a hover. I'm like, I know there's such a small chance he actually gets locked in.
I was I was so sure Jace was going mid, and as you mentioned, Fisher, there was nothing to confirm it, and that means Foxy's going to be playing Jace up in the top lane.
Yeah, and then Neho needs to find an answer. Like, the thing about Ari is she's actually a fine blind pick because nothing really destroys her. Like, she can struggle pre-6 against a lot of things, but then once she gets level 6, actually even once she gets level 7 and gets another rank in her queue, she can start like wave clearing and pushing really easily and kind of survive every matchup. So it's a fine blind pick right now, and we see it more and more. It really coming back into the meta. I think Power of Evil actually started it here in Europe, picking it against Oriana a few times. She's not here though. Victor is on the other hand, and Origen with a very well-rounded teamfight comp, but it's a slow one. It needs to get through the early game, which is not always something Origen have been able to do.
No, not always, but their early game looked slightly better last week. They had a slightly more impressive early game, laning phase rather. Looking at the ROCCAT composition, that's a terrifying mid-game as far as I can see. And
so
there's
much
just
damage, man.
So much poke and so much pick potential, but also a lot of coordination, right?
A lot of coordination, of course, but it's a comp where like every member can really like carry the game. Like, we've seen Zyrus in the past deal like the most damage on the team for the first like 30 minutes. Ziggs as well, once he gets out of his laning phase and he can start really sieging turrets, is actually fantastic. And his AoE damage in fights at level 11 is pretty crazy. So really explosive comp from ROCCAT, but as you said, coordination is required. The no tank top lane comps always require a lot of extra effort.
Yeah.
And for, you know, bottom teams, it can be really difficult to execute them. Because once you make a mistake, you get caught. Boom, boom, boom. Squishy targets, you're dead, dead, dead. That's Baron. And then suddenly the game is over.
Boom, 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 dead, dead, dead.
Boom, boom, down, bam, bam, bam.
And that's what ROCCAT will be hoping to do to Origen. But as you mentioned, Deficio, Origen's team composition needs to get through the early game. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Berlin, it is ROCCAT versus Origen, number 5 versus number 5. Neither team has a series victory, and Origen doesn't have a single game victory in 7 weeks of competitive play.
It sounds really bad when you say it like that, Trevor.
In 14 consecutive games, the longest losing streak in EULCS history belongs to Origen, and it will either get broken today or it will continue to grow. And that's what we're about to find out, if Origen can survive this game.
Yeah, every time one of these big streaks gets broken, you kind of tell yourself, that will never, you know, happen again. No one is ever going to break this one, but we obviously can't say for sure. No one kind of expected Origen to end up in this situation, but here we are now. Ignore the losing streak, ignore the record. Doesn't matter for the players, doesn't matter for the viewers, because this game is all that matters at the moment.
Yeah. And decision making. I'm looking through summoner spells. Nothing too exciting or interesting just yet.
No, but let's look at lanes then. Jace, traditionally, is a guy where you have to play around him top lane.
Right.
Jace top in itself is actually not as strong as it used to be. Things like Black Cleaver got turned a little bit more into a bruiser item and lost a bit of AD. Same thing for like a Last Whisper. There have been some nerfs, you know, around Jace himself.
Yeah.
So he's no longer as dominant as a top laner, which is why we see him more in the mid lane, but you still have that flex opportunity. You still need to put pressure on his lane, you know, around him, play around him. Otherwise, the tank will always end up having more impact in team fights.
And that's going to be interesting to see if Maxlaw can, you know, manage to make that work. We've famously talked about Maxlaw's performances between last split and this split, and unfortunately, we do have a momentary pause.
Yeah.
I'll give you guys an update in a few minutes' time, but you know, talking about early game, talking about how Origen are going to handle these opening few minutes. I mean, my eyes are going to be on Wisdom. You've touched on how Maxwell's going to go top for Foxy, and Wisdom was the topic of much discussion last week.
Yes.
But disregard some of the mistakes and just look at his ganks and his presence in the early game. That was a fantastic performance if you just look at that first 10 to 15.
He was active. He was very, very active on the map. I think Origen realized they needed to just get early leads. Like, they weren't going to win a 50-minute team fight or a late game scenario against Misfits, so they had to rely on him early on. And as you said, you know, he pulled off a lot of ganks. Now, the synergy wasn't always there with the lanes, and he then also ended up obviously falling behind later on, which has been kind of Wisdom's problem. He's a little bit of a shotgun effect. Like, it looks great at first, and smack in there, boom, a lot of damage instantly. And then he kind of falls off as we get through the mid to late game. So not the most consistent player, but explosive.
Yeah, explosive shotgun style. He's got a shotgun-wielding jungler today. Let's see if Wisdom can have a bigger impact. Just to give you guys an update, the pause is related to in-game player settings. And I believe we have resolved and corrected the settings, so we will be loading up shortly.
Who's the naughty boy?
I mean, look, there's a lot of pressure here.
Oh, there is.
One team has to win, and yes, it's not the most beautiful of narratives, but still, this is very important.
Yeah, it's very exciting when two guys just have to fight it out here, and only one will technically survive or get away with that victory, especially now with your Origen as well. Vitality sitting in your group with 2 wins. That means if Origen lose this series, it gets almost impossible to catch them. The best they can then hope for is tying Vitality if they can pick up a win against Giants on Sunday and then a win against Vitality next week. So if you're Origen, you don't want to lose this at all because you want to keep that gap closed.
Same story for ROCCAT, but slightly different. If ROCCAT win, because of Giants' unfortunate loss, ROCCAT will then be tied for 4th place in terms of series win-loss. There are numerous tiebreaker scenarios, though, which we'll get to as the split plays out. And as we jump back into the game, reminder, 7.4. That's how we're seeing the champions and why you're seeing the Keystone Masteries.
And I want to talk a little bit about, you know, Ezreal Karma as a lane. We talk about Ezreal coming back into the meta. More and more, obviously, LCK really, really likes to play it. It's considered a very, very high priority pick over there right now. And a lot of it comes down to, like, just if you are a fantastic AD carry, you're really mechanically skilled, this champion just gives you a lot of room to kind of outplay and be a big carry. But what Ezreal can do in lane as well is if he's with a support who can push, then he can actually keep a lot of pressure going. Like, he can shove out the wave, he can kind of harass you on the turret, he can try and move around the minions where he can actually land these skill shots on you, and he can be pretty good in lane. Yeah. And Karma is one of those supports who offers this push for him, so it's very important that he has the correct player next to him or champion next to him for him to not fall behind in lane. Because we've seen in the past, Ezreal just lose lane, lose tower, do nothing. Teams have figured out now, Karma is the answer.
Yeah, look at Peck here, playing very aggressive on the front line, pushing Hyonin back further and further. And Tabs currently, even on CS at this stage in the game, but of course with Pickett playing ADC for a lot of games last year, has a better understanding of the laning phase. What we saw from Xpeke here, the same problems from his ADC play, getting caught out of position last week. You know, a little over-eager, a little over-aggressive.
Yeah.
Got to be careful, because this Karma, he's going to be wanting to run around, going to be wanting to push up in team fights.
I mean, this is a guy who has not been scrimming since the end of August. You know, it's been a while since he's been in the scrim environment where you do get caught out when you roam alone, unlike things like solo queue where you can be a little bit more loose in how you're moving around the map. So it's natural that you have some of these issues. For now though, it's very even in the bottom lane. Top lane, Jace, as we talked about, gets the pressure. You know, he can beat some of these tanks, but Jace also needs to get a big advantage. Tower needs to drop. Then you start roaming around, you start combining Jace and Ziggs together, and you have this ultimate siege comp that can really take down objectives. So there's a lot of ways for ROCCAT to kind of play out the comp, but if they start falling behind against a pure team fighting, scaling monster on the side of Origen, then it gets almost impossible to win.
Very even at 5 minutes. Maxlaw's already backed off, got his first jungle upgrade and a longsword. I'm trying to look at the pathing. Sartorius being pushed under tower, as you mentioned, Officio. And we'll see what Maxlaw decides to do, because now you start to feel like, hey, if pressure were to be applied in the lane, this is where Maxwell would look to do, and he's already going to spot out Wisdom on that Raptor camp inside his jungle.
Yeah, now it's always an option as Lee Sin to say, I'm going to farm for 6. I'm going to get my ulti, and then I'm going to pull off my first gank. So if you don't feel like there is an opening, don't feel too pressured.
Okay.
Can be hard on stage sometimes to perform. And all you need is a clap on the shoulder telling you it's going to be okay. Right, Trev?
Every little thing's going to be all right, especially with the vision that Maxwell's put down. He just invaded the top quadrant of the jungle, put Orion's belt arrangement of wards. And even though there's no camps there yet, we'll see what information that provides. Not an explosive start to the game here for
No,
IVT.
where's the fight, man? I was promised a lot of fights early.
Who promised that? Maybe we anticipated or hoped for it.
I mean,
there's no promises to Fisher. You even said yourself.
Yeah.
Early game is not where Origen want to fight.
True. No, so so obviously it's on ROCCAT to force the plays. It's not on Origen. Classic Victor move. I'm gonna ult the wave, kill that stuff, go back to base, get my Hex Core, and then return to lane. Nahun out of mana anyway, so we're kind of waiting for that level 6 from Maxlor. And then we're gonna just follow Maxlor where he decides to go, because I don't think any lane from ROCCAT will get the advantage on their own. It's been a problem for them, you know, all split long. They couldn't really snowball. Betsy's now moving top, so he's saying, Maxwell, you're too slow. I'm going to do it for you. Ward will spot him. That means Sartorius should get out of dodge.
Should get out. Should get out.
He's waiting for backup. Wisdom is on his way.
Oof, this could get scary. How long does Betsy decide to stick around? Not particularly long, it seems. Gets a movement speed from the Q and runs away.
And this here, let's start again. This is here. Again, we start again. All right, reset. This situation, Trevor.
Yes, Martin.
If the mid laner has time to roam to the top lane and threaten a dive, why didn't the jungler join?
I don't know the answer to this question.
Because
I'm very uncomfortable in this scenario.
Right,
so.
right. Okay, so yeah, I'm asking you the questions here. Because then it becomes a 3v1 dive against Gragas. I have no idea what happened before. My brain literally stopped working twice, and I just had to kind of reset. But yeah, I would have loved to see Maxwell join Betsy, roam top lane. Like, Betsy makes the call, hey, he's backing, you know, he's gone, I can roam. Maxwell joins in the mid lane, moves to top, kills Sartorius, take tower. You know, that's how we traditionally see these kind of early games play out. But Maxwell was on the other side.
And it's difficult to decide or to decipher. Is this Maxwell being in the wrong place at the wrong time? Is this not being communicated effectively between multiple teams? Are they not planning far enough ahead? There's a number of reasons that could be the cause for you know, not being there for the dive.
Well, from watching scrims in the past and listening to like pro teams communicate, when stuff like this happens, it's because they don't talk like a minute in advance.
Right.
It's not a, oh, if this guy recalls, he's out of mana. If he recalls, we can go top, and then Maxwell knows he needs to be nearby. It more happens in the moment. You're like, oh, he recalled, I'm going top, and then Maxwell's already busy doing something else, and then he can't join.
So Vishio, talking about the moment, on screen a moment ago, Maxwell and Betsy moved in to steal a blue buff from Origen, so small advantage there. Some defensive control wards up in the top river, as well as just in front of the Dragon Pit from Origen. And now it looks like Origen trying to at least counter that blue buff steal. Wisdom's moving into the Wolf camp.
Yeah, we're a little bit disappointed on the fact that we haven't seen like anything being forced with Ari ulti, Lee Sin ulti.
Overly cautious play?
Yeah, it's too passive. You're against scaling compositions. You need to get some sort of early advantage for your comp to start working well. They can even steal away a blue buff here. Really good for Origen. Nice setup. Let's give all the credit to Pekka for that call. And honestly, Origen in a great spot at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Origen going to be comfortable. 10 minutes in, almost, and they're going even. ROCCAT, though, across all of their games, you know, they are on average down 1,200 gold at 15 minutes. That's what we're going to be looking towards and trying to figure out where do ROCCAT pull the trigger. And, you know, Lost Chapter's picked up for Hyun and he's moving towards Emerald Nomicon.
And it's hard for them to do bot lane because they don't have teleports, so Sartorius can just counter whatever play they're kind of forcing down there. So I think Maxwell is playing on the wrong side of the map, and he's been doing that for the last few minutes, which I think is kind of slowing them down. Now, it's not the end of the world. We're only 10 minutes into the game. There's still plenty of time to get your advantage. But seeing as we haven't seen any ganks yet from a Lee Sin, who's now level 7, is a little bit interesting. Gragas was very low top lane. Betsy roamed up there. They didn't get anything. They're waiting for this TP from Foxy. Once it's ready, the dive bot lane can definitely happen, and it's going to be a lot safer to do. Wisdom, baby!
Charm goes a little bit wide. Sonic Wave gonna get flashed away from. And Wisdom's able to escape with his life. We've looked a lot at Max Law, and obviously catching Wisdom in the jungle may have prevented that teleport dive.
Yeah, but no, Foxy had no TP still.
Couldn't have even done it anyway.
If they're gone for it, it would have been very, very risky. They would have to know Sartorius couldn't teleport. I just think you push him on, you push the Gragas on the tower.
Yeah.
And you send Lee Sin up there. You can even roam with Ari, and then you can just kill him and take the top lane tower. But it's fine for now. It's still very even.
It is, and looking at stats from Wisdom, their lowest jungle proximity, not spending a lot of time in lanes over the course of their 14 games that are losses.
Not last week, though.
Not last week.
Last week he had the highest.
Turned it around in his favor. There's a lot of farming, decent gold difference at 15 minutes. Clearing the jungle camps as best he can. And talking about gold, small disadvantage for Sartorius in the top lane, small advantage for Nahyun in the mid lane.
And now what ROCCAT is doing is they're trying to set up Ziggs to execute this bot lane tower. So they know they have this champion who can very easily kill objectives, who can then get out of lane and kill more objectives. So it's kind of a snowball effect with Ziggs. That's why they're trying to kind of hover around his lane and be like, yeah, come, you can push in now. We're here to help you. You can get some damage on the turret. Just, it's a very slow way to kind of snowball the early game. Nahyun even gets to roam. He's bot lane.
All right, Peke is looking for Hyun and flash forward. Connects with the root. Chaos Storm comes down. First blood to El Capitan Peke.
Nice setup. They actually had TP coming from Sartorius, but cancel it. Exactly the same play we saw last week from Origen. Peke flashes in, locks down one guy, and then Origen ends up getting first blood. Top lane is not really where we see the focus.
Sartorius knows that Foxy is going to get caught by the barrel.
Oh,
here comes Wisdom, but look at the mini-map, guys. Betsy and Maxlaw making their way up. If Sartorius and Wisdom stick around, shenanigans could ensue, but unfortunately, not today. So Sartorius and Wisdom don't get their man. And Foxy's able to survive with actually nothing used.
Yeah, and we're 12 minutes into the game, and we still have not seen Maxlaw have an impact in a lane. Has flash, has ulti, everything is available for him. Wrong skin, though, might be the issue. So Peke goes in, I mean, it's exactly the same as last time. Sartorius has to cancel, obviously, because he's not needed. A good start, again, from Origen. Very important as well, they get the first spot. Removing some of that potential goal for ROCCAT.
Yeah, big advantage to Origen. They only get first blood in 35% of their games. Obviously,
but they also don't play against ROCCAT very often.
I was just going to say, competition quality is very different. Origen will also be playing Giants on Sunday. If there was a chance for Origen to climb out of 5th place and get closer to 4th and lock that down, it's these next 2 weeks where they need to win games, and this is a good start.
Yeah, that's what I realized about this series. Stats mean so little right here because all these stats are against top teams, or teams above them in the standings. They have not played each other yet. This is the first time because of the group setup, so they only play each other once. So all these stats, against all the other teams, it's irrelevant because these guys, they're both falling behind early, they're both struggling in these departments, but not against each other. It's just a whole new game in itself. And that's again also where you just got to realize, you don't always need to go to the 5-star restaurant to be happy with your food. Sometimes just getting a sloppy fast food burger is good as well. And I think that's one of the reasons we have to just look at this game and be like, this can end up being extremely close.
Like that.
Like this.
Maxlaw manages to escape. Exhaust comes down from Nahyun onto Betsy. I think Betsy used that Spirit Rush. Didn't quite see Nahyun a little bit under pressure. In the mid lane now, Wisdom's coming in for the flank, but he's already used collateral damage to try and snipe down Maxlaw instead and steal away the entire Raptor camp.
And I think without calling the game over yet, but I think if you are sitting as Grabs, the coach for ROCCAT backstage, and you're looking at this, and obviously listening to the comms, like there's probably a lot of things you can note down of like, where is the team putting the early focus? Is it the correct place? Like, who's communicating? Who's calling for this, like, go bot lane, go bot lane, go bot lane situation instead of, like, using the Jayce top lane and the pressure he does have over the Gragas? Yeah. Like, these kind of things, obviously, it's a different call they're making. They believe playing around the Ziggs and trying to set him up for that tower is the way to go, but it's just a very slow way to snowball the game. There's a lot of stuff to note down and kind of figure out, is this the kind of comp you need to keep playing? Because right now, you're not winning early game against Victor Ezreal with a Jayce top.
High complexity team composition. We talked about that. There's challenges to running like an all damage team. And ROCCAT not living up to that challenge right now. 15 minutes in. Maybe a little overly harsh. You know, they're still even in gold, but the problem is the headroom, right? They needed to be ahead with this style of comp. They need to be pushing down towers.
Yeah. And it's like effective gold, basically. Yes. Like being even when you have the scaling comp, basically gives you a bigger advantage. So the gold means more on your team. But we're still waiting for that first tower to kind of crack. We're waiting for Maxlaw as well to get into one of these lanes here. Now, at this point, I don't care which lane it is. I just want to see him actually go in and use what Lee Sin can do. He's level 9 now on this champion. Graves will heavily outscale Lee Sin. Like, Graves is a late game beast. So for Wisdom, the fact that he can have a laning phase or an early game where he can literally just farm and just place down a few wards, it's perfect for him. He's so happy right now. Look at that man on the player cam. He just keeps getting more and more farm, more and more camps. He's a level ahead of the Lee Sin.
A level ahead, 400 gold lead for Wisdom at the moment as well. Slowly just continuing to grow, and we saw Maxwell walk straight over a ward. Origen not even a threat of being dove under that tower.
And it's not even like Nahun is running cleanse or anything. You can literally just Ahri ult into Nahun, charm him, and he dies due to Lee Sin gang. Like, he's dead, he's done. Yeah. Gone, completely.
Wow, what about an Ahri ult into a Victor combo? Nahun's dodged a little bit. Betsy didn't find the greatest skill shot accuracy, and he's forced to flash to safety, but ROCCAT, they get the first dragon. Sneak that one away while Wisdom is drawn middle.
Yeah, so that was good from Maxlaw, getting that dragon. He might find Wisdom now, even though he's a level down.
Got an ultimate. Let's see if he uses it. Dragon's Rage into the resonating strike, and Maxlaw decides not to chase further. Remember, Betsy, no flash, no ulti, no support.
He's chasing him now.
Sonic Wave, a little bit of extra damage, maybe execution range, but not going to chase him. So Maxlaw still just so nervous.
Well, if they see Nahun be really far back in his lane, they might be able to do something bot lane, because now this tower is getting close to execution range.
Sonic Wave needed to connect though, and it didn't. So Maxlaw can't chase Peck in. First tower blood picked up by ROCCAT.
And this was basically the plan from ROCCAT. This is what they've been playing around for the last 17 minutes, is that Yanan gets to just, you know, get a bit of damage on his tower, get it close, and then boom, execute it. And now they can send the Ziggs around. Like, he can go top lane now, join the Jayce, get this top lane tower down, then go mid lane. So while it is slow and a bit late, there's still plenty of time for ROCCAT to get down these outer turrets, get a big enough advantage so they can start playing around Baron.
Especially when you look at the item spikes. Black Cleaver, Proto Belt, Needlessly Large Rod, plus Murdernomicon. Like, ROCCAT right now are very scary. Tabzo gone for the Trinity Force build himself. Iceborne Gauntlet for Sartorius, so also, you know, in a slightly more comfortable position. And if you'd gone for that more traditional, that more old school blue build, Ezreal.
Now, I normally really like the Trinity Force build.
I know you do. You always talk about it.
I know, I always talk about it, because I want to hear you say Power Spike. It's one of my favorite things. That was like a Season 4. Yeah, Power Spike. No, Season 4 moment.
Also, his tier's not fully stacked.
Not fully stacked, but it's not a double tier comp.
He's in a power trough, though.
Ah, I like it.
See,
I like
going old school.
That is old school.
Old school on the buzzwords.
But I actually think Iceborne Gauntlet would have been fine here as well. Just to be like, I know I always have about Trinity Force, but I think Iceborne Gauntlet here would have been fine, because you're against a lot of, like, you know, physical dive in Jayce Lee Sin. But overall, Trinity Force always a great choice for him. And now we kind of look at Yanan instead of Maxlaw. We don't care about Maxlaw anymore. He had 17 minutes to shine. He didn't do anything, so now we don't like him anymore. We only like Yanan because he's playing Ziggs, and he's going to move around, and he's going to kill towers, Trevor. So get the camera off this guy. Show the Ziggs instead.
Yeah. Maxlaw, we are done with you. Where is Yanan at the moment? He's in the mid lane with Wadid. Going to try to play the wave clear game, as we've seen a lot with these Ziggs pushes.
Yeah, so now ROCCAT has 2 winning lanes. Oh, big fight maybe.
Potentially, very good route. Flashes away defensively. Maxlaw's been caught out. Dragon's Rage buys some time, but Tabbed was able to escape. Bouncing bomb comes in. True shot barrage. Actually caught by both.
But still, ROCCAT has 2 lanes pushing. Top lane Jace, mid lane Ziggs, so they can get some damage on this tower. We're just a few minutes away from big gold spike probably from ROCCAT, but Foxy might die.
Forward from Wisdom. Xpeke comes in with the exhaust. This should be the second kill of the game. Peke secures it.
See, Peke is misunderstanding his role. He's not supposed to take the kills. Especially not on Karma here, but again, he's setting it up with the team. They're stopping ROCCAT's lane pressure here. Top lane tower is super low. They prevent it from dying, they kill the Jace. They might even get a tower in return now. ROCCAT actually moved up to defend it and then backed away and went back down to the mid lane. They gotta commit. Either you take mid tower, you defend top tower. Dancing in the middle is not an option.
Yeah, but committing to a play is something ROCCAT has not done all game long. 20 minutes in, Origen have not only survived the early game, but they look to be ahead right now. The tower in execution range, Hyanan takes it down with the satchel charge.
Good.
As ROCCAT did commit to a tower. Better late than never, and they get their objective.
And that's the thing again, as I said before, they had Jace pushing top, that Ziggs pushing mid, so there were 2 lanes where they were applying pressure, and Origen's way out was to fight. They sadly didn't get a kill on Maxlaw, but they will get the one here on Foxy. So this top lane tower, you just send the Ziggs up, he gets 1 hit on it, it's gone as well. And then all outer turrets are down, and we start getting to our favorite part in League of Legends, the Baron setups. Because you're not going to be able to just randomly push all the way in towards inhibitors. You need to push in multiple lanes, you need to use Ziggs control again to shove the waves and threaten these turrets, and then be ready to take a Baron.
And how good are these teams at setting up Baron? That's what we're going to judge.
That's what we're going to judge, yeah.
Because we talked about this earlier, Defisho. All stats leading into this game now no longer matter,
yes.
right? Because now it's number 9 versus number 10, or number 10 versus number 10, depending on your personal preference and point of view. Both teams even in 22 minutes.
in the side lane.
Okay, but where's the support? This is just for the tower. It's not going to be the satchel charge that knocks it over. Instead, Betsy will get a couple of autos. Side lane Ari, that's something we've seen already today. And as we continue to see more, Mega Inferno Bomb, just to try clear out the wave, and that'll buy some time for ROCCAT to continue applying pressure.
It is not a great thing for ROCCAT to trade objectives right now, so it's good that Foxy is in the bottom lane to stop this bot lane tower from dying. Very important they use the early game advantage to always one-up Origen. Always one-up them. We get a tower, only thing you get is a few wards and maybe a few camps in the jungle, and that's it. And then you keep doing that over and over. Foxy might get caught.
Gets caught by the body slam, barreled backwards. 1 on 3, and will get taken down. It's Wisdom with the kill.
Yeah, and again now, Infernal Drake spawning, so ROCCAT got that top lane tower. They stopped the bot lane tower from dying, but then Foxy alone walks into the river. Not sure if he was trying to contest like a Rift Scuttler or just place 1 ward, but he ends up getting caught out. Infernal Drake is alive. That should be the Drake for Origen, unless Maxlaw can steal it. Betsy's here with ulti.
Yeah, 4 on 5. Hyanan doesn't have access to the Mega Inferno Bomb, and instead, ROCCAT not committing. Don't get in. Origen get Infernal Drake, and again, late game scaling, late game Dragon. It's just looking very good for Xpeke and his return.
Yeah, ROCCAT completed step 1, which was to take down the outer turrets. Got to move on to step 2 now. That's why it gets harder and harder the more steps you have, or you have to start getting towards, because this second layer of turrets is a little bit easier to defend for Origen. More ways they can flank, a little shorter path they have to run to defend the tower. A lot of wards for Sartorius to TP flank from, and that's then when you sometimes have to settle for Baron, which is the risky one, the big purple worm. And that's why we now have to really see if ROCCAT can actually use their comp properly, or if they have to draft different in the next one.
They haven't necessarily used it to its best advantages yet. So let's see if the mid game will be different. Looking at Vision, this is of course...
But we're nice guys, so we judge...
Well, you are. You're a nice guy.
We judge when the game is over, Trevor. We can obviously criticize certain things, but there's still a lot of time for ROCCAT to kind of really show what the comp is supposed to do. Like 1-3-1 setup is still strong for them. A lot of pick potential with Lee Sin, Ari. If a squishy support like Xpeke walks in there, dies very, very quickly. Like the amount of times we've seen Ari Like, get that support. One shot and boom, back in, take an objective. Happens all the time.
There's a few squishy members in Origin, so...
Yeah, I can count 4.
Potential for Betsy. With that Abyssal Scepter, with that Proto Belt. I thought ROCCAT were trying to set up some vision around the Baron. They just moved into Orange's jungle and then backed out, not willing to overcommit. And of course, Betsy now looks like he'll just recall in time. Out of vision sight. Some support from Origen is moving to the top lane, and 1-3-1. Jace was bottom, Ari was top. ROCCAT shoved those waves in, and then we jumped mid lane. Wadid, somehow he got caught.
Well, I was about to say...
overextended?
They did have the side lanes, yes, but you really need the mid lane pushing in order to play 1-3-1, and Origen has kind of just camped that mid lane for a few minutes and prevented ROCCAT from pushing out, and instantly they just create a pick. Nice setup again, and it's kind of the same thing we saw last week from Origen, like more decisive shot calling. It really seems like, as a team, they're getting much better at like picking off people when they're out of position. Foxy's been caught twice. Now Wadid got caught as well. Like multiple times have we seen Origen actually punish ROCCAT for being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
It feels like ROCCAT are playing scared. It feels
it's hard
like
to say. We're not in the head of ROCCAT, you know.
No,
we can't say it.
Of course not. But we're not seeing early game plays with a comp that had the option to do so. No pressure in the top lane where Foxy had a lane advantage over Sartorius' Gragas, and all of a sudden Wadid just wants to clear the ward. Oh, wasted flash too. You're always going to get weeded there. Save the flash, man. You're going to need it for the next fight.
It's just a pure reaction, man. You're like, oh, I'm about to die, flash, no.
And not all reactions are good, right? Like,
definitely not.
If you've got great reaction time, amazing, but you're also going to think about it sometimes. That's the next level.
You watched the last game where no one used flash and died, and he was like, never going to happen here.
It's just a caster thing. We yell at players when they don't flash, and then we yell at players when they do flash. Basically, I think we just yell at players. I'm seeing nods from the audience.
It depends on the situation.
Okay. If context matters.
If an Ash arrow is flying towards you, and you don't flash it, and you then die, then we can say, hey, maybe flash it, mate. You're 40 minutes into the game. You just lost the whole thing.
Well, Deficio, your example sucks because there's no Ash in this game, so I can't understand it. We'll have to wait to see when an Ash does appear. But for now, Jordan's got some support from Wadid.
Says a lot about your brain, Trev. We can't understand that one.
There's no surprise to anyone hearing that, Deficio. And yeah, they were pushing up that mid lane towards the inner turret.
Oh, I got excited for nothing.
Not going to get rooted. He had flash, he had wards. He has Lee Sin. There were some options to escape. And it's 1-3-1. ROCCAT are trying to play them out. Look at this. They're making Origen forced to defend, and they can't do so. Maxwell uses the kick defensively. Then ward hops out, but tower secured safely.
That all 3 lanes pushing in. You can see the minions in the side lanes right now. We see Betty up on top side. Foxy's already left the bottom lane, and Jan got to his tower. That's the thing with Ziggs. Every time you get to that turret, it does go down, especially now later on in the game. So we're still at that point where ROCCAT are trying to execute this 1-3-1. They just got an objective. You know, they're getting a little bit here and there. But Origen are still saying, this is fine, guys. This is okay. We have Infernal Drake with Victor, Ezreal. Just keep farming and see if we can stop ROCCAT from getting a major objective. And the major ones are Baron and Elder Drake later. Obviously, I don't have to worry about the first one. Oh, sorry, the second one. The Baron is the one where you're looking towards it, but there's been almost no vision set from ROCCAT towards the Baron, so there's not really any pressure on Origen.
Feels like ROCCAT are taking the Dory approach from Finding Nemo. Just keep farming, farming, farming. Just keep farming, farming, farming. And it has worked to get towers. 4 towers to 1.
Movie.
4 towers to 1. I cried in the Dory one.
You cried?
It's amazing.
I mean, I haven't watched it.
It was so sad. She's looking for her parents. It was intense.
Okay, that is...
And while ROCCAT have got the towers, they're against this teamfight comp that has been given 30 minutes to free farm, not enough pressure. And now it's Origen's time to take over, right? Look at them now. They need to be the captain. They need to find ways to break the 1-3-1 and force team fights.
Now we might get a team fight because Mountain Drake is alive. Huge Drake for both teams. Very important for ROCCAT when they want to keep pushing, get Baron, and very important then to deny Origen. Sartorius went in.
All right, Sartorius did go in. Foxy's able to flash away to safety. True Shot Barrage doesn't take him down.
He's out of the fight, but he has teleport, Trevor. He can still get back in. Pekka's taking some damage on the side of Origen. No ulti from Taps, no ulti from Sartorius, no ulti from Wisdom. Pretty huge for a potential fight. They might give it up.
Looking at the wards, there's a control ward in the tri-bush below Dragon Pit. Foxy's left the base and starting to move towards. All right, this will be the last elemental dragon. The next one that spawns will be the Elder Drake. So far, it's a mountain for ROCCAT, fire for Origen, and Wisdom's moving up through the river.
Very interesting that ROCCAT did not try and force anything when 3 ultis were gone on the side of Origen, and Nehun showed in the mid lane near the inhib turret. Obviously, Foxy was on his way back, but he had TP if needed. They're starting it now, but now Origen is back in. Ulti's ready for Gragas.
Okay, remember, team fight, 5-on-5s. Origen has a comp that should be able to do very well here. ROCCAT, on the other hand, they've got the poke. With the roles swapped out, ROCCAT are not trying to poke down Dragon. Max Law, hero play. Sonic Wave onto Wisdom. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, and Max Law doesn't follow through. ROCCAT just give that one up, give up positioning. They don't even contest.
You can already see how afraid ROCCAT is of fighting Origen 5-on-5. As soon as Origen walked back in, they just instantly stepped away. And really almost too easy of Origen to secure the one without ultis at first. With a guy back and pushing near the mid lane as well. So 4-0, slightly down in gold, but Infernal and Mountain Drake on the side of Origen. And you now have 3 items on Victor. You almost have 3 items completed on Ezreal. It's late game time, baby.
And that's good thing for Origen.
It's great for Origen. Fantastic. It's literally what they drafted a comp for.
It's quite it's going to be interesting to see how well ROCCAT can play this map now. Looking at those gold differences, despite the mountains and troughs looking very dramatic, that's only a 500 gold positive going up and around 1,000 to 1,200, 300 gold negative. So it's been very, very close all game long.
And we have to remember as well, for Nehun, still chasing that very first victory in his professional career. This game, when he's on Victor in the late game, it's on him to secure that one, show what he can do in these late game fights. And honestly, if you are ROCCAT, you start to get desperate now. You start getting to that point where you're like, damn, okay, do we just have to like try and start the Baron to force a team fight and then like try and disengage and create a pick? But then you don't have a tank who really wants to sit at Baron for the entire time. Lee Sin can sit there for a while, but no one else really can sit there with him, and that becomes a problem.
Good damage from Nehun. Raleig's Crystal Scepter and Abyssal almost chunks out Betsy from the lane at the very least. But look, every time you look at the minimap, ROCCAT are starting the 1-3-1. They've got the inner mid turrets a little while ago. So they're doing it okay. But the problem is it's not enough of an advantage. And for Origen, they've just felt like they've had a better grasp on this game. Still battling for their first game win of the year.
I think a big thing is Origen drafted a composition that required less execution in many ways, which is full credit to Origen for then having a smart draft. Obviously, yes, you have to get body early game, and that can be difficult and so on, but they were able to kind of sit back and say, we're playing passive, we're playing reactive, you have to come to us. You have to force something, and then whenever ROCCAT would overstep, which is what happens a lot from obviously weaker teams, Origen would punish them. Pick up 1 kill, pick up 2nd kill, pick up a Drake. And now Origen has gotten to the point where their comp will shine, and they're like, great, this is exactly what we hoped would happen.
And it did. I think almost every kill from ROCCAT was those out of position plays, and Foxy walking into River, we're dead in the mid lane, being caught out. All right, Max Law and Hyanin want to play with Peke a little bit. He's got a flash and an exhaust, and looking at the minimap, look at all the wards. Maybe the European Baron is being started.
Well, they still need to go back and kill a lot of these control wards. Origen actually just removed one of them by themselves by switching it up and moving it to a different location on the map. I think it was one just played by Pekka. Says a lot though that you play Ahri, Lee Sin and so on, and you have 0 kills at 33 minutes, and Foxy will die again now.
Yeah. Foxy opted into that fight. He went toe-to-toe with Sartorius. Didn't have vision on that right quadrant. Look at the minimap. There's nothing for ROCCAT to be aware of. All right, 44-second death timer, and ROCCAT are grouping in the top lane. Origen could set up a collapse, and there's a teleport from Sartorius coming in behind ROCCAT. The teleport complete.
This is dirty. He's coming with the Gragas.
They are indeed. The explosive cask has already been used. Flash forward from Nahyun. The body slam flash. Sartorius finds what did. Now Sartorius is looking for another. Betsy is going to move away with that orb of deception, and Origen continue to chase. Wisdom's coming down. Dragon's Rage to buy some time. And Origen will be content getting themselves another kill.
So they only get one kill here, Origen. They might be able to start the Baron. They're very healthy still. Problem is, Betsy has ulti, so does Yanin, so actually it's too risky. There's too much AoE damage on the side of ROCCAT. You have to respect that. But they stopped the tower push again. It's looking better and better for both Origen and Nahyun in that mid lane.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Origen, 14-game losing streak. Are they setting themselves up to break it? Are they setting themselves up to get one step closer to Vitality? They absolutely need to do so. Vision that ROCCAT had placed earlier has now been cleared out. And Origen, 6 kills to 0. They're now, you know, even more content. But I want to see how now Origen can push past the river. I want to see how Origen can now take complete control of the game and actually push wards into ROCCAT's territory, maybe play around that Baron, maybe play around Elder that's up in 40 seconds, and find a team fight with their team fight comp.
Exactly, so this is the collapse. I think Origen was hoping for a bit more than just one kill on the support, but they didn't manage to get onto Ziggs and Ahri. And we'll just have to be happy with one kill. 35 minutes in, ROCCAT has still not managed to pick up a kill. Have they even been close?
No.
I don't remember anyone from Origen actually being low at any point. Maybe Wisdom once, where he had to like flash all the way, and that was it.
Yeah, and that was nothing to do with the Raptors, right? No, it wasn't.
That was evil. We talked about this, Trev. You know, we had this meeting.
Hey, you said you were the nice guy.
No.
You said you're the nice guy.
We had this meeting, Trev, where we agreed not to mention the Raptors. And you just did. The guy is winning.
He is. And we'll focus on that. 1-0-3.
Great. I'm glad we agree now after you said it. What is it you always say? Better to ask for forgiveness than permission?
Yes, that's correct. Wisdom gonna survive. See, getting low. Didn't need the flash, didn't need collateral damage.
Honestly, if you're ROCCAT at this point, you have to just force a fight at Baron or Elder Drake. Like, you need to just start it. When someone from Origen walks in, you need to just disengage with like Ahri Charm, Zyra Root, something, and just like create that pick that can win you the game, because you're not going to be allowed to just play like a pushing game with Ziggs. You're going to have to team fight, and Origen are happy to sitting and getting 5-6 items at the same time. So you're really on the clock, and it might just be push up mid lane, push up top, go into the enemy jungle, threaten that, you know, Baron, and then boom, create your pick.
The thing is, ROCCAT's done a few of those steps. They have pushed middle, they have gone into the jungle, but they've not done the next two steps.
No, I feel like instead of walking up the stairs, they're walking into the stairs.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work.
No.
That doesn't work.
All right, so what will work? Because, you know, while obviously we've had a lot of criticism for ROCCAT, you know, they opted into this team composition, they've opted into this play style. Now we're in Origen's
world?
Not Origen's world, Origen's time to shine. Now we're in Origen's team compositions moment, right? And now it's up to Origen to find these opportunities as well, because yes, the comp is obviously in their favor.
This guy.
I mean, that's expected. It's poke comp.
Yeah, I think concerning thing is the fact that Ahri has dealt 4,000 damage. When you have so much pick potential, level 18.
You mean half of Karma's damage?
Yeah, basically. Like again, it's the passive playstyle from ROCCAT that's kind of been hurting him. That being said, Trev, when you have this much damage as ROCCAT do have on their side, like Ahri, Ziggs, even Zyra deals a ton of damage as a support, you can win teamfights at any point in the game. Because even when we say like, oh no, this is over, Origen's late game, blah, 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 mistakes will always happen in some of these fights, and you have so much DPS. One or two guys getting caught from Origen, they die instantly. And that's enough for ROCCAT to then start winning fights and winning the game. So
yes.
I know we've been criticizing how passive they've been, but it's not over. That's what I'm saying.
And Official, all of those things are so true, and I agree with you. But it means a fight has to happen. It means a fight has to happen. And Origen or ROCCAT, Oh, are we going to get... No, there's no blast cone.
No.
There's no blast cone.
They're not Russian either, so they're not allowed to do it.
Not going to be able to get in the pits and make that happen.
It's an Albus Nox Luna copyrighted move. Someone else actually did it before them. Who was it?
I saw an LCK a while ago, the time Kench into the Baron pit.
Yeah, but I remember... So, Albus Nox did it at Worlds. I just remember someone doing it before that as well. I mean, I'm sure someone else has done it like in somewhere, but...
a lot of places. But look at this. Baron setup has been contested. ROCCAT and Origen don't want to give up vision. Blue Trinket was thrown in by ROCCAT. Control ward being cleared out. Teleports available for both. And it's... You know, it's just sad.
Whoa.
It's sad when you see two teams who are unable to push advantages where they should. And it's difficult, but this is the reason both of these teams are in 5th place. You know, we're seeing this passivity, these inability or lack of awareness or unable to jump in. And
oh, Sartorius is teleporting, Trevor. Save your negativity.
Where is Sartorius teleporting
behind
to?
them.
Coming in behind members of ROCCAT. Maxlaw is able to escape. Foxy is not teleported. He's on the bottom lane, and this will result in a tower.
Damn, that's actually big for ROCCAT now, because they didn't even use TP at all, so it's not even any cooldown. He didn't cancel, he just got a free tower for it. Still doesn't change a whole lot in the game in itself, because it's all about either you break in and get inhibs, or you get Baron. Like, those are the two things we're looking at. Maxlaw pulled the Baron, or it got pulled someone else, and took a ton of damage. So basically, like, losing these turrets, it's obviously good that ROCCAT gets them, but Origen is still fine. They're like, yeah, we don't care. Like, you didn't get inhib, or you didn't get Baron, or Elder Drake. Like, those are the 3. Only thing they care about. Losing anything else doesn't really matter for them. But as much as we can sit here and praise like Origen's late game comp, they still gotta obviously go in and win a fight.
And let's go back to what we said last week. Let's go back to our narrative of Peke. Can he demonstrate macro control? Can he out strategize ROCCAT? Safe and slow and steady, get to the team fight phase. Very clear that was the game plan for Origen. It's been a while where Peke has had opportunities to make it happen, and now we need to start judging like how Origen play this.
Well, so far they're playing just fine because they don't have to force anything. They're gonna get a free Elder Drake. They can rush to Baron now and stop ROCCAT from doing Baron, because ROCCAT was very late at actually committing to anything and realized they just get a control ward.
All right, I've been informed by my stats team, Fisher, that was the first Elder Dragon for Origen all split long.
It's the first for everything.
First time in 2017. Will it be their first win? With Elder Drake, with a team fight composition.
I mean, they have to get this Baron now.
They have started the Baron. Foxy's making his way up. He's coming from the mid lane. And Betsy's looking to set up a charm on the side lane. What is been caught out? Origen have peeled away. Baron's going low. Accelerated shock blast dealing damage. Betsy's picking a fight in the pit and he's backed away. ROCCAT lose 1, but they stop the Baron. It resets and Origen retreats.
Well, we got to see some of the damage here from ROCCAT. First time they actually engage in any sort of fight. 41.5 minutes into the game. They do push Origen away from Baron. They delay what Origen can do with the Elder Drake. That is the only win for them so far.
Will there be another win?
Question is, did Betsy actually get to deal more damage in that fight than he's done all game?
Don't know. Probably. What I like about that fight, though, what I like about that setup, is the fact that Origen actually started Baron. You know, Origen actually forced them to...
It's the small things.
No, it is. I got to take them at this point. They got Elder Dragon. They snuck that one away.
Yeah.
Instantly peeled back to Baron. ROCCAT again, slow on the trigger, slow on the play. Didn't get themselves into a position where they could go for that Baron.
And I know obviously there are things that could have been done better, but I don't have anything like straight up negative to say about Origen at all. Yes. I think they've been doing exactly what they're supposed to do in this kind of series when it is so close between two teams who need to win. They get Baron now.
Look at that!
They have Elder Drake. They got everything. Like, now they can start pushing. There are tier 2 turrets. They have 5-item Victor at this moment. With the Infernal Drake and everything, he's currently sitting on 600 AP.
A lot of damage to work with, but not going to be the most effective against these Baron-empowered minions. And Foxy still has teleport available. He was looking to commit on this bottom lane. Sartorius moving to clear out the wave, though. And Origen, all the advantages in the world. They've got the scaling, they've got Baron, they've now got map
They've got
control,
Xpeka.
and teleport available for Sartorius shortly as well. So
Why did it all recall then? They just reset the whole thing.
gotta get that money, spend the gold.
All right, fine. Let's see how long they got on the Baron. That's important, obviously, for them to see what advances they can get.
About 70% of the time frame.
All right, there's still time, plenty of time.
2 minutes 30 if either of us looked at the screen.
Oh, it's up there!
If either of us just looked up.
Yeah, but who looks in the right corner? Come on, there's never anything in the right corner.
Well, there is now because Origen have Baron. Lucky number 7 kills, spread almost evenly across the team. And Betsy's caught out here. Got a flash and Spirit Rush. Exhaust not available for Peke.
Redemption for
See the
damage.
root, flash and the Spirit Rush, but again, no flash. Wisdom comes in and he's able to just zone and force Betsy away.
And this surely must be one of the only games in LCS history where a team has not gotten a kill in 45 minutes.
Can we check with our stats team? I'll ask them.
Because I know we had a game where the first spot was at 29 minutes, which was the slowest first spot of all time.
Just for what it's worth, our stats team says they hate you, Deficio, because there's so many games to double check right now.
Great.
But they are checking, so no promises on delivery. But yeah, 45 minutes in, 0 kills.
And now they
Could that change?
No.
Could that change?
But they're losing the
Sartorius
base.
has a GA available to him.
He's gonna
Sartorius
kill
is going to
Foxy.
run down.
Kill him.
Sartorius might be able to turn this around in a 2-on-1. Foxy's running for his life and grabs. You saw him on screen for a
Why
moment.
did he kill him?
Not the happiest man. Because Origen might be picking up their first game win. The tower in the bottom lane, under pressure. Origen with a minute left on Baron. They're looking at the inhibitor turrets.
It's exactly what they want. Perfect for them. 1v2 in the bottom lane, won by Sartorius. Gets that bot lane tower as a reward. Now suddenly, 5k gold ahead. You got the Drakes, you got the comp.
It all goes back to
Nothing should be able to go wrong here. Like, this should be the first win.
this team composition in the early game not being utilized. Gragas allowed to go super tank mode. And now Origen take their 6th tower. They now lead in tower kills. And are looking to set their sights on the base. ROCCAT finally trying to make a desperation play. Maxwell kicks the wrong direction and he almost gets taken out. A decent Stranglethorns buys some time, but Origen just very happy to disengage. ROCCAT, that fight has come far too late. Far too little.
Betsy still has ulti. Didn't get to use it in the fight. So ROCCAT never as a team managed to fully commit, which has definitely been a problem today. It's fair to say. And we kind of back here again, waiting for Origen to either go Dragon or Baron. The Baron buff is gone by now. I think it actually looked like you're still on good old Wisdom here.
Well, I have to see which objective it is that leads to Origen breaking open the base. Elder's going to be a couple of minutes away. It'll be about 2 or 3 for Baron. And, you know, it's slow or steady. It's controlled, it's safe. You know, it's so easy to criticize, and you know, we have quite a lot. But because there is so much on the line, can you really criticize control play? Can you really deny Origen this style with this team composition to look towards picking up this win? No, I don't think you can criticize them.
No, I agree 100%. I agree. They're all in a good spot. We're waiting for that inhib to fall, and I actually just want, I'm kind of tracking if ROCCAT is going to get a kill this game. I know Grabs talks about, you know, the team having good atmosphere and everyone is kind of backing up each other and everyone still believes in the project and so on, but hard to kind of see it in a game like this.
It is, and it's been hard to see all split long. You know, ROCCAT, we talked a lot at the beginning of the split of how they drafted these players and how they sort of built a team around like Maxwell and Betsy, and very excited to get Hyanin, the return of Hyanin, who a while ago was a very respected ADC. Bringing in Wadid, Foxy, the solo queue kid with potential, and unfortunately, as a team, they've just not really lived up to some of those early split expectations, and not really shown an ability or a way to grow as the split has gone on.
And it really shows in this game, you know, because if there's one game where you start showing what you've been working on, it might not be good enough to beat the top teams, but then you show it in a game like this, and we just haven't seen it in the first game. Now, it is a full series, so if Origen can manage to close this one out, then it's on ROCCAT to change for the next game, and that's going to be the thing to look for if they're going to draft late game as well and say, you know what, we couldn't force anything in the early game, so we shouldn't try and play an early game comp.
No, and you said this a second ago to Fisher, this is a series, right? We could have 2 more games of ROCCAT versus Origen, and whoever picks up the win is going to be that much closer to a potential 4th place, and that's what these guys are playing for. Playing to avoid promotion tournament, again, playing to avoid that 5th place seed. That's what's on the line. It's only week 7, there's still a number of series left to play, and it gets harder for both teams as they go back to their intra-group play. They play their own teams in their own group.
This week is the last week where you play the other group, and then it's back to playing the teams you played in the first few weeks. So Origen again will play Vitality a second time. If they win that series, it's going to be great. Maxlow might get caught.
All right, he will. This time around, the kick is good. Kegel, #1.
That's going to be a kill.
Available. Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel's up.
They killed him.
Got Flash. They've got him. They've got him. ROCCAT get their first kill in the longest game of the split.
49 minutes and 50 seconds, and they killed him. My voice gave up as well. Like, we've been here for quite a tower as well.
No.
What's happening,
Can
Trip?
ROCCAT seriously turn this game around? The base has been opened up. Foxy lost this fight in a 1-on-2.
Ooh, they're going Baron as well. They're going back.
Oh,
They should
my word.
go Baron. Start the Baron. The jungler is dead. Just go Baron. No, Max Lord, don't take damage. Just go Baron. Start it. Force Origen to come fight you 4v5.
Origen might be losing their chance to celebrate. All of a sudden, Wisdom is caught out, and ROCCAT, they're starting Baron. Support's not coming in. Sartorius is teleporting
Foxy's
in
bot
from
lane.
behind. Foxy's going on to the inhibitor, and the rest of ROCCAT are backing away. Inhibitor is down. Origen, they've lost access to their base. They might be losing control of this game.
Well, they can still get a Baron here. Let's see, they're recalling Nehun. That means no Baron. Obviously, Wisdom was dead, so dumb call anyway. Good for them, they go back. But if they all recall, then suddenly ROCCAT can start it. Like, this is going to horribly wrong. It's time to tap back into the game.
It is indeed. Foxy's going to jump into a fight with Nehun. The rest of Origen fighting. Nehun gets his second kill right now. Sartorius is rooted down. GIA is available to him. That's a great cast. That means Max Law's dead. Betsy's running for his life. True Shot Barrage flashed away from. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't find a kill. And Mpeke is trying to zone ROCCAT away. All right, Super's in the bottom lane, but Origen stopped the Baron.
And that's the important thing, because they lost the jungler. So, honestly, the stopping Baron, yes, you lost an interim, that sucks, but stopping Baron was important. Now, Sartorius and the rest of Origen back at the big purple worm. They're going to get it.
Okay, so Baron will be picked up, but it's one of those scenarios where it's like, you've got supers, you get Baron. It's a trade that sometimes happens. Not necessarily the cleanest of ways, though.
Definitely not. But now Elder Drake is the next one. And that's going to be key. Because now if you are ROCCAT, you can't afford to lose another Elder Drake. Like last time you lost all your auto turrets. This time Origen will be able to push into your base. Like we are full late game, everyone. With Victor, Israel, everything. But again, as I said earlier, at this point, you know, the mistake, it can cost you everything. Then your comp doesn't mean anything, because then suddenly you're a man down for 60 seconds. Wisdom dying right there could have cost the game, but they managed to stall and only lose bot lane inhib.
So important that Origen can use this Baron buff. Betsy's coming on the flank, but he's gonna get caught up. Betsy and Hjarnan, why are you there? Why do you walk into damage? Origen blow up Betsy. Max Law and Foxy were nowhere near. And now Origen should be able to secure the Elder Dragon safely. Sartorius coming around the side. Ultimate is available to him. Two-shot barrage flies a little wide.
So, Elder Drake, Baron buff. Everything you need for Origen, they're pushing straight down the mid lane. These turrets will die in just a few seconds if you get close to them. What means you gotta have the minions move in with you. Ari is dead. Like, you are 5 members fully buffed up in the late game against 4 defending. Problem is, you have no side lanes because ROCCAT have had to push there. So, sadly for Origen, they have to...
They have to get the map. They have to get the map in their favor. Top lane is pushing towards ROCCAT. You can see a gigantic minion wave. Like, Betsy and Hjarnan.
I mean, so it's desperation, you know. They think they have to go in and try and maybe steal it, but obviously never really gonna happen in this case. The fact that Betsy is allowed to respawn because Origen didn't go for any aggressive push here does mean that it didn't really matter that he died this time around, and we're still kind of waiting for Origen to use these double buffs. Like, but I get it, you know, you've lost 14 games in a row. So now that you suddenly have the big advantage, like really going for that last push that wins you the game, that is tricky. Like, it can be difficult because you don't want to throw the game. That is like, no one on this team wants to be the guy being like, oh, damn, guys, we had it. Come on, we were so far ahead, and then I was the one who got caught out. So that you start playing a bit scared, even though you are so far ahead, technically, with the buffs you're getting from Baron and Elder. Because they haven't even sieged on a turret.
Nope.
Like, they've had it for 2 minutes now, and not been able to siege anything. They might have a chance now.
The waves are coming in, the last minute. It's going to be moving. Banner of Command buffed up that top siege minion, and OG, they're on the inhib turret mid.
But they should just have Nahum with the guys here. I'm not sure if he can do anything just with Pekka. Yeah, they have the Banner minion, but you need to go 5 members with the Banner minion when you have these buffs, and just kind of like use the Gragas to force them a bit away to respect the engage, and then like your AD carry, your mid laner, your jungler, they start hitting the turret, and it dies so quickly. Them splitting up here stops them from pushing Trev, and we might have to wait for
Next Baron,
set.
next Baron.
Next one.
Go third Baron. Another Elder, another Baron. Let's break the 60 minutes. Was it long as you and somebody else? They went 67 minutes in LCK a few weeks ago?
Oh,
can't remember.
Yeah, I mean, typically when you say long games in LCK, GIA instant jumps to mind.
It might have been long as you Jin-Air, actually. I can't remember exactly, but this is the longest game of EULCS, this split.
Yeah.
We're getting closer to 60 minutes. We're getting close to a point where Origen, they've got themselves a couple Barons, they've got themselves a couple Elder Dragons. They had no Elder Dragons before this game. Now they have 2. Had 2. And they might need another one before they can close this game out.
See, I think that's a smart strategy because you're so far behind on certain stats. By having a game like this, you kind of build up the stats.
Yeah.
Like, oh, look, actually, we've gotten 6 Elder Drakes in 2 games. But still, that 6 Elder Drakes looks the same.
It still counts. It still counts, right? You look at those stats, you hear how confidently I talk about stats.
Yes, you're obsessed with
I am. I love them. And our stats team, you know, they do such a good job of informing us all the time.
This actually reminds me of, do you remember a long time ago, Trev, when you were still a caller-caster?
Oh, those were the dark days.
Those were the
dark days.
Those were the days of European color casting, where it was Trev, and then it was a Dane who couldn't speak English, and then the viewers had to just kind of survive that and deal with it. They're like, yeah, enjoy. This is the game now.
And like 40 minutes ago, you asked me a color question.
I know.
Why do you bring that back?
I don't know. But anyway, dark times. I remember having to very early on, one of the early games I casted was Millennium versus NIP in the best of 5 promotion tournament series, where every game went at least 50 minutes and 2 of the games went more than an hour. That was crazy.
Sartorius, not gonna find the barrel, also didn't follow with the flash and the body slam, but still gets Foxy's flash nonetheless, and Foxy's forced to run away. Wisdom! Not again!
Dude! Second time!
It's in your name!
Dude!
Wisdom means you're not meant to do those things!
This is huge for ROCCAT though. But inhib is already open. You can go take that one. It's 4v5, 57 minutes into the game. Honestly, if you're ever going to be aggressive, it's right now.
60 seconds on the clock for ROCCAT. Where do they go? Foxy's pulling the wave on the bottom lane. The rest of the ROCCAT squad, they're thinking about pushing middle, but the wave clear is semi-decent here for Origen.
And the top lane is not in their favor now. I feel like whichever team gets the advantage, the side lane is just not in a position where they can go grab it and use it to break further into the base. And then it always ends in a full recall. Everyone's kind of like, right, screw it, let's reset. Like, we got time, we have nowhere to go.
Hey, like I said, we needed another Elder, we needed another Baron. That's what we're waiting for. 3rd time's the charm, right? That's a saying. Is that a thing in Denmark? In English-speaking countries, yeah. It is a thing.
We do like the 3rd time is the lucky time.
Okay,
like that.
Yeah, exactly. So the 3rd Baron, I'm confident. The 3rd Baron could lead to the end of the game.
But then you're not confident if you say could.
Okay, no, you're fair. I totally bailed out. I was going to commit to like 9.
I 100% think maybe someone's going to win.
Oh, no, I 100% think someone's going to win.
Okay.
I mean, that's a fact. That has to happen, right? Like,
Yeah, you say that.
okay.
You say that. You never know, Trev.
Who is it going to be, though? Look at the vision here.
Okay.
Because even with Wisdom being killed, at 57 minutes, ROCCAT couldn't re-kill the inhibitor. They've tried to set up these waves, but it's not been the greatest of play.
There's like a blocker every time they have an advantage. Either the team actually has the advantage.
Hold on, hold that thought. Stats team. So they still haven't updated us about the latest kill. That probably was it. But 600 CS. What's the EULCS farming record? 602, 634.
Oh, I seem to remember 700 game like last year from like Sven or
on
something.
Siva,
I think, yeah,
and he
Sven,
did it in a ridiculous time as well.
He had like a 700 something game.
We're going to check.
We have to follow it. We have to track it. It might be Janen in this game, returning from the dead, then coming in and breaking the record. For now, though, it's Baron time at 59 minutes.
There we go. Third Baron of the game. Elder Dragon is apparently live, but I don't see it on
No,
the
it's
map,
been
so
like that since they actually got it.
graphics not working then.
Oh, that was QSS. That was QSS. And dash, nothing else.
Wisdom, a little bit afraid. Doesn't want to get caught this time around, but look at the damage onto what did. That is good poke damage. Baron is live. And now ROCCAT, they're trying to play around this. The problem is, if ROCCAT start in the pit and they get jumped on by this team fight composition, they get Goomba stomped. Like Mario on top of a mushroom. They don't want that to happen. So ideally, ROCCAT want to try to play some poke. They want to try to get an advantage with vision or around the map. I mean, that requires doing something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but at this point, like, it's gonna just come down to that one big team fight, Trev. At this point, we don't really care how it gets started either. We just want that big team fight to happen because in this game, we haven't had a full-blown 5-on-5 fight. Like, it's always been like one guy getting caught out and dying. Wow, that was a lot of damage.
Yo, Deficio, stats team have just dropped some knowledge. The LCS farming record was set last year, all right, week 5 summer by Sven. 946 CS.
Jesus.
Do you want to know who it was against? Do you want to know who it was against?
I'm gonna say ROCCAT.
It was against Origen.
Ah, that's 50-50.
Sven set the record against Origen. Origen have broke the longest losing streak record this split already. Will they break the longest or the highest CS given to an opponent as well?
Oh, we have to be in for it. It's another
300.
That's
300
another
CS.
That's another 20 minutes. That's another 20 minutes if he's gonna get that much CS.
I'm down. I'm keen if you're keen. I can see the audience is keen as well. So 300 CS.
Can we just get a team fight?
Hyonin or Foxy? Who will find it?
No one.
Damn it.
They're not gonna get it, Trev.
Oh, look at Foxy. I've seen this movie before. It ends with Foxy dying.
Wow.
Why? No vision at 60 minutes. And that all of a sudden is now the trigger to start Baron. My
this
dreams,
is bad for ROCCAT.
900 CS. They are starting to die. They are turning into a nightmare. 65 seconds before Foxy respawns. And Origen, they've kind of cut off the retreat path for ROCCAT. ROCCAT will find some safety as Origen don't chase.
No. Origen will just take the Baron. Everyone from ROCCAT is recalling. So, another Baron for Origen. Elder Drake is spawning in 40 seconds, as you can see in the left corner, if you guys learned anything from earlier. So that's gonna be Baron. They can take the Elder Drake. Last time they didn't use it at all. Bang, boom. I feel like that's why Yana is high on damage in this game. He's been trying to steal objectives with the Ziggs ulti and hit like 2 or 3 guys. Happened multiple times. Are you really sure 900 CS?
I know, I said the same thing, but I really trust our stats team.
I thought the record was like 700 something.
I actually think it was in that 70-odd minute game where we were just shy of the world record longest game last year.
Oh, I remember.
I think.
I remember.
But
that's insane.
The question is, what was the darker timeline? As it stands, Origen with another Baron at 62 minutes. Now they have to try find a way to get into ROCCAT's base. Foxy has respawned. Last time, Origen did not go with the 5-man stack. This time they have. All 5 members down the mid lane. Banner of Command used on that siege cannon. With Baron buff as well, it's going to buy some time. Maxlaw's looking for a flank. Wisdom's not really the man that you want, though.
I mean, just get someone. It doesn't matter. Wisdom is fine. You caught him twice. You have enough mobility.
Whoa!
Yeah, but I actually want to see how much of that damage is from him trying to steal objectives. Because I feel like that's where we've seen the big ones. Maxlaw, baby!
Where's he going? Where's he going?
Oh,
the
he gets
walls
the
are
one.
hot. The flash, but it doesn't matter. Mega Inferno Bomb goes onto the back end. Wisdom again. This time he survives for a few seconds longer. The burn is coming down. He survives. Wisdom survives. Strangle falls by some time. Nobody dies.
Oh, God. When no one dies in a 5-on-5 team fight at 63 minutes, then something is wrong. That
900
is for
CS.
sure.
900 CS.
We're not even close.
900 CS.
The last 5 minutes, he's gotten like 40 CS.
I'm a believer. I'm an optimist. The glass is half full.
I thought before you were super negative.
Yeah, I know, but I've swapped now. Now I'm excited. Now I'm invested. And Elder Drake picked up here.
Maxlaw.
There's no Mega Inferno Bomb. Maxlaw's not going to go in. Sonic Wave doesn't even find a target. Origen. All right, a minute and a half left on that Baron. They have Elder Drake as well.
But Trev, he's hoping. He's hoping. Once again, if you look at the side lanes on your minimap, guys, it's pushing against Origen. Sartorius!
Okay, he's got a Guardian Angel. This buys some time. Dragon's Rage, it's available for Maxlaw. Can he find a target? Sonic Wave onto Sartorius. Doesn't follow with the Syndrome.
The thing is, Origen can't push because it's one lane. We said this like 10 minutes ago and 20 minutes ago and 30 minutes ago. Your side lanes are never in your favor when you take down these objectives, because now they have to go back and defend again. So they end up losing the buff one more time. You can't just run down one lane against Ziggs. He just kills the wave. Unless you have like 3 banners, but the banner they had earlier, they sold. I think he's gonna rebuy it. There you go, he rebought it now. They have another one.
2 as well. Pekka had one a little bit earlier for that top lane push.
Okay, so
Sartorius got another in the top lane.
if you want to
GIA's
push
on
mid now,
cooldown.
use the banner then on this cannon when your team is there, but they're completely split up, so they're gonna lose another buff. Trev? Do we have substitute casters anywhere?
Why? Why would you want to step away from this game?
It's not about that. It's more like, if every game is this long, you know, we might need someone to come in and help for like 10 minutes, and then we tag back in.
Okay, tag out, tag in.
We like, you know, you send in Pyro,
okay.
Pyro screams for 10 minutes, and then he runs out of energy, and we kick him out again, and we back.
It would actually be really cool. Oh my word. Okay, we'll have
I know
to
he's in here somewhere.
We'll have to ask if that's a thing that we can do. But as it stands, I got plenty of energy. I got a dream. Look at those gold totals.
Around.
I know, it's 65 minutes. It's the longest game in 2017. We may get close to the longest game in competitive
What is the world record?
For longest game time?
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna ask him to check that as well?
I mean, we have to. You asked about CS.
Fine, I got the answer for you. Boom! 80 minutes, 28 seconds. Do you want to know who was in that game? I'll give you a guess. They're in this game. They've been on the recipient. Everyone. Origen against Fnatic.
Origen as well?
They are the record holders, baby, and they break records regularly. Oh, you know, I'm being so obnoxious this game. I'm so sorry, guys, but this is awesome.
They are breaking records, like you're stating a fact.
It's just not the ones you want to break.
That's true. I do remember the game, though. That was the CZ Rod, everyone bought it, and you guys, it was also last year.
Yes.
Last year we had some long games.
Yeah, we did.
So don't blame me, guys, for thinking sometimes
this is
it was
a retro LCS edition. Xpaco comes off the bench. Hyunan's playing. 80-minute game, the dream.
Well, we're getting towards it. Then you might get your 900 CS as well. But again, you can see how Hyunan is not getting any CS at the moment. So it's very, very slow climb towards 900. And we will not get there.
I'm actually really disappointed. I started that 900 narrative like 6 minutes ago.
And more.
And he's got 50 ZZ rods.
It was different. Yeah, so this far out, it doesn't work anymore. You need it much closer to the tower if you want it to actually like be effective. Because now it's all about like getting to the turret and then dealing a bit of damage.
What I love, by the way, Sartorius has so much money. He sold his GA. He sold his GA to buy a banner of command. Then he buffed the minion. Then he sold the banner of command to buy a ZZ Rot portal. And I fully expect him to sell the ZZ Rot at some point in the not too distant future and then buy his GA back. That's what I hope happens. And then I hope he sets up for a fight at the Baron. Wait, was that collateral?
Yes, it is.
Worth.
Yeah.
Got the damage down, increasing that graph that we keep showing.
It's like an FU moment, basically.
Yeah.
It reminds me, you know, people are still saying that I drop too many F-bombs.
Used to.
You know, when was the last time I did that? Should we add the stats, guys? Like, the last time I did that was almost 2 years ago, and it wasn't even my fault. They
That
ran
long?
the wrong clip in PTL.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have said it in the first place.
I didn't! I messed up the clip. There's no point not saying it.
Yeah, that's true.
It hasn't happened ever since. Like, Mitch has done it multiple times. I'm calling out Crepo right here.
Are you setting that up because you want to drop an F-bomb this game?
No, because I said
No?
F instead of actually the word.
Okay.
This is how I've been smacked down into the ground, and I've learned now what I can and can't say.
Yeah. It took a long time.
It took a long time.
Many years.
Many years.
60,000 damage to champions.
He was 55 last time.
He was.
So it shows like how little action there actually is in the game when this guy went from 55 to 60.
Yeah.
And I think it's like 10 minutes ago we showed the graphic.
5.5k more, and
Wisdom again!
Wisdom, my man! He's gonna dash and flash and collateral damage to safety, but Max Law, he slightly overcommits. Smokescreen buys some time. And all of a sudden on the flanks, Foxy's trying to shoot some fish in some barrels. We're getting close to 70 minutes. Reminder, Fnatic Origin was the 80-minute game. That was the longest. Blue Trinket comes down. Origen looking for Baron number 4. And Sartorius sitting in the pit. He could teleport in if needed. ROCCAT decide not to engage because Origen have not used the 3 previous Barons. So there's not a huge amount of concern.
It's kind of like losing a Rift, Scott.
You're
okay with it. Yeah, you're okay with it. Yeah, you get that for now. Was that Baron number 3 or number 4?
That was number 4.
It was
that was number 4.
They're definitely improving the stats in this game. That is for sure. And then now, with this Baron buff, I was about to say Elder Drake spawning at some point, but it's not going to be for another few minutes. So they only have the Baron. Pick up off the bot lane banner minion. So now, guys, now, Origen will have side lanes pushing. I know it's not exciting for most of you, but it is needed in order for Origen to push into the base. So I have to say it here 17 minutes in. Bot lane is going to push with the banner minion.
Okay.
Top lane is already pushing in favor of Origen. The rest of the team is mid lane. So now you just have to wait for these 2 side lanes to push in.
Hey, listen, I've waited this long. I'm willing to wait a little more.
Exactly.
Okay?
Come on, what's another 5 minutes?
I'm in, I'm down. GAs have been picked up as well, Deficio. Sartorius has got his back. Foxy and Maxlaw got a GA of their own. Everybody's reaching 6 items.
They're hiding.
Look at that.
It's the ROCCAT Death Corner.
Banner of Command Minion. When do we get to name them? Crepo had a rule for it last year.
At this point. I think the first one was always named Bob.
Yeah, but I don't remember the rule. Oh, Crepo had a rule for it.
I normally don't listen to Crepo, so I actually don't know, but...
I tried to, but I forgot. So I'm sorry.
So, bot lane is pushing, Ooh, it's exciting, it's pushing in. So Taurus is gonna help it push, so it goes a little bit faster, because they're kind of losing a bit of the Baron buff here. And apparently 70 minutes into the game, Origen has realized that tempo is needed. So bot lane is still gonna push. Mid lane, wait, are they gonna join with the bot lane wave? I mean, still, it stops Ziggs, obviously, a little bit, but it still allows Ziggs to clear most of this.
It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Origen are pushing with the banner of Command Minion. Why are they split up? Bring the rest of your team. Wisdom is slowly making his way down. The inhibitor turret is being shot by double cannon minions. Look at the damage.
Look at the redemption
coming down. Heal up those minions. The tower's getting chunked down. The fight could be breaking out, Deficio.
Well. Again, immune to magic damage. The big one is standing there. They can't kill it. They need Foxy to kill it. He's afraid Tower's gonna die. No!
It's not done! It's not done!
Oh,
but Wisdom's done it! We weren't paying attention. All of a sudden, Origen have got 2 towers in just a matter of minutes.
All right. The base is open, Trev. Mid-inhib going down. Betsy needs to force something.
All right, Sartorius has got the body slam and the flash. Min inhibitor not dead just yet. The Baron. Empowered cannon creep bashing away. Expector has been caught out. Throws down the exhaust. Bets in. What did they get chunked down? Origen, they're committing and engaging at 72 minutes. Inhibitor 1, Inhibitor 2. They fall. Origen have broken open the base.
All right, they got super minions now. Next step, Trev, is to let ROCCAT farm with super minions for another 6-7 minutes. But this one, it doesn't matter. Gold doesn't matter. Elder Drake is next. 1 minute, 15 seconds. Then you team up with the super minions, and surely there's nothing ROCCAT can do against it. Surely, right?
Sure.
Right, Trev?
Don't call me Shirley. because ROCCAT bucked the trend.
Why are they all going towards Baron?
Origen have taken a long time.
Oh, Maxlow didn't go down. They
get
want
even
top.
this far.
They want top. They don't want to wait for Elder Drake anymore. We're waiting for the minions. Oh, this is getting exciting. Trevor's getting ready for the final team fight.
I absolutely am. If you thought the energy was high already, wait until this final fight. Wait!
Cast it like it's the world final, Trev.
6 minutes away, okay. Longest EULCS game record, 80 minutes and 28 seconds. I've given up on the CS record, 9...
No, you're far away. You're far away.
So we're done with that one.
Wait, Wisdom.
Oh,
How did Wisdom?
Come on!
Are you kidding me? You guys have super minions in 2 lanes. You can literally just go to Elder Drake and take that one. Or you could team up 5 members top lane and push it down.
The thing
Anyways,
is...
No. But now they're pushing 4v5. This is risky. Because ROCCAT could force a... Well, okay. A team could force a team fight.
Oh, what are ROCCAT gonna do?
They're trying.
They're looking to flank. They're looking to flank.
Just go fight. It's 4v5.
There's a teleport for Foxy. Where's the wards? Where can he go? Betsy and Maxlow, they're in the middle and they're dealing with supers. The problem is ROCCAT cannot leave their base alone, okay? Super minions in 2 lanes.
But if you have a 4v5 situation, you can sacrifice an inhibitor, sorry, a Nexus turret to force that fight. But okay, they didn't feel like they could go for it. Origen did step away as well, played a little bit slower. And we're now in the situation, as I funny enough actually said with their, let all the super minions walk into the base and then they can farm him, where because Wisdom died,
oh my word, oh my word!
It's happening.
A ROCCAT going to get this. There's no one around, but that Elder Dragon taking a very, very long time. Maxlow and Betsy, they didn't stick around too long. They didn't get caught. They didn't pull a Wisdom. They've backed away for now.
Yeah,
for now.
But I don't think it just means Origen is gonna get it. Like, Foxy's top lane. He does have TP, but like, where's he gonna go? Where's he gonna go? So we're 5 minutes off, longest game. 3rd Elder Drake.
Where's the Mega Inferno bomb? It's landed every other time. Come on, Yarnin.
It's how he gets the damage.
It's how he gets the damage. And Dragon is still up. There we go.
Betsy ulted for this as well. So okay, Origen has to go top and stop Foxy. The wave might actually just push in on its own, so it doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm still talking about like what to do and so on in this game. Like, I'm waiting for the chaos so I can just start like screaming with you, but it's not happening,
I do know. I really, really, really know.
This is like my one problem with Lord of the Rings was like following Frodo and Sam. You knew there was going to be no action, like at all. It was just a slow walk, steady walk. Yeah, nice environment. Oh, there's a mountain, there's a Smeagol, there's a spider, and then boom, suddenly the movie's over and they haven't done a whole lot. This game is the Lord of the Rings if you follow Sam and Frodo only.
This is the Hobbit story.
It's the Hobbit story.
This is the Hobbit story.
But not the terrible Hobbit movie, just the story.
No, yes. Agreed. The terrible Hobbit trilogy, actually.
Yes.
All 3 of those sucked. Baron number... Oh, crap. Is this 6?
No, 5.
5?
This is surely number 5.
Stats team, let us know. Confirm that. This is number 5. Picked up by Origen. Now, normally Wisdom dies. Wisdom takes a big chunk. Foxy flashes away. He gets out of range of the cast. Sartorius is over-chased. Nobody from Origen's backing him up. Sartorius is rooted down. He's tanky, but he can't survive 5. GIA is popped. Here comes Wisdom on the side. He's found Foxy. Origen gets the kill. Sartorius can't find anyone with a body slam. All of a sudden, Origen, they're moving into the base.
Sartorius is going to TP in on a minion once they get towards this inhib here. They get it now. Betsy taking damage.
Betsy's taking a lot of damage. He can't find the kill. Wisdom's looking to shut him down.
He can't
no
handle him.
collateral damage. We can't read the note, Leduc. Origen, they're onto the Nexus turrets. Baron and Powered minions.
They're finally gonna win.
Origen, they're taking down Nexus turret number 2. Peeling away. It's not over yet, Deficio. Flashing and dashing. Tabs is in trouble.
It's still 4v5, Trevor. They're getting for the 2. Whoa, someone died.
They are indeed. Origen, they managed to get themselves a few kills.
Naeun is gonna win.
The Nexus turret. Inhibs have respawned. Number 1 is down. Turning away. Naeun's dead.
They got it.
Naeun's dead. It's still going to be a grey screen. And Origen look to the Nexus. Origen win their first game of the 2017 season.
And Naeun won his first game, Trevor. It actually happened.
relieved, happy faces on the side of Origen. The longest losing streak in EULCS history, 14 games, is done, is broken.
They dropped the ring into Mount Doom. The suffering is over. They won a game.
I think they're at Mount Doom. They still have to win one more, Deficio.
Fine.
I think they have to win one more. I think this is them escaping from the spider's lair.
Yeah.
That man on your screen,
He won his
Nathan,
game, first game.
the streak, what was it, 0-31. Now, 1-31.
And I think we need to celebrate that.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's big. You know, look how happy he is. It's actually, but everyone wanted Nahun to win his first game. Everyone wanted to win.
We have to celebrate.
We have to celebrate it. For
Origen. They win, but, okay, look, we are celebrating the win, okay? Origen broke the loss streak, Nahun broke his loss streak, but
yeah.
I don't want to really call this game like a clown fiesta. I think that's an offensive term. I think
that's the thing. I think clown fiesta is very disrespectful to say. Like, this was a hard-fought game. They wanted to win the first game, and that's the important thing.
You could feel the tension. You could see how much was on the line.
100%.
And at the end of it, I mean, Origen ended up winning. So, you know, that's it. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to figure out what they thought about that 70-minute epic.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. I'm going to be honest. We started looking at that game. We had replays pulled for each and every stage. We were 100% ready to talk about it. And then it went 40 minutes longer than we expected it to. So we scrapped all the replays, and we're going to talk a little bit about kind of what we saw in that game overall. And the first big thing for us, I think, was in the early game, Origen did look better, and we saw XPeke be a big factor in that.
Right, we saw two different play styles. Origen playing more around, you know, some kill-focused setups from Peke, where, okay, he was getting the kills from that, which kind of slowed part of the game, but at the same time, like, there were a couple of set plays. The TP attempt into the bot lane, the pick up topside, and that's what we were praising Origen for coming into this week, was, hey, they look better, they've got Peke, he's calling the shots, and ROCCAT were trying to go for the objective game with the zigs that we've seen teams use quite effectively. That was like an hour ago, and it's a difference out of ROCCAT, and in a good way that ROCCAT are actually trying different things. You can see how much of an effect Hyanan with his damage actually had in this game.
Yeah, those were a lot of zig salts. You can also see that gold graph, that's a 19.1k gold difference there at the bottom. That's a very big number, not one we see very frequently. Stress, I feel like at the end of the day, OG find their first win. It's good to see, but we did see some small issues coming in from the OG's lineup. And that small issue kind of continued throughout the last 40 minutes of the game, and that was the side wave control just was not there for this lineup.
Right, and that's why you see Elder Dragons for Barons 5. Like, the reason is because those side waves not pushing out. Deficio broke it down very well in the cast. This is one of these times where at the analyst desk, there's so much to talk about, but the casters had so much time to talk about it that, like, breaking down the side waves just slowed down Origen's ability. Like, they never were managing them. They never pushed them back out when they were taking Drake and Baron. And, you know, Deficio, I think, summed it up best, is, like, that was the biggest problem for them, is if they'd have had at least a wave, you could pull one of your members down to the bottom side, push in with the Baron minions, and get an in-hit, like, 20 minutes earlier.
On the other hand, though, this is a weakness that we haven't seen from Origen yet, because we haven't seen them make it this far into a game before. So this is good. They are making improvements. ROCCAT, however, I feel like we're seeing the same small weaknesses coming in here for them, and that is that they are consistently not aggressive enough, regardless of the situation.
That is absolutely fair, that they're not aggressive enough. This time they were playing more of a wave clear style. I think Origen, if they just ban Ziggs in the next game, will suddenly not have so many problems stalling out a game, with ROCCAT stalling out a game, but I think ROCCAT basically doing like nothing when it comes to getting kills for a long time. You're playing with Ahri, like the whole point of Ahri is to snowball.
You have pick potential, you have CC.
Just like flash charm someone if you can and see if you can get something. So, I mean, a lot of people look at that game and laugh at it, and it's not a very high level game, like in the gist of all things, but I mean, these teams are fighting for relegation, so of course they're going to play it slowly. Like, of course the teams aren't going to go, let's just run headfirst into each other and see what comes out.
And look, man, I got to say, Nahun, you win your first game.
Won his first game.
Amazing to see. Not only did you win it, it's like the longest game of your career, I'm willing to bet, coming from the LSPL, playing here now in EU. So, like, you stayed tough, you stayed with it, had some good plays of your own. I think that's something worth praising for. Now, coming into game two, Is there anything you want to see here stressed from either of these sides?
I think you got to ban Ziggs if you're on the side of Origen. For ROCCAT, I just want them, even if they pick the same comp again outside of the Ziggs, maybe just look for that more aggressive play. Realistically, like just try and make picks. Don't just sit there and have Origen push for like 20 minutes if you can't do anything. Like you're playing Lee Sin Ari. How does that even... Like, why
they
aren't
got
you trying
wisdom
to make...
a lot.
They
though,
did. They
to
got
be
wisdom
fair.
a lot for the majority of the game.
All right, well, it was truly an exciting series. And remember, kids, to push your side waves, it could win you a game one day. We'll be right back after this quick break with Game 2 between Origen and ROCCAT. Don't go anywhere. It could be even longer than the first one.
He's bot lane. All right, Pekka's looking for Dion. Flash forward, connects with the root. Chaos Storm comes down. First blood to El Capitan Pekka. Next, Pekka comes in with the exhaust. This should be the second kill of the game. Pekka secures it.
Nice. Nice. 6k. 5k. Okay, I go to you. Okay. Okay, we have it. Nice.
Nothing should be able to go wrong here. Like, this should be the first win. This Giggle, number 1. That is available. Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel's up. Wisdom. They got him. They got him. ROCCAT get their first kill in the longest game of the splits. Wisdom. Not again. Dude. Second time. It's in your name. Dude. Wisdom means you're not meant to do those things. Origen. Look to the Nexus. Origen win their first game of the 2017 season. And Neon won his first game, Trevor.
Won our game, man.
Neon curse broke.
Wow.
Welcome back to European LCS, where this desperate battle is reaching its pinnacle. Remember, we want to hear from you guys. Let us know who out of the bottom 4 teams is going to stay safe in the European LCS and why. Tweet us at LOL Esports using that hashtag EULCS, and it's important to note the implications of this game.
Yeah.
With Vitality picking up the series win earlier, if Origen close out this series, they are still 1 series behind Vitality.
But the important thing, Trevor, is Origen can then decide their own fate, because they will play Vitality next week, and if they win that series, they will tie them, and then suddenly Origen have a chance to climb out of this number 5th spot that puts you in the relegation tournament.
And of course, the man on your screen, Nahyun, breaking that very famous loss streak along with his team, ending it at the end, and that's us celebrating, right? Now, I do want to say, yes, that is a funny moment. Yes, that's us. That is us being a little bit silly, okay? But there is a lot on the line. There's a lot on the stake here. There is spots in the LCS. There is teams, potential jobs. There's a lot of pressure on these guys. You look at teams like Schalke from the promotion tournament who are looking phenomenal.
Ooh, yeah.
And the Twitter question of the day is which of the bottom 4 teams is going to face them? Hell, it could be any of them at this stage.
At this point, yes, it could definitely be all 4 teams, and that's why it's so exciting, honestly, to watch these games here, because the teams need these wins. And obviously, they have a lot of things they're working on, which is why, being honest, no big surprise. Last game wasn't exactly, a fantastic League of Legends we saw from both teams, a very high level. But it can still be very exciting and interesting to watch, because you know what's on the line.
Yep.
Every game really matters this week, especially for these teams, because, as we said, we have ROCCAT Origen now. Then ROCCAT will go on to play Vitality, and Origen will go on to play Giants also this week. And both those games will also be insanely important, because these wins are so important.
They are indeed. As we jump into picks and bans to Fishio, ROCCAT had side selection in game number 2. They elected blue side. That is why you see the same blue-red. Origen elected red side in game number 1. And this time round, ROCCAT are banning out their own Jace. They first picked it, along with that Lee Sin in the second rotation, and unfortunately, ROCCAT did not have particularly strong early game.
Yes, and that's actually why I think banning Jace makes a lot of sense, because ROCCAT demonstrated in the last game they couldn't play a composition that relied on like 1-3-1 and getting ahead early on. It was simply something where they were too passive to use it. I think going for something like a Jhin here is better, because it allows you, or Malzahar is another good one, it allows you right now to force fights easier. Like, Malzahar is legit flash ulti, and you can start a fight. So it's going to be easier for ROCCAT to use that to maybe create a pick than before, where they were kind of relying on trying to outmaneuver the enemy team as well. And early Lulu pick, obviously as a counter to the Malzahar. Very early they show it, which is surprising that, again, none of these teams seems to value Jhin high enough for taking him early. We saw Ziggs in the last game. Ashe is still up there as a fantastic pick as well. Really strong with Malzahar. Also because Ashe does well against a lot of supports who is good against Mals.
And also something Hyonin has played a couple times in the past. Got 3 games under his belt.
Gives you some engage, makes it easier then to start some of these fights. So
gives you some of those tools that ROCCAT were lacking from game number 1.
Yeah.
Lee Sin again for Maxlaw. I'd like to see more from him. I think with the Malzahar, you're going to have some more options with the Jhin, long-range roots, long-range ulti for engage. There's already, it feels like, more tools available to him. Tabs for that ADC. Do you really want to go Ezreal Lulu into a Jhin?
So if you're Origen, if you're Origen here, Ashe becomes the normal pick, because again it works against Malzahar with a very long range. You can proc his passive, but they really value this Ezreal very, very highly, and they think with the Lulu counter pick against Malzahar, it's going to be enough for Tabs in the laning phase. So clearly very high priority on this pick. Everyone is kind of matching roles, so we get to see mid and top lane bans coming in now. Once again, Rumble getting banned away. Really sad, because we prepared a very special graphic for.
We did.
We'll
have to save it for another day.
Another day.
To Fishio. Last time it was Fiora.
I like VIT. He's so happy all the time.
From Origen. Origen will need to ban something else this time around. Syndra, Ryze. 2 of the champions that were removed from the pool last time round.
You got it right.
One of them.
You got it right.
The art
of casting is just say 5 champion names and hope you get one of them. Damn, I didn't get to say few, but I would.
Yeah, because you were too busy trying to make fun of me. But
I wouldn't have said Gragas. So.
Gragas has been banned, denying that from Sartorius. who used it pretty well in the previous game, but he was given the chance to, right? That's the difference.
Give me Nautilus. I think Nautilus is great. Thank you. There we go. No one wanted to play it last game. Would have been great for ROCCAT actually to use it last game against the Gragas. Still think running a tank top lane, if you are a team where you need to rely on like team fights to win games, which is most teams around the world who can't execute proper 1-3-1s very cleanly. It's not just ROCCAT Origen. This is a lot of teams in the world. So I like them, again, running with like a tank, scaling, team fight, and they're simply just saying to ROCCAT, you can't snowball early game. We don't believe you can do it, so we're gonna pick late game. And we talked about, you know, in this 75-minute long game, if you guys missed that one point, then I hate all of you. But we did mention that if you are ROCCAT, maybe you pick scaling yourself because you can't win early game fast enough. So you also need a strong late game. And Swain hover,
Let's not touch on it. But I mean, the Maokai, the Jhin, going to give you some of that options. Lee Sin can help in theory, but not the greatest. And
what?
It is locked in.
Jesus Christ, this series is delivering. Swain mid lane. Blind Swain mid lane.
What does Nahun run into it?
Anything that can like bully lane could be fine against him.
So Syndra.
Syndra could be one of them. The thing is, so top lane Swain has a very strong laning phase against a lot of these tanks, but then scales really poorly. Mid lane Swain used to have much better matchups, but then we nerfed him quite a bit. Death by Touch also got nerfed, which was obviously annoying for him. Should still be fine, at least go even in the lane. Problem for Swain is just he's mid to late game. While he's hard to kill, he doesn't really deal that much damage against like champions who get a bit of magic resistance, you know, a Hex Stringer, almost anything really. Really like kind of stops him from being this monster late game carry. He's annoying because again, he's so hard to kill, but
and that's tough when you look at the fact you're going to have a mobile ADC that's going to be able to potentially get away from you. Graves going to eventually build tanky. Nautilus tanky. Lulu for the wild growth. There's a lot of options. And even Lulu in herself, pretty easy at trying to deal with Swain running at you.
Important history lesson. We have to only go a year back, so it's something a lot of people might remember. With Betsy last split, he played Swain all the time. When everyone else stopped playing Swain after the nerfs, he kept using it. And he was actually pretty successful on it. It was one of his best champions. Vladimir was another one. Vladimir is back somewhat in the meta. We've seen him in LCK a few times.
Happened today.
Yeah, exactly. Could have been, you know, a pick as well. But I'm very surprised to see a blind pick Swain. To me, it feels like it's comfort over anything. And it's Betsy saying, you know what? They don't know how to play against this. Give me this champion in mid at the moment. This is the do or die game for our team. And I'm going to carry.
Just taking a quick look, obviously a couple of top lane Swains have featured over in NALCS. They even happened in EUCS. Smitty J played it from Schalke. And the last mid lane that we saw was actually Saya from Latan. And, you know, while that's not saying a huge amount, 7.1 a few patches ago, like you said, history lesson, Betsy, one of his mains from last year.
Yes.
Comfort can sometimes be better than all.
And that's the thing. Had it been a top lane Swain, we wouldn't have been as surprised. We'd be like, all right, yeah, we've seen this before, you know, a few times. Mid lane Swain, however, it's been long gone. So, remember, Deathfire Touch has not been hit on this patch just yet. And I really want to see what he can actually do. So Exhaust, he's going for the I don't want to die at any point in this game. Problem is, Morel Nomicon is going to get built on Syndra. Graves and Ezreal will both get Last Whisper into the healing reduction bad boy. That's also going to suck for Swain.
Yep.
And Graves is always going to get a bit of MR. He becomes a bit of a bruiser, so you won't really burst him down. But there are, of course, the Syndra, which is always a target. But the sneaky moves.
Gonna throw down.
Sucked in the stomach when like
the crabs, and not really gonna get a lot of damage though. There's obviously Tabs and Pekka able to move away. Betsy, first level, gonna put a point into that Decrepify. The Laser Bird.
One of the changes that happened when we reworked Swain.
Sits in place.
Sits in place. Used to be such a bad ability to use because whenever you popped it on someone, he had to walk like 2 steps back and the bird would just disappear. Like legit the worst bird ever. Now it's a much better ability. What is this? Is this a Raptor Star?
Yep, same as previous game actually.
Oh, same as every game.
Yeah, Wisdom. Pull that one off. Maxlaw and Foxy gonna double team the Sentinel. Get an early blue buff over to Maxlaw, and then we'll see what level of impact Maxlaw can have.
I just want to see what Swain can do in mid. Like, honestly, I have no idea how this matchup is going to go. I think, worst case, if Nahun doesn't want to fight him, he can literally just play like the pushing game and then let Betsy sit and be his own little weird bird.
I was looking at Betsy's stats on Swain last year. He actually went 3-3 on that champion. 6 games played. Is Vladimir 7 games played? Unfortunately, no wins to his name. So
yeah,
not the greatest. But again, it's a team that went into the promotion tournament that did struggle. And
that's the thing. Important to note, obviously, for Betsy, last year he was sitting at number 10 in the league for most of
the split.
So obviously it was very tough for him to pick up wins. So far, though, again, remember Swain's early laning phase is good. Very good poke, very good harass with the bird coming down, and if you can get EQ on someone, you're going to win that trade most of the time. It's generally better against melee champions, because then you can keep the bird in front of them at all times. Basically, when they walk into last hit, you just put EQ on them, and they have to walk back, and they lose a lot of HP. A little bit harder to use against ranged champions.
So when you combo that type of ability with the likes of a Malzahar, there's a lot of damage that can come down, especially as the game plays out. Never Move comes down onto Nahun. He's caught out, and Betsy knocked away by Scatter the Weak.
Important to know that Nahun has gone with Ignite here as a very offensive summoner to get more healing reduction, but the problem for him is no cleanse. And obviously, you don't always have to bring it against Swain, but it opens up for Max Lore to come into this mid lane, and if you land like a slow into a W, then Nahun is going to die. If there's a jungle gang, it's very easy to kill him. Maokai roaming down as well can happen, Twisted Advance. Like, Nahun is not going to go anywhere, which is gonna be tough then for him to maneuver around this Swain. But as long as he doesn't take any dumb trades early, he should be able to just farm on Syndra.
All right, farm on Syndra and play it safe, then look to insta-give people.
Yeah, we might see Nahun with new confidence.
I mean, I hope so. It is a win at the end of the day. OG 1-0.
He popped the cherry.
And it's been a long time. The first win here on European soil for the 2017 version of the squad. It's, if you look at Xpekia's win-loss, he's 1-2. That's not bad.
Hey, it's better than the rest of Origen.
In a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
And again, there's a little bit of silliness, but upgrades here as well. Maxlaw and Foxy coming in onto Sartorius, not going to waste their flashes over chasing, but they burn Sartorius' flash.
Yeah.
Maxlaw has a successful gank in the early game.
Exactly. We got to go back again to the start of the last game, where we were tracking Maxlaw for basically the entire early game, being like, okay, top lane is an opening with the Jace, you can go gank there, maybe mid lane as well, there's definitely chances. He got level 6, nothing happened, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh no, Xpekia gets caught out, forced to flash early, Malefic Visions and the Void Swarm doing so much damage.
All right, tough for him though, but again, back to Maxlaw, he ganked. Definitely a new thing. Don't really have anything else to say.
No, look, it's just...
Yeah.
It's nice to see a difference. That's what you got to praise, and it resulted in a flash. We need to see a repeat gank. We need to see that disciplined play where Maxwell can go and punish the lack of summoner spell. Actually, there's 2 lanes with no summoner spells, because now all of a sudden, Xpekia as well. Maxlaw and Wisdom, they're fighting back and forth. Smokescreen comes down. Support from Betsy. They're going to fancy the fight. This is a 2-on-2. Is the blast cone alive? Yes, it is. And Wisdom can hop over the wall. Laser Bird into Never Move. Dragon gets caught out. Dash forward from Wisdom. He gets away from the Sonic Wave. First Blood picked up by Maxlaw, but traded back and forth by Wisdom. Nahun's run out of mana, and he's forced to run away. And the Dragon is shooting the crazy Birdman as Betsy runs away.
That looked like nothing at first, but turned into quite a chase, where First Blood went over to ROCCAT, I believe, and then Wisdom managed to get a kill in return. 1 for 1 is what they end up getting. Actually, First Blood might have gone over to Wisdom to make it even better. Point is, the scaling jungler got a kill, so did the jungler who has to force something in the early to mid-game, or maybe more the mid-game than anything. So I think Wisdom is going to be happy enough with this. Summoners, flash from Nahun. That is bad. Yeah. That is a problem. This is where Maxlaw gets his level 6, returns to the mid lane, and takes that kill.
No flash available to him. I'm going to quickly look at experience. Maxlaw very, very close to level 6. He's on the Krugs at the moment as Wisdom starting to invade. I think Wisdom on the next camp will hit his ultimate. And if you look at the minimap, there's a little bit of movement. Pekka and Wisdom moving into ROCCAT's jungle to place wards while we look at the top lane. Sartorius and Foxy, they're trading back and forth.
And this is one of the things Pekka did bring to the team, like better understanding of like when to move out and get vision down. It's gonna be important for them. So this is a trade we see. Graves gets a very good trade against the Lee Sin. Blast Cone is up. I heard you kind of like breathed in just before you're like,
looking, yeah.
Blast. There it is. Boom. But with it around the corner, it's enough for them. Maxlaw actually ends up flashing over as well, and they just trade. See who gets the first blood. It was Lee Sin.
Yeah. First blood to Maxlaw, and Wisdom with the reply kill. So a little bit of extra bonus gold in the early game for the champion that sort of needs it more.
But what I wanted to praise was Division now on the bottom side from Origen, because that's so important for Nahun. That means he can play to that side where he has full wards. Top lane, no Sartorius, no flash.
Maxlaw, the repeat gank. There's no flash for Sartorius. Depth charge goes out. Foxy's fighting in a minion wave, down to 150 HP, but an easy kill for ROCCAT.
Yeah, much better from Maxlaw. In the champ select, I was kind of like, ooh, Lee Sin again? I don't know, because last game you didn't really have any impact. But this one here, much better. He's active on the map, 2 kills so far. Top lane, he's getting an advantage from Maokai. Now, Maokai in this patch has been nerfed quite a bit. His laning phase is much weaker, but he's still the best scaling tank. So when you now get a kill for him in the top lane, you get some damage on his tower, you get him through this laning phase, then he will become more powerful than Nautilus.
And dare I say it, a combo of Lee Sin Maokai, slightly simpler execution than a Lee Sin Jace in terms of ganks, right?
Oh, that's fair, yeah.
You know, point and click CC, early pressure.
Generally, you don't need really mechanics to play Maokai.
Yeah.
You need a keyboard and like one finger. Actually, you don't even need a finger, you just need a mouse, because you can click on the ability and then click on a champion.
You can indeed. And that is what has allowed Foxy and Maxlaw to get a kill. Second of the game. By the way, this dragon was spotted out. You can see the ward in the pits on the left-hand side of your screen. Wisdom will take that one down. Full vision of ROCCAT, so they'll be aware of it. But Origen, down a kill, up a dragon, got some regen as well. That'll play into their favor ever so slightly. Not the strongest just yet. And
I mean, they're winning bot lane right now in terms of farm. That is great for them. The Swain hasn't really gotten to do a whole lot in the mid lane either. And remember, as we said here, Swain's late game, it becomes harder and harder for him to really take down these champs because he doesn't burst. It's like over time damage, a lot of it. So in fights, it's hard to get enough time to just sit there and deal like damage for 10 seconds, basically. Bot lane, we might have some action. Here's a gank from Wisdom.
We will indeed. Glitterlance comes down as well as the collateral damage, and Hyanin summon a heal. He held onto his flash. Tabs had already used the True Shot Barrage, but Origen, they're taking control of this lane. Plus 15 CS, despite the fact that Pekka got jumped on early, despite the fact Pekka lost his flash early. And that's not a bad sign for the Origen squad.
So far, it is definitely fine for them, but their late game is not as strong as the last game. Last game, the story was all about, you know, ROCCAT not forcing stuff, and then Origen getting to late game. Maxlaw with his gank top lane here, fighting a mid. We don't want to see that. It's
no, we don't, because,
dead.
Yep. Easily lined up for Hyanin, and that's just overstepping your bounds, maybe.
It's one of the reasons Malzahar is so good, because every pro player who's not Faker will always end up having a moment or two in a game where they overstep. Slightly too far forward, and Malzahar needs to click R on you, and then it's set up for the rest of the team to kill you. And if you're not close enough, he will just flash ult to you, and then he will kill you. So Malzahar works so well as a champion because it's so easy to play around him and his lane after he has ulti. It's kind of like, it's one of those champions where you say, like, why make it harder for yourself?
Yep.
You know, just make it, play a simple comp. Maokai, Malzahar, like, to me, that makes a lot of sense.
It does indeed. Tabs is going to Arcane shift away from the Sonic Wave. Maxlaw fancying his chances. Game 1, nearly no impact in the early game. Game 1, no impacts, not nearly. Maxlaw simply wasn't around. He's got 100% kill participation this game.
He's going to find Pekka.
Multiple ganks. Sonic Wave is going to find his target, but there's no Dragon's Rage available to him. It's on cooldown. Pekka's already used the exhaust. He's got a flash available. He's going to be forced to use it. Heal comes out for Tabs as well. And again, problematic. No flash, no exhaust. It's another opportunity where ROCCAT can punish Origen.
Yeah, and I would love to see ROCCAT just play bot lane now. TP advantage. Malzahar gets his ulti very soon. No flash Pekka. That's a very easy gank to set up. First though, he can go mid, and that's what Maxlaw is doing.
Yeah, Betsy used the exhaust just before the unleashed power came out. So Nahyun's ultimate not going to do the hugest burst damage, and with what did, as well as Maxlaw in the mid lane for support. Nahun's forced to run away.
Origen knows that bot lane is the focus from ROCCAT side. You can see Maxlaw moving down. This is exactly what I want to see. Just go down, have a ward you can TP to, and then threaten a dive. You can just kill Pekka, just ult him. That's the TP ward just placed by Maxlaw. Pekka's going to run by it now. Might spot it and clear it. I don't think he has anything to kill it with. No, he doesn't. This should be an easy bot lane tower for ROCCAT. If Pekka steps in, he dies. So this is very good. Great setup, you have TP advantage, exactly what we want to see. This is what ROCCAT failed to do in the first game. They're actually being proactive now. Stuff is happening.
Where was this ROCCAT? You know, they had a comp with really strong early game ability, but what's also important is the game-to-game adaptation, right? Went back to the drawing board. Maxlaw, you know, probably called out by his team members for his early game impact, and
possibly
this time around, making it much better. So, you know, they got first blood, they got first dragon, they got, sorry, first tower rather. It was Origen, they got first dragon. And now we can see the roam around.
And Grabs and Freddy, obviously the assistant coach, had 75 minutes to kind of figure out what went wrong and how do we change it. So they had a lot of time in between, obviously the games here, to lock it down. And we see this adaptation, more scaling, a bit easier to play, a lot of pick potential with the Malzahar. Yeah. And so far it's been working for ROCCAT. Not a massive goal lead, but at least now they can match Origen when it comes to fights later on in the game and don't have to just surrender everything. So that's going to be key in this series here.
What's good to see from ROCCAT is that if they're playing a bit more aggressive now, they should be able to, or theoretically, be able to continue pushing, right? And continue playing. That's what we hope to see.
Let's calm down, Trevor.
Okay.
And just wait for it to happen. And then we'll see it. Push from Origen on bot side and TP.
All right, so Sartorius is committing to this one. Maxlaw, Dragon's Rage kick is available to him. Tower will be falling very, very shortly, and Foxy's been caught out. Depth charge onto Maxlaw, sticking around far too long. ROCCAT just donate a kill, and all of a sudden with the dredge line coming out, Origen get tower and 2 for a cost of a top lane, and it's Xpeke that gets the double.
Yeah, I love the Sartorius teleport here. Very aggressive move, just saying, you know what, you're not going to defend this. We can easily take down 2 members onto this tower, and they get the tower as well. Yes, okay, you trade top tower, but that's just a cross-map play. It's a good move from Origen with the teleport.
Flash ulti, knocks down Nahun.
It's so simple.
Look, the laser gazer, stoppy circle.
So simple.
Kills Nahun. And, I mean, that's just the power of CC.
It is. And it's a power of Malzahar. You need 2 buttons. Flash, ulti.
Fisher, do you know what the best CC in the game is?
Yeah, death, ha ha ha. Nice meme.
Oh, dude, you killed my line.
But it's not a, I mean, come on. That line died like, what, a year ago?
And right now.
And right now died again. You resurrected it, and I killed it before it did anything.
0-1-1. QSS picked up. He wants to avoid the hardest CC of all. Gonna get that locked down. And that's equally important when you think of actually all of the CC on ROCCAT. 4 of them can root you in place and lock you down.
Very true, very true. And if you at home aspire to be a pro action, never mind, let's talk about it after.
We will indeed. We will indeed. Maxlaw and Wisdom going to be trading. The Dragon has been enlisted to help out ROCCAT, in fact, as it's tagging Wisdom. Maxlaw can hop over the wall with Safeguard. I'm looking at the minimap. Foxy in the river, and they decide not to commit. And True Shot Barrage helping out Origen secure their 2nd Ocean Drake of the game. So additional regen to help counterbalance any of the poke that could come down.
Not a whole lot of poke on each side, but it's fair. So we had Foxy going in, thought he could defend 3v2, but then the TP from Sartorius is very smart, and that's what nets them these 2 kills here. Maxlaw just bursting down, you know, can't really do anything, and Betty coming down doesn't really do a whole lot either because it's just too late. So this is simply just ROCCAT not expecting a teleport to happen.
Yeah. Risky defense anyway, right? Even without the teleport. You know, 2-on-3, tower's going very low.
But then you had some tanky members at least, and there wasn't a tank on the other side, but yeah.
It's such a tough situation.
Gotta get some tea.
You get your tea. We're 15 minutes in, and ROCCAT have had some proactive plays. Origen have had some of their own. Another good Sartorius teleport into the bottom lane. Pekka is definitely using Sartorius' ability to teleport and make plays in every single game that they've played. Happened last week, happened this week.
Yeah.
There's no TP available this time around, so Nahun and Wisdom gonna potentially get caught out here. Actually, no, able to escape.
You also have to keep in mind, Pekka is the guy who owns the contract of Sartorius. So when he says, come bot lane with teleport, you don't really say no, do you? You don't really challenge the boss like that?
No, you absolutely do not.
You just have to come, and you're like, great, okay, we're going bot lane, and it's been working pretty well for them. So far, there's been no reason to challenge Pekka.
calls have worked out in the early game. Once again, Origen looking decent. I'm looking at CS, I'm looking at towers. You know, it is a very close game once again. There's actually some scaling on both sides.
I mean, it's fair to say.
It's very different, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very different scaling. Like before, it was like Origen having massive scaling and not so much on the other side. But it's just fair to say that both teams are almost exactly the same level. Like, that's actually the impressive thing here. They're so close to each other. It's so rare we see that. So, where's it you've been living a few years before you moved to Berlin, Trevor? Not South Africa, but after that.
I lived a little bit in the UK.
In the UK,
Yes.
okay. So, no one saw this, but what just happened was Trev has a cup of hot water, and normally you put a tea bag into it. He just decided to drink the hot water, and then he actually got very mad and sad. And now Fox is gonna die for it. That's his fault.
I'm as sad as Foxy, because he's gonna get dropped here by 3 members. What can ROCCAT take elsewhere? Foxy's taking a long time to go down. That Sap Magic passive, keeping him alive a few seconds longer. 4th kill secured here for Origen. ROCCAT look like they should be able to take this tower down. Not yet, though. Backing away. Couple hits more. Never move. Not going to get caught out. Nahun's locked. That's a great kick. Maxlaw finds his man. Gets a kill and the tower.
All right, so again, ROCCAT getting a 1-for-1 plus something else with that turret. Super important for them in this game here. And we're kind of building up to this big late game team fight. But we didn't really get the big late game team fight last time. I think we had like 10 fights that started where no one died. This game, though, with Maokai and Malzahar, someone has to die. Because either they flash in, and if they don't kill someone, they die themselves, or they kill the enemy. Like, Nahun, tough game so far. He got his first game. It's probably all he wanted at this point. But now you need to set another goal. That's how it works with goals, you know. First you have one. When you get close to achieving it, you set another goal, and you keep moving forward. This game has been tough for him so far.
So many engaged tools for ROCCAT. It took them a couple of tips to find Nahun correctly, but Maxlaw, good ward hop. Good kick this time around. And ROCCAT still using their tools effectively. They're ahead in gold, they're ahead in kills, they're ahead in towers. They're playing the map. I'm going to keep my eye on their vision, because that's going to be very important to continuing to keep Maxlaw relevant as this game plays out. And they don't want to run the risk of being surprised by Sartorius or Nahun or Wisdom in that regard.
That's true. So I think vision is important, but I think the second thing we just have to look at with ROCCAT is just like proactivity.
Yeah.
Like, you have so many tools to now force these fights. You have a small advantage, but it's a big enough advantage for you to get into the enemy jungle. And VIT has flash ulti at the moment. That's enough to go in and just like flash on a taps or a Wisdom, and you can kill them. Because this is a much, you know, faster mid game than the last one, where basically they were just pushing back and forth. Now we have at least seen some kills.
But what we have seen from both games, Origen not necessarily being able to defend their towers. Now, the last game was maybe team comp related a little bit. This time around, ROCCAT, they seem a little bit more aware of how to play different lanes in the early game. You know, they got a couple towers. They set up the 1-3-1, the early stages at least, but they couldn't necessarily push it further, is what we saw in that previous game.
No, but they're setting up for a potential dive here. Nahun is the man defending with QSS. Needs some help, though. Sartorius might look to go back and then TP in. Oh, Nahun again, almost getting caught. And man, he hates this Swain pick.
No flash for him now. Although, with the fact that ROCCAT committed so many resources to the top lane, this allows Wisdom to get a lot of damage onto this mid-outer turret. Both junglers trading for a little bit, and down on the bottom lane, Wisdom's going to get caught out. Nethergrass
It's so easy,
locks him down.
It's so easy.
Kianan gets a kill, doesn't even need the flash. It's not done yet. Wild Growth used by Peke, trying to run away from the crabs, but it won't be enough. Nahun, no flash, remember. He's tagged out. Sonic Wave. Maxwell's got the kick, follows through, gets the flash kick. Double kill for Wadid. Tabs just stands looking pretty. Sartorius sends the mine. It blows up Maxlaw. All of a sudden, it's a 3-for-2, and Origen get a few kills back.
But again, we're getting action. We're getting some fights here. ROCCAT catching Wisdom first. We just talked about it, you know. You can take someone like him, just ult him straight away. He's going to die. Origen did get 2 kills in return, but still lost more. And now, another fight, Trev.
Is indeed. Foxy's got a flash available.
Okay.
Giant bird, go! Core! No,
that's
not gonna go for
bird.
it.
Wrong bird.
I'll try a little bit later. Isn't it crows? Don't crows core? I don't know. I don't know what bird Swain transforms into, actually. So maybe I'm misrepresenting Swain here, but
maybe it is.
Not quite sure. Fiddlesticks is the
Because
core
it's
core.
Fiddle where you do that
Yeah,
one.
it's true.
obviously.
It's true. Don't know if it's the same birds.
Is Fiddle still a champion, actually? I don't think I've seen him in like a year.
He is. There's a few Fiddle 1 tricks up in high elo. There was one that was on Reddit a little while ago. And
Oh, really?
yeah.
I wonder how he
Not
jumped.
the most impactful, but look, those types of champions, much like a Mumu, just not the greatest at this level.
Well, to be fair, but Amumu is really, really strong in lower elos.
Yeah.
Like, you can actually, like, early pick him and everyone's kind of celebrating in the chat. It's kind of fun. But, because he's very good against, like, uncoordinated players.
Yeah, and this game, we're not actually seeing that.
No,
Origin and ROCCAT have had
So is
much more
Malzahar.
coordination. We're 22 minutes in. Origin have 3 dragons. You know, Mountain Drake to go with the 2 oceans. There's another ocean coming up. 3 oceans. Maybe we'll see a sailing race later. It's one of them. Origin a little unlucky with the type of spawns. But at the very least, it's objective trading, right? ROCCAT have got the towers, Origin have got the dragons. If we get to another one of those late games where Elders come into play,
That's not how it works.
pivotal. No support for Wadid until now. Curtain Call comes out, and Wadid, the mine's going to pop them up, and it's going to kill him. Sartorius finds an execute with the ultimate. Wild Growth turns that into a gigantic Nautilus. All of a sudden, this fight's getting messy. Unleashed Power still available for Nehun. He's looking for a target. Sartorius dies up north. Betsy gets chunked down by the ultimate, but the Birdo survives, sustains, and he's looking to set up more. 2 members of Origin down for only Wadid.
Such a problem for Origin. They can never get a fight where they can actually get to the back line of ROCCAT. Yana was untouched there. Betsy took a little bit of damage, went back in, healed it back up, and over and over and over. It was the same thing. With the Syndra being so far down, a lot of the burst is gone from Origin's composition. Wisdom has not been able to kind of unleash in these fights either, and overall, so far...
Yeah, look at how split ROCCAT are at the start of this fight.
I mean, so this ulti is obviously not great from Wadid because there's no follow-up, but now when the fight is on, Nehun and Tabs and Pekka are all on the other side of the wall, while Sartorius just TP'd in. So there's obviously no damage right now going on to ROCCAT. By the time Yanan joins, no one is actually committing over the wall to get him, so they can't get to the back line. They can't burst down the Swain either. That just means you're not dealing any damage in a fight like this one. And ROCCAT gets a well-deserved, you know, 2 or 3 kills.
Yeah, another 2 or 3 kills. It's going to extend their gold lead. We just caught a glimpse of Wisdom almost being caught by Betsy as well, who has 2 items completed already.
Exactly, and another thing now we hope that Grabs and Freddy has been kind of noting down from the last game was that now that you have the advantage, buy control wards. Come on, sell your potions, get wards, set up for Baron, and make plays like this one.
Oh, so easy. Xpeke doesn't even get a chance to use Wild Growth. The Curtain Call comes up, and Wisdom actually going to get kicked towards the outer limits. Tabs all of a sudden gets tagged. 4-0-6. Hyanan on Jin is just having a field day as the rest of his squad are setting him up for success. I mean, ROCCAT bounced back in spectacular fashion here.
Still a lot of wards around this Baron trap. It can be a risky one. Pekka is dead though, so is Wisdom, so at this point you can just start it. There you go. And then if someone shows up, like Betsy's hiding, he's gonna try and trap Nehun and kill him.
Gonna get stunned out, doesn't get a chance to go into bird form. Ravenous Flock plus Exhaust. Betsy's gonna get dropped down with the help of Tabs. Now Tabs is locked down. It's a 1-for-2, but Baron has been stopped. Sartorius slightly overcommits. But with the help of a Glitterlance, is able to escape. 1-for-2, you stop Baron. Probably okay, but not great.
Yeah. Again, worst situation for Origen to be in, you know, either you lose members or you lose Baron, so you will lose something. Again, ROCCAT here, more proactive. They start the Baron, instantly Betsy hiding in the brush, they force a fight, get a few more kills. Because we're only 25 minutes in, like, you don't need the Baron at the moment. We had a 75-minute one just before. Like, there's technically plenty of time.
To Fisher, talking about those Barons, Origen picked up 5 Barons in that game. ROCCAT have picked up 5 Barons the entire split. That's the type of game that we had.
But it's what I said, you know, Origen were just improving the stats with that long game. So, good setup here to create a trap. And then as soon as Origen moves in to stop you, you get 2 more kills for yourself. So, decent setup here from ROCCAT. And it's been a much better game from them. Like, much cleaner game as well. They've been controlling the last, like, 10 minutes.
More proactive in the team fights, earlier, better vision. Like, every single thing you want to look at from the ROCCAT side has seemed to gotten better, right? But now it's the next step. Now it's using that advantage they've built up, plus 5k, plus 4k, sorry, to play around this Baron. That's what the Vision is doing.
Yeah.
And force Origen's hand.
Exactly. Like again, you just force the enemy team into a lose-lose situation.
Yes.
It's the, do they get Baron or do they get some kills? Like, we have to pick one of them.
And ROCCAT's hoping for both.
ROCCAT will obviously love both. I'd love
Yeah.
to get the Baron and then pick up kills after. Because they're going to need this Baron buff, obviously, for them to kind of further increase the lead. But they're in a good spot.
Blue trinkets on cooldown for Origen here, so...
At this point, Nahun also has to switch his trinket. Like, you have no vision, you have no control. You need more blue trinkets than just one to spot this Baron here. And if you are a ROCCAT, like, at some point you can just start it. Like, you can just start it. Once Foxy is pushed up here, you can just... Because if they don't move, if they don't leave the mid lane, you get the Baron for free.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's no Mountain Drake on the side of ROCCAT, so it makes it a bit slower. But you want to use that to force the fight.
Well, ROCCAT started that a second ago. Unfortunately, Betsy took a lot of damage, so gave up his life. When its passive gets popped and True Shot Barrage tags 3, Origen are just fighting for vision here. Now, luckily, ROCCAT backed away, so Origen have been able to push all the way up to the Baron pit, get a couple of control wards down, get a couple of wards into the pit as well. So this again, now it's just ROCCAT's reset, right? All of that pressure they built up, all of the play, need to go back to the drawing board, need to re-engage the vision, and that's what ROCCAT are doing.
It's really slow and steady, honestly. Because nothing new is kind of happening, if that makes sense. We're kind of waiting for the same setup from ROCCAT. You push your lanes, you set up a Baron. All the control wards just disappeared. Will slow down the process a little bit.
And that's going to be interesting to see how ROCCAT can play it. Flash engage onto Wisdom. Wild Growth comes up. That buys some time. Unleashed Power doesn't kill Wadid. And Nahun forced to flash again. He gets out of range of the Sonic Wave, and that's going to be enough to save his life. ROCCAT, there's no smite for 35 seconds on Origen. Do they risk the Baron? A lot of HP on Foxy, but not a lot of mana to work with.
Oh, no flash on Nahun right now. If a fight breaks out, he might be an easy target. Foxy can get onto him. Betsy as well. I like the call to start it here. Be ready to disengage and fight, though.
It's a 4v4. Wadid's coming in from behind. No ultimate. He's got an exhaust.
Go for it, Nahun.
Scatter the weak. That's a very good stun. Nobody gets locked down with the Unleashed Power. And then all of a sudden, Nahun's looking to push forward. Wadid goes down. ROCCAT potentially losing the fight. Sartorius on the front line as Tabs is throwing out Mystic shots off the Mystic shot. Betsy, remember, not a lot of damage. And with no mana, he goes back from Birdo to Weird Man mode. And he's forced to run away. The Baron again is interrupted.
Very offensive to call him Weird Man mode. He's just an old man with a stick, Trevor. There's actually nothing wrong with how he looks. But that being said, Origen stop another Baron. They got Ocean Drakes, they got Mountains. What are you doing down there?
Just catching my breath, Deficio. We're in for a long one.
Okay.
Nahun is not, as he sticks around far too long with low HP. And Origen will pick up their 4th uncontested Dragon.
But now, ROCCAT can go Baron again. This time with full HP, ulti on Wadid, so it's going to be much easier to force the fight. I think before they could easily have like set up the fight, but they were probably lacking mana on a lot of them. So start it again. It's going to be another fight, Trevor.
All right, it will. Origen coming in. Passive from Wadid. He's going to get popped there a second ago. He throws down the Nether Grasp, but peel away from Baron. Wild Growth buys some time. Sartorius is still alive. The Golden Bird of Betsy throwing down damage with the Flock. Wisdom and Tabs running for their life. They've been routed, split apart. Pekka's being run down by Maxlaw as soon as he gets turned back to Lee Sin form. Jumps onto Tabs. Very good Sonic Wave. Tabs is landing shot after shot, but a kick to the head sends him back to the fountain. 2 members of Origen down, and ROCCAT, again, they don't get the Baron, but they're getting the kills.
Yes, it's like we said just before, it's kind of the same thing we're watching over and over. It's Baron setup into a few kills in a team fight. At some point, ROCCAT gets so far ahead in gold that Origen won't be able to stop the Baron. They will lose the Baron and will lose some members as well. So now, we reset. We take a quick break. We got a minute. Then ROCCAT will get full HP, go back to Baron, set up the exact same thing, because Origen took the Dragon, by the way. It says there's nothing to do on bottom side.
Yep.
And this is just a fine setup. Betsy goes in, uses W to zone off a few members, and then you can just take down Sartorius, and then the tank is gone. And at this point, there's nothing Origen can do in the fight, because Nahun is dead as well for another 10 seconds.
This is good play from Maxlaw. Turns his attention onto Tabs. Gets, I think the sapling was providing vision there.
Yep.
So managing to land the skill shot, but 6, 3, and 10. The ROCCAT squad has got 18 kills. Look at that. Look at the damage from Maxwell. All of a sudden, he decides to play Lee Sin, and this is the performance that he can put together. You know, there's not a huge amount that has changed between these two squads, other than ROCCAT being more willing to make plays. ROCCAT aggressively pushing advantages.
They need to keep doing it, Trev. Problem is, every time you only get a few kills and nothing more, like, it is good. Obviously, you get a big advantage. The game just gets, you know, prolonged. So it is a problem that Origen still have a chance to mess you up at that Baron fight.
All right, curtain call. Where's the target? Wisdom gets hit 2, 3, and the fourth is gonna go a miss.
Because now Betsy has to go back to base again, so Origen gets further and further towards like the 4 to 5 item mark.
Yeah.
And if ROCCAT then makes a mistake around the Baron, then boom, Origen might get the advantage. Like 4 Drakes, you know, if there comes an Elder later, that's huge. With Dita's flash, he has ulti. This is the time that my voice breaks, and that shows it's been a long series.
Flash, series, game 2. There's one more to go to Fisher.
Still been a long series.
5 QSSs. QSS times 5 on Origen. Every single member has it and has it available.
Don't think you need it on Nautilus, but fair enough.
Hey, Sartorius died last fight. He was the one that was jumped on.
I know, but...
How different the fight could have been if he could have got away. Maybe. We'll see, right?
Your job is basically just stay alive for as long as possible, so I guess the QSS can help there. But there are definitely other tank items adding more value in that sense. However, 5 QSSs, it is in. And that's another thing, you know, about a support pick. It's a support pick. Yeah, you all have to buy QSS.
Luckily, the QSS also works for Never Move, also works for Deadly Flourish.
Fair.
Also works for Maokai Twisted Advance. Like, there's a lot of CC that can work, and Maxlaw, he just gets insta-gibbed. Well, it took 3 ultis, but still counts.
Hey, we said
ultis.
it, you know, every time Origen stops the Baron, they get a bit more time, higher chance of a ROCCAT mistake. They're finding Foxy.
All right, Foxy's gonna run for his life. Wisdom gonna be able to sidestep the route. Foxy very, very tanky, over 3,000 hit points, and a Guardian Angel available. Redemption comes down to buy additional time. Wadid being tagged by all of the damage of Origen. Foxy continues to run away. Still has the Guardian Angel. Wisdom's the first of the fight to die. And Origen decide they don't want anything more of it. They back away despite having what could have been a 5v4.
Yeah, no flash on Foxy. He just kind of walks away. ROCCAT back towards the Baron, but he's very low at this point. We'll get the Honey Fruit. Origen is not around. They have TP on Sartorius. They did see something get clear. There's a ward on the top here. It doesn't actually spot them on Baron. They're pinging it.
Good vision toggle from the observers. If Wadid or Hyanan go too far to the left, they'll get spotted out. Although this time around, there's a ward in the pit. Peke's put it down. Sartorius is going to teleport in. Instantly flash. Both summoner spells blown. What will it cost? 10 seconds before Wisdom becomes alive. There's still unleashed power available for Nathan. He needs to get a good start. He needs to get a good target. Hyanan's Edge of Night is also about to time out. Scatter the Weak. That stuns up 3. Wadid's forced to run away. Flash forward from Foxy. Origen now get jumped on. Betsy needs to regen. Very good kick onto Nathan. He gets exhausted down. His ultimate does nothing. No. But Wadid's gone as well. Betsy's trying to heal up. Speke and Tabs trying to do work. It's a messy, messy fight that ends in a 1-for-1.
Wait, Origen could have definitely chased that one there, like a big tank. That Wisdom coming as well. Tab still had plenty of HP. Betsy might get sniped.
No, not gonna be enough.
Has the Hourglass, so there's some armor. Some defensive stats.
Oh, screw it. Origen are going onto Baron. Come on, ROCCAT. How are you gonna stop this one? Curtain call and a teleport. This is going to be risky. Wisdom, Tab, Sartorius buying as much time as they can. Leduc is nervous. Baron secured by Origen.
God damn it, I said it!
That's the 6th of the series. Hyanan's also coming in. Foxy's on the front line. He's looking to engage, buying time for Betsy and Maxlaw to come up. All of a sudden, Hyanan gets tagged. Mate, you're not a frontliner.
I told you, Trevor!
You're not a frontliner. Redemption's gonna deal damage. ROCCAT are engaging. They've kicked Tabs. They've killed Peke. They're looking for Sartorius and Wisdom, and it's gone to hell. Origen get Baron, and then they all get killed.
Except for Nehun. He's alive. Everyone, does he have the Baron buff? That's the big question.
No!
No, he doesn't have it. All right, well, the point still stands. They got the Baron, Trevor. Look at the positive. And right now, separate topic, my Twitter is getting spammed with people telling me that Hourglass is useless against Ezreal ulti. So, correcting myself, I meant the Abyssal Scepter for the magic resist. Just want to be the selfish caster who talks about that instead of the other thing. So guys, stop spamming me on Twitter. I get it. I meant the other item.
All right, the other item.
Move on, Trev.
Moving along. These are not the droids you're looking for. Is Origen. Look, the gold they get from Baron is going to close back that lead. It's 37 minutes into this game.
And the most important thing, ROCCAT didn't get the Baron.
Oh my word,
That is
and
the
now
important
ROCCAT
thing.
get Elder Dragon as well. So all of that early game advantage that Origen was investing into, it's not even going to equate.
Remember, this Elder Drake,
it's very weak.
It's very weak. There's 0 Drakes. So, if you're Origen, trading basically 4 members to deny ROCCAT getting the Baron when you were pretty far behind on the map, it's actually not that terrible of a trade. Obviously, yeah, in terms of gold value and so on, it's not great. But the fact that you stop ROCCAT from getting Baron multiple times, then you finally get it yourself, just means that now ROCCAT can't play around that objective, so ROCCAT cannot push the advantage further. And you're the team with 4 Drakes. You're the team, if you get an Elder Drake late game, that's going to be huge for you. So Origen is definitely still in this game by stopping ROCCAT from getting Baron, mixing up the teams a little bit.
It's okay. It's already been a long series and there's potential for another game. Look, it was a messy fight at the end of the day, but you're seeing ROCCAT engaging, you're seeing ROCCAT going in over and over, they're committing. This was the biggest flaw from game 1. That is still growth.
So, and this is good for ROCCAT. It's good for ROCCAT. They get these kills. They get the Elder Drake. Again, it's not a huge Elder Drake, but they can still use it to push. So it's definitely not terrible. But if you're on the Origen side with the 4 Drakes, you're still in this game. And part of that was you got a Baron and you took it away from ROCCAT.
Okay, so what else can ROCCAT take with this? Elder Dragon, slowly going to be working its way down. Origen, there's not an Elder Pit. Elder Dragon to worry about. There's not a Baron to worry about. They just have to try wave clear. And luckily, they've got themselves pretty long-range wave clear in the form of that Syndra and the Ezreal. If they're willing to get forward, but look, they're not even willing to get caught. There's so much CC. The risk involved is so high.
You have to respect that. So you just give up these turrets, but we're already 40 minutes in. So you're getting close to full items already. Let's see here. Good push from ROCCAT. I like how they've been using the Drake so far.
Wisdom's using his ulti to try clear the wave. He did a decent job, but not the greatest. Maxwell gets a lot of damage on the left-hand side while Sartorius is being burned down by that burning ball of Swain. Sartorius running for his life, and he gets rooted, locked in place. The tower goes down. Maxwell's looking for a kick, but he won't be able to kick in the direction of ROCCAT. Doesn't matter, though. He's given his life for the objectives. He's going to be dropping the inhibitor 30%. Scatter the weak, 2-man stun, and ROCCAT are forced away. Not going to be able to lock anyone down is and all of a sudden, they're swinging back and forth and back. It's ROCCAT that gets the objectives.
Gonna TP in. He TP's behind him. He's really low, though.
This is not good. This might not be good. Is this good? Wadid spawns a crab. Sartorius is running for his life. Oh, not sure if you want to re-engage him, matey. He's kiting. Really weird. The fight is now on 2 flanks again. Sartorius has got 2. Tabs has got a red buff as well. The collateral damage on the back end of Wadid. He's low, below 50 HP. Sartorius can't get in range. Wisdom's looking for it. Finally, the little mines, they take him out. Betsy gets another, and the Hyun and crit shot onto Wisdom. Drops him low. Come on, guys, I can't breathe. Unleashed power onto Foxy. Naehyun with the double.
In the end, Origen did lose the inhib, but they pick up some kills, Trevor. They keep this game alive. And much like the last game, ROCCAT are putting some pressure, getting a little bit into the base of Origen. Sadly, couldn't do much more. Like, good Elder Drake, after all. We got 3 turrets and inhib. So, good Elder Drake from ROCCAT. Now we are back, focusing on the Baron. You can breathe for another minute. I'll just talk about something else.
It's officio. I'm casting a series every day this week.
Okay.
I might not have a voice tomorrow. 41 kills. 41 kills in 40 minutes after a 75-minute game.
If you need me to play-by-play a little bit, just let me know. I've been practicing.
No, I like the audience. I like the viewers. I don't need them to be punished by that type of voice, officio.
Like, I can also play-by-play. Like, Naehyun in the mid lane, Maxlor, Wadid, Betsy, in the mid lane.
I might appoint you to do a team fight. Be ready for me, okay?
Oh, I will.
Be ready for me.
I'll go crazy.
You'll go crazy.
I'm gonna go demon mode, you know, where you really start.
I like that. A little bit of Captain Flowers.
A little bit of,
generate that.
That is some serious hype.
We'll see if we can, because Origen will need some hype if they want to bounce back.
I will admit, when I saw him and I heard his cast, I kind of debated if Trevor was good enough for me.
Oh. Ooh.
And I'm still kind of just trying to decide.
Well, we'll find out. I'll see if I can
this game
prove
should
it to
test.
you.
Yeah,
There's 45 seconds till Baron. I get the inkling ROCCAT will start some dances, start some fights around it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And Origen, no teleport for Sartorius, so they're going to need to just keep control of that bottom lane before they're willing to engage in that Baron pit.
Yeah, and Trev, you are good enough. You're too good for me, actually.
Thank you, buddy. The curtain call, too good for Origen, as it does not mean anything. And if you look at the top lane, ROCCAT.
The tower's low up there. So top tower's low. Origen should know the push is obviously happening. They can see them all the way. We're looking for another big fight. Remember now, again, for someone like Betsy, he's still strong, he's hard to take down, but he can't really burst anyone specifically. Trying with tabs.
Gets caught up by the anchor, the tower's going low. Smite screen will buy some time. Collateral damage used as well. Origen have defended the tower.
And we got to see some of the damage from a Swain if people are looking at Tabs, because Tabs is walking around in the bird, the Q for the full duration, and that is what Swain can do. If you have a lot of time, consistent DPS coming in, it is strong against squishy targets, but you don't one-shot someone, and that might be a problem for Betsy in these fights, because you can see our Origen, they're starting to hurt. They're really starting to kind of weave down these bruises here, Tabs especially, but also Wisdom on this Graves. You have to respect his late game damage, and suddenly you can have one of these fights where if the Origen carries can stay safe, they have enough time to burn through the Swain and the Malphite and the Lee Sin. But it's a lot.
They can stay safe.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Such a tough question, because Maxlaw has been able to find his man. Been involved in 21 of the team's 25 kills. He's still landing kick after kick after kick.
Yeah, and at this point, ROCCAT honestly had a chance to just go for Baron, with Sartorius sitting in base defending without teleport. If they have the timer on his TP, which they should have, they can just start the Baron here. They have no control wards around it though, so now they put one down. So this is good. I like this call a lot. I think this is what they should do.
For Sartorius, True Shot Barrage will buy some time. Look at that Void Swarm, really tanking up the Baron,
and
helping out.
This is good.
All right, Deadly Flourish stuns nobody. Origen a little bit splits up, flash engage onto Nahyun. He manages to unleash on what did. Traded 1-for-1. Betsy nearly at half HP. Wisdom not with his team. He gets kick flashed on. And all of a sudden, Betsy's unstoppable. Now Origen looking to get away. Very good usage of the Blast Cone from Tabs. Well, he's going to Arcane Shift as well, and Peke buys some time. Turns Foxy into something even cuter than Maokai.
And another problem for Origen here, they used TP very, very late. Sartorius didn't manage to join the fight, so not only did they now lose a few members, Inhib is going down as well in the mid lane.
ROCCAT want to force a game number 3. They jump onto Tabs. Maxwell's forced away. Inhibitor in the mid lane is gone down. Inhibitor in the bottom lane will be the target very, very soon. Sartorius is able to sidestep the stoppy circle. He's going to engage with a gigantic anchor. Thank you. Lost my words. And all of a sudden, the inhibitors are down. At 27 kills, ROCCAT are tied with the most kills by any team in one game. It was held by Splice versus Vitality, and the stats team informed me that if ROCCAT get one more kill, they will have the most kills for a single team in one game.
Did we just go from ROCCAT not getting a kill in 49 minutes to now being the team with the most kills in one game?
Correct. And
that literally doesn't make any sense.
To confirm,
that doesn't make any
tied.
sense.
Both Splice and Vitality have 27 kills each.
But they're going to get another kill. Well, to be fair, ROCCAT is cheating and playing very long games at the moment. This is a risky Baron, but they're going for it.
Nahyun with a very, very quick QSS. He ends the Nethergrass. Looking at the minimap, Hyanin is quite far away. Redemption comes down. The Baron is the target. It's secured by Origen, but at what cost? Sartorius is kicked backwards. Foxy is in the pit. He's going to get dropped down. Guardian Angel is popped. It's Expected that life is lost. And unfortunately for Origen, they get the Baron, they lose Pekka, but they have it on 4 members.
Yeah, what a ballsy call here, but it paid off for Origen. Rushed it down, only lost one guy, and now you're back to defending, and Trev, just say your line. Say it.
ROCCAT hold the record for the most kills in a single game.
Not the team I expected to have it, but...
Actually, to be fair, it is kind of, right? Because
It's such a dumb stat in a way because like long games, but it's fine. It's fine.
Yep.
It's good. It's important. Hey, it's a thing. It's a thing.
I'm still getting excited about it. There's a lot to get excited about this game. There's a lot to get excited about.
No taps. Oh yes, taps.
We might go to a game 3 here.
I mean, we might, but it's 3K goal lead. Doesn't matter at this point. You know.
Look at the base.
You're so close. Yeah. But you still need to get down the nexus. That's the key thing. You know. That's what the coaches are trying to teach the players here in Europe very often, because we have a lot of teams who think they're winning. They think the game is over, and then they can't really push it all the way in. They lose a team fight or two, and then boom, game is over. It happens quite often.
Boom, boom, boom. The Nexus goes down, and
I'm looking at H2K right now.
Okay.
They do it all the time, so can ROCCAT.
Look at this. Sartorius actually going to use that anchor, pull himself in line of the curtain call. The tower is going to get dropped here. There's not enough members of Origen to defend. Wisdom's a little bit late to the engagement.
Wisdom!
Sartorius on the front line. Wadid's going low. Wisdom locked into place. He's running for his life. It's split. A fight on two sides. Betsy's gone. Yarnen's gone. ROCCAT are running for their life. Super Minions are pushing down at the bottom. Fox is looking to re-engage on tabs, but he's going to get dropped as well.
Oh, baby, what did I tell you?
Will not go quietly into midnight.
The Super Minions are not doing enough right now. And as I just said, the Nexus, Trevor, needs to die. There are so many more fights in this game. This is going to be another at least 60 minutes, back and forth fights. And it's going to be close. Yarnen is fed as hell, but he can't really do a whole lot because he's dealing with like big Sartorius or Wisdom coming from the side. He has to respect that, and now we get like everyone gets a scimitar. You know, the Nautilus, yeah, the Cinder, why not? So look at this fight here. It's all onto Sartorius. Good flank from Wisdom. Basically fighting 1v3 down here on the side. That allows him to kill Betsy up on the top lane. He doesn't have enough damage now to really take down a tank. And then suddenly Yarnen drops as well. Syndra ulti, everything used, and one team fight by Origen. These inhibs are gonna respawn now. Elder Drake is gonna be the next big objective. 5 seconds on Foxy. He does have teleport, but it might be too late. This is a 4 Drake, Elder Drake. No smite, there's no smite, there's no smite.
There's a ward in the pit. Can Maxwell get it?
Oh!
No, it's picked up by Nation. Origen get themselves the Elder Drake, the unleashed power. Not gonna be enough to pop the GA, and Maxwell's running for his life. Uses the blast cone to safety and smites down the Krugs. Origen, 4 Dragon Elder, Mercurial Scimitar on his mid lane, Syndra. Nahun is looking to make it 2 games in a row.
Gotta weave in the auto attacks, but well timed there on the knockup. You saw the CC from Sartorius was timed, so Maxwell couldn't actually get in and steal the Drake because Wisdom was running from base. So good timing there from Origen. Now they're hitting gold. They have the Elder Drake. There's no Baron though, but this Drake is huge and will buy them enough time to get inhibs back. So suddenly, it is dead even again. Much like the last game.
And Origen have a lot more ground to cover. If Origen, if even this game out, if Origen can compete for Baron, Origen only have 2 towers secured, and they need to do a lot of work. Nahun and Pekka are each tagged as Fox is looking to engage the Scimitar used by Nahun just to get rid of the slow and remove the risk of being caught by Foxy.
And this late in the game as a professional team, like tracking cooldowns is just so important. Like if someone wastes a flash, if Scimitar is on cooldown for, you know, a certain amount of time, maybe when a fight breaks out, Wadid knows he can flash on that target and kill that target instantly, and that wins you the game. So tracking these things is so key now for these guys, but it's hard because you're so focused on a lot of stuff that's happening. You know, you look around, you see a bunch of idiot casters just like dancing around and yelling all the time with funny hats on.
True story.
And then it's hard to focus.
True story. Particularly animated when you have 2 games like this. And again, you know, we understand that these are interesting games, but it's because there is a lot at stake, you know. Teams are fighting for their lives. Look at this gold graph. ROCCAT, the early game, the mid game, it belongs to them. And unfortunately, at sort of the last 2 hurdles, at the inhibitor and the Nexus, one bad team fight brings Origen right back into the game.
Exactly, and that's what's making it more exciting. Like, we get these late game fights where no one wants to be the one making the mistake. Like, ROCCAT needs to force another game. They can't just go down 2-0 to Origen, because then ROCCAT is down, really far down in the standings and can barely get out. Luckily for them, though, again, Giants didn't get that serious win here, so can keep it still within 1 game.
Unfortunate circumstances, but you know, it is the nature. Tabs going to be able to escape for now. Wisdom flashes away. Merc Scimitar buys some time. Smokescreen will deny some vision as Sartorius actually, I think, got kicked back into the fight. Doesn't get to flash away. That's the tank down. Origen are in trouble. Turn their attention to Wisdom. ROCCAT looking for their second kill. There's no GA. There's no revive. There's no survive for Wisdom. And Origen, 60 and 70 second death timers. ROCCAT to Fisher, they could look to finish here.
Yeah, it might be it. They have minions coming in the mid lane. They can at least get every single inhib down. But yeah, just 3 guys alive at 52 minutes. That's nothing. No flash on Faxi to engage. Ulti from Maxwell is up soon. Then you have to respect that one. But at the very least, they get every single inhib. They have minions coming in. Sadly, no super minions.
Tabs on the front line. Really just trying to get as much poke down as he can. Not really out range of getting rooted by Maokai. Nahyun, decent stun. Again, 30 seconds before the support comes back up. Tabs spamming those mystic shots. Double super minions in every single lane.
They might try and chase here. Sartorius does have teleport, but there's no wards behind ROCCAT, so don't think Origen can do anything, and they have to accept that not only did they lose a tank, they also lost every single inhib. So double super minions now in every lane. It's gonna make it so much harder to defend. They're rushing for Baron here while ROCCAT is recalling and coming from base. Wisdom is still dead for another 2 seconds. Maxwell will get there in time.
Origen looking like they're reacting quickly enough. Maxwell's going to be the target instead, though. Jump onto him. Blade of the Rune King, there's a GA to burn through. There's a flash as well. Another mystic shot flashes over the wall.
Maxwell didn't have any wards he could put down and jump to, so now he's recalling. Wisdom is back alive. He's at the Baron. Origen needs to rush this one and just burn it down as fast as possible and then use it to defend.
Wow, look at the damage onto Nahyun.
That is huge. That is so huge.
Shot. Foxy's looking to jump in on Vault. Decent enough stun from Nahyun. Redemption coming down. Tags up Nahyun. Betsy's going to jump into the pit. The Baron secured by Origen, but how many members can survive? Thus far it's 4. Sartorius gets dropped down. GA is popped. He'll be the only one that gets killed. 4 members of Origen.
Oh, he's buying time.
Yeah, buying a lot of time. Look, there's super minions to deal with in the base. Baron empowered minions for Origen. 5 on 4. ROCCAT have 70 seconds to force the decider. ROCCAT can finish this game if they can do it before Sartorius spawns.
And it might be before 75 minutes. Will be a new record between Origen and ROCCAT in the 2017 EULCS. See if they can do it.
All right, pushing into the base. It's almost midnight, and there's still 1 game left to play. If ROCCAT can close this out, where are the supers? They're not on the steps. They're not on the steps. They've been cleared. Tabs doesn't get tagged by the flourish, which means there's no root. He's still got a QSS. He's still got flash. Now there's supers inside the base, Deficio.
All right, so many. They got 6 super minions in here. They're going for Wisdom.
Wisdom's the target. He's rooted. Wild Growth comes up as well.
Oh, Betsy.
Curtain Call should be able to kill him, and it does. Betsy goes golden. Nahyun, the target. He can't get away. Flash not available. Maxlaw kicks Tabs away. The Nexus turrets are the focus. Tabs and Peke trying to do what they can. Both Nexus turrets are down. The Nexus is the target, and ROCCAT bounce back against Origen to even the series 1-1. 1 more game.
ROCCAT, better early game, proactive. Origen fell behind, got the dragons. That was about it, honestly, in this one. And both these teams are just dead even. Like, no matter who wins today, they're just exactly even in terms of skill level. Which is why we get these insanely long games where they struggle to kind of snowball against each other and close out the game. So a rough one, this one.
It's tough to cast. It's interesting to watch, you know, for a number of reasons. It's not the cleanest of games, but like, can you imagine the pressure on the players? You know, not only did Origen just break their loss streak, but they are legitimately playing for a shot in summer. They are legitimately playing for a shot, potentially for their jobs.
Exactly. It's like if they asked you and me to fight each other and the loser would lose his job.
I mean, it's horrific. Plus, you kick my ass because you've been going to gym a lot more than me. But
I'm glad you said it on stream. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. We're going to game 3. ROCCAT clearly showed an increase in game number 2, and we're going to have to see what the analyst test says about it. The frantic battle to stay out of relegation has reached fever pitch with ROCCAT and Origen taking 1 game apiece. Hey guys, take a closer look at game 2. Let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. I'm actually very curious to hear about this death match for caster positioning here. Definitely can't beat Krepo, but I might be able to defeat Deficio. All right, anyway, focusing back on the game, ROCCAT did look a lot better this game. And I feel like we talked about Origen's problems. We said, well, we want to see him push the sideways. We talked about ROCCAT's problem. We said, we want to see you kill people, and ROCCAT made it happen this game.
They gave us killing people. There were like two reasons why ROCCAT looked better in this. The first one is the obvious reason of Maxlor actually just looking better. Like his plays, setting up a lot of the kills in the early game, and then transitioning into his kicks was pretty good. Like to set up plays for ROCCAT, it opened up the map a lot for them, and that was one of the real benefits that we saw from the early game improvements out of ROCCAT. But the one thing that I think isn't necessarily obvious, but is worth casting people's minds back all the way to summer, the first few weeks of last summer, the style that Betsy was playing that worked out very well for the team was when he was on this Swain where he could provide a front line and provide space for then it was steal back. And this Swain, the Vlad that Betsy just found so much comfort on, is exactly what we saw for like the first 40 minutes of this game, where like Betsy's just in people's face and it bought Hyanan so much time.
Well, it seems like he was playing so scared with the R, he didn't want to flash charm forward, and didn't have that issue with the Swain, was always confident to run in, to walk forward, knew that he was tankier, knew that he could survive. I mean, we know this is very much a Betsy champion, and it looks like when it comes down to it, ROCCAT can still pick those comfort picks and come out on top.
Yeah, and I think that's such a good kind of opportunity now for ROCCAT. I mean, these games aren't the type of game that, oh, you know, just because you pick Swain and it's not meta, you lost the game on that. And that's the entire reason. Like, there's so much going on in these games with regards to the decisions that are being made, the plays around the map, that you can afford to play something like Swain or a comfort pick. As long as it's not way too far out of a composition and kind of hamstrings the entire thing, you get Betsy on a comfort champion like Swain, and ROCCAT actually looked like a different team, like a significantly different team to game one.
We look at the team comp overall as well, and it feels like ROCCAT just set themselves up for success. They said, hey, we're playing passive. It's not just Maxlor who's making the plays, but we see this composition. It's just so very easy to execute when you find your opponent overextended. We saw Wadid using the ult. Maxlor always there to follow up, of course, a little more mechanically demanding than point and click to lock him down, but for the most part, that's what the team was able to do. You got the Maokai, you got the Malzahar. If you want to start a fight, you kind of have the tools to do so. Yeah. This was good. But Origen, I feel like, kind of just fell apart in the face of Maxlor getting aggressive. How do you adjust if you're Origen coming into Game 3?
I think Origen, like, they kind of hung on to things by getting, you know, a bunch of Barons again in this game. That's their biggest strength. I think if they can somehow stem the bleeding of Maxlor playing on that early game, as you said, like, how do you play around that? I guess it's difficult once Maxlor gets rolling on the Lee Sin, so maybe it's a point of contention for them that they could look to take away in the draft phase. I wouldn't say it like won the game out of ROCCAT, but for Origen, I think just it's very weird that Wisdom has been caught out so much this series.
Yeah, and you can see his damage dealt to champions. That's the big glaring issue for me, is because we expect Graves to be a really big damage dealer, and he's matched up by the Lee Sin. The other thing to point out, though, is that both AD carries have been playing, you know, very well in this series overall. It's good to see kind of these performances coming in from Tabs, coming in from Hyanan, two guys who've kind of fallen out of the limelight for AD carries, but clearly both of these teams are relying on them. However, Stress, this is it. It's down to the wire. What's the prediction going to be? Final game. You sticking with OG?
I'm sticking with OG because even with the lead ROCCAT have, like, Origen still get 3 Barons and it's only like Wisdom getting caught out and dying at the end of it. I still think it's going to be Origen coming out with this win. It's going to be like a 60-minute game. We're going to have a long wait to find out. It's like when you have 5 numbers in the lottery and you're like waiting for that 6th one.
This is grim. I don't want to follow that metaphor any further. We're going to live it in the next game. But coming up, our final match of the evening, where one team will walk away finally a winner in the EULCS 2017 Spring Split. We'll find out who it will be when we come back for Game 3 between Origen and ROCCAT.
Dragon gets caught out, dashboard from Wisdom. He gets away from the Sonic Wave. First blood, picked up by Maxlor, but traded back and forth by Wisdom.
Quick syndrome. Nice. Good job. Nice.
They've kicked Tabs, they've killed Peke, they're looking for Sartorius and Wisdom, and it's gone to hell. Origen get Baron, and then they all get killed.
Good job, good job.
Nice!
Wisdom not with his team. He gets kick flashed on, and all of a sudden bets he's unstoppable. ROCCAT hold the record for the most kills in a single game. Tabs and Peke trying to do what they can. Both Nexus turrets are down. The Nexus is the target, and ROCCAT bounce back against Origen to even the series.
And welcome back to European LCS Studios here in Berlin, where we are at the finale of ROCCAT versus Origen.
Some people call it Telecom Wars, others call it El Clasico. For us, it is the battle to avoid relegation and the battle for Mount Doom, just to take it back to an old one.
The battle for Mount Doom. The Hobbit story. By the way, you're seeing on your screen that Origen are on stage. They're ready to play. They've actually been sitting on stage for about 3 or 4 minutes while ROCCAT are still backstage chatting. This is a tough scenario because, again, reminder, battle for relegation, battle for promotion tournament. With Vitality securing that series earlier, Origen need to win to stay within 1 game of Vitality.
You're putting more pressure on him. He can hear you right now. Look at Peke, man.
Trust me, I'm not putting more pressure on him than he is himself, right?
That is true.
Expect his organization, expect his team. He's put himself into a support role, his third competitive role on the LCS stage. Following his ADC exploits last year. And look, the team fights in the mid game for Origen have been okay, but their early game was outclassed previously by ROCCAT.
Yeah, and this time around, ROCCAT had more to offer in the late game, both the composition, but also much better early game. You know, Maxlaw going off, getting a few kills left and right. Betsy Swain, like, come on. Everyone will remember this series, and they're going to be like, Betsy Swain, that happened. It might happen this game. This might be the situation where you ban the Swain in the second ban phase because you're like, you know what? We don't want to deal with it.
Ban the Swain, maybe.
I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying
maybe.
you might.
It's a maybe, right? And you did cover your bases. You didn't predict it. Origen at side selection on game 3. They have elected blue side. Okay, so this is going against what they did in game 1. Game 1 they went red side. They went for that counter pick possibility, and they ended up running the Victor into the Ari. How else can Origen adjust in the ban phases? We can see ROCCAT setting up on stage.
I mean, let's be real. These games are not decided in the pick and ban phase. So technically, you can run exactly the same composition. It's in-game decisions that needs to change if the team wants to be like superior. But again, as I said during the cast, like I feel like both teams are just so close to each other. Like in terms of overall level, that it's hard to kind of look at one team and say, yeah, they will get a big advantage and they will close the game because ROCCAT had the big advantage. Origen stopped Baron again and again and again, and suddenly Origen snuck the Baron. And it was like, oh, this game is actually now wide open once again. But I want to see early game focus from Maxlaw. Like Maxlaw is really the man you're looking at for ROCCAT to force some of these plays early because they need to force some of those plays.
Yeah, they do. And Maxlaw is in this series had one game where he was invisible and one game where he was exceptional.
Yeah.
You know, that previous game Lee Sin performance was very, very good. And despite a few mishaps in the mid to late game.
And now Maxlaw is such a prima donna that he doesn't want to go on stage and everyone else is kind of waiting just for him. So obviously tweet at him if you want this game to start because he's the man delaying everything.
Well, he doesn't have his phone.
No,
they're not allowed with it on stage.
You can read it after.
So you're literally just leaving a bunch of flame for him to arrive home to. Like,
it's
that's not
flame.
Cool, bro.
It's not flame. Cool. There's no flame. It's more like, please, I want to see the third game. Come back. We love you, Maxlaw.
12 at night. This is the beginning of the second series, game 3. Maxlaw has returned.
Oh, there he is. Look at this guy.
And we have a bunch of troopers
clap for him. Woo, boo. I mean, woo. There we go. I like it.
Thank you very much to everybody that has remained with us here in the studio as well as watching online. It's been an interesting series, you know, and we are trying to have a little bit of fun, but we're also trying to drive home the seriousness. No, but it's such a unique situation.
It is.
How often in a caster's career do you legitimately get to cast two teams at the bottom of a table, like breaking
every single split,
a 0-14 loss streak.
That's true.
And a 0-31 loss streak. Like, those aren't great moments, but they are still special, right? They're special in a different way.
That's why I was very happy.
Still unique.
You know, I was happy that we got to cast this series here, and it's actually been almost everything I imagined coming into it. Like
really
two really even teams and a lot of back and forth.
It delivered on everything we anticipated.
So, pick a man face. Let's all reset. New game, new day. It's actually a new day right now. So
it's a new day. It's potentially a new dawn. It's potentially a new life for either Origen or ROCCAT, and definitely not for me.
Oh, you are done after this, Trevor.
I don't know the rest of the lyrics. I can't keep that up. Sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I ran out of steam there. But power picks, Shen, Camille, LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Varus is the other top tier one.
Oh, Varus will get banned on red side almost every single time. They're leaving it for last. See if we get some shenanigans. They do ban away Sartorius Gragas, which was pretty good in the first game.
Yeah.
We have to say. Now, man, also keeping the focus as a coach, you know, you're sitting there watching the game, you're writing down notes, you're kind of preparing the next pick and ban phase. Because it's very easy to mess up the pick and ban phase as well and put your team in a disadvantage.
We've seen that more times than I would like over the last few weeks. And a reminder to everybody at home, if you are just tuning in, we're on patch 7.4. Oriana is disabled due to the incident earlier today. And last ban for Origen was Zyra.
That means Malzahar. There's Malzahar first. Oh!
Varus!
Damn, ROCCAT is like, oh, this is cool. They're like, ha ha ha. You want to first pick Malzahar? No. Now Varus you need to consider as well. Because if they go Varus, then you just go Jhin against it and you take like that trade. But Varus is such a power pick. Like, he's so good. He was left untouched
Will
on this
Tabs
patch.
play it? Tabs
Tabs
who's played,
yeah, 100%.
Who's played Ezreal above everything else.
But this now means that ROCCAT can go for the Malzahar. That's why they're leaving Varus open to be like, you ban Zyra, so you want to first pick Malzahar because you want to avoid the Zyra in lane, so they're going to get it. They've been picking jungle every time, so that's Rengar. 2 power picks for ROCCAT. Now, MF is still open as a counter pick to Malzahar, and I would love to see that from Peke. For my AD carry, come on. For sure he can play it, and Varus MF is such a strong lane against Malzahar, and you can bully him early.
All right, so Max Law played 1 game on that Rengar.
He might just play Lula again,
It was a win.
He's going to play Lula because Rengar's there as well.
Origen going to have some options. Comfortable pick on the Graves for Wisdom. You know, pretty good in the previous game.
Whoa! Damn, let's move on.
Saved it there.
Did you?
I mean, Lulu into Rengar, we've seen that a couple times. UOL sort of, I don't want to say famously, but UOL used it very well
100%.
earlier in the split.
So, Lulu as a pick against Malzahar and Rengar, or MF to bully the lane. Show us what you got, Pekka. You got none of them.
Oh, Foxy's not going to be able to play Rumble. It's not banned this time.
Oh, we should use it anyway.
Denied.
We should use it anyway, just to show what the other guy could have done on the champion. So, I think that's good. Oh, Rumble actually, yeah, been banned so often. Great pick up in the top lane. Definitely one of the S tiers at the moment. Also doesn't have like any like direct hard counters, which just makes him useless. But this means Origen, insane, explosive mid-game, lethality AD carry, lethality jungler, Rumble top lane. This mid-game is crazy strong if they can actually force fights around it. Yeah, that's a big if.
Sorry.
That's a very big if.
It's just caught me.
We should get a graphic with the if.
Yeah, if they can force fights. Now, actually, I mean, Origen in the late game, they played around that Baron pretty well. Looking at this, like, weird phase 1 picks, there's not a lot of mirroring necessarily, so that's why you've got Syndra Lulu banned from ROCCAT, maybe going to amplify the chances of misfortune on the side of Peke. Alternatively, the Karma, which he's played a bunch. With Jhin denied from Hyanin, does that raise Ezreal's stock? What does Hyanin default to?
That's
Ashe is gone as well now.
Ezreal is severe, but none of them are fantastic against Varus. Like, I just want to see Origen all in on this bot lane because they're going to get AD carry advantage. They can get support advantage with MF as well. And I think that would just give them like such a strong early to make him. Oh, Ziggs, of course, is another one, but very heavy on the magic damage on the side of ROCCAT right now. Because top lane, it's mainly tanks. We see another whole lot of tanks, other than like a Poppy, really offer you proper physical damage. So give me MF here. Come on, Pekka. Give me that MF.
What if Foxy wants to run some sort of carry? Fiora's been banned a couple times in phase 2. There's a last pick potential here.
He's gonna go Gnar.
If Sartorius runs a tank, I mean, not all Fiora brings you some AD damage.
Sartorius has the Rumble already.
Touché, I'm blind. I'm so blind.
Pekka, why not just go for win lane? Okay, Alistar is another pick we've seen a bit against Malzahar because you can, with your combo, space it out so you proc the passive first of Malzahar and then you can Q him after and knock him up. And also, you can't really ulti him to Alistar. It's kind of useless, right? He already has an inbuilt QSS in his ulti, but I'm looking at something like a Gnar here as a last pick to get some physical damage on the side of ROCCAT and also as a pick against Rumble where you can go Hexdrinker early. It's a very old matchup that we used to see a lot. Renekton is another one you can try and use for physical damage.
What I like about this is damage again. It's not two tanks in the top lane,
damage.
But fight potential. Renekton or Gnar. What does Foxy want to lock in? 2 seconds left. It will be the Gnar in the top lane. So some wombo combo team fight power. And again, 2 fairly complex team compositions here from both sides. Both with some scaling, both with wave clear. Like, this is one of those games where if a team gets ahead, they have all of the tools and the damage to stay ahead and keep your opponent down.
There's no easy to execute composition here. There's no easy to play tank in the top lane either. Like, it requires a lot to play around the Gnar and his Mega Gnar. So super interesting last pick and ban phase. And as you said, like, dare I say it, it should be explosive. Now,
it was pretty explosive in the last game.
It was, and then obviously we had the very slow mid to late game, but like there's engage on both sides. There's strong mid games on both sides. There's no like easy to execute tanks as I highlighted before. This game should actually be a lot of fun to watch. So much damage on each side. And we get to yell Meganar.
It's one of my favorite spell names in the game, being able to yell Nar with that grumble. Ladies and gentlemen, jump onto Twitter. Let us know who you think will win. Hashtag 1GWin or hashtag R1CWin. No, I'm just kidding. That's not the real one. Hashtag OGWin, hashtag ROCWin. 1 series victory. 1 more Nexus. 1 more time will lead us to 1 AM, and a team will get their first win of the spring split.
Yeah, shout out to everyone who's still in the studio watching. It is actually fantastic that you guys are still here, making so much noise. I believe the last train stops at either, is it at 12 or at 1? Either way, you guys might be stuck here. Sucks for you, but you can just be here for tomorrow's show.
Get early positioning at the door as we load up onto the rift for no! Oh, that was a little bit of an emotional reaction, sorry.
Tell me how you really feel, Trey.
I thought I just did.
We're investigating. Turns out it is...
All right, it's a technical mouse issue. Could just be a case of plugging it in, and we tried turning it on and off again, and we'll find out.
We had some old jokes earlier today. There's one I'm missing from the EULCS related to mouse issues. It's an old school one. It's one we haven't gotten to use in a long time. But did you guys know there was a player called Kirk?
Oh my God!
Who used to have a trackball. So every time there was a pause with Millennium or Alternative, whichever team he was on at that time, we would always make the same joke, like me and D-Man or me and Joe, and we would kind of laugh and be like, what if it's his trackball and we don't have a spare one? What do we do? Now that's an old one, and everyone hated us for it, and now I brought it up again, so screw all of you if you hate it still, but it's back.
I hate you for bringing it back up.
For trackball, mate. Trackball, it was our one storyline.
I'd be actually impressed if a lot of our viewers even know what a trackball is.
Because I've seen
legitimately. I think a trackball mouse predates a lot of people who play League of Legends. So like, Google trackball mouse and tweet at Fisher if you know what it is, because I don't think...
They do. Otherwise, they will know the story and how much people hated that one story because it's been mentioned a few times on Reddit and so on.
I can't believe you thread necroed that one.
Dude, it's a 3rd game in ROCCAT Origen. It's past 12. We're still here. I can bring back old memories.
Touche. You know what?
Just to annoy people. I literally just did that to annoy the people who hated the story.
I'll give you that one. And we look back into the game. No real surprises here in terms of summoner spells. Flash Exhaust for Betsy, Cleanse for Nahyun.
Okay.
And let's see what Maxwell can do on Rengar. Slightly weaker pre-6 ganks, but he's got lanes that can set him up very well.
Yeah.
Rise and Gnaw, terrifying. Got some CC, got some damage chase potential as well. And another Raptor camp starts for Maxwell. And Foxy, it's equalized on the other side. Sorry, correction. Wisdom Sartorius is starting on Raptor. It's Maxwell and Foxy that are starting this time around. Previously, they've gone blue buff in previous 2 games.
And we have ROCCAT with a composition that can easily play all 3 lanes. Later on in the game, Gnaw 1 lane beats out the Rumble once he gets a bit of MR in there. Rise goes down to the other lane. Wisdom with a sneaky path here. Did his Raptors rush straight to blue buff to take that one down. And now he will actually steal the way. So Maxwell doesn't know this is happening. There was no ward spotting it. And it's a very unusual path for Wisdom to take. Don't even think he got to clear out his full Raptor camp before he got over there.
Doesn't look like it by the minimap, at least.
Yeah, take it away.
Obviously, Wisdom not going to go back to clear that out just yet either. So jumps into the Brambleback pit. Looks like he wants to get his hands on that red buff. Thank you very much, observers.
Left the big one because the reason the big one was left was because he wanted to save Smite to steal away the blue. And normally you always smite the big Raptor here. So by him not doing that, taking the small ones, rushing over, take away blue buff with the Smite, he can now return to his own jungle and get everything else.
Look at the wards that we did just placed inside Origen's jungle in that bottom quadrant. One in the Krug camp and one in the entrance to River, just on the left-hand side of your screen. Couple of pings as Peke gets a combo down onto Hyanin. Tags him with a piercing arrow, but wave being pushed in. Varus, Alistair, early levels into Ziggs, Mel's. There's no surprises there. And I guess now we're kind of looking at pick and taps. Can they play aggressively when they get a few levels under the belt? Can they look to combo that Mel's?
I mean, I definitely feel like they picked the Alistar for like 2 separate reasons. One, if they want to try and play around bottom side after level 6, Alistar can come in handy. Or if they just say, you know what, we're fine just going even in lane or losing slightly, but then we want to have the Alistar for late game fights, where he, of course, has a lot of power. He needs to actually scale up now in levels with his ulti after the nerf that happened a long time ago.
I'm not sure why they'd want to invest in any sort of late game. You know, I just can't put my finger on it. But
no, that's the thing. Like in this best of 10 here, the game's been very quick.
Oh yes, oh yes. And you were talking about laning a second ago to Fisher. Let's take a look at Sartorius' Rumble. Denying that pick from Foxy.
Oh yeah.
And Foxy's Rumble, when he played it, was phenomenal. I mean, absolutely amazing.
Look at that man.
This is Foxy's stats, right? Literally the best performance on Rumble, all splits.
In the league, yeah.
In the league.
Highest numbers in the league.
But it was a single game.
Now, context on this one, because this seems really weird. Why are we showing him, you know, ROCCAT, Foxy on Rumble here? We were kind of diving in to look for something on Foxy to highlight. We were like, okay, where's he really been like stand out? Because he's been a very quiet player. He's not had like any huge performances, except for this one Rumble game we found. You were like, okay. If he gets his Rumble, bam, we can hype up the last game. But sadly, it's been denied every single time. And gotta see if Sartorius can do the same. But it's been a pick that we haven't seen a whole lot of from Foxy himself, except that one game.
Yep, one single game. The outlier. And
it lost a lot of value because he wasn't playing it.
It did. It did a little bit. But I mean, you delivered that well, though. Thank you to Fisher.
But it was supposed to be us going like, look how insane he is, and then you were supposed to whisper like, in one game. But now it didn't really happen. So.
Max Law really did not like that blast cone. Wanted to get rid of it. Gonna run into Wisdom. Jungle on jungle combat. Betsy is pushed up very aggressively. Betsy can respond. Wisdom's already flashed. Flash over from Betsy. Rune Prison goes down. First blood to Max Law.
Man, that is a perfect start here for ROCCAT. Pre-level 6 Rengar gets a kill. Max Law again, the man with the early aggression. Pekka using a little combo we talked about there. You headbutt in to block the passive, and then you can stun Malzahar after. Because you don't actually want to knock him further away. You just want to break that passive. So it's fine. It's perfect that actually denies it. And now he wants to stop him from freezing.
Like a headbutt to the face for Wadid. And I don't think it got the wave all the way into the tower, but always help out ever so slightly. We jump to the mid lane. Nahun's being run down by Betsy, trading Twin Fangs and overloads and skill shots landing for Betsy. Pretty good accuracy. Exhaust available, Flash is not.
Again, remember, ROCCAT is waiting to have this rise in one lane, you know, now in the other one. So for them having an early game where it's fairly even is perfectly fine, because they need Rod of Ages and everything. So Sartorius is roaming down. He's gonna ulti. Betsy no flash.
Betsy's in so much trouble. Look at that. Miasma into Flame Spitter. And Sartorius burns down Betsy where he stands.
All right, great little roam from Sartorius. He's come alive, you know, this man the last 2 weeks. Been much better, honestly, and much more active as well.
Yeah, good teleports, good plays in the mid lane. I know the action has just ended, but I wanted to look at Nahun's Cassiopeia a little bit, because Nahun as a player, despite being talked about for a lot of reasons, has actually struggled on certain champions a lot. And you can't necessarily point this directly to just him. Team has lost a lot, so therefore his stats are going to be low. But like his average damage per minute, very, very low on Cassiopeia, 275. The league average is over 420. CSD also behind his opponents. And we need to see him finding a little bit more consistency and a little bit more stronger play.
Yeah, I think what's been hard for Nahun is to play fairly low mobility champions, because the team has been so uncoordinated, and whenever they kind of enter these fights, it's really hard for him on a Syndra, on a Cassiopeia to kind of position properly. Normally you rely on your team a lot there, but they haven't had that synergy, so he's been kind of caught out on his own. That obviously means he gets to deal almost no damage, and then he just looks extremely weak as a champion. But at the same time, you know, despite having some of these problems and the numbers not being behind him, I still feel like Nahun in a lot of the games from Origen actually were doing like as much as he could do.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where when your team is losing around you many times,
right. But this is definitely, this is not saying that Nahun has been like the best and everyone else has been bad or anything. No. It's been a team problem. He's had a few good games here and there, but also had a lot of games where you could question a lot of stuff happening. And I think that's the same for both teams. Surprise, surprise, that's why there's 0-7.
Yeah.
The big statements coming here after 12. we saved all the good ones, the ones you didn't expect.
Oh, yes. Like the history lesson. Thank you for that.
Trackball. Trackball.
Not relevant for now as Maxlaw roams up to the mid lane. Got access to that hunt on level 6 if Nahum pushes out further. Oh, he doesn't even need to. Jumped on. Come on, Maxlaw. Leaps over the wall. Ball of strike not going to stun him and even turns away from the petrifying gaze. That flash down for a low mobility mid laner.
And no ulti used by Maxlaw. He simply just jumped from the brush onto Nahum. That's very, very important. Rengar, you always track like the first ultis. How successful are they? Can he get a few more kills? So, hand over blue buff. Still kind of tracking Maxlaw around. So the top lane is going as planned. Dead even. You wait for now to get a few items, and then he can start just pushing the wave over and over. Betsy again going to the other lane as we highlighted before, once he's strong enough. And then Origen is the team who's looking to force plays. Like the problem with like Cassiopeia is always she never had a place in the mid game because she couldn't just sit in mid lane. Her wave clear is fine if she has time on the wave, but if you're sieging, then her wave clear is really weak. She can't go side lane either very effectively because so low mobility.
Yeah.
She gets ganked, she dies very, very easy. So you kind of need to put her somewhere, but you can't really put her anywhere. And that's why teams started drafting like Tam Kench with her, because then she could go side lane, Tam Kench would sit mid, and he could ult down towards her in case stuff was happening. Not in this game though, so we have to see how Nahum plays out the mid to late game. Betsy will have the advantage in the side lane, for sure, in terms of also like mobility and CC and everything. And that's going to be good for ROCCAT.
Yeah, there's no room for error for Nahum. Low mobility champion. Like you mentioned, a lot of the weaknesses in terms of the kits. And there was a little bit of a potential contest around Vision and the Scuttle Crab for this Infernal Drake. Much earlier focus. Over the course of the last 2 games, 13 dragons have been killed, and 11 of them have gone to Origen. A huge amount. And ROCCAT this time round, no contest, no one around, so easily going to pick up the first dragon of the game in this final match on day 1 here in week 7.
Yeah, to go back to the champ select. Almost.
Piercing Arrow was close.
One of the reasons I wanted to see like more of a lane bully support from Pekka was so that you had a winning bot lane on the side of Origen, and you had this counter pick in the mid lane. I call it counter, like Cassiopeia is a fine matchup against Ryze, and then you could actually put a lot of pressure on the bottom side of the map. Where you have these dragons. Yeah. And then when you have a rumble, if you get one dragon and the next one and they have to contest, Faxing gets to flash away. Not a whole lot else going on there,
but look at the bottom lane.
Tower.
Look at the bottom lane. Betsy also moving in for tower. Nahum, Sartorius, Wisdom, they're pushing onto the tower. ROCCAT have actually backed away. So looking at the tower damage, Origen might get tower first blood.
Oh, really well played if Origen can actually, they will get it down. Sartorius can tank it. Oh, actually no, they
Not
can't.
Yet. But they should be able to get back in on the tower. Okay, all of a sudden, Hionen's being tagged up under tower. Tabs is knocked away. Teleport coming down onto the minions as well. Buying some time. Mega Inferno Bomb in behind Tabs. Exhaust onto Maxlaw. We jump onto Wisdom.
The camera finding a disaster.
Maxlaw's running away.
What's happening? They failed.
12:30. ROCCAT don't get the tower.
Origen died. Yanin actually, so they engaged down bot lane. ROCCAT then went in for a dive. Maxlaw didn't get anything while Yanin died at the same time. We're gonna have to see the replay there. Origen defends the tower, take top lane tower, and ROCCAT completely butchers the whole thing.
Just like that, Origen pull significantly ahead in the early game. The tower, the kills.
We in game 3, Trevor, this is all or nothing. You can't drop the food on the ground. You need to be able to execute a play like that.
Yep.
They had TP as well. It was a possibility of 5 members bot lane for ROCCAT against just 2 Origen players. And Origen ended up getting a kill and defended the tower. World class, right there. Calling it already.
I'm not touching that. Well, look, it's a good play by Origen, okay? Like I said, they pull ahead, they respond well to that dive, and it's a reactionary play, not necessarily a proactive play, but let's see how they use it going forward. Ghostblade for Tabs, Liandry's Torment for Sartorius. because both of them have the kills. Both of them got benefited first tower gold, and now they can use that itemization advantage to press further.
Yeah, we highlighted this in a champ select, like the mid game with lethality champions in Graves and Varus, combined with the Rumble, who's traditionally always been one of the best mid-game top laners, is fantastic for Origen. Like, insane spikes all across the board in terms of the damage. And their tank is the Alistar. It is the Alistar in the front, obviously. You have Bruisers then in the Graves and the Rumble right behind him, and then you have the two squishies in the back, and Nehun and Caps. ROCCAT will really struggle to contest the next Dragon if Origen keeps this control.
All right, looks like the vision is being set up here for Origen. How deep do they want to push into ROCCAT territory? We'll find out in a moment or two. No teleport for either top laner, and they're on about the same cooldown. But looking at, you know, the supports and the junglers holding hands, Peke and Wisdom relatively nearby here by the red buff. Maxwell, Wadid, they're also moving in. Wadid's got access to that nether grasp, so if he wants to jump and try lock down a target, he can.
You do not want the cow at any point. Stupid, sexy Peck walking at you, and you can't touch him.
Nope, you absolutely cannot.
You want to, but you can't.
You cannot break his will.
All right, so Nehun left the bottom side. Maxwell was moving around, so this is a good engage from Origen, actually getting so much damage down. And then look here, ulti from Yanen, while Maxwell dives in, doesn't hit anything. And he just ends up dying, and Maxwell has to just jump out. Like, Nehun was down there at first when they were pushing in. He then left again and walked to mid lane. And Maxwell needed a lot of time before he could actually set up the dive.
Looking at setting up a dive, Wisdom and Peke grouping up towards Nehun's lane in the mid. Betsy still has flash, still has exhaust, so not necessarily super keen on diving him underneath the tower. And Peke instead just going to move away. He's got those Moby boots on the cow, so a lot of movement, speed to roam around between his lanes. And
what? You're right. I mean, what a great... I don't know. It's a great statement. He got those Moby boots, so a lot of movement.
Dude, do you see how quick he's running?
Yeah, he is. It was one of those very traditional caster comments. I love that we have.
Play-by-play statements. You can say.
No, it's a caster comment. It's like when we're thinking about what is it actually we want to talk about, we just have to keep talking. So it's like a filler statement coming out, being like, yeah, here we did. He's moving.
Okay,
flying.
here's some information you might actually appreciate. So we talked about Nehun's damage per minute on Cassio and how it's below the average, right? Most Cassiopeias at 15 minutes in game have dealt 2.5 thousand damage. This game, Nehun has dealt 5.4 thousand damage. Over double. Now, obviously, there's been some contests, there's been some fights, so improvement here from Nehun. Thank you very much, stats team, for staying on the ball and keeping us up to date. But that trend needs to continue, right? Nehun has to keep up this level of performance to make a difficult champion work.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Next step for Origen is the Mountain Drake. Problem is they can't really push out the lanes. Ziggs has this annoying thing where he gets some levels in his Q, he gets Lost Chapter into Morellonomicon, and the gameplay of Ziggs in the bot lane is literally push. Nice, Jan.
No, don't ulti him. Let's say, why? Unbreakable Will comes down. What is it worth? Is Malzahar ulti for tank Alistar ulti 5 seconds before Dragon the right call? We're about to find out.
Well, Tabs is out of mana as well, so ROCCAT feeling pretty confident that they have control on the bottom side. Maxwell is going to take out the control ward. As I was saying though, the gameplay of Ziggs at this point, especially if you want to play him in solo queue, is just push. Just Q the wave, over and over, and get damage on this tower. Just chip it down, then you execute it, and it gives ROCCAT bot lane control, because they always have to push in the bottom lane with the Ziggs. Taps, ran out of mana, went back to base. Not sure if ROCCAT saw his recall, because they didn't start the Dragon.
ROCCAT too slow, too late to the party. QSS has been picked up by Tabs on that last back. Gonna play into his favor if he's jumped on, and Wisdom now actually responding to some pressure in the mid lane. All right, Dragon did not get taken. What did committed his ultimate to potentially remove like the engage potential, the frontline potential.
That is big for Origen though. The fact that it didn't lose the Dragon when the bot lane had to recall. Ziggs will return to bot lane, will continue. He's pushing, but now Origen might have a chance to actually like respond. Taps has some mana. You have your Alistar if you want to coordinate a gank. Because it's all about getting the push. That's like, a basic of League of Legends is literally just pushing lanes. It is so simple to think about, but if you can't push the lanes, you cannot properly set up for objectives.
While I agree the concept of pushing a lane is very simple, the next step of What do you do after it? Where do you go?
Of course.
That's where the complexity comes in, right? And that's what we're starting to see with these two teams, and maybe why our games have gone as long as they have.
Well, right now, Origen finally got to push out the bottom lane after the reset. They walk in, they start this one. They don't have a control ward, which is a big no-no. Shame on you, Pekka, for not having a control ward being put down near this dragon if you want to go for it.
No one's nearby.
No one from ROCCAT wants to contest.
Smite early from Wisdom. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to get used from Kjarnan. I wondered if it was going to. We're going to take a look at Sartorius. He's being jumped on. Betsy and Maxwell looking to run him down. Tower damage is very, very high. The exhaust will mitigate any kills, but while that's going on, Kjarnan's being jumped down in the bottom lane. Petrifying Gaze, that's just for a slow. Twin Fang after Twin Fang. Mega Inferno Bomb in the tower. Not going to be enough. They end up trading 1 for 1.
So Origen getting the Mountain Drake, plus the kills here, will get the bot lane tower. Not the first one of the game, they already got top lane, so good trade from Origen. Take back my shame on you, Pekka, because ROCCAT were looking to make a play on top side. They completely gave up that Mountain Drake.
So it ends up being 1 kill each, 1 tower each, but Mountain to OG. So net gain, net advantage.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Still to OG. Also, if you look at where the kills are, right? It's in all the carries. Tabs, insta-QSS. Why did you do that?
The classic mistake. You forget to click tab to look at tabs and see if you had built a QSS.
I like
he hadn't built it.
Tab squared. Tab squared.
Yes. Sartorius, sadly for him, he knew he was going to get ganked because nothing was happening on the bottom side. They were standing on a ward killing a Drake and no one contested it. So top side was the play for ROCCAT. Sadly reacted a little bit too late. That's why he dies. Good cross map though. But yeah, now with ROCCAT losing out on a Mountain Drake, still so even in gold trip. This is gonna be another one. Like, these games are legit the same. Like, these teams are just the same. They're so close. It's crazy. And we're gonna have this, and I promise you guys, I know it's 3-2.
Oh, don't promise a team fight. You always promise a team fight.
I promise you guys, the mid game, it will be explosive.
Okay.
It will be explosive. I'm telling you, if you guys all believe it at home and in the studio, then it will happen.
Charge your Spirit Bomb. Goku is calling on you.
Because look at the mid-game spikes everywhere from these guys. You know, 2 items completed on Rise.
Yeah, the double tier comp is coming into its own very, very soon.
Double tier.
Continuing to scale. Mountain Drake on one side.
There's a Malzahar who can flash in and ulti like, oh, Pekka, explosive!
Jumps in. Double knockup. What did and Foxy running away. Sartorius trying to burn people down. Maxwell flashes over the wall. Mega Inferno Bomb into the no that I wanted to see. Xpeke headbutts Foxy away. It's going to be a 1 for 1. Make that a 1 for 2. ROCCAT win the fights.
Man, okay, Pekka wanted some action right there. Nahum was bot lane, pushing on his own, and then Pekka went aggressive. Ends up losing the fight, but if Nahum can get some damage on bot, nah, he can't. It's too risky. He's too risky. He has to back away. I promised all of you.
You did. Your timing was actually exceptional.
It's impressive.
It is.
That was actually really lucky timing.
Well done.
Because he didn't even have to force a fight. His mid laner was bot lane. Why did he even fight?
Let's take a look. Why did he fight?
Yeah, why did he fight? I don't know, because bot lane Nahum is sitting there. They thought they could just kind of burst down with it, but now obviously all of ROCCAT coming in to fight, and it's a 5v4. So 2 kills for them, and nothing gained for Origen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that like little advantage that Origen earned earlier has kind of been given back over to ROCCAT. Now ROCCAT have a 1,000 gold lead. 22 minutes in, items continuing to scale up. I think it's important to keep track of Sartorius this game. His early roam to mid, very powerful. The Equalize and Flame Splitter, almost able to turn that fight in Origen's favor, and he's already got an Hourglass and Leandries. So the potential for these next few fights, very, very high, and a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Problem for Origen is, like, starting fights is all about Pekka, and then, like, taps ulti. Because ROCCAT, again, as you can see now, wants to play this 1-3-1 we mentioned earlier. Like Rise top lane, Gnar in the other lane, and Gnar's going to keep pushing down the Rumble over and over and start to get a bit more pressure. And then he can either roam or he can maybe get some damage on the tower. And top lane, you know, Betsy's more than fine sitting 1v1 against Nahum as well. And it's all about Origen's mid lane pressure. That's where Varus obviously can shove out the wave very easily, and then suddenly Pekka can move. And once you have mid lane control, the enemy team can't 1-3-1, because then you can roam in behind them. And then it's really easy to stop a split push.
Did I hear that correctly? Did Maxwell throw down Thrill of the Hunt? Yes, looks to be the case. Big leap forward onto Expeke. Here comes Nahyun from the side. Teleport from Sartorius. He needs to get a good equalizer. Chain of Corruption is slowly starting to spread. Equalizer available, but not fired. Collateral damage from Wisdom. He doesn't have a flash available. Gets pinned into the wall. Locked down as well. And unfortunately,
it's another
gives
one
up his
for one.
life.
Man, it's another close fight. Maxlor jumping in. Really wanted to get onto Pekka, funny enough as well. He must have been looking for someone else. Couldn't get to that target and had to just kind of switch over for the cow. Where you're from, Trevor, is it a thing that you walk out to the fields and then people like tip the cows?
No, nobody does that to cows.
Is that a Danish thing then?
Why would you go and push a cow over?
So I don't do it because I think it's really, like, I feel sorry for the cow. I love cows. I love animals. Like, my mom is from a farm and everything, so I love all that kind of stuff. But apparently it's a thing in Denmark that people walk around and they tip cows.
What?
I don't know why.
The hell are you talking about?
They do that, I'm just saying. So anyway, Max just tried to tip the cow. It didn't work. The cow won this time, I'm glad.
And they end up trading 1-for-1, right?
And they end up trading 1-for-1, yes.
Sartorius did not use his equalizer there. But as we jump out of the replay, Sartorius does use his equalizer here. Maxlor jumps in through the hunt. So far, Wadid is down. Tabs gets traded. Expecting no ultimate available. He's tipped in the river. ROCCAT get themselves a 1-for-2. Didn't quite see the setup of that fight. No, boom!
Bam! In your face.
Yep. And he wants a pair of snakeskin boots. And Hjarnan takes Nahyun's life to get them. They also get a tower. ROCCAT winning back-to-back team fights.
I'm getting a lot of action here. A lot of fights. 3 members died on the side of Origen. It's been like 1-for-1, 1-for-2 every time, except for this one. ROCCAT getting a bigger and bigger goal advantage. They will get faster towards their 3 items. And it's gonna be super key. Like, they can play around the Gnar now because they are ahead. So they can have Gnar split push, and then they can time his TP with his Mega Gnar, which is so key. Like, one of the reasons some teams don't like Gnar is because he's so unpredictable in that sense. Like, if he doesn't have Mega Gnar when he TPs in, he's useless. And the enemy team can play around it, kind of disengage when he comes in with Mega Gnar, and then it runs out, and then they can fight. But when you have the advantage and you can push with Gnar, then you can also dictate when to start fights.
And let's see if ROCCAT can, right? Because that does take, again, a lot of coordination, a lot of planning, a lot of timing, a lot of communication as well. The impact can be astronomical. And as it stands, no vision for ROCCAT means Origen are going to get their hands on this Cloud Drake. So that's the second of the game for them. The 16th dragon of the series. A lot of dragons. And Defisho, across the 3 games, 8 Barons have been secured. All 8 of them have gone to Origen.
That's actually impressive.
Yes. All 8 Barons went to Origen, and they're even at 1-to-1. Right? You figured that out.
That is... I mean, just the fact we had 8 Barons in 2 games. Like, you normally get, like, 8 Barons doing a week of LCS.
Yep.
Maybe that's a little bit wrong.
A little bit low, but not by much. Not by much.
Still.
All right, now ROCCAT are going to be in a position where they could potentially set up for some Baron vision. They're on the disadvantaged side of the map.
But again, ROCCAT doesn't even necessarily need Baron at the moment because they can play around these towers with the Ziggs, and they're going for Sartorius.
They are indeed. Hourglass is available, not even going to get used. Look at that CC! Comboed nearly perfectly. Boulder toss from Foxy gets the kill, while the rest of the team takes the tower. That looked fantastic.
And honestly, ROCCAT are in full control right now. They're using the split push very well, sending Ziggs down when they want to finish the tower. Good engage onto Sartorius. No QSS from him, and Wadid knew that and actually went straight for the kill. So now, again, as you said, ROCCAT, they have the map control. They can set up for Baron. They haven't managed to get one, as you also highlighted very well just before. This might be the game.
And is this where the heartbreak happens? Origen are now 4,000 gold down. They won game 1. They broke all the streaks. And will Origen be 2 games behind Vitality in 4th? This fight might be a big determining factor. Wadid is already down, but Origen, they're split up, they're surrounded. There's enemies on every single flank. And ROCCAT trade 3 for 1. This might be Baron.
Yeah, it feels like Origen has lost all focus. 3 guys were hiding in their jungle of ROCCAT. Sartorius and Taps were really, really far away. And ROCCAT again gets one of these fights where it's actually Pekka starting it, but it's ROCCAT with the numbers advantage. And now on Baron. Sartorius has no ulti for a few more seconds. That is so important.
No, piercing arrow. Where is Tabs? He's charging it up. There's already a kill. Baron secured. Tabs, he's going to get blown up as well. It's a delayed ace for ROCCAT. It's Baron for ROCCAT.
And that is the thing. Like, we have to highlight, these guys have been here on stage for such a long time. Like, there is player fatigue. And it seems like Origen are forcing unnecessary fights, and they get punished by ROCCAT, who's playing much better in this game here. This was their old fight that actually happened a long time ago. It's kind of throwback moment. I think this was in 1999 or something.
We've had a few of those.
Oh, that was Nahun going down. We're gonna watch it again. Whoop. Good sound effects.
Feels bad, man. That just felt brutal to watch, and this is going to be brutal to watch. If you are an Origen fan, Wisdom is going to at least be able to escape thanks to the QSS. Turn it back around onto what did. Miasma is going to prevent any of those movement spells. Peck is on the front line. Unbreakable Will needs a few more seconds. He can't go. Unkillable Tank just yet. Nahun's the target next. He's going to get dropped down. It's a double kill for Hyanin.
So ROCCAT now with Baron, with the kills, will get turrets as well. They might be able to break into the base. Again, much like we've seen in the other games, it always ends up with ROCCAT getting one inhib down. Then Origen fights back. But this is the first time it's been a 10k goal lead at 30 minutes.
Yes, this lead may be too sizable. Foxy gets a boomerang blade onto Tabs. He's going to hop forward. And Gnar is charging up. Inhibitor number 1 is already down. Foxy's onto the next one. Here's Gnar. 3-0 and 2. This has been a good performance. An inhibitor turret in the top lane is going to fall.
Oh, Sartorius coming in from the flank here. Origen probably feels like they have to fight their way out, but Peck is in alone.
He is. He's used his ultimate. There's no support from anybody else. The captain goes down before the ship has sunk. And the next to fall is Wisdom. Golf claps here in Berlin as Sartorius gets surrounded and clapped by ROCCAT.
Is this game over already? Like, 3 guys are still dead for another 20 to 30 seconds. Baron buff minions. That's
I think they're
going
to do it. ROCCAT at 30 minutes. They're on to the Nexus turrets. They've broken the hearts of Origen. They've killed Nahun one more time. And ROCCAT take down Origen.
So, ROCCAT didn't even feel like Game 3 was part of this series. The first 2 games were dead even, you know, super long. This one, ROCCAT and Origen matched each other for like 15, 16 minutes, and then suddenly Origen engaged fight after fight after fight while being outnumbered. And ROCCAT just punished him so hard.
For the first time in 2017, ROCCAT are the victors. 1 win and 7 losses. It was a tough series.
Now they're all hawking each other. It always gets a little bit awkward because not everyone really wants to commit to it. But you kind of have to now, otherwise you're the odd man out.
It's officio. With the very difficult situation Giants found themselves in today, 1 and 7. ROCCAT now 1 and 7. There is a tie for 4th place. ROCCAT and Giants will be playing one another in the not too distant future, and that result could be the deciding factor on who places 4th and who places 5th. Who goes to the promotion tournaments?
Just to repeat a stat or a number we had earlier, the bottom 4 teams against the top 6 teams in EULCS coming into this week, 2 wins only from the bottom 4 teams, none of them against the top 6 ones. They hadn't won a series against them. So when we have these matches, we really emphasize how important they are, because we don't expect these bottom 4 teams to take a series against the top 6, because they've been so far away so far. Winning this is so key.
It absolutely is, and while we're trying to see if we can talk to some of the ROCCAT players, you know, let's talk about what this means for the other team on the Rift today. For Xpeke, for Origen, 0 wins on the table. Team Vitality, 2 wins.
Yeah.
Origen need to find a surprise victory somewhere. They play Giants on Sunday.
They have to win that one.
That is now a must-win series.
If you lose that one as Origen, then I don't think there's any chance you get out of the relegation tournament. And then suddenly you have to play that promotion tournament against Schalke and another, well, I say against Schalke, they haven't won yet, but we expect them obviously to win.
Schalke, of course, had the perfect challenger split, undefeated for the first time. Not even Origen did that when they qualified. No. They lost one of the last games in their last best of 2, and of course, Schalke will be playing one of the EULCS semi-finals either next Sunday or the following Sunday. I haven't seen the schedule just yet, and Origen are one step closer to being in that promotion tournament for a second time. However, this time, there's way less confidence that they'll be able to win.
Oh, it's a much weaker lineup than the one that played last split, obviously, with a lot of known names, but also ROCCAT one step closer now to catching Giants and actually getting out of this promotion tournament spot. And for ROCCAT as an organization, coming in with some of the players that they picked up very early on in the offseason, it was definitely not expected from their side that they would sit down here and this would be the first series they win in week 7.
Yep.
That is correct. So often in EULCS, our bottom teams are getting a few wins here and there. But there's been no upsets this split.
Watching Peke and Ladak, the last 2 Origen members to leave the stage. Just got confirmation from the production team that next week, Schalke 04 will be taking on Misfits Academy. The winner goes to the promotion tournament. Will they be facing Origen? It's a little too soon to say for sure, because both of them need to lock in their positions. Anyways, take a look at exactly who was victorious that game. And to have a chat to Max Law, it's Pyra sitting on the couch.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great lasting throughout all that series. I'm joined by Max Law, who also outlasted. Good morning to you, man. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. And you? Just a bit sleepy, yeah?
Yeah, just a little bit, but that's okay. You guys had, holy moly, one hell of a long series. But it started with a 78-minute loss. How did you get your heads back on straight to then pull the reverse sweep?
I think it was just wise words from our coach to remind us how we should play. We were really passive and scared in the first game, and we were on a timer, and then because we were so passive, we couldn't use our composition properly. Second game, we went for an easier composition and actually played way more aggressively, but it was still harder than it should have been.
Yeah, it definitely looked very difficult, but you guys really kind of got it back on in game number 3. We had a 78-minute game, we had a 55-minute game, but then you were able to close it out in 30. How did you guys do that at the very end of it all after a long series?
I think game 3 was mainly to do with the fact that we had the momentum. Like we were all happy that we won the second game. And also the fact that we were on a lot of comfort picks. And we snowballed the game decently correctly at one point. So we made a few mistakes, which we'll go over. But yeah, it was just really snowball comp and well played to our coach, I guess.
Absolutely, and I guess that's the next question. What can you really look back on from that series and take away from it? What was your biggest takeaway?
To play more aggressive, and it kind of showed our weaknesses because 78-minute games are really long. They shouldn't normally happen, you know? So we're going to try to fix on our weaknesses and make sure that we address them, and like when we play Vitality on the upcoming Saturday, we will perform a lot better.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. How confident do you feel going up against Vitality? In light of everything, you still got the win, so that's got to feel great.
I think we're less confident than we are. To be honest, we were not even. We were pretty down because we had 07. This win has given us a boost, but it's still a reality check. Like us and Origen are last, so it was meant to be like this. Like one of us will be the victors. Vitality is a bit stronger than Origen based on the standings, but they've also shown their weaknesses today. So maybe we can go into the games confident, looking to exploit those weaknesses.
Now, it all comes down to it. It's important to have the confidence, if nothing else. You talked about comfort picks as well. One more thing I want to go back onto is you guys talked about you'll focus on the little mistakes you made and watching the tape and kind of going back over it. How are you going to prepare for this matchup against Vitality? You've got one extra day now.
I think it's just going to, because there is a difference between how we play in scrims and how we play on stage. Like in scrims, there's more aggression. And more aggression is definitely good with a composite, like smart aggression, than there is with a composition that's early. But hopefully we can just sort this problem out. Like, we know our weakness, so we just address it in game. Guys, let's not be scared. Let's actually be proactive and do something.
Step one and working on your way to fix it. Looking forward to seeing that matchup against Vitality. Congratulations one more time on your win, Maxlor. All right, with that, we are all wrapped up and done. We're going to go ahead and send it to the Late Late Show, or as we call it, the post-game lobby.
Thank you very much, Pyra, and welcome to the post-game lobby, where I'm with Stress and Officio to take a look back at tonight's games. Gentlemen, thoughts on the day overall before we proceed any further? Or have you shared too many thoughts about today's games today?
It's been a long day, safe to say.
Yeah.
I think we got close games. We kind of got what we expected. I feel like some teams are very like even, close in level, where there's some highlights, but there's some negatives as well. And like it made the games exciting because of what's on the line, and because none of these teams were just like way better than the other ones. So they were very like back and forth games. But obviously we had the remake, we had the 75-minute long game as well. So we had a bit of everything.
we're getting a little loopy towards the end of the day here. Yeah, definitely. But I want to look back on that last game of the series, specifically ROCCAT versus Origen. We heard Maxlor coming in talking about, we need to focus on being more aggressive. I think that's what we wanted to see. Do you feel like that carried through in the series from what we saw from them?
Game 2 and 3.
Yeah, not game 1.
Game 1 was... Oh my God.
That's aggression then.
They didn't get a kill in 49 minutes.
We were watching too.
I've never seen that before.
I know you were there. I know you were there.
I've never seen that before.
I admire your ability to talk about League of Legends for 49 minutes without a kill. I find that very impressive.
I've just never seen that. Like that Ari, Lee Sin,
like the two of them.
Were you also yelling? Just
we
use ulti, someone, catch someone.
I was just saying, like, just flash charm people for like just anything you can.
That was our post-game analyst segment. So here, flash charm. Next clip, Stress. Like, so here, maybe flash charm. I don't know if you've noticed it. It's the D key and the E key also. Did not see that level of aggression, of course. Interesting game day overall. These teams will have a chance to play it out against each other later in the week, but let's take a chance now to look at the rest of this week's schedule, or rather the standings, not the rest of this week's schedule, after today, as they have been kind of greatly affected.
That's another mistake, Breakers. We're getting shocks back tomorrow, aren't we?
Oh, what? When are we starting Caster Fight League, Martin?
Oh, you want to?
I don't want to be here for that one. I'll lose out heavily on that one. But a team that didn't lose out from today's results is Misfits. They actually locked a playoff bye as a result, or a playoff, not a bye, excuse me. Locked a playoff spot as a result of today's game. So over in Group A, kind of locks that group. G2, they're already there. Misfits, they're already there. Group B, not quite the same. There's still a little bit of turmoil over in the other group.
And I'm glad we're talking about teams in the same tier as the ones we saw today. Vitality got another win. Very important. I tried to make it a segment of going like G2 and Vitality were the same, but I kind of failed it. So stop looking at me. Stop looking at me and move on. Anyway, Vitality got a win. They got a buffer now. That's great.
Fantastic, Martin. Super great insight. Absolutely lovely. Well, earlier today, we asked you to pick up your tweeting machines, wonderful, and tell us who out of the bottom 4 teams is going to stay safe in the EULCS and why. Ryan tweeted that he wanted it to be Origen because he wanted to see Nahyun get that win 1.
He got it.
He got it. He got that win today. Congratulations to Nahyun. Wasn't able to get the series end. A little grim, but you got to imagine that this feels pretty good for the guy overall.
Yeah, he was so happy in that moment as well. Yeah. You could see it. So I'm happy that Origen got that win. I think if they'd have had the reverse perfect split, I think that would have been like just crippling. I don't know what to. It's gone midnight. Like,
what's the opposite of perfect?
In the case of a split, losing every game?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so you say perfect split, what would be the opposite if you lose it?
I mean, it depends on whether you're wanting an unblemished record, right? Okay. It could be perfect in the worst of circumstances. But no, actually, I like Origen. They have made improvements, and we're still, I mean, it's week 7 now. Promotion tournament is taking place way in the future. You kind of have to look at promotion tournaments still for Origen, and they are getting better slowly. And the thing is, now is not the time to peak for them now that they've lost this game. The time to peak for them now is like promotion tournament. Make sure you've got everything in line for that, because there's some stiff competition coming up. We've got, of course, the EUCS top 4. Everyone's talking about Schalke. Everyone's talking about PSG. Those 2 teams still have to qualify through Fnatic Academy, who added amazing. They've got Kigis and Misfits Academy, who've looked strong in their own right. But I think the thing that you can say is, at least on the EU Challenger level, the majority of the teams that are in the top 4 of EUCS have been more active on the map than the bottom 4 LCS teams, especially looking at Origen and ROCCAT. Like Schalke and PSG are not afraid to make plays early.
And if you look at like the last 2 years, it's been rare that we've seen a lot of EUCS teams kind of qualify into LCS. It's been like one every single time, but they've been very impactful every time. Like it all started with Origen coming in after their split, obviously went to Worlds. You can take Misfits as an example from last split, who qualified in, are now one of the best teams in Europe. So we have a really good track record of getting at least one top EUCS team into the league, and they become like a pretty dominant force. Looking at some of these organizations down the bottom from the LCS, like you look at Giants, you look at ROCCAT, even Origen now, they've been down in this promotion area for not just this split, but also last split, you know, some splits ago from some of these organizations. So
here's the things. I feel like we thought Origen and ROCCAT to a certain degree last split were kind of doomed to fall out as well. And then we saw it. Right. But this was, of course, before the playoffs, because when we saw the Challenger playoffs, a lot of these Challenger teams fell apart. Yeah. Were not showing us the same performances in the regular season. And I want to know from you, Stretz, since you have a lot more experience with these guys, how do these teams compare to the last batch? Are these guys looking more consistent, looking more stronger, or are we still risking looking through that kind of that Challenger lens and assuming that teams are stronger than they are?
I think specifically Schalke have looked stronger than the entire pack. They've just come off 10-0 for the entire regular split. So it's been, in the last week, they had a few shaky patches where you can look at it and say, okay, even at a challenger level, they are making mistakes. But when you look at their play, the way that they, you know, play around their strengths, make early plays, and actually have a lot of a game around vision control, objective control, more so than most challenger teams. I think that is where a team like ROCCAT, if they're playing the slow style like from game 1 today, it's just going to be too much for ROCCAT to handle from Schalke.
I think also individual skill has to be highlighted on this team. Like the lineup, you know, LULEX is playing really well at the moment after he's kind of come back into the scene. Vander, of course, is way too good of a support to sit in EUCS right now. There's a lot of LCS teams who could use a support like him. Selfie's playing well as well. So a lot of these guys are really standing out, and they are able to match/beat some of the LCS players, current LCS players from the bottom teams, for sure. And because there's a lot of experience on the lineup, like the guys who've been here before, except for like Upset as the only one who doesn't really have a ton of experience, it should make Schalke like a favorite to obviously qualify for promotion tournament and be a favorite in it as well. But yes, we have seen teams crumble on stage when it really matters. You're playing for basically a spot in the LCS, a job as well. But I think overall they look really good. I also know from talking to the players, they practice a lot against like the top EU teams and they get like good scrims. So it's not just playing against EUCS, they get practice against LCS guys.
Well, who they're playing up against hasn't quite been decided yet. So let's take a chance to look at the rest of the league schedule, because we do still have a lot of chances, a lot of opportunities for these bottom teams to kind of change their fate, to get out of this terrifying zone to be in. We see tomorrow, of course, G2 versus Splice, Fnatic versus UL. Good games to see. Personally, I'm excited for Misfits versus H2K, but I feel like the important games to look at are once again Giants versus OG and ROCCAT versus Vitality.
Yeah, definitely still important games. The bottom 4 playing off against each other. Interesting you mentioned Fnatic Unicorns. Those games are always nuts. We'll see whether it's anything on the second series from today. But it's not over for ROCCAT, for Origen. I mean, ROCCAT obviously picking up a win. For teams like Vitality and Giants, when you compare them against a lot of the challenger teams, I actually think Giants and Vitality for the most part are favored. I mean, Giants, that second game was looking so clean.
Yeah, they played really well.
The first iteration was basically a one game. So for Giants and Vitality, a little bit more improvement, a little bit more of the same, and I think they should be safe. ROCCAT and Origen, that's where you got to start being a little worried.
Also, again, we see Giants keep the lineup, we see ROCCAT keep the lineup. Now, ROCCAT picked up a win against Origen, looked much, much better in the third game, where the first 2 were very even. So we have to look at like Origen and say, you made changes. Okay, you realized something was wrong. Was it too late the changes came in? Like, Pekka joins in, obviously, last week. He's here again this week. We know they've already signed the new jungler as well. They already announced it. He announced it on Twitter, Syncroft from the LVP, who I'm pretty excited to see what he can do for Origen coming in. So they're making changes now, but you needed these guys to be there from the start to kind of get enough practice and synergy together. So it's still kind of biting them that they're not peaking now when they're playing the other bottom teams, because losing here to ROCCAT is really, really bad for them. And Giants have looked stronger than ROCCAT. So that's Sunday's series. If Origen loses again, then I think it's lights out. I don't think they will have enough games left they can win to kind of catch Vitality.
Yep. I mean, lights up, we look at the Challenger Series, maybe they drop to Misfits. We know that they're the powerhouse team, but the other teams in the Challenger Series who's going to take down Origen if they have Syncroft and it is improvement, if they have XPeke in the lineup and they're just fighting to survive, what other teams can take them down?
Well, there are some good storylines there. You've got Fnatic Academy with Amazing, who you obviously used to play on Origen.
Very vocal about his frustrations there.
That's a potential high matchup that I think Fnatic Academy, now that they've got Amazing and Kickers, I think that's the building block. And then PSG have the strongest early game of any of the Challenger Series teams. But they've faltered in major points in the game, whether it's Pilot or Blanc getting caught out or just mismanaging a Baron play. They should theoretically have drawn even with Schalke, but threw that game away. So I now am interested to see how PSG play against Fnatic Academy. It's Yellow Stars team versus Fnatic and their Academy team. Some good storylines coming into the Challenger playoffs, but I mean, I can't wait. I
like
guarantee
how all of our storylines are from former Fnatic members, by the way. We've got so many of them, man. Member leaves to make a team. His enemy is now back on Fnatic. You got all these rivalries. They're coming in.
And I got so many new players now who maybe at some point are going to be in different teams, and everything at some point in Europe ties back to Fnatic. One way or the other, it's just going to tie back to Fnatic.
It's the beginning. It's the end. Well, this is the end for us. It's time for us to log off the client for now. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow as our coverage of the EULCS 2017 Spring Split continues. I'm out of breath. Good night, everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Smidgen too late. In goes Memento as Knight was tagging his way in. Curtain call, shooting, and that's the orb. It's EQ that picks up the finisher. Oh, Shockwave. Oh, they flash over. AOD gets EQ, and the Ash Arrow is going to hit him in the face. This time, Kabashar looking to get the execution. There's a shutdown for the Croc. Hustle Memento, all taken low. Triple kill. The bolts from the Hurricane.
Calm down. We're fine.
Vitality health bars are melting right here. Memento getting a hop, a skip, a leap, a jump, and an ace for Giants. Giants, it looks like they're about to do it. No, they're dropping low. One more shot is all they need. And now Knight's on the portal. It's gotten canceled, and he's got nowhere to go. We'll be going to game number 3. Vitality, what a turnaround, and they will take victory. It's not necessarily the case. You've got Schalke waiting in the wings, and you do not want to face off against them. As Kabashar is showing flashes, doesn't want to face off against him, but Hikyu with a bait and switch Inferno Bomb. I'm going.
Go on that wing. Get a ping. Overstay. Go. Okay.
The Nexus, they're going to get this one. Vitality, 2-1 on the series.
He's bot lane. All right, Peke's looking for Jan and flash forward. Connects with the root. Chaos Storm comes out. First blood to El Capitan Peke. Peke comes in with the exhaust. This should be the second kill of the game. Peke secures it.
Nice.
Nothing should be able to go wrong here. Like, this should be the first win.
This wisdom! Not again!
Dude, second time.
It's in your name. Origen win their first game of the 2017 season.
Lay out, curse, bro.
They've kicked tabs, they've killed Peke, they're looking for Sartorius and Wisdom, and it's gone to hell! Origen get Baron, and then they all get killed! Come on, guys, I can't breathe! Unleash power onto Foxy! Nehun with the double!
Nice! Good job!
Nice!
He gets kick flashed on, and all of a sudden, Betsy's unstoppable. ROCCAT hold the record for the most kills in a single game! ROCCAT bounce back against Origen to even the series.
Betsy's in so much trouble. Look at that. Miasma into Flame Spitter. And Sartorius burns down Betsy where he stands.
Unbreakable Will needs a few more seconds. He can't go. Unkillable tank just yet. Nehun's a target next. He's going to get dropped down. It's a double kill for Yanin. They've killed Nehun one more time. And ROCCAT take down Origen.
Bye.